It was a clear, fine, sunny day when the young man's body defied the laws of gravity and lost. The young man came to his senses and realized that something crazy was happening and that he was falling off the roof. A group of classmates watched the falling boy go by. Apparently, they weren't worried about the incident. How could this be? After all, graduation was coming up, and he had endured bullying for so many years. But now it was clear that today was the day of his death. Well, 3 months have passed, and for some people, the city hospital has become the place where they spend all their time. The doctors told his grandmother that they had never had a patient who had woken up after being diagnosed with a vegetative state. And then the young man realized that he hadn't died, but had simply become a vegetable and now lay there, showing no signs of life. And only one poor grandmother, sitting by her unfortunate grandson's bed, hoped that he would wake up someday and be just as he was before. He could feel her touch his hand, and he could even hear her voice, but nothing else. But there was a time when the young man had never even been sick, and now he was sure he would wake up soon. But time passed and nothing changed. The grandmother told her grandson that the doctors recommended taking him off life support, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. After all, after his parents died, she had raised her grandson, taking the place of both his father and mother, and now the old woman was waiting for the young man to give her at least some sign that he could hear her. The next time a teenager was crying by the patient's bed, he said he couldn't take it anymore. After the school bullies had tormented the main character, they turned their attention to his younger brother. In addition, the boy said that his grandmother was forced to work to pay for the hospital, so his brother had to either wake up or die. The younger brother explained that their grandmother had injured her lower back. They didn't have enough money, so the older brother had to wake up no matter what. But the main character was unable to do so. He couldn't even cry, couldn't die or wake up, and sometimes he thought it was all just a long dream. And if the young man could just hold on a little longer, he would soon wake up, and life would be as it was before. He just needed to be patient a little longer. 3 years have passed since then. The nurses who cared for the young man were talking among themselves, discussing how the boy's grandmother had lost consciousness and fallen seriously ill. But these women felt no sympathy at all. On the contrary, they were now planning to go about their own business instead of wasting time on this useless vegetable of a body. The faces of his classmates, whose actions had led to this outcome, constantly flashed through the young man's mind. These cocky bullies continued to mock others, and even the teachers turned a blind eye to their behavior. The young man thought that if a miracle happened and he were to return, he would destroy every one of those people. But time passed and he still lay in bed, hooked up to tubes that kept him alive. And then the hand of justice grabbed one of the bullies by the head. He turned to see his tormentor, and it was the young man who didn't want to hear anything about pity or pain, because nothing compares to how they turned him into a vegetable and condemned his life to an existence in the hospital. And none of the guys even comes close to feeling what the grandmother felt, holding her helpless grandson in her arms. And even if everything around him were drenched in the blood of thugs, it still wouldn't be enough, because this is no simple revenge. 4 years have passed since then. That's enough time to devise a plan for the complete annihilation of the thugs, so that nothing remains of them. Soon the young man realized that his plan was perfect. This was exactly what he had to do. Completely destroy and wipe these scoundrels off the face of the earth. The plan was perfect, but there was still one snag. The young man never recovered, and now 10 years have passed. No matter how much he thought about it, the situation was absurd. No one could help, and he simply had to put an end to this worthless life. And perhaps then, the young man's soul would find a suitable body and be able to carry out the perfect plan for revenge. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to the sound of a TV. It seemed like some kind of school program was being broadcast. He opened his eyes and saw an ordinary blackboard. Looking around, the young man observed his classmates, who were talking, laughing, and just fooling around. The boy didn't understand what was happening. He looked around, not even trying to guess where he had ended up. Soon he realized it was just a dream, but when he pinched himself and felt pain, his gaze fell on a ballpoint pen lying on the desk. If this wasn't a dream, it would hurt and bleed. The young man jabbed the pen into his leg and watched in utter amazement as drops of blood dripped onto the floor. But he didn't have time to think anything else, because a loud scream rang out, and a bully knocked his classmate to the floor. The bully kicked him and shouted that he was going to teach this piece of shit a good lesson. The protagonist realized that he had somehow, in some extraordinary way, returned to his past. He recognized the bully and realized he had arrived at the starting point of his endless suffering. The protagonist had found himself at the very moment that had led him to a hospital bed in a meaningless existence. Just like last time, all his classmates stood on the sidelines, not interfering with what was happening. The young man stood up, approached the bully, and demanded that he stop. Taken by surprise, the blond boy even smiled. He assumed he must have misheard. Still smiling, the guy turned to the protagonist and told Kim Hyun-sung he'd better not get involved. The young man was certain that Hyun-sung, the defender, was no different from the victim of the beating and would now get the same treatment. But Kim Hyun-sung didn't let him finish and punched that insolent, smiling face with all his might. The protagonist returned to his freshman year of high school at exactly the moment he needed it most. The young man remembered that day when his life changed, down to the smallest detail. Park Min-chul was one of the most unruly classmates who almost never listened to teachers and constantly bullied others. During class, he played Legend Online and asked a classmate wearing glasses to level up his character. That day, Lee Jong-min became Min-chul's slave. He had to level up his game and do it without complaint. Min-chul assumed that the bespectacled boy received a generous allowance from his parents for his excellent grades, and now the young man had to buy him things. And then the moment came when Lee Jong-min couldn't take it anymore and declared that he would no longer deal with Park Min-chul's problems. It was the first day that his classmates witnessed the brutal violence with their own eyes. Before these events, the main character had spent a lot of time with Lee Jong-min, often helping him with his homework and explaining difficult material. And now it was unbearably painful to watch his friend being beaten while no one came to his aid. His classmates believed that they wouldn't be able to protect Lee Jong-min from the bully anyway, and that intervening would only make Min-chul even angrier. The protagonist understood what his friends were worried about, but Hyun-sung had always been at the top of the class in PE, outperforming many in grades, and now he demanded that the beating stop. That time, the teacher returned just in time and settled the situation. But from that moment on, Park Min-chul turned his attention to the main character, making him the target of bullying. Every time, Min-chul's gang would corner Kim Hyun-sung and beat him to a pulp, never letting him catch his breath. This bullying became a daily occurrence, and the young man could no longer sleep at night. It was a real 24-hour hell. And now everyone in the classroom froze in anticipation of what would happen next. The girls were genuinely frightened, assuming the worst. Park Min-chul, of course, was taken aback. He was stunned by Hyun-sung's audacity. But before he could do anything, his classmate's hand grabbed him by the hair. Min-chul was so stunned that he didn't even try to defend himself. A moment later, his face was slammed down onto the desk with all his might. Blood spattered everywhere, and surprised whispers filled the classroom. The other students had no idea what had happened between the two of them. Park Min-chul was a fighter who relied solely on his physical strength. He wasn't used to being the first to take a hit, so he was immediately thrown off balance. Hyun-seong timed it perfectly. When his opponent tried to react after the blow to the face, he grabbed him by the hair and slammed him against the desk. Hyun-sung had been waiting for this for 10 whole years, and now he was doing everything exactly as he had planned. The next moment, his opponent was already on the floor. It was time to take the next step. Hyun-sung pressed Min-chul's face into the floor with his foot. Hyun-sung didn't want to think about the consequences and didn't want to stop. He didn't care whether his opponent lived or died. He thought only that if his opponent raised his head, he would get hit again. If he blocked the blow with his hand, he would lose his hand. At that moment, a school chair flew across the classroom. It had been thrown by one of Min-chul's friends who wanted to stop the beating. Hyun-sung looked up from his victim and turned to the bully's friends, saying he didn't want to stop. Jong Min-ho tried to assess the situation. He realized that Hyun-sung was confident that all his friends would intervene to protect their leader. The bullies were very surprised by the fact that the young man didn't look scared at all. By this point, Min-chul's entire gang was in the classroom. They had come to defend their comrade. The strongest member of this group was the tough guy Kang Chang-sok, and now he promised to beat the brat to a pulp. The opponents stood face to face, and it was unclear how it would end. But the girls ran into the classroom, saying that the teacher would be there soon. The bullies decided not to get into trouble. They'd settle things later. Chang-sok leaned closer to his opponent and said they would definitely meet after class, because the guy knew he was finished either way. Hyun-sung replied that he couldn't wait for that meeting and hoped the bullies wouldn't run away. Soon the class began. Jungmin Chol couldn't figure out what had happened. His head was splitting, and he was furious. The young man remembered only the first blow, and then he woke up on the floor. It was a real humiliation, which of course he couldn't just let slide. Min Chol thought about how he and his friends would get together after school and definitely settle the score with this wimp. Min Chol realized that his classmate wouldn't have beaten him up if he hadn't let his guard down so much. And now this brat was acting all tough. Min Chol hadn't picked on this classmate before. He was the class president and in charge of many things. They'd avoided each other. But now everything was completely different. Kim Hyun-sung had crossed the line first, and now he was going to be beaten half to death. The teacher continued the lesson, explaining that today's topic would be on the exam, while the boys could think of nothing but how to get out of class early. All of his classmates' minds were preoccupied with thoughts of Kim Hyun-sung. Today he was acting very out of character, perhaps under the influence of drugs or some other substances. Many thought Hyun-seon had simply lost his mind. Of course, they hoped no trouble would arise. The group of boys was just planning to take revenge for their leader and be the first to trample Hyun-sung. No one wanted to get to the bottom of it and figure out why their class president had acted that way and lost his temper. Jung Min-ho thought he just decided to act tough in front of the crowd. If he wasn't punished, the rest of his classmates would start looking down on them too. So now the bullies simply had to beat him to a pulp so he'd never be able to look at them that way again. Their anger didn't subside. The guys were itching to kill and tear their insolent classmate to pieces. As soon as the bell rang and the teacher left the classroom, Park Min-chul jumped up from his desk and declared that Hyun-sun was finished. But the next moment, a powerful blow to the head knocked the boy off his feet. No one understood what was happening. Hyun-sung was holding his opponent by the hair again and was about to continue where they'd left off. Min-chul realized that his classmate had no intention of running away. On the contrary, he had been waiting for the whole group and was now continuing the beating. The ringleader's friends hoped that Hyun-sung wouldn't get away, since the school was a closed-off area and he had nowhere to run. They had barely managed to sit through the class, and now they couldn't wait to take revenge for their friend and beat up Kim Hyun-sung. However, when the boys stepped out into the hallway, they saw that other students were watching something with concern on their faces. The boys rushed forward, pushing the crowd aside. Screams were coming from the classroom where Park Min-chul studied. When they burst into the classroom, their friend was already lifeless, and Hyun-sung, who had lost his mind, was once again raising his bloodied fist to strike. For some reason, he had no intention of running away. Instead, glancing at Min-chul's friends, he said they were running late. Jang-sok rushed to defend his friend with a loud cry. He was the biggest problem in the whole gang. Hyun-sung had been replaying the scenario in his head over and over for 10 years. He knew that dealing with Min-chul wouldn't be difficult. But to defeat Kang Chang-sok, he would have to get creative because Chang-sok was strong and aggressive. To do this, Hyun-sung decided to use methods he hadn't thought to employ last time. The young man grabbed a padlock hanging on a locker and rammed it into Chang-sok's temple. Hyun-sung understood that virtue and righteousness would do him no good. To get revenge, one must not shy away from any means. And it doesn't matter how much your opponent has trained his body. No one can withstand a blow from hard steel to a vulnerable spot. Jang-suk was immobilized by the pain piercing his body, and then came the usual right hook. That wasn't all. He had to keep finishing off his opponents. Hyun-sung grabbed Cho Yun-taek across the torso and threw him to the floor with all his might. Next, he had to pin his opponent down with his own body and press him against the floor of the hallway. And now Cho Yun-taek won't be able to block the blows that will rain down on his head. Of course, at this moment, Jung Min-ho could join the fight and strike from behind, but first he had to deal with Yun-taek. To overcome their numerical advantage, he had to act quickly and decisively, not giving the guys a chance to think or react. A few moments, and another thug is already finished, not even having had time to figure out or understand how this happened to him. Hyun-sung had imagined this fight countless times, replaying it in his head over and over. His body couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and his strength was running out. But there was no way he could stop now and not see it through to the end. After all, there was one more person who needed to be punished. Jung Min-ho stared in horror at Hyun-sung, who had beaten up his friends. Could this guy really be that strong, and they hadn't even realized it? How had he managed to hide his strength from everyone around him all these years? He probably hadn't been like this before. Mong-ho realized he was alone, and now his face was covered in sweat as he awaited the impending punishment. He had no chance. Hyun-sung turned to the guy and said it was time to wrap things up. He was next. Jong Min-ho couldn't understand what was happening to him. His hands were shaking and wouldn't obey him. He couldn't even put up a guard or cover his face. And at that moment, one of the teachers appeared in the hallway, asking what they were doing there. Mong-ho immediately realized this was his lucky break because there was a huge commotion in the hallway, and the teachers had finally noticed what was happening. Everyone saw 3 students lying on the floor covered in blood. The situation was obvious to the school administration. Kim Hyun-sung still managed to tell Min-ho that he would definitely get to him. The teacher was furious. He said that Hyun-sung must have lost his mind because now 3 students from the school had ended up in the hospital with their faces covered in blood. The teacher understood that the situation was very serious. To avoid being accused of negligence, he had to make Hyun-sung take all the blame, since this boy had always been perfectly normal. The teacher said that this incident would not be handled solely at the school level. In the past 10 years, there had never been a case at the school where a student had committed such an assault. The teacher warned Hyun-sung that the victim's parents wouldn't let this slide and that he would have to answer for his actions. Hyun-sung replied that the teacher shouldn't exaggerate things, since this wasn't the first time he dealt with school violence. Hyun-sung, looking the teacher in the eye, told him to handle it the way he usually did, because he was too good at resolving conflicts. There was no need to blow this incident out of proportion. It just needed to be forgotten. Hyun-sung wanted the teacher to cover it up and not make a fuss. No one could bear to hear such insolence from a student, so the teacher lost his temper and slapped the boy across the face. Watching all this chaos, it was clear why Kim Hyun-sung had died last time and had been subjected to systematic bullying. The problem wasn't just the school bullies who beat up weaker boys and classmates. A huge problem was the complete indifference of the teachers, who did nothing but watch. How envelopes were slipped to them, and all situations that arose throughout the school year were swept under the rug. These teachers were never real teachers. They just pretended to be, without even trying to be mentors. Hyun-sung rubbed his reddened cheek and said that the teacher had better stop now, or he'd be in big trouble. Hyun-sung bluntly told Kim Hyun-chul to shut up, or else he wouldn't keep quiet about the money the parents were bringing in. Besides, it turned out that Hyun-sung knew about the close friendship with Jeon Min-ho's family, but that was small potatoes because the boy knew many other interesting facts. And the young man hinted at the scandal involving the English teacher. And this information greatly alarmed the mentor. He realized he'd been baited. Hyun-sung repeated to the teacher once more that this was exactly why he needed to back off. After so much bullying, Hyun-sung made a decision. He knew it wasn't the best idea, but he needed an adult's help, so he chose the teacher. And Kim Hyun-chul, who had never stood up for the weak, could have been that teacher. Park Min-chul told him that he would never bully his classmates. Probably someone had just misunderstood everything. The teacher said that boys shouldn't bully their classmates and should understand that hitting someone in the face doesn't make anyone feel better. But all of this came to absolutely nothing, and in the end, the bullying of the weaker students continued, and the teacher didn't see fit to intervene. And when the bullies realized that Kim Hyun-sung was trying to get the teacher on his side, they became even more aggressive, trying to punish the snitch and him along with it. After that, Hyun-sung took even more blows, realizing that the teachers wouldn't protect him. The young man felt a sense of injustice and anger, because if a person works as a teacher and mentor, they should at least investigate when they receive complaints of bullying. But this Kim Hyun-chul had no intention of confronting the bullies. He pretended not to see anything, even though the situation was unfolding right before his eyes. One day, things turned out such that the bullies were beating up Hyun-sung, and the teacher saw it through the school window. And of course, the boy hoped that now Mr. Kim would definitely punish the bullies. But it was only later that the boy learned that this teacher was a real scumbag who took money from some parents and had no intention of helping. And now there was another way to change all that. Kim Hyun-sung was going to do it, even if he was alone and knew he might not win. Hyun-sung wanted to escape this hell at any cost, and that day he went too far. The next day, the whole school was abuzz with the outcry of parents who wanted to know who had disfigured their son's face and how he dared to do it. Jong Min-ho claimed that Hyun-sung was the one who started the fight and the whole conflict. His mother told the teachers that her son's nose was broken and that she wouldn't let the matter rest. A parent-teacher meeting was held, at which the grandmother had to bow her head low and apologize for her grandson's behavior. Even at the meeting about school violence, only Hyun-sung was punished, while Min-chul's entire gang got off scot-free. Much of this became clear only after Hyun-sung fell into a coma. For example, that he wouldn't be able to exact revenge on his own. He had to sort all this out by punishing the teachers and everyone responsible. Only then would his revenge be complete. Teacher Kim tried to tell the boy that he was talking nonsense about money and all sorts of scandals. But Hyun-sung had no intention of backing down. He was determined to reach his goal and had been preparing for this for 10 whole years. Hyun-sung tilted his head and whispered to the teacher that he'd better think about how he was talking to Hyun-sung. The boy said that the teacher had met Minho's parents through an alumnus, and that Mr. Kim had been helping the boy even before he enrolled at the school, which is why he now receives a monthly payment. In addition, Mr. Kim is having an affair with the English teacher, a married woman with 3 children. They often go to motels. Hyun-sung claimed that if everything came to light, Mr. Kim's career would be in jeopardy, and he wouldn't be able to wriggle out of it, so he shouldn't behave the same way, or his life would be ruined. Hyun-sung warned that he would stop at nothing and would not leave Mr. Kim alone, even if he left the school. Hyun-sung knew that the teacher's wife had once come to the school, hit him, and thrown the divorce papers in his face. The family was quite wealthy, but everything was in the wife's name. And ever since then, the disclosure of this information had become Teacher Kim's greatest fear, so this kind of intimidation was bound to work. A few more minutes passed before Kim Yeon-chul asked the boy what he wanted from him. The young man replied that it was much simpler than it seemed. If the teacher wanted Hyun-sung to keep quiet, he had to keep living just as he had before. In other words, he had to remain the same scumbag, ignore the students' problems, cover up certain things even if it was wrong. There was just one caveat. This had to apply to Kim Hyun-sung. No information about the incidents could be allowed to surface, no matter what means or methods were used. And if everything goes exactly that way, Hyun-sung promised that no one would find out about Mr. Kim's secrets until he graduated from school. The teacher listened silently to the young man, then bowed his head and said he would do his best. Hyun-sung was satisfied with the outcome. Teacher Kim was merely the first card he intended to play, but he needed to prepare the next one quickly. First, however, there was one more unfinished matter. Hyun-sung returned to the office because he needed to finish what he had started, and now he was standing by the door. At that very moment, Jung Min-ho was furiously smashing furniture. He was throwing chairs because anger was boiling inside him. But he still believed that Teacher Kim wouldn't let this slide. He would definitely expel Hyun-sung from school. Min-ho decided he would simply avoid him for a while and never see him again. To be completely honest, Min-ho admitted that he was scared of this quiet class president, who for some reason had become so strong. Jung Min-ho decided that he needed to become the school's top dog, and then some Kim Hyun-seong wouldn't be able to take his power away. After finishing scattering chairs around the classroom, the young man took his seat and exhaled, confident that the problem was solved. Min-ho thought that the beating of his friends was just some kind of coincidence, since Hyun-sung couldn't have beaten all 3 of them at once. But then the classroom door swung open. Hyun-sung appeared in the doorway and addressed Min-ho by name. Min-ho froze in fear, pretending not to hear, but Hyun-sung told the boy that they weren't done yet. A powerful blow immediately knocked Min-ho off his feet. He fell onto his back along with the chair. It was clear that Hyun-sung intended to continue the fight and was going to knock out the last member of the gang. Hyun-sung unleashed a barrage of blows on the boy, and at one point, he started crying and begged for mercy. Min-ho watched his classmate beating him and was certain the guy had lost his mind and gone completely off the rails. Everyone watched the beating, and even teacher Kim Yeon-chul stood by silently, showing no reaction, even though this scoundrel received money from Min-ho's parents every month. Hyun-sung continued to beat the boy, and told him not to even hope that anyone would help him, because no one at this school cared about him. And Hyun-sung landed a few more blows with all his might, telling the boy that nobody needed him. 5 minutes before this incident, teacher Kim Yeon-chul was sitting in the teacher's lounge, pondering how to handle the situation. The man realized he had almost no chance of resolving this peacefully, since 3 students had been sent to the hospital. Of course, it would be better for the school administration if no one found out about this incident, but if Kim Hyun-sung isn't punished, the parents will be very angry. Jung Min-ho's parents would be the angriest of all. They wouldn't stand idly by when it came to their son. They are influential people who own several buildings. They also arranged for free maintenance for the school and paid for the school's repairs out of their own pockets. So the principal will, of course, defend them at all costs. But the biggest problem is that Mr. Kim also received money from them. If this incident becomes public knowledge, the teacher won't be able to do anything, and now he had to think as quickly as possible. The teacher decided that the best course of action in this situation would be to separate Minho from his friends, since the boy hadn't yet been harmed by Hyun-sung. And if Jung Minho wasn't hurt, his parents wouldn't make a scene, and they could be persuaded. It would look like their son's friends had simply been beaten up, and they wouldn't get involved, which meant he needed to warn Hyun-sung as soon as possible. Teacher Kim decided to speak to the boy right away to make sure he didn't bother Minho, and that way they could avoid any trouble. The man wanted to find the boys as soon as possible and settle the matter. He went straight from the teacher's lounge to the classroom. And at that very moment, Jung Minho could barely stand on his feet. He was being systematically beaten by a classmate. The boy's only hope was the teacher, who was supposed to protect him. The teacher also realized he was too late and that it was already too late to do anything, but he immediately decided he didn't care about Minho's influential parents. After all, if word got out about his affair with the English teacher, his career in the education system would be over for good. Kim Hyun-chul turned around and walked away, pretending he hadn't seen a thing. Kim Hyun-sung beat up the opponent who had been laughing at him all this time, but who turned out to be a pathetic coward and weakling. Hyun-sung had heard from all sides that the main reason he was bullied and beaten up was his weakness. Everyone called him names, made fun of him, and felt entitled to beat him up simply because he was weaker. But now the time had come when Hyun-sung could finally take revenge on his tormentors, and now the last member of the gang had gotten what he deserved. Hyun-sung understood perfectly well himself. If he hadn't beaten up Minho right then, it would have been easier to sweep the problem with the rest of the gang under the rug. But Hyun-sung had no intention of stopping his revenge just to cover for and save someone. That's exactly why he immediately started beating up Min-chul upon his return. He could have simply lived a quiet life, avoiding the bullies. But he had spent 3 years in that hell where everyone beat him and insulted him. So now the boy was driven solely by a steadfast desire for revenge. Hyun-sung looked at the lifeless body of his beaten classmate. He knew it would soon get very noisy here, since he had already beaten up 3 people, and now another one. The principal had always wanted the school to be prestigious, so he would try to punish the offender with the full force of the law. Besides, there were plenty of witnesses who had seen the beatings, so it wouldn't be possible to simply cover everything up and stop the rumors. Kim Hyun-sung realized he needed to handle the school differently. Otherwise, what kind of revenge could he even dream of? After all, this is only the beginning, and a long road lies ahead of him, one he had planned out while lying in a coma for 10 years. The school principal held a faculty meeting. He said that such behavior was unacceptable because student Kim Hyun-sung hadn't just beaten up his classmates. Even after talking with the teacher, he showed not a shred of remorse and even attacked another classmate. He did it all with extreme cruelty. Oh, Tai-hwan was very upset. He said the students were in a terrible state, as if they were starring in a gangster movie. All the teachers agreed that Kim Hyun-sung had shown exceptional cruelty and should be punished as severely as possible. Lee Min-young, the English teacher, fully agreed with the principal's position, as such cruelty cannot be tolerated on school grounds. She even suggested expelling the boy from school, since teachers must take action and show other students and parents that they disapprove of such behavior. Teacher Kim tried to distract the English teacher, who didn't realize that her suggestions could cause them huge problems. If Lee Min-young doesn't want everyone to find out about her relationship with Mr. Kim, she needs to protect the boy. Otherwise, their affair will come to light along with his expulsion. Teacher Kim said he agreed that student Kim Hyun-sung was at fault. But as the homeroom teacher, he maintained that the incident had been instigated by Park Min-chul and his friends. The principal couldn't understand where the homeroom teacher was going with this. It turned out there had been rumors that Min-chul's group was bullying other students. Teacher Kim admitted that he had been keeping an eye on them lately and wanted to discipline them. But unfortunately, Kim Hyun-sung couldn't stand by and watch, so he snapped. According to the homeroom teacher, the boy was first and foremost a victim, and only then a troublemaker. The homeroom teacher believed that punishing only Hyun-sung would be unprofessional, but the principal insisted that it was necessary. Soon a quarrel broke out between the men right in the middle of the meeting. The principal stated bluntly that Jung Min-ho's parents wouldn't let this slide, so it would be better to deal with the instigator to avoid provoking their anger. In the school's best interest, we cannot lose ties with such influential people if we want to make the school prestigious. the principal announced that he would hold a parent committee meeting in a week, at which a collective decision would be made. There they would decide exactly what punishment Hyun-sung would receive. And until then, the principal expected everyone to keep quiet about the incident. The principal announced that student Hyun-sung was suspended from classes until the meeting. He must reflect on where he went wrong and return to school in a week with his guardian. Hyun-sung stood up, thanked the principal, and said he understood everything. The young man was already walking away when his homeroom teacher ran after him. The man explained that he had done everything possible, but it wasn't his fault since Hyun-sung had attacked Min-ho for some reason, so resolving this issue would be difficult. The homeroom teacher asked him not to draw any more attention to himself, and if things stayed calm, he would try to resolve the issue. Hyun-sung looked at the homeroom teacher and marveled at what an interesting person he was. After all, just a couple of days ago, he had hit a student and yelled at him. Of course, this man had lost his conscience as a teacher long ago, and as a person he was nothing but trash. But now he was needed simply to make it possible to take revenge on his schoolmates. Hyun-sung turned to the man and said he knew how hard Kim Yun-chul had tried at today's faculty meeting. But despite that, the homeroom teacher had known the truth about Min-chul's gang and their antics from the very beginning. So now the homeroom teacher must remember the one and only way that can help him keep his job in his profession. And that is to keep Hyun-sung quiet until graduation, regardless of the odds, doing everything for the student's sake. Because if this isn't done, Hyun-sung promises the homeroom teacher that not only his life, but also the English teacher's life will be ruined. Hyun-sung looked at this pathetic creature who called himself a teacher and said he would keep his promise because he always keeps his word. Kim Yun-chul understood that arguing with this student was pointless. Something had happened to him that made words alone enough, and no proof was even needed. In fact, Hyun-sung would very much like to get rid of the homeroom teacher right now, but unfortunately, the main goal was still a long way off. The young man understood that he couldn't throw away valuable cards that might come in handy just out of sheer rage. Kim Yun-chul could be useful at least until Hyun-sung's position at school became more secure. Of course, one could say that Mr. Kim is just a teacher, but in this situation, he might do a lot to ensure his own survival. Hyun-sung grabbed his school backpack and under the silent stares of his classmates, left the school. He would return here in a week and begin carrying out the plan he had been hatching for years. And when that plan is carried out, Principal Oh Tae-hwan will no longer be tending to his houseplants with such ease. The principal would face problems he could never have imagined. And so, completely unexpectedly and out of the blue, Kim Hyun-sung found himself with free time to visit his favorite places, where he hadn't been in so many years. The young man lived in an old house, but that wasn't the worst part. Thanks to the life insurance from his parents' death, at least he didn't have to rent a place and pay monthly rent. And then his grandmother told him that she had sold the apartment to pay the hospital bills. And that's when Hyun-sung felt his world crumbling. He used to think of that house as a dump, but now he was happy just to be able to go back there. The young man opened the front door, stepped into the apartment, and called out to his grandmother. He looked around. If he remembered correctly, his grandmother was usually at work at this hour. She did everything for the family. And now it was a true miracle that Hyun-sung had been given the chance to return to this world. He needed not only to take revenge, but also to prepare a place for his grandmother and brother where they could live. There was a week left until the parent-teacher conference. Hyun-sung went into the room. He had to write everything down. The boy already had a clear plan in his head. Over the next 2 years, he needed to take control of the neighborhood and establish a base. And to do that, he had to meet 3 conditions. The first was his own strength. To deal with the school bullies, he needed to be strong enough that they wouldn't stand a chance against Hyun-sung. He also needed to become as strong as a certain famous athlete. Hyun-sung really wanted to win that man over to his side. Then everything would be much easier. The second point of the plan, opponents tend to band together, so to deal with this, he would also need to assemble a group of friends with shared interests. Hyun-sung understood that his main problem was that he was still just an ordinary high school student. The perfect plan is worthless if you lack the strength and ability to carry it out. Hyun-sung thought about putting it into action. He needed to make an effort and gather the right people around him. And the third point of the plan is a problem that can be solved through memories. Hyun-sung called this point influence. He needed influence to bring everything to life so that nothing would stand in his way. And this influence would also come in handy to resolve the situation with the parent committee. There was loud shouting at the city police station, as was usual there. A young man was yelling at the police, telling them they had no idea what kind of family he came from. It was incomprehensible what good the police were if they didn't know the residents of their own city. The officers tried to calm the heated young man, who was clearly the son of some local tycoon and was behaving very arrogantly and disrespectfully. He was the eldest son of Ko Changbom, the owner of Myeongchin Construction, who, though no longer a teenager, had still not learned to behave with dignity at the age of 35. The man was very angry and was kicking chairs around the police station. The police, of course, knew who they were dealing with. He was a dangerous man in Dasan who could cause a lot of trouble. Lately, he had become more cautious because the battle for the inheritance had begun, but the police had no choice but to follow the rules. They were filing yet another report on this golden boy, realizing that the police had no other choice, but it was better than chasing someone through the streets. Changbom carefully reread the report. The situation looked bad. If he were charged, his brother would gain the upper hand. But of course, Changbom knew he was at fault because he had struck first, and now he had to choose the lesser of two evils. The situation was simply awful, especially since his father had recently announced that he would hold a competition among the heirs to decide who was worthy of running the business. His father faced a choice. To whom should he pass on his position? To the son who had only graduated from high school, or his younger son who had graduated from a prestigious university, married an influential woman, and further solidified his position? The police officer on duty even felt a little sympathy for Mr. Ko Chang-boom, but there was nothing he could do, because in this case, the blame clearly lay with the accused. The police couldn't just let him go after he had beaten innocent people. Changbom tried to justify himself by saying that he wasn't the one who started the fight, but unfortunately, there was no evidence. There were no camera recordings, and there was no way to refute the victims' testimonies. Changbom had no idea how to turn the situation to his advantage. Suddenly, the man's gaze fell on a schoolboy who, for some reason, was also at the police station. The boy held out his hand, pointed at Ko Changbom, and said he wanted to testify in this man's favor. It was all very strange, but the police officers saw a video recording stored on the teenager's tablet. The video showed that a group of men had attacked Mr. Ko Changbom. It was clear that they had stopped him and started provoking him. The student told the police that he had been walking by, saw everything, and thought there might be trouble because there were no cameras around. So he asked the driver of a nearby car for the dashcam footage. He fully understood that a minor's testimony wouldn't be very convincing, but now the police had seen everything with their own eyes. According to the student, Changbom tried his best to avoid the conflict, but the thugs wouldn't back down and attacked first. The man had no choice but to defend himself. The student believed that the man was not at fault for being strong enough to knock them out with a single blow. The boy was certain that it was self-defense. Ko Changbom hugged the student and told him he was telling the truth and was a real hero. He'd stood his ground and spoken his mind. Changbom remembered his father's words that one should only strike those who deserve it. But if there is evidence now, perhaps there won't be a trial at all. The police officer reviewed the video footage and said he was ready to close the investigation, and when the attackers woke up, he would invite Mr. Ko Changbom back to the station for further questioning. After that, the officer apologized to Mr. Ko, saying he should have listened to him more carefully. The officer admitted that he had jumped to conclusions because the attackers had suffered much more. Ko Changbom approached the officer and quietly told him that he didn't care about any of it, about what the officer was saying. But the man was absolutely certain of one thing. He had memorized the officer's face and was now going to make life miserable for him. Soon the young men left the police station. Ko Changbom hugged the boy, thanked him, and said that the young man had truly saved his life. Changbom also said that he never forgets those who have helped him, and the boy should remember that forever. The man held out a thick wad of cash as a token of gratitude, and to his surprise, the student wasn't afraid to accept it. He immediately put it in his pocket. Usually, teenagers that age are afraid to take large sums of money. Changbom watched this strange young man with interest. On top of that, he had somehow obtained the dashcam footage. He was definitely a very unusual guy. At that moment, the student turned to the man and said, "Does Mr. Ko really think this was an accident?" Seeing that his interlocutor didn't understand, Hyun-sung decided to speak plainly and frankly. He said he knew perfectly well exactly what kind of person Ko Changbom was. He is currently in the midst of a battle for the inheritance with his younger brother, Ko Chung-sok. Ko Changbom began to suspect that all of this was no accident, and had been carefully orchestrated by someone, and that he was merely a pawn in the hands of a manipulator. The young man went on to say that none of this was a coincidence. According to the teenager, he had evidence, and now he had attracted even more attention from Mr. Ko Chang-bom. Having been in a coma for the past 10 years, Yun-sung had listened to all the news reports that regularly covered the Ko family, famous throughout Dasan. The young man knew everything about Ko Chang-bom's life and inglorious end. The young man turned to Mr. Ko and said, if the man was truly grateful to him, then let him spare just 1 hour. The young man promised that it wouldn't hurt Mr. Ko. It was a matter of his entire life. The young men went to the nearest cafe and sat down at a table. Hyun-seong showed his companion the original dashcam footage. Hyun-sung said that to prove Mr. Ko's self-defense, it was enough to show the police the ending, so he hadn't shown them the first part. But now he was ready to show the entire video, which would reveal what had actually happened and make it clear that this was no coincidence. Jung Byum watched the video closely. 30 minutes before the incident, 3 men had come to the 24-hour store. At first glance, they looked like ordinary customers, but they hadn't moved from their spot the entire time. It seemed as though these men were waiting for someone, but the moment Chang-bom entered the store, they immediately started moving, jostling each other and sticking their faces out as if they wanted to be hit. Chang-bom tried to smooth things over, but in the end, they struck first. And if Mr. Ko recalls, all the recent incidents that have happened to him have been somewhat strange. It seemed as if someone was orchestrating all of this, and it began right after the announcement of the race of heirs. Bad things started happening to Chang-bom. Mr. Ko might have wondered, perhaps someone wants to get rid of him. Could this be a coincidence or a deliberately orchestrated evil? The man fell into thought. In his anxiety, it all seemed suspicious to him too. But he didn't think his younger brother, who had always been given only the best, would resort to such dirty tactics. Jung Byum turned to the student, asking why he was telling him all this. Hyun-sung knew that right now, Myungjin Productions was known only in this province, but soon they would experience rapid growth thanks to substantial capital and technology. The director lived by the principle, you should never mess with other people's homes. He managed to lower margins and increase the percentage of completed buildings, and soon the company's name would be among the largest in the country. But in the midst of this growth, both sons will be removed from the business. The trouble began with Ko Chang-bom, who was accused of assaulting people, and it was big news that the whole city knew about. The younger son used underhanded methods and wanted to become the heir at any cost. But his older brother found out about it. He got so angry that he hit Chang-sok. That was enough to leave the younger brother disabled. And then the father, in a rage, declared that both of his sons were incompetent and would not inherit the company. The news caused quite a stir. It got to the point where people were deliberately following the brothers and posting every move they made online for the sake of memes. As a result, the position of company director will be filled by a professional manager hired by their father, and this will elevate the company to the level of the largest corporations. Hyun-sung understood that it would be better for the company if he didn't get involved. The older son isn't evil enough to kill his opponents, but he is hot-tempered and incompetent, while the younger son is an immoral man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. The company would thrive if it didn't fall into their hands, but Kim Hyun-seon didn't care about any of them. All that mattered was how useful they could be to him. In truth, the young man didn't know if he was doing the right thing, since the butterfly effect could change the future. But then again, that wasn't Hyun-seon's problem. Even if the future took a turn for the worse, Hyun-seon wanted to take revenge and protect his family, which is why he now said he would help Chang-bo, so that the man could defeat his younger brother and, as the eldest son, become the new director of Myungjin Construction. All of this, of course, sounded ridiculous. The man didn't understand how a high school student could help him, since he had more competent people assisting him in the race. Of course, this couldn't be denied. But on the other hand, it was precisely these people who were sweet-talking Mr. Ko, while an ordinary high school student had uncovered his younger brother's conspiracy, which everyone was keeping quiet about. This is easily explained because these aides are Ko Chang-sok's spies. Hyun-sung said he wasn't asking to be taken at his word. He was only asking for a chance so they could build a relationship based on trust. Jung Byum stepped out of the cafe onto the street to smoke and think about the offer. He felt like his head was about to explode. Just then, an employee ran out of the cafe and warned the man that smoking was not allowed there. But in response, Mr. Ko yelled at him to back off and go back inside the cafe, or else he'd smash the entire window right then and there. Hyun-sung watched this man, who was born the eldest son of a wealthy family and had lived a life of ease. He was known throughout the city as a ticking time bomb. But on the other hand, Hyun-sung wasn't looking for nothing but righteous people. On the contrary, it would be easier for him to work with a rotten man willing to destroy his own brother for the sake of power. Jung-bum thought about his younger brother, who knew no bounds and used dirty tactics. The man understood that this schoolboy was right. Compared to his younger brother, Chung-bum was a nobody and could lose his place as heir at any moment. However, the man wasn't sure it was right in this situation to trust a schoolboy he'd met for the first time in his life. His father once told him, "If you lack skills, surround yourself with capable people. Don't look at gender, age, or background. Seek out the right people. And in that case, you'll be able to handle running a large company and solving various problems." Chung-bum still hadn't decided what to do. He returned to the cafe and asked the student what their plan was. Mr. Ko intended to listen to the plan and then make a decision. Meanwhile, in his office, Ko Chang-sok was literally tearing his hair out in anger. He threw his phone because those idiots couldn't handle a simple task. And it was all because of his old dim-witted father and his damn old-fashioned principles. That's why his older brother was in the race for the inheritance, even though he wasn't a worthy competitor. Chung-suk finally calmed down. He had the upper hand anyway, and if nothing changed, he would become the heir. Just then, the phone rang, and the caller reported that they were facing major problems. The crux of the problem was that Chung-suk's wife had stormed into the Hansung Company office. Hyun-sung said that to win the race, one must face reality. Of the two brothers, who was better suited for the position of company director? It was obvious to everyone that it was Mr. Ko Chung-sok, so the brother who had only finished high school was no match for a student at a prestigious business university. On top of that, the young man married a girl from an influential family immediately after returning to Korea, and then suggested that the heir should be chosen through fair competition. None of this was a coincidence. From the very beginning, Chang-suk had worked tirelessly to take his brother's place, and as a result, he had established a solid position. Apart from being the older brother, Chung-bum had no advantages whatsoever. What's more, the man was constantly causing trouble and getting into fights, so no one would want to support him voluntarily. Jang Beom listened intently to the guy, agreeing with all these statements. Hyun-sung said that even in this situation, Chung-bum had a chance of winning. Despite the younger brother's obvious advantages, the director still decided to hold a competition because of the naive notion that the older son wanted to be the heir. That is why they are competing. Even if the younger brother's advantages reach a point where the competition becomes pointless, the director will still choose an heir from the two of them. In that case, and this is just a supposition, what if the younger brother fails to live up to expectations? What if, despite all his advantages, he falls to the very bottom, to where Chung-bum is now? We need to consider what would happen in that case. If both brothers are on the same level, whom will the director ultimately choose? This is where the real competition begins. When the opponents are on the same level, the fact that Chung-bum is the eldest son will become an advantage. Chung-sok rushed to the apartment where a close female friend of his lived and caught his wife beating up this beauty. Hyun-sung continued to explain his plan. They only had to fulfill 3 conditions to defeat their younger brother. The first was influence. Here, unfortunately, the older brother was far behind. Chung-sok had already managed to marry a girl from a prestigious family, while the older one was still hanging out in clubs. The second point was reputation. That was also a tough one, because that crazy bastard Dasan was very well known in the city. And lastly, there's the matter of skills. While Chung-bum was busy drinking and chasing girls, his younger brother was working hard and honing his skills by carrying out administrative tasks. The difference between the brothers is that the younger one won't even have to try hard. A small display of his skills will be enough to win. But from this point on, they need to get in the game and turn the tables one condition at a time, starting with the first point and figuring out how to surpass Chang-sok in influence. Unfortunately, marrying a girl from a prestigious family is impossible, since there are no families of that same caliber in their circle, so they need to think outside the box. They need to get the younger brother to divorce. Then they'll be able to neutralize his advantage in influence and bring Chung-sok back to the starting line. Hyun-sung was confident that they would be able to weaken his younger brother and prevent him from standing out too much. Ko Myung-jin, the company director, had summoned both sons. and now the younger one was apologizing for the situation that had arisen. The father looked at his sons and felt a deep sense of disappointment filling his soul. Wang Jin said he had already spoken with his younger son's father-in-law and promised to punish Yang Sok. Just to avoid a divorce, he had to beg for one more chance. The father-in-law asked him to convey that Chang Sok's wife would now live separately and observe her husband from a distance before making a final decision. The younger son began to apologize, but his father was furious, for he had warned him that in marriage, he would have to watch what he was up to. And if Chang Sok still wants to date other women, then he'd be better off staying single, like his older brother. The father was very angry. He couldn't understand who his sons had turned into such idiots. After finishing scolding his younger son, the father asked what exactly Chang Bom had been doing at the police station recently. The man assumed his son would now start yelling and try to prove he wasn't guilty of anything. Chang Bom was thrilled with his high schooler's plan. He had to dig up some dirty secrets about his younger brother and tell them to their father. He had to say that Chang Sok was bringing shame on their family and that the company shouldn't be entrusted to such a person. Then their father would definitely get rid of him. But Hyun Sung said that was wrong and a bad idea. The thing was, while the young man was in a coma, he had been listening to a documentary about the company's CEO, Ko Myung-jin. The program stated that the man knew everything his sons were doing, including the schemes of his younger son, who was trying to get rid of his brother. However, the father didn't react to this at all because he didn't see a problem with his heir having a slightly tarnished reputation. The main thing was whether his son could lead the company to success. In that case, it would be simply impossible to change his mind with a bunch of dirty rumors about his younger son. And if that happens, Ko Myung-jin will simply hand the company over to a professional manager, just as he did in his past life. Getting rid of Jang Sok isn't enough for them. For the father to hand the company over to the eldest son, he needs to behave in a manner befitting a future CEO. He needs to show a different side of Yang Bom. Hyun Sung told his companion that they need to show the man in a way no one has ever seen him before. That is exactly what their plan will be. And now, standing before his father and brother, Chang Bom bowed his head and asked for forgiveness, saying he would do his best to ensure it never happened again. The young man bowed deeply and said that regardless of the reason, he had caused trouble for his father and would take responsibility as the eldest son. Chang Bom added that he remembered he had to behave with dignity and speak to his younger brother on his father's behalf. Complete silence fell over the office. The men present had not expected such a turn of events. The father said he was already aware of what had happened at the police station. He knew his son had been provoked. After that, the man placed his hand on his son's shoulder. His son had behaved with dignity and tried to resolve the situation without a fight. The father looked his eldest son in the eyes and did something he hadn't done in many years. He said he was proud of Chang Bom. At that moment, Chang Sok could barely contain himself, thinking it was all utter nonsense and a circus. He looked at his brother, who had managed to wriggle out of his trap this time. But in any case, Chang Sok was confident that he was smarter and would lure his older brother into the next trap. Jang Se could think of nothing but tearing to pieces whoever had leaked information about his front men, the street thugs. And Ko Chang Bom couldn't believe his ears. It had been so long since he had heard his father say, "Well done, I'm proud of you." The man was moved. His father had always been very strict with him, but now he had acknowledged him. Chong Bom felt like a 10-year-old boy who had finally earned the praise of his great father. The men left the office, but the eldest son was so overwhelmed that he could barely move. He kept replaying his father's words in his head, his praise and the pat on the shoulder. The man decided that from now on, things like this should happen more often in his life, and he would do his utmost to make that happen. Late that evening, Chang Bio met with the schoolboy. He told him that thanks to Hyun Seon, he had earned his father's approval, and now he wanted to hear everything. Jang Beom wanted to know what he should do next to become the next director. He would listen and do absolutely everything. Hyun Seon immediately warned him not to let his guard down, because Chang Sok was currently on equal footing with them only in terms of influence. To outmaneuver him in the race for the director's seat, he needs to gain an advantage in two more areas. Hyun Song had a couple of suggestions, but this might prove difficult for Chung Bom. He needed to start working at the company and learn about management. And when the time came, Hyun Song would tell him what to do next. Chang Bom never wanted to be an office clerk, but now he was ready to do whatever the schoolboy said. Hyun Song added that there was one more thing. They had teamed up because they needed each other, and in exchange for his help, Changbom had promised to grant Hyun-sung's wish. The man readily confirmed that he remembered everything and wanted to know what he could do for Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung was glad that his companion hadn't forgotten their agreement, so he decided to speak plainly. A few more days passed, and it was time for the parent-teacher meeting. A woman struck the teacher, saying she hadn't given him money to listen to all that nonsense. It was Mrs. Kim Sung-cha, Minho's mother. She asked him not to treat her like a fool. If the teacher didn't want to be fired, he had to do everything in his power to ensure that the student who had hit her son was expelled. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Kim, didn't argue with her and said he would do just that. Left alone, the man had no idea how to get out of this situation. Soon, Kim Hyun-sung appeared beside him. He said it was a bad idea, and the teacher tried to convince him that he was trying to minimize the punishment. Hyun-sung knew that Minho's mother pressured and manipulated all the teachers. The homeroom teacher should at least occasionally use his head for its intended purpose. After all, Mr. Kim certainly didn't want Hyun-sung to reveal his little secret. If the student went down, he would drag the homeroom teacher down with him. And now the man must choose and be careful if he wants to survive. Mr. Kim saw how the school principal promised the woman that he wouldn't let her down, since he had never done so before. Kim Yun-chul was in despair. He realized he would lose his job either way, and the only choice was what they would call him afterward. To everyone, the man would be either a traitor or a bribe taker. The teacher thought about what he could do with the savings he currently had. But at that moment, the start of the Parent-Teacher Association meeting was announced, and all the interested parties in the school administration took their seats. At the start of the meeting, Principal Mr. Oh took the floor. He announced that to clarify the situation, he would give the floor to the homeroom teacher of the students involved in the incident. Mr. Kim stood up and said that everything here was obvious and clear. The incident was the fault of Minho and his group, who had been systematically bullying other students. And now the victim is being falsely accused of a crime. This is an outrageous act of injustice. Before the meeting began, Teacher Kim urgently checked the information and confirmed that this was indeed the same person he had seen at the Adult Entertainment Center. Mr. Ko Chang-bom, the eldest son of the owner of Myungjin Construction, was present at the Parent-Teacher Association meeting as a guardian. Before the meeting began, Mr. Kim had glanced at the attendance list and assumed it was just someone with the same last name. Now the teacher realized that Ko Chang-bom was in no way comparable to Minho's parents. It was completely unclear how he had become Hyun-sung's guardian, but the homeroom teacher would think about that later. For now, he needed to switch sides, because it seemed no one had yet realized who exactly was sitting in the guardian seat. The homeroom teacher repeated once more that a terrible misunderstanding had occurred. The perpetrator and the victim had switched places. Principal Oh Tai-hwan looked at the teacher and asked for an explanation, so that no further misunderstandings would occur. Mr. Kim said he had received many reports about a group of 4 students who called themselves the Park Min-chul gang. They had been bullying other students since the beginning of the semester. The homeroom teacher had repeatedly asked them not to cause trouble for anyone, but the longer time went on, the worse the situation became. Park Min-chul was bullying his classmate Lee Jong-min, and unfortunately, Kim Hyun-sung could no longer stand by and watch this injustice. The young man tried to stop the bullies, saying that they were all students and should be friends. He spoke to the bullies from the bottom of his heart, but Park Min-chul brought his friends over and began threatening him. After all, anyone can imagine, if someone tries to attack you, would you really just stay silent? So it's obvious to anyone that Kim Hyun-sung's actions were self-defense. The same goes for the fight with Minho. Since he was an informant in Min-chul's group, Hyun-sung acted impulsively to ensure he wasn't in any danger. The homeroom teacher, of course, agreed that the student had gone a bit too far in self-defense. However, if the teachers now ignore all these reasons and severely punish Hyun-sung alone, how are they any better than the trash who ignore school violence? After that, Teacher Kim bowed, said he was finished, and sat back down. The principal couldn't believe his ears, because Teacher Kim had probably forgotten. They had gathered to discuss Hyun-sung's attack on the students who ended up in the hospital, something that had never happened in the school's history. Furthermore, according to the principal, there was no evidence to support the accusation of bullying other students, and that was an entirely different matter that had nothing to do with the current discussion. The principal believed that there was not a single reason that could justify violence, and in all his long career as an educator, he had never once seen students commit such a cruel act. The principal was so worried that his heart even began to ache from all these thoughts and conversations. The man believed that the matter needed to be investigated in any case, But punishment for Hyun Sung was essential. To prevent similar incidents, this situation needed to serve as a warning, and the culprit must be severely punished. Then all the parents who had entrusted their children to the school would be able to return home with peace of mind. The principal suggested that they first give the floor to the student Min-ho, who would recount what had happened, since the victim's account would be more valuable. After that, everyone present turned their attention to Min-ho, who was asked to speak. The young man began his speech by saying that teacher Kim's account was completely different from what he had experienced. It turned out that Min-ho had seen Hyun Sung regularly beating up Park Min-chul. All his friends said this had been happening for years. You can ask his classmates, and they'll tell you how Hyun Sung suddenly attacked Min-chul for no reason, and it was obvious that he was the one who started it all. To everyone's surprise, Min-ho burst into tears. He said he wasn't lying. He couldn't stand by and watch his friend get beaten. But then everything was covered in blood, and it was terrifying. Several people tried to calm this monster down, but he wouldn't stop. And Min-chul had been beaten terribly and looked absolutely awful. His friends had no time to think about the attacker's feelings. To top it all off, the young man added that he didn't understand at all why teacher Kim was trying to shift the blame onto them, and besides, that wasn't the end of it. After all, the teacher had called Hyun Sung into his office for a talk. But it seemed that this conversation had only made Hyun Sung angrier. He returned to the classroom and beat up Min-ho in front of everyone, even though the boy hadn't done anything to him. And now Min-ho was flooding the principal's office with tears, asking, was it really his fault? Of course, the boy's mother couldn't bear such a heart-wrenching scene. She jumped up, lifted his head, and asked those present to look at her child's face. The face of the child she had raised with such care and tenderness, and now it had turned into such a nightmare. The woman couldn't understand what there was to discuss. This was some kind of savage cruelty in the sacred temple of knowledge. Today, this situation happened to her son, but next time other children could be in his place. Parents cannot ignore this. The culprit must be punished. All the parents present, as well as representatives from other classes, agreed that this was indeed the right course of action. Soon, public opinion was entirely on Min-ho and his mother's side. The parents demanded that the boy be punished. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the three beaten friends were discussing the Parent-Teacher Association meeting, which had likely already begun at the school. Everyone was certain that Kim Hyun-sun's days were numbered. After all, everyone knew Min-ho's mother's temperament. When it came to her son, she would turn the school upside down, and now she wouldn't rest until she had destroyed Hyun Sung. The boys were pleased, believing it was only fair, since he had indeed beaten them up badly. Min-chul promised if the teachers didn't expel his bully, he'd return to school and finish him off until Hyun Sung begged on his knees to be expelled. Even if he were expelled now, Min-chul intended to go after that idiot until he received compensation. His friends immediately perked up when they heard about the compensation. They were ready to shake a couple $100 out of that idiot. The guys immediately started planning what they would do with the money, how they would buy a motorcycle and take girls for rides on it. The PTA meeting was interrupted by a loud thud of a fist. Mr. Ko Chang-bom, who was Hyun Sung's guardian, said that everyone here was either talking complete nonsense or genuinely didn't understand the problem. The man pointed his finger at Min-ho and said that it hadn't even occurred to anyone that this demon in human form had started it all. The principal tried to calm the guardian, who was taking liberties and calling the student a demon. However, the guardian asked the director what Min-ho was, if not a demon, and added that he had already found out everything about this group. It turned out that these guys had been attacking others, extorting money, and stealing valuables. They were pretty notorious bastards, and everyone in the neighborhood knew them. And now Mr. Ko wanted to know why such people were being persistently covered up. Was it the school administration, or were they simply unaware, or was bribery involved? This so-called Park Min-chul gang simply got what they deserved, and as a result, several ambulances arrived, while Hyun Sung was just trying to defend himself. Besides, we shouldn't forget the homeroom teacher's words, who confirmed the same thing. So it's better to figure out what actually caused the conflict. The guardian suggested we be honest with each other and think, if back in school some bully had been picking on a classmate, would everyone really have just kept quiet and put up with it? At that moment, Mrs. Kim interrupted the conversation. Her child had just been called a thug, and it was some unknown bastard who did it. The woman wanted to know who this guardian even was, since Hyun Sung didn't even have parents. Jang Bom recalled the conversation in the car when the boy had asked him to be his guardian. It was probably for the money. But Hyun Sung said that of course money wouldn't hurt, but not now, for certain matters in the future. If he only wanted money, he would have chosen an easier path, but now he needed something else. The young man explained that he wanted to cause a lot of trouble at school, and for that, he needed the power and influence of Mr. Ko Chang-boom. And these wouldn't just be fistfights, which everyone had seen more than once at their school. Some things could get him in trouble with the law. And it was precisely at moments like these that Hyun Sung wanted to rely on Mr. Ko to draw on his influence. After all, if a man so well known in the city were to stand behind the young man, no one would dare to make fun of the student anymore and would take him seriously. Hyun Sung wanted Chang Bom to act as his protector and deliver the result he needed. Hyun Sung promised that he, in turn, would do everything in his power to ensure that Ko Chang-bom became the next director of Myungjin Construction. Chang-bom listened to all this with interest and said he didn't see a problem with it. Besides, he possessed a wonderful aura of conviction. The man told the young man to just trust him, and whether he beat someone up or not didn't matter. Chang-bom would take care of everything. And now this woman wanted to know who Hyun Sung's guardian was. The man stood up and, looking down on everyone present, said that he was Kim Hyun Sung's guardian, and that his name was Ko Chang-bom, and he was the eldest son of Myungjin Construction. And none of those present even realize who they're talking to, because Hyun Sung is his precious little brother. And the guardian is certain that Hyun Sung isn't the type to cause trouble for others. But now it turns out that a parents' committee had even been formed on his behalf, so he quit his job and rushed over here. This school was supposed to become prestigious in the near future, and Mr. Ko really hoped that Hyun Sung would graduate without any problems, and he was planning to sponsor the school on behalf of the company. But it seems he needs to change his plans. Who would have thought the school was so rotten to the core? Jong Byum was simply stating the facts and now wanted to know what the teacher's duty was. Shouldn't teachers instill fair and righteous values in their students? And if so, why should Hyun Sung, who stood up to the bullies and saved his classmates, be punished? Are the teachers really going to ignore years of bullying and punish the one who, for the first time, found the strength to stand up for himself and his classmates? Where were the teachers when other children were being beaten up? It doesn't matter what kind of family a child comes from. Teachers take money from rich parents and turn a blind eye to their actions. If that's the main reason, then Mr. Ko said he won't let this slide. He will not only raise this school to the ground, but also punish everyone who sided with the bullies and make sure they don't even come near the city. And this can be considered a threat, because according to Ko Chang-bom, this was true justice. The auditorium was completely silent. The principal couldn't understand how the eldest son of Myungjin Construction had become Hyun Sung's guardian, since the boy was an orphan who lived with his grandmother and younger brother. The director realized that if he continued to help Min Ho, he would not only lose the opportunity to establish connections with Myungjin Construction, but he might also be expelled from the city for ignoring their warning. The principal realized it would be best to sever all ties with Min Ho's parents. This was a great opportunity to show himself in the best light. And if Myungjin Construction became a sponsor of the school, turning it into a prestigious institution would be only a matter of time. The principal knew he might be called a traitor and even have a few stones thrown at him. But when thinking about the school's future, the choice was obvious. Finally, the principal cleared his throat and said that, in fact, he had also heard about a group of students who were bullying the other kids. Mrs. Kim turned to the principal, who seemed to be about to say that her beloved son was the ringleader. But the principal cut her off, saying that now was not her time to speak. The principal didn't want to place the blame on anyone. He was simply stating the facts. The parent committee had gathered to act fairly based on all the available information. Throughout the years, student Kim Hyun Sung had been one of the top performers in terms of academic achievement, and he likely had a compelling reason for acting this way. That is why Principal Oh Tai-hwan suggested hearing Hyun Sung's perspective on the matter. Hyun Sung was satisfied. Finally, these people had asked for his opinion, since they wouldn't have listened to him if it weren't for the influential person standing beside him. In his past life, he hadn't had such a person. The young man stood up and explained that he had repeatedly spoken with many teachers about how Park Min-chol's gang was systematically bullying someone, but all the teachers kept saying the same thing. They said that Park Min-chol wasn't the kind of person who would do such a thing. It was probably just a joke. The teachers also asked him not to cause trouble for anyone, and to just be a man and handle it himself. Sometimes the teachers said they would help, but in reality, they didn't even look into the matter. Teacher Kim listened to these words, realizing they were directed at him as well. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung continued, saying that some teachers had simply scolded the bullies. But this, on the contrary, gave the bullies confidence in their impunity. Hyun-sung admitted that he had hit Min-ho and sent the other bullies to the hospital. He was sitting in the hot seat solely because he had hit someone once. The guy believed that the problem wasn't that he had gone too far, but that everyone else considered him completely defenseless and harmless. And even if the bullies had beaten him to death or pushed him off the roof, the case would have been quickly swept under the rug because Hyun-sung was powerless. The laws are different for the poor and the rich. That gang still exists and will continue to ruin everyone's lives. So Hyun-sung asked the parent committee to punish them to the fullest extent of the law. If this isn't done, the boy promised to spread the word. Everyone will find out what this school is really like, and it will soon become a disgrace to the city of Dasan. The only way to silence Hyun-sung is to fairly punish those truly responsible for the situation. Mrs. Kim started screaming again, declaring that she wouldn't let anyone accuse her Min-ho. The woman realized the situation was spiraling out of control. She stepped aside, picked up the phone, and called her husband, who was supposed to help her resolve the issue. Hearing her husband's voice on the other end of the line, Mrs. Kim said she was at the school for a PTA meeting regarding the beating of their son. But now these people are claiming that Min-ho is entirely to blame, and the principal and homeroom teacher are speaking about it with absolute seriousness. Just because the eldest son of Myeongchun Construction showed up here as a guardian, these ungrateful bastards are ignoring all the help they've received. The woman asked her husband where he was and if he could come. She believed they needed to show what they were capable of. Unexpectedly, her husband asked if Ko Chang-bom was really the guardian of the culprit. The wife confirmed that he was. Did her husband actually know him? That meant he would come right now and show who was in charge. But suddenly her husband shouted into the phone that she didn't understand anything and had no idea who she was talking to. He ordered her to agree to everything immediately and leave. Mrs. Kim ended the phone call almost in silence. She hadn't expected the situation to take such a turn. The night after the parent-teacher meeting, Hyun-seon lay in bed unable to sleep. The teachers decided Kim Hyun-sung would have to do 100 hours of community service, and the other 4 offenders caught committing school violence would face serious sanctions. Jong Min-ho couldn't believe his ears when he heard that he had in fact been expelled. Stepping out into the hallway, the young man couldn't control himself and lunged at Hyun-sung with his fists. But at the last moment, Mrs. Kim intervened, stopping her son by grabbing his arm. Hyun-sung turned to the boy and told him to get down on his knees and beg for forgiveness. Min-ho couldn't believe his ears, but Hyun-sung repeated that he demanded he get down on his knees and beg for mercy. Min-ho didn't understand why he should do that, since he had already been expelled. So why should he get down on his knees? But Hyun-sung just smirked and told the boy to ask his mother whether he should get down on his knees or not. Hyun-sung also added that if the boy tried hard now, perhaps his expulsion would be his only punishment. The young man looked at his mother, hoping for support, but she told her son to get down on his knees. Min-ho realized that something very important and dangerous had happened. He didn't argue and simply dropped to the floor. Min-ho bowed his head and promised it wouldn't happen again. Hyun-sung didn't know what to do. For some reason, he didn't feel relieved. And that meant Min-ho should expect the following in the near future. His life would turn into a nightmare. Hyun-sung now recalled that parent-teacher meeting and was satisfied with how the story had ended. He was one step closer to his life's main goal. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and a message came from Park Min-chul, who wanted to meet with Hyun-sung. The guys met that same night in the park. There was no one around. Hyun-sung didn't want any small talk and immediately asked him to cut to the chase. Park Min-chul lowered his head, trying to say something, and even broke out in a sweat from the tension. Finally, he managed to say that picking on Hyun-sung and the other classmates had been wrong. It had all happened because of his immaturity, and he hadn't even realized how hard it had been for them all. But now that he'd spent a week in the hospital, he fully agreed with the committee's decision and promised not to bother anyone in the future. So Park Min-chul hoped that Hyun-sung might let the matter slide. He spoke with the homeroom teacher and learned that if Hyun-sung agreed, they wouldn't be expelled. Park Min-chul asked for a chance, because being expelled from school now would ruin their future. Min-chul broke down in tears and begged Hyun-sung to let the matter drop. They would do anything and carry out any tasks or help with schoolwork. Hyun-sung was even a little surprised. Although these guys act like alpha males at school, they're essentially still just kids whose futures could be ruined with a snap of a finger. After being expelled in a scandal, no other school in the city would accept them. Furthermore, their records would be marked with a note about violence, and that would effectively be the end of their entire future life and career. Park Min-chul admitted, although he wasn't supposed to say this, someone had ordered them to bully other students. Well, as surprising as it may sound, Hyun-sung said he knew who was behind it all. After a couple of years in a coma, Hyun-sung heard a news report about a student who had jumped off a roof and left a suicide note containing the truth. It told of the Golden Circle, an organization founded in prestigious schools in Gangnam. Even in the future, the circle's members were never identified. The founder of this organization saw how children suffered from school violence and realized he could make money off of it. This man hired bullies or children with the right physical build and also identified which students had wealthy parents, offering to protect their children while they were in school. In addition, an entire system was established in which the students under their protection received excellent grades. If a student under their protection made it onto the honor roll, the hired bullies would eliminate the students who had outperformed them. In the future, only the lowest-ranking members of the Golden Circle hierarchy were identified, and information about the leadership remained undisclosed. In order to fully take revenge on those who turned Hyun-sung's life into a living hell, he must expose the Golden Circle organization and destroy everyone involved. Hyun-sung said he knew about the Golden Circle, but there was one inconsistency. It was based in Seoul, and they had no influence in Dasan. Now the young man wanted to know who had hired Park Min-chul. The young man replied that it was his senior, Shin Young-min. Shin Young-min was a third-year high school student, a bully who had the entire school under his thumb. Hyun-sung had no idea that he was a member of the Golden Circle because the organization made requests to its soldiers in remote regions. It was clear that Shin Young-min probably didn't know much, but he was definitely a member of the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung didn't think he'd be able to get much information out of him. At least he wouldn't do it voluntarily. Yeon-min was a burly, healthy guy who could easily have made his debut as an athlete in the future. Hyun-sung had figured out exactly how to deal with this Yeon-min, and now he asked his interlocutor if he wanted his forgiveness. Hyun-sung felt a huge amount of pent-up emotions inside him, emotions he had been gathering ever since he fell into a coma. The young man thought about forgiveness and repentance, and it immediately became clear that this would never happen. Hyun-sung leaned toward his companion and said that he would now show him what would happen to Min-chul every time they met. And the young man struck Park Min-chul with all his might. He knew that in a past life this guy had become a father, and his world had revolved entirely around his daughter. Everyone in the group had turned out exactly the same. They had achieved success in life and knew no hardship, so now karma was guiding Hyun-sung's hands. He struck out, hoping that all his tormentors would suffer and never forget these injuries for the rest of their lives. At school, everyone was talking about nothing but the incidents and fights that had happened the day before, how Hyun-sung had broken the lock, and with what fury he had fought the others. The kids came to the conclusion that they didn't understand why Hyun-sung had become so violent. He used to be a normal guy, but maybe the anger had just built up inside him, and now he couldn't stop. Just then, the door swung open, and Kim Hyun-sung appeared in the doorway. The classroom immediately fell completely silent. Everyone silently watched as the young man crossed the classroom and took his seat at the back desk by the window. Unexpectedly, Lee Jong-min approached him from behind. He said he'd heard about the expulsion of Park Min-chul's entire gang and that it was thanks to Hyun-sung, so he was ready to help his defender and promised to do everything in his power. But Hyun-sung asked in response why this snot-nosed kid, who hadn't dared to help at the committee meeting, had now come to express his gratitude. Lee Jong-min was at a loss for words, and Hyun-sung said that the guy's friends could have been a big help, but the Four Eyes got scared, yet now he'd come to say thank you. Hyun-sung replied that he'd seen such a friend and all his kindness in a coffin, after which he sent his classmate packing and told him not to show his face around him again. The two guys discussed recent events. They had to decide what to do next, since Park Min-chul and his whole crew had been expelled from school. Shin Yun-min was very angry about the situation as he listened to what the other guys were saying. It turned out that Min-chul and his friends had picked a fight with some kid without realizing he had powerful connections. Because of this, Ko Chang-bom himself stood up for him, and as a result, Kim Hyun-sung is now untouchable throughout the entire city. No one would dare compete with him, so we should just ignore him. However, Shin Young-min had a completely different opinion. He believed that the situation had simply changed, and now there was an opportunity to make even more money. Right now, they'll make tens of thousands off this misfit, and we should be grateful for such a fantastic turn of events. Shin Young-min asked who was currently in charge of recruitment. He needed him to go up to the roof immediately. Hyun-sung sat in class and paid close attention. He understood that to defeat the Golden Circle, a guy had to excel in his studies, since it was precisely the diligent students who became their targets. Hyun-sung thought if he consistently got straight A's, the Golden Circle would be forced to make the first move. Considering that Hyun-sung had been harassed before, he was already a thorn in their side. The boy had graduated from high school with excellent grades. Obviously, that was the reason they wouldn't leave him alone. It was all on Shin Yeon-min's orders. In any class, there's always someone who feels threatened by a true top student, and that person will want to eliminate the competition to secure their spot in the rankings. Hyun-sung already had a few suspects, but he needed to be absolutely certain before taking action. For now, he had to prepare for what might await him in the future. Hyun-sung had come up with this plan a long time ago and had finally set out to carry it out. The young man had arrived at a completely unfamiliar place and was now examining the building with interest. He was thinking about Jung-ju Chol, the first Korean fighter to win the MMA World Championship title. But unfortunately, now it was just an echo of the past that everyone had forgotten. Upon entering the completely empty reception area, the young man heard a voice asking if he wanted to sign up for the club. Hyun-sung was absolutely certain that he wanted to join this very club because he wanted to become a good fighter. Soon, the person currently in charge of the tryouts was summoned to the school rooftop. Park Jin-woo greeted Yeon-min. It was clear that the boy was nervous upon meeting the representative of the Golden Circle. Yeon-min was impressed by his companion's size and immense strength. After that, Shin Yeon-min patted the big guy on the cheek and said there was one important task. He needed to take first-year student Kim Hyun-min and make him mentally retarded so that he couldn't string two words together. The man in the sports section praised Hyun-sung for coming to the right place and said he would now get excellent results. First, the man was going to tell him about his gym. It offered physical training, relaxation, and a diet program. Yoon Kyung-chul was the owner of this facility and was very proud of it. The man said that his classes weren't cheap, but the young man would learn through sparring. The man asked what had motivated the young man to start training. Hyun-sung replied that he simply wanted to learn how to fight well so he could beat up all the jerks who pick on others. The coach paused for a moment and said that they didn't teach fighting here. If the guy had come to his gym because he wanted to beat someone up, this wasn't the place for him. For that, he could just get a little stronger, and the bad guys would back off. Why not just work out and build up his strength? Hyun-sung looked at this man, the Korean champion, and realized that there was a reason why such a famous and great athlete had ended up as just a gym owner in the middle of nowhere. And the main reason was banned substances. After his third title defense, Yoon Kyung-chul took a doping test, and anabolic steroids were found in his blood. The man admitted his guilt and made no excuses, but his career came to an immediate end. But that wasn't the main point. Hyun-sung had come to see him for another reason. The news was reporting on Korean athlete Kim Moo-yeol, who had reached unprecedented heights in just a few years, and recently revealed the shocking secret behind his success. It turned out that he wasn't a natural talent or a self-made man. He achieved everything thanks to the methods of his coach, Yoon Kyung-chul, who turned a third-rate wrestler into Korea's best athlete. Hyun-sung decided to get closer to this man and lay a solid foundation for his physique. The young man said that during his athletic career, Mr. Yoon would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and Hyun-sung had the same approach. The coach grew somber and said that this had been his biggest mistake, and he would have to pay for it for the rest of his life. The man said that if he could go back in time, he would never make the same mistake. The consequences of those years still haunt him. And using his own example, he told the guy straight up, he wouldn't get off scot-free, so he needed to leave. Yoon Kyung-chul wouldn't train him. Going to the gym just to beat up some idiots is a surefire way to end up in jail. The man had practically stepped out of the reception area when he heard two words from the young man. 100 million. Hyun-sung continued, saying he knew the man was in desperate need of money right now. If he agreed to train the boy, 100 million won would be transferred to his account the very next day. And even if they didn't get along and Hyun-sung left the gym, the money would stay with the coach. There was no risk for him. The main side effect of using banned substances is social condemnation and disqualification from the mixed martial arts scene. Hyun-sung didn't understand. If the coach knew the consequences, why did he choose to use performance-enhancing drugs? Did he really think the end justified the means? Now, Hyun-sung admitted that he felt much the same way. Perhaps after training, he would get into fights left and right, and the consequences of his actions would turn out to be worse than he imagined. Hyun-sung assumed he would likely end up crippled or in a juvenile detention center, followed by a transfer to prison for the rest of his life. But the boy was ready for that, which is why he came to Yoon Kyung-chul. Just like his coach back in the day, Hyun-sung sincerely said he was at his wit's end. He also added that he needed Yoon Kyung-chul. The coach immediately declared categorically that Hyun-sung would never touch drugs. He had personally gone through it and would not allow the young man to get his hands dirty in that filth. Hyun-sung would receive only training from the coach. The young man agreed to everything, but it turned out there were more conditions. The coach demanded that the boy step into the ring right then and there. If he could last one round, the coach would recognize his determination and willpower and take him on as a student. That night, when the apartment door opened, the grandmother couldn't help but scream. She was frightened when she saw her grandson and wanted to know what had happened. Hyun-sung looked, to put it mildly, beaten up. His whole body was covered in bruises and scrapes. The poor old woman burst into tears. Her hands were shaking and she demanded to know the scoundrel's name. She was ready to go and teach him a lesson. Hyun-sung tried to calm the old woman down, saying he was fine. But his grandmother thought there wasn't a single spot on her grandson that wasn't bruised. That evening, sitting alone in his gym, the coach drank and berated himself for his behavior. The man took out his phone and began typing a message. In the message, the coach suggested forgetting about the offer he had made the day before. Yoon Kyung-chul immediately warned the young man to think it over carefully. He wasn't joking. The coach had met many different people, hooligans and beaten-up students alike. It didn't matter what exactly drove Hyun-sung. Goals and desires were just words. Once you stepped into the ring, none of that mattered anymore. Over the course of his career, the coach had seen guys who were confident in their abilities, but who were soon begging for mercy on their knees after a couple of punches to the jaw. Yoon Kyung warned him that a round lasts 3 minutes. You don't hit a man who's down, and he needs to forget everything and try to survive during that time. If Hyun-sung proved his unwavering will, the coach promised to make him the best of the best. After that, the timer was started, the opponents faced each other, and the coach prepared to attack. He looked at the boy. The guy's stance was rather shaky, but there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Now the coach wanted to see how quickly this kid would change, whether he'd go down with the first blow or put up a little resistance. Hyun-sung thought he'd managed to block the punch, but at that very moment he took a blow to the jaw and his head started ringing like a kettle. The boy flew across the ring and landed against the wall, not even having time to put his hands up. But the very next moment, the coach was standing over him, demanding that the guy get up. Only 10 seconds had passed. This was followed by another series of blows from the coach. The force of the strikes was incredible, and Hyun-sung constantly hid behind his blocks, realizing that if he let a blow land, he would be knocked out immediately. Suddenly there was a pause, and the young man wondered why the coach had stopped hitting him in the head. But at that very moment, he received a kick to the torso. The young man was lying on the floor again, and the coach told him that now was the time to give up, while Hyun-sung was still conscious. Hyun-sung, bleeding all over the ring, got to his feet and asked if 3 minutes had really already passed, and the coach wanted to end it all. Another series of blows followed, and Hyun-sung realized he would soon be completely out of breath, but he still wanted to at least try to go on the offensive. Seizing the right moment, the young man even managed to swing his fist over the coach's head. But he immediately took a punch to the jaw, and his head snapped back, spraying blood all over the place. The coach knew the boy was practically done, but he still had to admit that he was a tough nut to crack. On the other hand, he didn't want him to give up so quickly. The coach knew he was facing a decent kid with a strong will, but he still didn't want to give in easily, especially to a kid who couldn't take a punch. But at that moment, he heard the battered Hyun-sung get to his feet behind him. The boy wanted to know exactly where the coach was going, since time hadn't run out yet. Holding onto the net with one hand and pinching the blood flowing from his nose with his finger, Hyun-sung was ready to continue the sparring session. The coach noted that the young man was stubborn and trying to act tough, and decided to bring him down a peg once and for all before he crossed the line. The coach warned Hyun-sung that from that moment on, there would be no more leniency. He would have to fight with full force. A series of blows to the head followed, and then there was another pause, just like last time. Hyun-sung assumed there would be another sweep, and he wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. But the coach wasn't that easy to outsmart. He landed a side kick to the ribs and said there was only half a minute left. If the boy didn't get up within the next 15 seconds, it would count as a loss. Hyun-sung really wanted to get up, but his body wouldn't obey him. The coach knew that his last strike had been too powerful to tolerate such a joking test of willpower, and he wanted the boy to give up and go home to rest. Hyun-sung suddenly started yelling at himself, cursing himself for not being able to get up. After all, he had waited so long for this moment. The young man thought about the 10 years he had spent in a coma, and how all that time he had begged God to turn back time. He had wanted someone to take pity on him and put him out of his misery, and now he couldn't even take a single blow. Hyun-sung recalled all his pain and realized he had to get up if he didn't want it all to start over again. The coach watched the young man with interest, and Hyun-sung knew, until he got his revenge, he didn't care what happened to him. Hyun-sung believed he had no right to give up until he had left the people responsible for all his misfortunes in a wet spot. The coach knew that not every professional fighter would be able to get back up quickly after his last blow. And now, looking at Hyun-sung, he was even afraid to imagine how hard this boy's life had been. Besides, if a person with such willpower were taught to fight, his life could take a dangerous turn. Yoon Kyung-chul said he appreciated the young man's stubbornness, but he wouldn't let him live a life full of regrets, and he would personally stop Hyun-sung. And the coach, without a moment's hesitation, immediately launched an attack. Hyun-sung only managed to put his two fists up in front of his face, but it didn't help much. He took another powerful blow to the head. But even so, the boy told himself, "Endure, stand, be silent, and don't you dare fall." And indeed, despite the force of the blow and the excruciating pain piercing his body, Hyun-sung continued to stand his ground against all odds. No sooner had he opened his eyes than a new attack was already flying toward him, and the coach's fist was closing in on his face. And at that moment, the timer went off. The coach even cursed, threw his gloves on the floor, and said the guy was very resilient. After that, the man turned around and, as he left the gym, said that Hyun-seon absolutely had to see a doctor tomorrow. As he was leaving, the coach added that he was willing to give Hyun-sun his bank account number. A couple of days ago, a broker from a new group had approached them with an offer to use performance-enhancing drugs again and perform. In return, they would be paid generously. The coach realized that if it weren't for the 100 million he'd received from his new student, he might have agreed to the offer. The next morning, Hyun-sung was having breakfast and told his grandmother that he'd had a minor misunderstanding with his classmates, but everything would be resolved soon. After that, the grandson asked if they had a newspaper subscription. His grandmother said she had been subscribing to the same newspaper for several decades. Hyun-sung told his grandmother that there would be a questionnaire this month and asked her to be sure to fill it out. Who knows? Maybe this time they'd get lucky. Grandma didn't see the point. Even if they were selected, they wouldn't be able to move anyway, since they didn't have the money. However, her grandson didn't see it that way. Hyun-sung explained that it's easy to get a loan these days, and they could cover the costs later. As a last resort, they could sell the property. Grandma didn't understand when her grandson had become an expert in construction, and Hyun-sung just laughed in response. Hyun-sung knew that Ko Chang-bom would personally add his grandmother to the list of winners. Of course, he would have liked to give her 100 million right away, just like he did the coach. But he was afraid the old woman would start asking questions, so it was better for her to just consider it a stroke of luck. The main thing was not to forget to submit the application. The next day, when they met on the roof, Shin Yeon-min was pleased with how Park Jin-woo had handled the situation, because it was impossible to look at the guy's tearless face. Park Jin-woo didn't understand what Yeon-min meant. The school's main troublemaker was convinced that Jin-woo had beaten up the boy, which was why it was now painful to even look at him. Seeing that this dimwit didn't get it, Yeon-min explained that he was talking about the guy who'd ended up in front of the Parent-Teacher Association. He'd been beaten up pretty badly and was even limping. Yeon-min was very pleased and said that from now on, Jin-woo could consider him a brother, and after school they would walk around the neighborhood together. Jin-woo still didn't understand what they were talking about, but decided not to rock the boat and instead to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to get closer to his senior. So he told Yeon-min that if he ever needed anything else, he could just ask. His request would be handled to the best of his ability. That's how a friendship developed between the two. Shin Yeon-min rarely praised anyone, but this guy had handled the task perfectly. After that meeting, Park Jin-woo decided to find out what had really happened to the boy. The guy saw for himself that the boy's face was indeed beaten up, Someone must have beaten him up for telling his parents everything. Park Jin-woo realized that his senior had decided he was responsible for this. And looking at the mess that was the boy's face, it became clear. This Hyun-sung was no fighter at all. Jin-woo decided to pretend it was his doing so that nobody would dare speak out against him. Jin-woo told one of his buddies to warn the others. If anyone started hanging out with Kim Hyun-sung, Park and his men would break their bones. During the very first session, the coach explained that successful training requires conditioning the body, especially in their line of work. If an athlete runs out of breath after a couple of strikes, training is pointless. So if Hyun-sung is sure he has nothing to lose, he just needs to grit his teeth and work hard. He needs to do this just enough for the coach to see that Hyun-sung has enough stamina for a fight. Only then will full-fledged training begin. For now, Hyun-sung has to grind it out for 2 hours every day. Hyun-sung was confident he could handle it, and that he wanted to defeat the veteran athlete Shin Young-min. And to do that, he needed to make training feel like a walk in the park. Besides, one mustn't forget that this is only the beginning. To expose the golden circle, he'll have to face enemies stronger than Yoon-min. Coach Yoon watched his student and marveled at the young man's endurance, who was still standing after 2 hours of training. After all, it wasn't just 2 hours of training. It was a hellish ordeal that wrung every last drop of energy from a person, and Yoon Kyung felt that the young man had great potential. The coach explained that when he was kicked out of the league, he looked for ways to reach the top without doping. His own career was beyond saving, but now he wanted his students to shine in the ring. So the coach decided to incorporate something special into their training, and if Hyun-sung kept up this pace, he would develop unprecedented abilities and surpass everyone. Hyun-sung realized he had passed the first test, and now he and the coach would finally begin turning him into a fighter. School days flew by, one after another. Hyun-sung was constantly alone. None of his classmates talked to him. A week later, a boy unexpectedly sat down next to him and said it was unfair, since Hyun-sung hadn't done anything wrong. Kim Si-woo was a classmate, and they had never spoken to each other before. Hyun-sung looked at the boy with surprise and wariness. The boy admitted that he had been a little afraid to get to know him personally. But now Si-woo realized that he didn't like how everyone was ignoring Hyun-sung for some silly reason. Si-woo suggested they hang out and spend time together, and Hyun-sung was very surprised to hear that people were ignoring him altogether. Si-woo repeated once more that it was strange how no one noticed Hyun-sung and how his classmates were avoiding him. Then the young man confessed that Park Jin-woo had threatened everyone about hanging out with Kim Hyun-sung. Jin-woo announced at school that he would personally kill anyone who dared to hang out with Hyun-sung. Si-woo said that they had been friends since elementary school, and even if he were beaten to death, he wouldn't stand for his friend being bullied. Hyun-sung was forced to admit that he had almost forgotten who Kim Si-woo was. In a past life, Si-woo had defended Hyun-sung when he was having trouble with his classmates. And this continued until Park Min-chul's gang turned their attention to Si-woo himself. They beat him so brutally that they broke his leg. Since then, nothing had been heard from him, and it wasn't until Hyun-sung ended up in the hospital that Si-woo visited him and said he should have stood by his friend until the end. Perhaps nothing would have happened then, but Si-woo admitted that he was too afraid and couldn't bear the thought of being beaten constantly. Weeping beside his sick friend's body, Si-woo said that he might have had a chance at a different life and that he would never have abandoned Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung remembered all of this, removed the guy's hand from his shoulder, and told him not to force himself on him as a friend. Hyun-sung advised him not to pretend to be strong and said he could handle everything on his own. Si-woo was very surprised. Apparently, his friend didn't even realize the scale of the problem. Just then, the doorbell rang. Si-woo stood up and said he would do what he wanted and wouldn't abandon his friend in trouble. Left alone, Hyun-sung thought about how others had no idea what the future held for him and how much pain and suffering he would have to endure because of the golden circle. Still, the young man believed that nothing good would come of Si-woo's interference and that he would once again end up as nothing more than a victim. Hyun-sung understood that he would have to cut off all his friendships except for his family. He didn't want to drag other people into this hell. And listening to his teacher's explanations, Hyun-sung tried to figure out how to get Si-woo to back off from him. After class, Hyun-sung waited for his friend to continue their conversation. But time passed, and Si-woo didn't show up. Maybe it was for the best. Then he wouldn't have to look for a reason to fight. But just then, their classmates started talking about how they'd seen Park Jin-woo drag Si-woo off somewhere just a moment ago, and now their classmate was done for. Of course, they could have told the teacher, but the boys decided not to get involved. Hyun-sung understood everything, and in the next moment ran as fast as he could to come to Si-woo's rescue. Meanwhile, in one of the school hallways, Jin-woo and his friends caught up with Si-woo and asked why he wasn't following his orders. Park Jin-woo was furious that this guy was either the only one in the dark or had completely lost his nerve. Si-woo, for his part, didn't look scared. He asked who Jin-woo thought he was to tell everyone what to do and who to hang out with. Si-woo declared that Hyun-sung was his friend, and he couldn't care less about any prohibitions or threats. And before Jin-woo could even react, he took a powerful kick to the jaw from Si-woo. Taken by surprise, everyone froze in their tracks. Jin-woo was furious and ordered his friends to beat up this insolent guy. The guys looked at Si-woo with surprise and caution. He had just humiliated their boss. They charged at him all at once, but were met with unexpected blocks and counterattacks. Si-woo had no intention of running away or giving up. Si-woo thought that his friend would probably be very angry. Hyun-sung had tried to prevent this situation, but Si-woo had still gotten into a fight. Si-woo didn't understand how anyone could ignore injustice. Hyun-sung was just putting on a tough act while remaining a pathetic child. But at the same time, they were friends, so Si-woo wasn't going to abandon him, unlike the others. At that moment, a kick to the chest knocked the wind out of Si-woo, and the young man doubled over in pain. Park Jin-woo had already recovered from the unexpected blow and was now ready to tear that insolent boy to shreds. Jin-woo ordered his friends to stay back, deciding to punish Si-woo himself. Jin-woo landed blow after blow to the guy's face, saying that snot-nosed brats like this learn a couple of moves and think they're something special. But in reality, they'd better know their place. And now Park Jin-woo was warning him that from now on, a daily beating awaited him. From this day forward, Si-woo would be inextricably tied to Hyun-sung, and their lives would become a living hell. The thug beat the boy and said that during every class, during breaks, at lunch, and even after school, he would personally beat up these two friends. But suddenly, Park Jin-woo's speech was interrupted. Someone burst into the office, kicking the door open. Kim Hyun-sung, his fists clenched, approached the guys. He wanted to know what Jin-woo was up to here and what he thought he was doing. Jin-woo, of course, recognized Hyun-sung, realizing that no one else could have barged in here. Hyun-sung was going to deal with this thug, but later, now it was clear that later had already arrived. Hyun-sung knew he was outmatched in strength and fighting skill, so he decided to provoke Jin-woo and started goading him, saying that this huge fatso only beats up little kids. Hyun-sung declared that his classmate had lost only because there was a whole gang here, since Jin-woo was afraid to fight one-on-one. Jin-woo's friends were stunned by such audacity and realized that this guy was asking for trouble and a wheelchair. Jin-woo ordered his friends to stay back, saying he would beat up this insolent guy himself, and immediately lunged at Hyun-sung with his fists. Hyun-sung knew that this thug had become the leader solely because of his size. Though he was big, he was predictable, and the young man punched him in the face with all his might. Hyun-sung was surprised when he realized that a single blow was enough to knock his opponent off his feet. It was a real disgrace. Hyun-sung knew his opponent would get angry and try to take him down, confident he could easily withstand all the blows. But no one knew that the coach had already prepared Hyun-sung for such a scenario. Without giving him time to recover, Hyun-sung landed blow after blow to Jin-woo's head. It hadn't yet dawned on the dimwit that he was losing and looked like a real punching bag. Hyun-sung knocked his opponent to the floor and knew he had to finish him off so that he'd be too scared to even cough, let alone get up. Park Jin-woo's friends watched in horror as their leader was beaten, convinced that this kid had lost his mind. Before Hyun-sung could land a kick, Jin-woo began begging him to stop and pleading for mercy, saying he was wrong. Hyun-sung approached the gangster and explained that if Jin-woo said another word about him, he wouldn't get off so easily. After that, Hyun-sung, intending to teach everyone present a lesson, ordered Jin-woo to apologize loudly and clearly. Hyun-sung wanted to intensify the humiliation and make it clear to everyone present that the same fate awaited them. Park Jin-woo, trembling all over and bleeding profusely, said loudly and clearly that he was asking Hyun-sung for forgiveness, that he was wrong and didn't want to do it at all, but had been forced to. A high school senior named Shin Yeon-min had forced him to do it, and the boy simply had no choice, but now he realized that all the rumors about Hyun-sung were lies. Park Jin-woo wouldn't let up. He kept apologizing, saying he was just following orders. And if it weren't for Yeon-min, he would never have laid a hand on the boy, and now he promises that nothing will happen to him. Hyun-sung was satisfied with this outcome to the fight. He shoved Jin-woo to the floor and called him a laughingstock. Furthermore, Hyun-sung ordered everyone present to leave Kim Si-woo alone once and for all, and warned that even if they so much as gave him a sidelong glance, they would immediately regret it. Hyun-sung kicked Park Jin-woo with all his might, putting an end to the matter and demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. Hyun-sung said he would track down anyone, even if they were on the other side of the world. Hyun-sung advised if the guy doesn't want a repeat of today, he shouldn't get involved no matter what happens. Sugar-woo, sitting on a hospital bed, said he managed to see Hyun-sung arrive before he lost consciousness. Si-woo knew his friend was still the same. He had rushed over immediately upon learning he was in trouble. And how could they turn their backs on each other? Si-woo didn't want his friend to act as if they were strangers. He said that even if he had to go through it all again, he still wouldn't abandon Hyun-sung. But Hyun-sung didn't want to continue this friendship. He knew he had to end it right now, and said he hadn't beaten up Park Jin-woo for his friend's sake. He did it simply because he wanted to fight, and he wouldn't have minded sending Park Jin-woo to the other world. Hyun-sung knew that everything that had happened up to that point was just the beginning. Hyun-sung confessed to his friend that he wanted to destroy every one of those thugs, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Hyun-sung told his friend that he had gone through certain problems he couldn't talk about, and advised Si-woo not to mess around and not to come at him with friendship. Hyun-sung wants nothing but revenge. If Si-woo stays around, he'll get punched in the face again, and the guy already looks pretty rough. As he was leaving the hospital room, Hyun-sung admitted that he considered Si-woo a friend, but wanted to tell him the kind and friendly Kim Hyun-sung no longer exists. So he advised that the next time Si-woo heard anything about him, he shouldn't get involved, because the path Hyun-sung had chosen was too much for him to handle. Kim Si-woo was very upset to hear such words from his friend, but he understood that Hyun-sung simply wanted to protect his well-being. Hyun-sung left his friend's room feeling very upset. In reality, he was grateful to Si-woo for his friendship and support. Shin Yeon-min checked his bank account. He'd heard that the reward had been doubled and the money was supposed to be transferred soon. He needed to figure out how to spend it. Yeon-min was very pleased because he'd received 10 million for beating up a teenager. If only they always paid that kind of money. Yeon-min had heard that he could make some extra cash at the neighboring school too, and decided to put in the effort and take on another job. Beating up kids was turning into a real gold mine. After graduation, maybe Yeon-min could become the Golden Circle's local representative. Just then, the cafeteria door slammed loudly, interrupting Yeon-min's pleasant thoughts. He wanted to know who was doing that. Shin Yeon-min put down his phone and looked at the newcomer in surprise. Hyun-sung stood in the doorway and asked who the bastard named Shin Young-min was. Of course, Yeon-min couldn't and wouldn't tolerate such an insult. He started to get up to tear the insolent man apart. But before he could get up, he noticed Hyun-sung charging toward him. Yeon-min put up a block, covering his face with his hand, and the guy's foot struck his arm. Yeon-min wanted to know who this insolent man was and where he had come from. Hyun-sung had no intention of answering questions. He landed blow after blow, striking his opponent. Yeon-min was a good fighter and knew it, but he still lacked strength, and his opponent's movements were predictable. Finally, Hyun-sung gave his name. Shin Young-min had been looking for him. Yeon-min was genuinely surprised and realized that this guy was truly one of a kind. Now it was clear why they paid such a high price for him. Hyun-sung had no intention of talking and continued to strike. At one point, he grabbed a chair, and his opponent demanded that he stop making a fool of himself and put it back in its place. But Hyun-sung knew, if he lost his advantage now, he was finished. Yeon-min intercepted his fist and blocked the blow. After that, Yeon-min went on the offensive and, holding the guy with one hand, began pounding him with his fists. Yeon-min said he wasn't all that smart, even if he'd learned some feints. Hyun-sung felt excruciating pain from the blows, but it was nothing compared to what he had already endured with the coach. From the very start of the fight, Hyun-sung knew he had little chance against such an opponent, but he wanted to prove something to himself. Hyun-sung didn't even expect to come out of it without a bruise and was ready to go all the way. Intercepting his opponent's leg during a strike, he grabbed him and flew toward the window with him. Hyun-sung smashed the glass with Yeon-min's back, and Yeon-min no longer understood what this madman wanted from him. Hyun-sung held the guy upside down outside the window and said he didn't care whether he lived or died. At that moment, several of Yeon-min's friends came to their senses and realized they had to save their boss immediately. They grabbed Hyun-sung and pulled him away from Yeon-min, who was staring in shock at what was happening. Hyun-sung kept yelling that Shin Young-min shouldn't think this was the end, because he had hurt his friend. This meant that on that day, Shin Yun-min had signed his own death warrant and must always remember it. Hyun-sung looked like a madman. He was hurling threats and promising to smash Yeonmin's head with a chair at the first opportunity. The guys dragged him out of the office, but he kept hurling insults and threats, warning that he wouldn't hesitate to kill them all. When silence finally fell in the office, Shin Yun-min stood there as if struck by lightning. He said nothing and didn't move. Finally, he snapped out of it, as if coming to after fainting, and asked his friend if he'd seen him beat that wimp up. His friend confirmed that he had seen everything, but Shin Young-min's expression suggested a completely different outcome to the fight. Half an hour had passed since the incident, and an announcement came over the intercom that certain students were to report to the principal's office. Teacher Kim entered the office and couldn't figure out what had happened there. He knew this was another one of Kim Hyun-sung's stunts. He'd have to cover his tracks again. Dealing with Park Jin-woo wouldn't be difficult, but the principal would be a different story. Principal Oh had always strived to turn the school into a prestigious institution, but lately the situation had almost robbed him of that opportunity. Teacher Kim couldn't believe his ears when he heard that they had to let the whole thing slide. Oh Tai-hwan ordered the incident to be ignored because, according to his information, the Ko family's eldest son would soon take the helm of the corporation. At the parent-teacher meeting, he had promised to donate a large sum to the school once he became the company's CEO. Teacher Kim couldn't believe his ears. He even broke out in a sweat from the tension. The principal explained that sponsorship is different from charity. Sponsors always expect something in return for their contribution. The principal wanted to know exactly what Ko Changbom was hoping to achieve by sponsoring their school. Of course, in this situation, it wasn't about image or reputation in the city. This man needed a favor, and as long as Kim Hyun-sung was attending the school, all his actions had to be kept quiet. In other words, the school administration must pretend that nothing has happened. After all, they're no strangers to supporting important students. In addition, the principal warned Teacher Kim that he wasn't asking him to do this dirty work for free. The principal promised that from now on, all possible benefits available to teachers under their employment contracts would be given to Kim Yeon-chul first. As their new sponsor said, there are a couple of vacant apartments in the new buildings for the right people. People say that real estate prices are rising every day. The principal knows that Teacher Kim and his wife are in need of new living space, and perhaps even separate housing for each of them. The principal promised that nothing in the teacher's life would change. It's just that, from now on, they would be looking after one more student, Kim Hyun-sung. The teacher couldn't believe his ears and assured the principal that he would be more than happy to do his best. The principal noted that his subordinate was taking this matter very seriously, which meant there was no misunderstanding between them. Teacher Kim grabbed the principal's hand and enthusiastically confirmed that their school would reach unprecedented heights thanks to his leadership, and that Principal Oh would become a legend in the city. The principal smiled kindly and asked him not to flatter him. The main thing was to keep a close eye on that boy, Hyun-sung. If he graduated without any fuss, the school would receive unimaginable privileges from Myeongchun. And of course, the principal wouldn't forget Teacher Kim's contribution. At that moment, the door suddenly flew open and an alarmed teacher rushed in. He shouted that a student named Kim Hyun-sung had been beaten, and the faces of the two men twisted in horror. They couldn't believe their ears and wanted to know exactly which scoundrel had laid a hand on him. Shin Yun-min was sitting in the principal's office, shouting that it was unfair. After all, Hyun-sung had burst into his classroom, attacked him, and still hadn't been expelled. The principal was very surprised. A high school student, who also practiced martial arts, was complaining about a younger student. This was a huge blow to the school's reputation. Teacher Kim said he knew all about Shin Yeon-min, who had been beating up younger students at every opportunity for years. Of course, the principal was outraged upon hearing this, but Teacher Kim continued to insist that this student was behind most of the fights at the school. Yeon-min couldn't believe his ears. Because of this villain, he had nearly been thrown out the window, and there were plenty of witnesses. The principal leaned toward the boy and said that every accusation has witnesses. The question is who to believe. And right now they could go out into the street and ask any passerby who they trusted more. A straight-A student or a troublemaker like Shin Young-min. And there's no doubt who people would choose. Yeon-min realized his arguments weren't working and told the teacher to get lost. Teacher Kim grabbed the boy by his clothes and shook the insolent student. After that, he said that if Yeon-min kept playing the victim, the school administration would bring up all his past mistakes. Youngmin had to think carefully and answer. Would he admit that he had done wrong? Shin Youngmin had mixed feelings. These people were just as corrupt as he was. In the end, choosing himself, he bowed his head and said he was wrong. Youngmin was returning from the principal's office, furious that teacher Kim had sided with Hyun Seong. He no longer knew what to do. Graduation was coming up and he couldn't afford to stand out too much. But at the same time, he couldn't let the situation go unanswered and decided to seek outside help. After which he took out his phone and made a call. The man was drinking coffee in his car and reviewing papers, considering the situation routine. They usually followed a similar pattern. But now Myungjin Construction had intervened. Everyone who had bullied Hyun Seong had been expelled, and the principal and teachers were covering for him. The guy knew that the Golden Circle didn't forgive such things. A mercenary's failure fell on the broker. That is, on him. Gan Taegu realized that now he would have to take matters into his own hands, since he was the Golden Circle broker in charge of the suburbs. Upon entering the principal's office, the man said he was Yeonmin's uncle and that his nephew had complained of unfair treatment. The principal immediately and categorically stated that there could be no injustice at their school. Kang Taegu understood that people like the principal never take risks for no reason and began to explain that a few days earlier, 4 students had been hospitalized and expelled. But surprisingly, the other side of the conflict, who had participated in the fight, went unpunished. The man believed the matter should be referred to the police. Although perhaps there was another reason, and the school administration treats student Kim Hyun-seon differently, in which case they shouldn't expect any leniency. The principal laughed and said that the story was amusing, but there are laws in the city that must be followed. Out of consideration for the future student, the school administration decided not to involve the police and resolved the matter themselves. And now Mr. Kang can do whatever he sees fit. This information made the man very angry. He told the principal that, unlike most people, he stands by his words and understands what the principal is getting at. Oh Tai-hwan, without changing his expression, said that such threats wouldn't work in the slightest and ended the conversation. The police officer listened to the account and said that it was clearly a case of self-defense in response to violence from other students. The officer also added that this was clear to them even without a thorough investigation. Surely the man didn't want to ruin the student's life. The officer explained, if Kim Hyun-seong were to be held accountable, Shin Yeon-min would have to be put behind bars first. Kang Taegu was simply furious. He believed that it was precisely because of police officers like this that people everywhere had lost faith in law enforcement. If the police couldn't resolve the situation according to the law, then Kang Taegu would take the matter public. Everyone knows how influential the internet can be, but the police officer just laughed at these words, saying that they lived in the town of Dasan, and that shouldn't be forgotten. This isn't a huge metropolis like Seoul, but a small town where different values take precedence. So even if he flooded the entire internet with tears, in a couple of weeks everything would be forgotten. Taegu was furious. This was some damn small town that he brought nothing but trouble to. Apparently the police chief was on friendly terms with the school principal. In a small town like this, everyone is a neighbor. So it was no surprise that the case was swept under the rug. Besides, the reason why the principal was so calm and confident had become clear. That reason was that the local mobsters were on his side. In every town, an armed gang is always a problem. If they operated by some rules, it would be possible to intervene. It would be easy for an outsider to join by contributing a certain amount of money. But secrecy and the protection of their own territories are always a top priority. That's why outsiders can't infiltrate these gangs at all. The local police are in close cahoots with all the local thugs, which is why second-rate cops don't want to work in the backwoods at all. Cases in such towns are quite simple, but no one wants to deal with them. Gun Taegu understood that he couldn't screw up in such a straightforward situation. But so far, nothing was working out for him, and he felt completely helpless. The Golden Circle organization has never once tarnished its reputation. And if that reputation were to be tarnished because of one broker's actions, the Circle would send a new broker who would surely sort everything out. The only problem was that all of Han Taegu's successes and hard work would go down the drain, because members of the organization who messed up didn't live long. The man realized that he needed to calm down and think everything through carefully. Then he would surely be able to get himself out of this mess. Yeonmin was walking through the city streets talking on the phone. He was upset because he had been promised help. Gan Taegu, on the other hand, said that the Golden Circle didn't mess around since it was Yeonmin himself who had misled his broker when he took the kickback. Upon hearing that Mr. Kang was ready to report to higher-ups that Yeonmin had failed, the young man said it wasn't worth doing so and was ready to fix the situation. Kang Tae-gu was very annoyed. He had even lost sleep over these stupid problems. He advised Yeonmin to learn how to analyze the situation correctly and draw the right conclusions, since no one had demanded that the student be destroyed. Hyun-sun had simply been ordered to lower his grades. Yongmin was supposed to send his assistants to handle it or take care of it himself, but make sure Hyun-seon barely even got a C. No one would believe that all the teachers were on this guy's side, since they wouldn't be able to control every subject. Yeonmin listened to these instructions and was furious, because just the day before, his broker had promised help, and now he was backing out. Kang Tae-gu repeated once again that the Golden Circle doesn't forgive mistakes, and if they screw this up, they'll both be destroyed because of some schoolboy. Shin Yeonmin didn't know what to do or where to start. A lot of time had passed and nothing had come of it. Suddenly, Hyun-chong appeared behind him and said he'd warned him not to get in his way or look back. The next day at school, his classmates whispered among themselves and were horrified when they found out that their toughest and strongest classmate, Yeonmin, had been beaten up by Hyun-chong, who had beaten him so badly that there was hardly a spot left on him that wasn't bruised. They also talked about Park Jin-woo. He was barely left standing either, and now school had become a truly scary place to attend. Yeonmin recalled again how Hyun-sung had told him to watch his back. He hadn't warned him for nothing. Hyun-sung couldn't believe it. Could it really be that Yeonmin cared more about his test scores than his own life? Yeongmin froze in surprise, clenching his fist, while Hyun-sung continued, saying that after the broker's conversation with the principal, the boy's situation had gotten even worse. But everything was much more complicated. Hyun-sung was certain that Yeonmin knew that the eldest son of Myeongchin Construction was his sponsor, and now he would do everything in his power to make sure he didn't get off the hook. Shin Yeonmin won't get off with just expulsion from school. Hyun-sung declared that he would take the case to court and secure the longest prison sentence the law allows. And when Yeonmin gets out of prison, people from Myeongchin will be waiting for him with one single mission. They must ensure that he cannot settle anywhere and that he is not treated like a human being. Yeonmin will be forced to leave the city, but his nightmare won't end there. Shin Yeonmin couldn't believe what he was hearing. He realized this guy had lost his mind. But Hyun-sung declared that it wasn't about justice at all. The guy said he wanted to wipe out every scoundrel who had meddled in his life. And if Shin Yeonmin wants to go to school like everyone else and be treated like a human being, he'll have to do something. Namely, he had to grit his teeth and endure it, just like the dozens of other students who had been beaten on his orders before. Hyun-sung began striking Yeonmin, who didn't even think of resisting. The young man was covered in wounds. His face had turned into one continuous gash. Of course, he could easily have broken this kid, but the problem was Hyun-sung's friends. At the same time, the young man understood perfectly well that he couldn't leave Hyun-sung alone, or else the Golden Circle would kill him. According to rumors, the Golden Circle severely punishes and disciplines members for misdeeds. In any case, it was a dead-end situation. Perhaps expulsion from school and prison weren't such a bad option after all. To his classmates' surprise, Yeonmin suddenly started banging his head against the desk because he didn't want to think about any of this horror at all. Yeonmin berated himself for taking such a huge sum of money from the Golden Circle. Now his only hope was that Hyun-sung would fail his exams, which would buy Yeonmin a little more time. Hyun-sung understood that his threats were still in effect for now, but after the first semester exams, everything would change drastically. As soon as he received excellent grades for the semester, this precarious situation would finally come crashing down, and Yeonmin was desperately trying to survive. The broker is covering up his own screw-ups, and the Golden Circle, which is behind all this, will be engulfed in a storm of complaints and outrage. And that's when Hyun-sung realized he would get what he wanted and be able to pit all the enraged players against each other. Hyun-sung knew that all he needed to do was get good grades. He had to do it by any means necessary, through the principal, a sponsor, or simply by studying. In any case, the matter was practically settled, which is why now at school, people were even afraid to look at Hyun-sung askance. A veritable wall of malice and fear had been erected around him, and it gave Hyun-sung an indescribable sense of confidence. The young man continued to attend training sessions regularly and improve his physical and combat abilities. The coach said that willpower is what keeps you from giving up in an extreme situation. When a person has willpower, no physical limitations of the body will stand in the way. Hyun-sung had to act as if his entire life depended on it. The very fact that a person is alive allows them to act in the most extreme situations. Yoon-kyung was about to deliver another blow, hoping his student would be able to counter it. And now he looked on with satisfaction at the young man, who had not only managed to dodge the attack himself, but had also landed a counterpunch. The coach realized that the boy was very talented. He could withstand blows that would knock anyone else off their feet. It was something to be envied, but now the young man needed to take a shower and go home, because rest was just as important as training. The coach admired Hyun-sung, and if this weren't just a routine job for money, he would definitely have sent the boy into professional sports. Hyun-sung was on his way back after practice. Yoon-kyung had recently scolded him for doing extra training because to get stronger, you need to rest well. Hyun-sung was already leaving the gym when he unexpectedly ran into Kim Si-woo at the door, who had come to sign up for a training session. After being hospitalized, Kim Si-woo had spent a lot of time thinking and analyzing. He was trying to understand how something could have happened that changed a person's personality so drastically. Why had the boy, who used to laugh often and try to make his grandmother happy, who tried in every way to become a better person, now turned into a real monster? Si-woo realized that his friend had fallen into some kind of abyss and was now living out his only life there. Hyun-sung himself said that he wanted to crush everyone who didn't give others a moment's peace, even at the cost of his own life. Si-woo realized that his friend seemed to have been replaced, and he was very upset, not knowing what to do now. The young man was lost in these thoughts when the door suddenly burst open, and a classmate told him that trouble had broken out between Hyun-sung and Shin Yeon-min. It felt as if the world had turned upside down, but the older student confirmed that it was all true. Hyun-sung had beaten up Yeon-min, and yet back in their childhood, they had been friends. They used to play with toy cars and hang out together, and now Hyun-sung had appeared out of nowhere, burst into the classroom, and nearly thrown Yeon-min out the window. Hyun-sung announced to the whole world that he wouldn't let his bullies get away with it. Si-woo was deep in thought over this news and didn't even notice when his classmate left the room. Si-woo understood that his friend had become a bad person, and it happened at the very moment when they were both powerless. Hyun-sung turned to the coach. Could the new kid he'd mentioned really be Si-woo? The coach was surprised to learn that they knew each other. Hyun-sung asked him not to take the student and was even willing to compensate him financially. But Yoon-kyung was very concerned for the boy and his strength, believing it would be good to have a friend nearby who could protect him from serious trouble. The coach put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that whether or not to let people into the gym was entirely up to him and had nothing to do with the other students. After that, the man showed the newcomer around the gym and explained how everything worked, while Hyun-sung was supposed to go home to rest. Once they were alone, the men spoke frankly. Si-woo confessed to the coach that he wanted to help his friend and knew that Hyun-sung dreamed of getting rid of the school bullies. Yoon-kyung was already annoyed by these childish squabbles, how he wanted to just tell them all to go to hell. The coach said that the gym wasn't a place to teach violence. If it were up to him, he would have kicked those kids out of the gym. The gym is a place where you train your body and spirit, but Si-woo ripped off his band-aid and demanded that the coach look at his wounds. He'd gotten them for standing up to a school bully. School violence these days is far more terrifying than parents realize. Si-woo was certain. If his friend hadn't come to his aid, he might already be crippled. And even now, Hyun-sung is risking his life for Si-woo and refuses to turn his back on his friend. The young man asked not to be turned away and to be admitted to the gym to see another coach. He was certain that he needed Yoon-kyung specifically. The man clutched his head, realizing that these teenagers were driving him crazy. Si-woo pulled out his wallet and said that, unfortunately, this was all the money he had. But if that wasn't enough, he was ready to take on a part-time job. At that moment, the coach couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist down on the table with all his might. He couldn't understand what was going on in this world if young people and teenagers were so desperate. Si-woo said that even if he didn't get help from the coach, he would still help his friend, because in this situation, when you're cornered on all sides, you can't just put up with it and give in. Coach Yoon-kyung eventually cursed a few more times and said that practice would start the next day. But if Si-woo slacked off, he would beat him up personally. The young man was very pleased that he had managed to come to an agreement with the coach, while the coach believed he was simply giving the boy a chance to survive in a violent environment. After that, they said goodbye, and as he was leaving, Si-woo heard his friend calling him. Hyun-sung had already realized that the coach wasn't opposed to the new student, but personally he still was. So now Hyun-sung wanted proof that even if Si-woo fell into the depths of hell where he would claw his way out through sheer determination. Kim Si-woo had no intention of giving up and calmly accepted the offer. Now he was ready to prove that this friendship was worth something. Hyun-sung wanted to show his friend that it was a very foolish decision to become friends with him, especially now. Hyun-sung began to describe the bleak prospects. He could die in a fight, end up behind bars, or end up with nothing. Si-woo replied that he understood all of this perfectly well himself, which was why he had come. He was sure that a man is no warrior alone. Hyun-sung warned his friend once more that no matter what happened, they would no longer be considered friends. Hyun-sung immediately went on the offensive. He wanted to pin Si-woo to the mat and burn all bridges. But to his surprise, Hyun-sung found himself forced to block and dodge the blows. Of course, he shouldn't have forgotten that Si-woo was a former athlete. That was exactly why he had gotten into the fight, confident in his own strength. If Si-woo had fought Park one-on-one back then, there wouldn't have been a wet spot left of him. Many years ago, Kim Si-woo was a successful taekwondo fighter who won medals and awards. However, at one of the tournaments, he was scheduled to fight the son of the association's president, and Si-woo lost that fight for a completely ridiculous reason. He later told a friend that he wasn't even given a chance, and that completely killed the athlete in Si-woo. However, his endless tenacity hadn't gone anywhere, and now he lay defeated on the floor of the ring. Hyun-sung told his friend about a mixed martial arts technique called the fake sweep. It's an easy way to take down an unsuspecting opponent. Hyun-sung was beating up his friend and demanding that he give up. Si-woo, shielding his head from the blows, recalled how they used to play together as children, and shouted that he wouldn't give up and would never abandon Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung landed a few more blows, unable to understand who would ask this stubborn man to be his friend. Si-woo silently took all the blows, didn't ask for mercy, and eventually started laughing loudly, which caused tears to well up in Hyun-sung's eyes. The boy turned away. He didn't understand why he was being so stubborn, since they were already friends. Si-woo was constantly teased and often beaten. He didn't tell his grandmother about it because she had raised him alone, unlike his parents who had abandoned him. But then Hyun-sung came into the boy's life, and there was one moment that was forever etched in Si-woo's memory. That's why he's digging in his heels now, and it's not foolish. Si-woo doesn't understand why he should turn his back on a friend. Si-woo does what he wants, and that's his path. He quit taekwondo, stayed friends with Hyun-sung, and those are his decisions, which he doesn't regret. Hyun-sung could no longer hold back his tears. He didn't understand why this stubborn sheep wouldn't give in. But just then, the door swung open, and the coach appeared in the doorway, saying that these girls needed to stop sniffling and start training, or else he'd turn them into champions in the end. Yoon-kyung could see that both guys were very talented, and he didn't understand why kids like them were being bullied at school. Even without training, they could easily handle a group of school thugs. Over the course of his career, Yoon-kyung had faced many fighters in the ring, but he had never seen anyone Si-woo's age who could calculate the power of a close-range strike so well. Hyun-sung possessed a superhuman, animalistic will. His keen understanding of the situation allowed him to turn things to his advantage, and he easily found gaps in his opponent's defense. The coach turned to Hyun-sung and said he had a proposal. At first he hadn't wanted to make it, but now he saw outstanding potential and felt it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Hyun-sung had just said that Si-woo was incapable of helping him, no matter what happened. And now the coach was suggesting that they both forget about school and their problems and focus on sports. Of course, the Korean Sports Federation had written off Yoon-kyung as an athlete, but he still had connections. And if the three of them worked hard, both boys would end up at the top. Hyun-sung wanted to know why his coach had started wrestling. The man replied that at first it was just a hobby, and then things started to work out. Hyun-sung replied that, unlike his coach, he couldn't care less about sports. His body aches so much that he wants to quit every time. But Hyun-sung has a goal, and if he can't achieve it, he'd rather die. And that's the only thing giving him strength. Hyun-sung said that in this situation, the coach needs to make a decision and think it through carefully. Hyun-sung left the gym and said that if the coach ultimately didn't accept his position, they'd be better off canceling the deal and going their separate ways. But he shouldn't stand in his way. The friends met after practice in the gym. Hyun-sung wanted to hear a thoughtful response from his friend. Was Si-woo sure he wouldn't regret it if he went down this path? The young man confirmed that he was, and then Hyun-sung laid out a few conditions. They had to train together every day. If Coach Yoon changed his mind and refused, they would find another gym. The next condition: Siwoo should only get involved in fights he could physically handle. If he realized he couldn't handle it, or if it smelled like a criminal matter, he shouldn't get involved. Siwoo didn't understand exactly what his friend was getting into, or at what point he could assess how a fight would go. Hyun-sung decided not to go into details for now, and to let things take their course, saying that there was just one more thing. Siwoo's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard that starting today, Myung-jin would be paying him a stipend. No questions asked, either agree or leave. Besides, he needed to study hard. After all, once they were done with everything and escaped this hell, if they survived that long, their lives would be much calmer than they were now. Hyun-sung decided that this was exactly how things should be. At the very least, he would be able to make Siwoo's future better. Hyun-sung came home after practice and found his younger brother, Hyun-jin, at home. Hyun-jin mentioned that he was watching the tournament on TV. If Baker's team wins, they'll advance to the finals, and he's rooting for them. Hyun-sung said he'd go make them something tasty and headed to the kitchen. In his past life, that team had made it to the finals. And although his younger brother never spoke of it aloud, he surely wanted to spend some time in front of the TV right now. Hyun-jin loved video games, but he never asked to be bought a computer and never demanded anything so as not to burden others. Hyun-sung thought about how his grandmother, younger brother, and Siwoo were the people he cherished. He wanted to shield them from the consequences of his revenge and make their lives better. Hyun-sung knew he would destroy anyone who stood in his way. Finally, his younger brother looked up from the TV and asked him to cook some sausages. Hyun-sung really wanted to do something nice for this kind boy. It was a message from the coach, who promised he would no longer act on his own whims and burden Hyun-sung with talk of a sports career. That settled the matter. A week had passed since then. Midterm exams had begun, and outside it was getting warmer and more pleasant with each passing day. The school's top 10 students would be announced publicly. It was exam season, a time when students proved the significance of their own existence. Every student had to demonstrate all their knowledge. The teachers advised them to be honest, and cheating could result in a failing grade. Hyun-sung understood. If he failed the exams, the whole plan would go down the drain before it even began. On the one hand, he had no use for good grades. He could gather evidence against the Golden Circle and present it to the public. But on the other hand, that would be tantamount to cutting off his own head. Exposing the Golden Circle wasn't enough. The leaders would simply go into hiding and remain unpunished. If Hyun-sung wants to reach the very top, he must become the biggest thorn in their side, constantly testing their patience and forcing them to make mistakes, wounding their pride and tarnishing their impeccable reputation. Finally, the exam arrived. Grades were merely small strokes in the bigger picture, a stepping stone from which the fight against the system of violence began. Hyun-sung thought that starting today, his life had begun. In his past life, there was a situation in Hyun-sung's class where the protagonist had fallen far behind in his studies, but then came back and became the best student in the country. On the other hand, the main character went back 10 years, and that, of course, was overkill. He became the best student in the school simply by reliving his school years all over again. On the other hand, if you're a fool in life, you won't become smart after reincarnation. To be the smartest, you have to be that way all the time. These were exactly the kinds of conversations he'd had in his past life, which is why Hyun-sung was now recalling them and understanding what that guy had felt. Hyun-sung remembered how hard he had studied in his past life, how much energy he had spent preparing for exams. But it all turned out to be completely pointless. All his efforts were in vain. But now something strange was happening. Hyun-sung remembered all the correct answers perfectly, right down to the last one. And so, sitting in the exam, Hyun-sung realized that he was stuck in his school days. And he would probably never be able to break out of this vicious cycle and would always remain in high school. Even as a victim of abuse, Hyun-sung kept studying, went to school, and then bitterly regretted it while in a vegetative state. These memories literally burned into his brain and never left him for a second. That's why Hyun-sung was now absolutely certain that he would never forget all the torment he had endured. Not even for a second. Because it was precisely these events and situations that made him who he is today. When the exam was over, all the students scattered in groups and compared answers, trying to calculate how many points they had earned. A classmate named Oh Hye-ji came over to check the correct answers and compare them with her own. Hyun-sung didn't expect anyone to speak to him. and replied to the girl that he didn't want to and didn't plan to check the answers on the exam. Hyun-sung remembered this classmate from his past life. She was a pretty girl who was popular with the boys. Once she even confessed her love to Hyun-sung, but he turned her down because he couldn't balance his studies with dating. Hyoji offered to check the answers herself and set to work with great enthusiasm. The results matched one after another, and now the other students in the class were listening in awe. Hyun-sung decided to take advantage of his classmates' popularity to draw attention. By this point, the girl had already finished checking and couldn't believe her eyes. Hyun-sung had aced the exam. The next day, Hyun-sung called teacher Kim Yeon-chul up to the roof because he wanted to talk to him. Teacher Kim called the boy the best student in the school and said he was ready to help with anything. Hyun-sung didn't beat around the bush and asked what teacher Kim knew about the golden circle. Teacher Kim had no idea what circle he was talking about, so the young man told him to listen carefully because he was about to tell him something very important. It seemed like a fabrication, and in the modern world, such a thing was impossible. The school principal was talking to a man who couldn't understand how a student who had previously shown no aptitude had ended up at the top of the class. After all, the test was very difficult. The principal replied that Hyun-sung had always been a bright student, but was now truly achieving amazing results. However, he was absolutely certain that none of the students received any special treatment on exams. The principal's conversation partner warned that he would report this situation to the academy. The principal didn't understand why people preferred to spend money on extra classes, since his school had its own preparatory program and the students were achieving excellent results. Teacher Kim asked if this was another call from the academy, since the exam had been very difficult. The principal had deliberately designed the exam so that none of the students could score a perfect score. But now a situation had arisen that no one could have even imagined. The top student was no mere fluke. Looking at Kim Hyun-sung's exam paper, the principal admitted that the mere realization of this took his breath away. He could already see the student earning the highest score in the country and then entering Hanok University as the top student. Teacher Kim listened to the principal's remarks with his mouth agape and said that it was quite possible that everything would turn out exactly that way. Finally, the teaching staff had the opportunity to make the school the best in Korea. Sponsorship from the Myungjin Company and Hyun-sung's grades could make that dream a reality. But now the principal realized that the school's top student was also becoming its biggest problem. A school that had just started to rise could fall flat on its face at any moment. The principal reminded Teacher Kim once again of his request to look after Hyun-sung, and so far everything had been going perfectly in that regard. But the principal announced that from now on, Hyun-sung would be the school's most valuable asset, so he needed to be cared for and protected even more than before. The principal acknowledged that the school's rising star had blossomed under homeroom teacher Kim's guidance. So starting this month, the teacher would receive a bonus, and this was just the beginning. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Kim Yeon-chul was now the key to the school's success, and many of these perks would remain even after Hyun-sung graduated. The teacher couldn't take his eyes off the money the principal had handed him and promised to carry out his mission with even greater zeal. So, as soon as the student called the homeroom teacher up to the roof for a talk, the man showed up immediately. The young man asked what the teacher knew about the golden circle. As expected, that dummy Kim Yeon-chul knew absolutely nothing about the golden circle. Hyun-sung decided to tell the teacher something important. He needed to listen carefully about the Golden Circle organization. When the young man finished his story, he declared, if anything happened to him, Kim Yeon-chul would go down with him. The teacher had no doubt about that, and now wanted to know what was expected of him. Hyun-sung immediately said that he had no intention of stopping Shin Yeon-min. Hyun-sung added that there was no need to do anything right now. He would let him know, and for now the teacher should simply wait for the signal. The young man turned to leave and said that no matter what happened, Teacher Kim should ignore everything, just as all teachers do. For now, that was enough. But he needed to be ready for anything at a certain moment. And then Kim Yeon-chul realized he shouldn't underestimate his words. Shin Yeon-min lay on the ground, bleeding out, with a foot on his head, and the man said this was the final warning. Kang Tae-gu, adjusting his jacket, said that if Yeon-min failed the task one more time, he would lose his arm. Leaving the beaten man on the ground, Tae-gu reminded him once again that this was his last chance. Yeon-min was barely holding on, bleeding and in excruciating pain, and it was all because of Kim Hyun-sung. That evening, the boy met up with his friends who suggested breaking Hyun-sung's knees, but doing it off school grounds. Yeon-min knew they could easily maim this guy, turning him into a cripple. But outside the school, fighters from the Myeongshin Corporation would immediately pounce on them, and then they'd be in big trouble. They had no choice. They had to act right there at school. Those businessmen wouldn't be able to get to them there. The main goal was to make Hyun Seon understand that his sponsor and protector were worthless. It's worth remembering that Park Min-cheol and his friends tried to take on that bully, but they were all expelled from school. Baek Seong-ho, known by the nickname Monster Gorilla, was in the penultimate grade and also decided to speak up about this. He suggested approaching the issue differently and ganging up on Hyun Sung all at once. It's no secret that the principal is obsessed with the school's reputation. He can punish anyone individually, but he won't do anything if there are 30 of us involved. Of course, Yeon-min agreed that the school's reputation was the most important thing to the principal, so he wouldn't cross the line, and it seemed like the perfect plan. A few days passed, and Kim Hyun-sung sensed that something was wrong. Someone was constantly accidentally bumping into him, pushing him, insulting him, and provoking him in every way possible. Hyun-sung realized that what he had been waiting for so long had finally begun. The school students were literally taking turns trying to pick on him in any way they could. Hyun-sung was simply walking down the school hallway when one of the students ran after him. He ran up to the boy, smacked him on the back of the head, and said he didn't understand why Hyun-sung didn't turn around when he'd called out to him so many times. Hyun-sung didn't react to the slap at all, but the guy kept pushing him, thinking he should apologize. A few more students gathered around, and now everyone could see that Hyun-sung was being disrespectful to his friends. They claimed they just wanted to chat, but he was ignoring them and showing disrespect. Hyun-sung stopped, smiled, and said he would apologize for his behavior right then and there. The next moment, the guy closest to him took a powerful punch to the face. He didn't even have time to raise his arm to defend himself. A series of powerful blows followed, and several more students were sent flying in different directions. One of the guys dropped to his knees, shaking and crying, blood streaming from his nose. Hyun-sung kicked the guy and told him not to lose consciousness, but to remember something and pass it on to the boss. Hyun-sung advised everyone to stop straining their 1.5 brain cells and to come together as a group from now on. Just then, the door burst open and Gorilla Monster appeared with his buddies. Sun-ho had initially planned to set the freshman on Hyun-sung and then overwhelm him with the crowd, but the situation had changed. Hyun-sung stood up as Gorilla Monster approached him and said that if they started a fight here, things would get worse for them. So it would be better to go outside the school grounds where the teachers wouldn't interfere. And now Hyun-sung was standing in front of the group of guys. It was all happening outside the school grounds. Having spent 10 years as a vegetable in a hospital bed, the boy had rethought the plan countless times. And the scenario he'd imagined with Kang Jong-sok was nothing but a wild fantasy. Of course, things always look better in your head and you can fantasize about anything, always to your advantage. Hyun-sung recalled how they had begged him for forgiveness and admitted they were wrong. But in real life, things didn't go according to plan, and now Hyun-sung knew that a great deal depended on this fight. He had to stall for time, or the price would be too high. Hyun-sung looked over the group of guys and asked if this was really all they could muster against him. Bae Sung-ho said he was going to bring the guy down to earth. If he didn't get the hint, they'd speak plainly. Hyun-sung had crossed paths with the influential Shin Young-min. Hyun-sung immediately cut him off and said he understood perfectly well why they had gathered, so he asked them to drop the drama and get down to business. Hyun-sung pointed to the people who had been watching the conflict for ages and said that only a coward would gang up on one person. So the young man proposed fighting one-on-one and said that Bae Sung-ho himself could go first. Hyun-sung hoped the guy wouldn't get scared and start passing the buck to his buddies. Kim Chang-hyun, known as the Younger Demon, said they were ready to fight one-on-one, but no complaints. Because once he beat up Hyun-sung, there wouldn't be a second fight. Within the school walls, strength was of the utmost importance. Until now, Hyun-sung had relied on radical methods, but recklessness and brutality only harmed his reputation. He used everything at his disposal: locks, chairs, or surprise attacks on unsuspecting opponents. Besides, the guy was excessively cruel. That's how those who rely on luck rather than strength act. They had to take advantage of this to seize the initiative first. And Kim Hyun-seon needed to urgently correct this misunderstanding. For his plan to work, he needed a solid foundation at the school. This had to be done to turn the school into a fortress bearing his name. Hyun-shin decided he had to eradicate any doubts about his own superiority. Kim Chang-hyun, nicknamed the Young Demon, said he wouldn't mind a one-on-one fight, but he immediately warned, There would be no follow-up after the fight with him. Chang Hyun quickly lunged at Hyun Seon and landed a punch to his face, confident that he wouldn't get back up. But the punch missed its mark. Hyun Song managed to block it with his hand. Chang Hyun started to get angry. Apparently, this kid thinks he's tough, but he's going to set him straight right now. But dodging the attack, Hyun Song counterattacked, and his right hook landed squarely on the young demon's face. Everyone watching was in shock when they realized that Hyun Song had knocked out the young demon with a single blow. Park Jin-woo watched the fight from the window and realized he wouldn't get involved with Hyun Song anymore. He should have walked away from this whole mess from the very beginning. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Jin-woo turned around, ready to tell the person to get lost, but the next moment, a fist was already flying toward his head. Jin-woo barely managed to stay on his feet, trying not to fall after the powerful blow to his jaw. Si-woo, and it was indeed him, said it was time for them to settle one matter. A few minutes earlier, Hyun Song had seen his friends helping the beaten-up high school senior. Si-woo approached his friend and asked what exactly Hyun Song had in mind, because he was ready to do whatever it took. Hyun Song made it clear with his whole demeanor that he didn't want to talk, and reminded his friend that he had promised not to get involved in reckless fights. Si-woo hoped that Hyun Song would come to his senses and not fight all the school bullies on his own. Hyun Song said he understood his friend's concerns, but nothing good would come of Si-woo getting involved. They would simply be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Hyun Sung didn't want to listen to his arguments and planned to handle it himself, believing that would be better and easier. Hyun Sung didn't want to accept help, but he had an idea where Si-woo might come in handy. Si-woo agreed immediately and listened to everything his friend had to say. The point was to get revenge on the bald thug Park Jin-woo for the beating, and now Si-woo was happy to do just that. Jin-woo was furious. He was swinging his fists and yelling that they should have broken this blonde kid's knees even earlier, so he'd be too scared to go to school. As soon as he finished his brilliant idea, he took a powerful kick right to the jaw. The bully couldn't believe what had just happened. Was he really going to be knocked out by a single blow? The students in the hallway froze, watching with interest as the first grader beat up the school bully. It looked like a real disgrace. Jin-woo kept swinging his fists, shouting that Si-woo wouldn't get out of there alive, but none of his punches landed. Si-woo waited for the right moment, and when his opponent left himself open, he delivered a powerful kick straight to the jaw. After that, another blow was landed, putting an end to the fight. At that moment, Hyun Sung was also finishing off his latest opponent. Bai Sung-ho, watching this kid take down the guys, realized that Hyun Sung had been smarter and outmaneuvered them. As a mob, they could have torn him to pieces. But Hyun Sung had turned it into one-on-one fights and had already defeated his fifth second-year student in a row, while the entire school watched the brawl from the windows. Sung-ho knew that jumping into the fight at the end, when his opponent was already exhausted, was out of the question. It would be a disgrace. He had to step in right now if he wanted to earn respect. Sun-ho shouted that it was time to stop the fight and called Hyun Sung over to him. Sun-ho immediately warned him that it was nothing personal, but he couldn't let all his guys get beaten up. Hyun Sung suggested that perhaps they shouldn't have recruited such weaklings into their ranks. Sun-ho was furious. He lashed out at Hyun Sung, demanding that he watch his mouth and think before he speaks. Hyun Seong tried to counterattack but still got hit by a powerful punch. However, he withstood the blow and even smiled at the end. Sun-ho noted that this kid wasn't even trying to dodge. He must be completely out of his mind and doesn't want to trade blows head-on. Sun-ho landed another blow to the guy's jaw, realizing there was a huge difference in strength and power between them. The guys exchanged precise blows, even though they were unequal in strength. Sun-ho wanted to see how long his opponent would last. But at that moment, a precise blow knocked out several teeth and made Sun-ho gasp in pain. He covered his mouth to keep from screaming. Hyun Sung was already in a frenzy. He grabbed his opponent by the hair and pulled his arm back, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Hyun Sung's fist found its mark, and after that, his opponent didn't get back up, lying in a pool of his own blood. Hyun Sung turned to the remaining thugs who hadn't yet fallen to his fists and demanded that they stop standing there like statues and drag Shin Young-min over here. Shin Young-min, meanwhile, sat alone in the office, feeling quite smug. He didn't want to watch this spectacle and thought Hyun Sung was an idiot for picking on second-year students without realizing the consequences. One of the guys walked into the auditorium and said that, surprisingly, Bae Seung-ho had completely lost and had been beaten up too. The guy started counting, and it turned out that by that point, Hyun Sung had already knocked out 9 people, including Seung-ho. Shin Yun-min said that from now on they would proceed according to plan. After all, this was a school, and the fact that 9 students had been beaten up could not go unnoticed. The student ran as fast as he could to the teachers and shouted that a fight was going on right now in the schoolyard. The boy explained that first-year student Kim Hyun-sung had already beaten up the second-year students and was still at it. There was blood everywhere and students lying unconscious. They needed to call the police. Another student immediately called the hospital and reported a serious incident at the school. The boy burst into tears right on the phone and said he was absolutely serious. Students were dying and everyone was waiting for the police. Yunmin believed that if they coordinated their stories, it would be difficult to blame everything on self-defense. But even if they succeeded, it didn't matter. They couldn't break Hyun-seong in a single day, but they wouldn't back down. A phone call interrupted the principal's thoughts. The man answered, and it turned out to be the warden calling. They had a serious conversation. A few days earlier, there had been a meeting in the teacher's lounge, and Kim Yun-chil had asked his colleagues if they knew anything about the Golden Circle. When they said no, he explained that it was a gang that had turned school violence into a business and made money by threatening students. When a student becomes a target, the enforcers, the bullies, give him no peace, and now this organization has reached their school. The recent incident involving Park Min-chul's gang is directly linked to the Golden Circle. They are all members of the organization. The teachers were shocked. Gangsters making money by beating up children? It was hard to wrap their heads around. Teacher Kim saw that his colleagues were at a loss. Moreover, involvement with the Golden Circle could ruin their careers. Kim Yun-chul announced that they were all in this together now. They are up against the school's toughest students. Park Min-chul and his gang. Bae Seung-ho and Shin Young-min are the oldest and strongest guys in school, along with dozens of students connected in one way or another to the Golden Circle. All the teachers understood what would happen if this information became public. In that case, it wouldn't just be the school administration that suffers. The school could be shut down entirely. Then the teachers would be left without jobs and with ruined reputations. So Kim Yun-chul gathered his colleagues and asked them not to interact with students connected to the circle. Yun-chul urged them to continue working as usual and not to get involved in any conflicts. Those higher up would handle it, and there was no need to play the hero. Mr. Kim advised against crossing the Golden Circle when one of the teachers reminded him of the teacher's moral duty. If someone gets caught in the crossfire, they'll become the Golden Circle's next target. Are the teachers willing to risk that if nothing comes of it legally? And now when a student ran up and reported a fight, the teacher demanded that they stop making things up and stop panicking. The police officer who was called reported that a false alarm is punishable by law and advised them to stop messing around, or else they would be fined. Shin Yun-min was furious. The teachers did nothing and acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Young-min felt powerless and couldn't understand when the country had become such a mess. He grew angrier and angrier, realizing that the adults were completely ignoring the students. Shin Yun-min realized that he would have to deal with Kim Hyun-sung himself. Suddenly, the young man's phone vibrated. After reading the message, he was surprised. The man was smoking a cigarette and asked the person on the other end if he knew who was standing in front of him. The man behind the counter stammered that, of course, he recognized Mr. Ko Chung-bom and wanted to know why such a person had come to see him. Ko Chung-bom replied that he wanted to add the loan shark's name to the contract and also launch several small but important projects. The loan shark realized this was his chance. If he became a partner with Myongchun, he would be able to conduct his business in this city without any trouble. Ko Chung-bom said that all the loan shark had to do was a trivial thing: write out a loan in the name of someone named Shin Min-sok. Yun-min answered the phone and heard shouting. They were calling from home and didn't understand what he was up to at school. Yun-min didn't understand what was going on, but they asked him who Kim Hyun-sung was and what he had done to him, and warned him not to lay a finger on him ever again. It turned out that debt collectors had broken into Yun-min's house and nearly killed his father. All because of him. The young man was in shock and horror. He didn't understand what was happening to his life and where it was rapidly heading. Suddenly, Ko Chung-bom picked up the phone. He introduced himself, and this left Yun-min completely dumbfounded. Ko Chung-bom quickly gave instructions. Soon a red tag would be posted on their house. His father had tried with all his might to avoid this, but there was no other way to collect the debt from the debtor. But now Ko Chung-bom informed him that his father's debt would be transferred to Yun-min, and he would have to pay it off for the sake of his family. The young man's life was rapidly falling apart, but there was one option. Yeonmin would have to become Hyun Sung's personal punching bag, but in such a way that no one would suspect a thing. Yeonmin tried to object on the grounds of honor, but Ko Changbom said that in a fight, victory matters more than honor. Everything that was said was extremely important. Yeonmin couldn't afford to forget a single word, because Ko Changbom doesn't throw words to the wind. Hyun Sung had just taken down another guy from the second-year gang when a new fighter appeared in the courtyard. Shin Youngmin had come in person, and now all eyes were on him. Yeonmin rushed into the attack, but he remembered the order, not to leave a single bruise on Hyun Sung's face. To his horror, Yeonmin realized that his opponent wasn't dodging, and this was actually making it hard to land a clean hit. Hyun Sung grabbed the guy by the wrist and said that Yeonmin seemed to have already talked it out on the phone and would now be the punching bag. Hyun Sung pinned his opponent's head and began striking his face, unable to understand why he had been so stubborn earlier. Hyun Sung promised he wouldn't finish him off if Yeonmin got down on his knees like a doormat right now, or if he continued to risk his life for the sake of honor. Yeonmin had to make a decision, but as he took the blows, he realized he was dealing with a real psychopath. Hyun Sung provoked his opponent, expecting Shin Young-min to eventually snap and start attacking. If there hadn't been spectators nearby, Yeon-min might have agreed to the terms, but being a hot-headed teenager, he couldn't keep his cool. Now it was clear. Young-min had lost his temper and started throwing punches, quite professionally, considering he competed in amateur tournaments. Recordings of those competitions were online. Hyun Sung, along with his coach, had studied his movements and identified several combinations. Seizing the moment, Hyun Sung landed a precise blow to his opponent's head. This was followed by another series of precise hits. And then came another counterpunch with his left hand. During this attack, Yeonmin always dropped his other hand and left himself open. He couldn't help but take advantage of that. Then came a strike into which Yeonmin put everything he had to end the fight quickly. He stepped back and put his entire body weight into the attack. It was the perfect situation for a counter thrust. Hyun Sung had to be a split second faster, and he succeeded. He grabbed his opponent's arm and was ready to break it. All the spectators acknowledged his undisputed victory. No one had any doubts left. Hyun Sung proved his superiority and ordered the others to disperse, leaving the beaten students behind. The principal, having finished his phone call, thanked the manager and promised to come in person soon. He also confirmed that they could count on it. Everything would go as agreed. Hyun Sung entered the office and was relieved to see his friend alive and unharmed. The boys greeted each other and exchanged words of support, glad that everything had ended well. Si-woo admitted that they had attracted too much attention, and although Hyun Sung had dealt with the bullies, it still wasn't worth breaking Yeonmin's arm. Hyun Sung advised his friend not to worry. They'd only start fretting if it became a problem. Hyun Sung explained that while he was fighting petty thugs like Park Min-chul, he'd come to realize something. Now he had no doubts. This world always favors the strongest. Teacher Kim would be horrified. He realized that Hyun Sung had finally snapped, and it wouldn't be easy to sweep the situation under the rug. Shin Yeon-min turned to the teacher and asked him to call an ambulance, holding his broken arm. The teacher, however, tried to wriggle out of it, explaining that Yeon-min hadn't broken his arm in a fight, but accidentally after falling down the stairs. The teacher also warned that if any of the participants in the fight said a single word about Hyun Sung, their dirty deeds would come to light instantly. Any mention of Hyun Sung's name was now deadly dangerous for them. They had to remember that. Shin Yeon-min couldn't believe his ears and asked if the teacher could really speak that way, since he was supposed to put his students above all else. But the teacher was adamant. Yeon-min shouldn't forget that it was he who had covered for him and his friends. And back then, no one had remembered the teacher's duties. And that's why Yeon-min shouldn't forget this the next time he decided to open his mouth. Others might not have known, but Yeon-min understood everything perfectly well because teacher Kim Yeon-chul always got what he wanted. Golden Circle broker Kang Tae-gu knelt with his hands tied behind his back before the man, who was waiting for him to finally come to his senses so they could continue. Tae-gu begged for one last chance, promising to fix everything, even if he had to personally take care of this guy. However, he was told that he seemed to have forgotten the specifics of their work. They satisfy their clients' desires through a natural level of schoolyard violence, and no one is going to go to prison for premeditated murder. The Golden Circle gang had different methods and standards of operation. They operated quietly, and that was the foundation of their system. But now Tae-gu was talking complete nonsense, suggesting they simply kill the guy. It was already clear to everyone that Kim Hyun Sung was no easy opponent. He wriggled out of situations like a cornered animal. But he shouldn't be underestimated either. Every beast has its tamer. The soul broker was absolutely certain of that. A week passed and Yeonmin received a message. He had to reveal who had hired him, and then Hyun-sung promised to leave him alone. Yeonmin didn't understand how Hyun-sung had found out about the current situation, and of course, didn't believe he could simply say, "I don't know." But what alarmed him most was the phrase, "Then I'll finish you off." Was it really not over yet, and wasn't a broken arm enough? Yeonmin realized that Hyun-sung was a real psychopath, but he decided to go home first anyway. Yeonmin was furious about the routine message regarding the broker withholding funds. It was clear that all of this was Hyun-sung's doing. He decided not to think about it and just go home, get some sleep, and then figure out what to do next. Finally, Yeonmin made it to his apartment, hoping his father wasn't home and that there wouldn't be another shouting match. But upon entering, he was unpleasantly surprised. The apartment was trashed, the furniture overturned and broken. Yeonmin hadn't even had time to look around before he was struck by his enraged father. The boy wanted to understand what had happened and why everything was in such a state. But suddenly his father burst into tears and said that if he had asked his son not to get involved with Hyun-sung, things would have turned out differently. Through his tears, Min-suk blamed his son for ruining everything. Even in their lives, there had been a limit, but now it had been crossed. He admitted that he wasn't perfect at providing for the family, but his son had ruined everything for good. The father said that it was the end for them, once and for all, and all because of one guy. Yeonmin didn't want to listen to this. He slipped on a bottle and fell, feeling a burning pain in his casted arm once again. As he sat on the floor, the phone rang. Yeongmin ended up kneeling before Hyun-sung, saying he shouldn't have gotten involved with the Golden Circle. But he'd crossed the line by thinking he was too important. Yeonmin insisted that he would have told everything about the employer right away and could even have taken revenge. But now he had no idea who was behind it all. Lately, he had been receiving messages from the broker about payment delays, after which the broker disappeared, and now Yeonmin asked for understanding and was ready to become a messenger. Sincere tears of remorse streamed down his face, but then he heard a question that literally paralyzed him. Hyun-sung wanted to know why he should forgive him. Yeonmin had been made to understand clearly that he was not to touch Hyun-sung or his loved ones, but he had started this whole mess himself, thinking he could handle the consequences. Yeonmin admitted that he had been foolish and now deeply regretted it. Hyun-sung could even believe that he didn't know who hired him. They usually don't share details with people like that. But since he was begging so earnestly, Hyun-sung was willing to give him one last chance. He just needs to hold out for 1 month. If Yeonmin behaves himself for 30 days, Hyun-sung will forgive him. Yeonmin was terrified at the thought of more beatings, but Hyun-sung clarified that the situation would be different and that he would handle everything himself. The next day, Yeonmin walked into the cafeteria, and the students looked at him in surprise after his humiliation at the hands of a freshman. Some thought that if they were in his shoes, they wouldn't even be able to show up at school, but he kept going, pretending nothing had happened. Yeonmin heard the whispers behind his back but held his tongue, realizing that those around him were hypocrites. He decided that if he could hold out for a month, everything would change, and he would regain control of the situation. After that, he had no doubt he would regain his power. The looks from those around him surprised and annoyed him. He remained alone, but kept telling himself he just had to endure it for a month. Then he would graduate and forget all these people. Unexpectedly, one of the weakest students approached him, holding a carton of milk. And then the unbelievable happened. The bespectacled boy poured the milk over Yeonmin's head in front of everyone. Yeonmin clenched his teeth and asked if the boy wanted to die right then and there. But the student replied that Hyun-sung had given him permission to do whatever he wanted to him and asked with interest if he liked the milk. A few days earlier, the class had been discussing how everyone hated Shin Yeonmin. His harshness and propensity for violence had turned school life into a living hell for many, and only his ability to fight kept him in a position of power among the students. Hyun-sung told the guys that this was exactly why he wanted to punish Shin Yeonmin, not just for himself, but for everyone whose life that jerk had ruined all these years. For the next month, the guys can do whatever they want to him. They can spit in his face, slap him, and do whatever they please, and he won't lay a finger on anyone. Hyun-sung added that, of course, he wasn't forcing anyone. It's entirely up to them, and classmates can just ignore this and do nothing at all. In that case, Shin Yeonmin will spend his last month before graduation living it up, as if he had never bothered anyone. But now the guys who have a grudge against Yeonmin have a real chance to make their memories of their school days less painful. If they want to do something, they can do it themselves right now. In the last years of Han Myung-hoon's life, everything followed the same pattern. His gaze would meet Yeonmin's, and Yeonmin would hit him on the head. The guy was a punching bag that nobody cared about, even if he was already starting to break. Yeonmin would bully the boy and then demand that he smile as if nothing had happened. Those whom Yeonmin had bullied all these years should understand that after graduation, he won't even remember them. But in the memories of those he bullied, Yeonmin will live on for many years, overshadowing all other emotions and feelings associated with school. So now everyone has a chance to get revenge. And Han Myung-hoon is convinced that Yeonmin hasn't yet received the punishment he deserves for his actions. He landed a few more blows, while Yeonmin remained completely passive, just like everyone he had beaten up in the past. Han Myung-hoon kept hitting him while saying that he actually enjoyed it, unlike Yeonmin, who of course found it very unpleasant. The girls sitting at the next table were shocked that this wimp had believed Hyun-seon and that Yeonmin really wasn't defending himself and was just sitting there. The guy with glasses really lost it and spat into his victim's food. After that, he asked Yeonmin if he remembered how many times he had spat in his lunch, and now he had the chance to taste it for himself. After that, the bespectacled boy wished Yeonmin bon appetit and called him scum, but that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg. Yeonmin was walking down the school hallway when a few guys noticed him. As they passed by, they bumped into him with their elbows, and Yeonmin demanded that they watch where they were going, but they just laughed in response. Yeonmin was simply furious that they were taking advantage of his complete helplessness. Yeonmin went into the restroom, but someone tripped him, and he fell flat on his face with full force, while the boys laughed, saying that almost everyone in their class had already kissed the restroom floor. The next time Yeonmin was walking down the hallway, an empty soda can suddenly got shoved into his back. His next outing was again fraught with trouble. A group of kids had gathered in a dark alleyway to wait for him. Eventually, the situation had reached a point where everyone who had previously been too afraid to even speak up was now calmly taking advantage of his submissiveness and bullying Yeonmin. Yeonmin didn't know what to do, endure it any longer, or maybe just snap and tear into everyone around him. But after calming down a bit, Shin Yeonmin decided he would endure it and get through this month, because for now, Hyun-sung had him firmly by the throat. Hyun-sung sat alone at his desk, deep in thought. He had hoped to extract some evidence and names from his victory over Yeonmin, and now the young man had to admit defeat. He hadn't managed to expose Shin Yeonmin or uncover the names of the Golden Circle's clients. So now he needed to organize the information he already had. The client's grades had to be on par with the best, and he had to be a well-off kid since his parents were paying for the Golden Circle's services. Of course, these were decent criteria for narrowing down the possible suspects, but it still wasn't enough to say anything for certain. Hyun-sung decided not to rush things for now, since sooner or later the client would reveal themselves anyway, and for the time being, he needed to deal with the pressing issues at hand. At that moment, another group of bullied students was beating the helpless Shin Yeonmin practically in front of the entire teaching staff. Hyun-sung watched the situation unfold and realized that the boys beating up the helpless boy and the teachers, turning a blind eye to it, were all cut from the same cloth. But at least thanks to such showdowns, things aren't standing still. Yeonmin was recovering in the bathroom after one of the beatings when he unexpectedly received a message saying that if he agreed, they would stop bullying him for the rest of his school career. Yeonmin was already in such a state that he was ready to agree to practically anything, and immediately wrote back that he would do whatever it took. Hyun-sung was pleased to receive such a message. He hadn't even doubted the response to his proposal. Shin Yeonmin stood near the supermarket, wondering if he was ready to go through with it. Maybe it would be better to just tough it out for this month. But the very next moment, the guy decided not to think, but to act. He put a mask on his face and pulled up his hood, trying to hide himself. Without saying a word, Yeonmin walked into the store and headed straight for the cashier, who asked how he could help. Yeonmin grabbed the guy by the head and slammed his face against the counter several times with all his might. The clerk couldn't figure out what was happening. If this was a robber, why wasn't he demanding money, but simply beating him up? The clerk looked closely at his attacker and recognized him as Shin Yeonmin. That evening after work, Park Min-chul met up with his friends and told them that Shin Yeonmin had beaten him up right in the store. The guys couldn't believe their ears. Min-chul had already heard rumors that Hyun-sung had broken Yeonmin's arm, and sure enough, his right arm was in a cast. The guys didn't understand why Yeonmin would do all this. They thought about maybe filing a police report, but decided against it, realizing who was behind it all. Minchul suggested they treat it as a one-time incident and keep a low profile if they ran into Yeonmin on the street. No sooner had the guys started to disperse than they heard a voice greeting them and saying it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The guys didn't understand why their former comrade and mentor, Shin Yeonmin, was acting this way toward them or what he wanted at all, since he was the one who had attacked their store yesterday. Yeonmin told the guys straight out that it wasn't his idea, and he explained that Hyun-sung had a special grudge against them. So over the next month, Yeonmin would have to turn their lives into a nightmare. That is, make every one of them regret every day they'd lived. The guys from Min Chul's gang were so surprised they couldn't even find the words and just stood there with their mouths open. But the very next moment, Yeonmin lunged at them and started throwing punches. He had always been a strong and skilled fighter. Yeonmin first apologized to the guys, saying once again that he had nothing personal against them, but now they would take his place in hell. The guys were very angry and didn't understand what they had done wrong, since now they had been expelled from school and had nothing to do with it anymore. However, Yeonmin didn't even want to think about that. He simply wasn't going to put up with the bullying at school anymore. Yeonmin looked at these terrified boys and now realized that they truly didn't understand what was happening. After all, if they hadn't screwed up so badly in the first place and had just handled some poor freshmen properly, things would be different now. And Yeonmin wouldn't have had to beat the crap out of their stupid faces and do this dirty work himself. But now it was clear that these guys weren't just weaklings, but also brainless, because they didn't understand who they were dealing with. And despite the cast, Shin Yeonmin knocked the guy out. He did it because he had no desire to remain a pushover at school. Min Cheol somehow ended up behind Yeonmin, and now the guy's knife has pierced Yeonmin's body. The young man said that Yeonmin must have a bad memory, because it was precisely because of his orders that they all ended up in such a mess. And now for some reason, Yeonmin is blaming the other guys for everything, even though he's the one who started this whole mess. Yeonmin couldn't fight anyone anymore. He fell to his knees, holding his hand over the bleeding wound from the knife. And now with two of them beaten up and one stabbed, the truth began to sink in. Hyun-sung actually wanted them to just kill each other, and now there was no way out. That cunning Hyun-sung had pitted them against each other like starving dogs. The next day, the whole school was buzzing with the latest news that some thugs had stabbed Yeonmin. One guy said his uncle worked for the police, and it turned out that Park Min-chol had been involved in the fight. All day long, the students discussed what would happen next. Would someone be sent to a juvenile detention center, or would they just get a criminal record? In reality, no one knew the details of why these guys had gotten into a fight with each other. But the police officer said the situation was strange overall. The boys didn't deny what they'd done. All the participants in the fight asked to be sent to the juvenile detention center as soon as possible, as if they wanted to get out of town on the first flight. Hyun-sung was on the school roof talking on the phone when he was told that Jong Min-ho's family had given up, packed their things, and left town. Most likely, Min-ho would be re-enrolling in a different school next year. Hyun-sung was dissatisfied, realizing that this wealthy little family, as always, had got off scot-free. Ko Chung-bum said that if the guy wanted to, he could pull something on Min-ho and send him to his old friends. Hyun-sung said it wasn't worth doing, and his friend immediately realized that the guy had something more interesting in mind. Hyun-sung didn't want to ruin Min-ho's life right now. He wanted the boy to start a new life at a new school and then take it all away from him. Ko Chung-bum felt that the more he interacted with this boy, the more dangerous Hyun-sung seemed to him. Hyun-sung didn't react to his companion's remark at all and told him to send all four of them to prison, and when they were released from the colony, not to let them spend a single day on the outside. Ko Chung-bum noted that he was afraid to cross Hyun-seon and asked how much longer he had to hang on. They had agreed that the man would work as a handyman for a month. Jong-bum admitted that patience wasn't his strong suit, especially since it was hard to climb up from the very bottom. But Hyun-sung listened to all this and told Chung-bum to remember what they had discussed back then. He just needed to wait a little longer, and soon everything would begin. In a couple of days, there would be a boom in the real estate sector. Major construction companies across the country would pick up speed, and profits would grow at an unprecedented rate. People on construction sites work without days off and at breakneck speed, performing the most complex tasks. No sooner had one group of workers finished their part of the job than another group would take over. The workers were exhausted and couldn't even find time for a simple break. It was at that very moment that the load being lifted by the crane suddenly slipped, and huge metal beams began to fall. The construction worker was too exhausted to react quickly to the situation. The metal structures fell, crushing the builder's lower body and pinning him down. The construction workers were in shock when they saw what had happened to their colleague. They needed to call an ambulance immediately. But then the foreman shouted at the workers to put away their phones and not even think about calling anyone. The man said that the first priority was to report everything to management. He didn't want to hear about providing immediate assistance to the man, since the incident could slow down construction. That day, the injured construction worker didn't get to the hospital until 2 hours later, even though the nearest hospital was just a few minutes away from the construction site. The management company told the victim's son that the entire incident was the builder's fault and that the company had suffered enormous losses. Management had no intention of paying compensation for emotional and physical harm, and also stated that all responsibility lay with the construction worker, and he was not entitled to anything. The real estate market continued to grow, and experts predicted that prices would not fall in the near future. The son cried in the hospital by his father's side. That day became a point of no return for the young man, who was denied fair treatment by the construction company. Chang Bom was hanging around the construction site. He really wanted to sleep, but he had to supervise the lifting and lowering of loads. Besides, the man thought it would be nice to eat, have a drink, and spend time with his girlfriend. The man increasingly didn't understand why he was stuck at the construction site, but at the same time, he trusted Hun Seon. The kid was young but very sharp. He also couldn't forget that the company's CEO, Ko Myung-jin, had lost faith in his younger son and handed over management to the older one. Jang Bom decided not to doubt it, finished his smoke break, and was just about to leave the restroom when he heard a scream. The workers were shouting that something had gone wrong and the floor had collapsed. Chang Bom ran to the scene and tried to figure out what had happened. Soon, the man saw with his own eyes how one floor slab had completely crumbled and collapsed. It seemed the concrete hadn't held up. Chung Bom didn't want to hear explanations for why this had happened. Right now, he needed to find out if anyone was at the center of the collapse. It turned out there were about 6 people there, but the foreman said there was no need to worry because he would immediately notify the company and everything would be fixed. Chung Bom realized the full horror of the situation. This worker wasn't going to save his colleagues, but was trying to cover up for the construction company. Ko Chung Bom was furious. He grabbed the foreman by his clothes and shook him so he'd understand what he was talking about. Hyun Sung had repeatedly said, "When you're working on a construction site, keep one thing in mind. If an accident happens, as the manager's eldest son, to resolve the emergency, forget about profits and losses. Think only of the workers' lives." Chung Bom shook the foreman a few more times and ordered him to quickly call the rescue team and an ambulance. The man tried to say that this couldn't be done, otherwise the construction site would be shut down. Chung Bom yelled that he didn't care about the losses at all, since they could be recouped. But the foreman insisted that there would inevitably be a delay in construction. Chung Bom demanded that the manager do as he ordered, and that he, Ko Chung Bom, would take full responsibility for everything. The man barked at the builders to immediately gather all available crews, save everyone they could, and he would take care of the rest. In addition, they needed to consider paying compensation for the physical damage caused. The foreman didn't need to worry right now, because this wasn't his area of responsibility. Ko Chung Bom believed that human life was worth fighting for and making an effort to save. Soon, all relevant services were notified of the accident, and rescue teams were on their way. Chung Bom wanted to know if they could clear at least part of the debris on their own, but his younger brother said it was too dangerous. They had been warned not to do this under any circumstances. The professionals had to work first. Chung Bom demanded that they call again and hurry the rescuers, saying he would take full responsibility for any problems. At that moment, another scream rang out, and another section of the ceiling crumbled down. One of the workers ran up to Chung Bom and began to explain. He said there was no cement on the rebar at all. It was perfectly clean. All because the builders had rushed. They'd removed the formwork before the cement had a chance to set, which is why the floor had collapsed. Ko Chung Bom said he would sort out the situation, but that it didn't matter at all right now. The main thing was to save lives, and everyone needed to work together. Soon the ambulances arrived, and it turned out they were very lucky. The victims had only minor injuries, nothing serious. That was good news, but there was also bad news. Articles about the incident had already appeared online, casting the company in the most negative light. And this was just the beginning. The PR team would no longer be able to cover it up, and the damage to the company had been done. Changbom asked his younger brother what to do about all this now. Changbom admitted he had no plan. He'd just been in a hurry to call the rescue team. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from the company's CEO, Mr. Ko Myung-jin. Changbom knew a scandal was coming and decided not to answer. But his father kept calling, and the manager wanted to know what the company chairman thought about the matter. Finally, his father hung up, and Changbom was able to calmly get back to his work. Changbom found the company vice president's number, dialed it, and stepped aside to talk. After hearing what Changbom had to say, the man decided that he was out of his mind. His younger brother decided to take advantage of the situation to curry favor with their father. The vice president scolded Changbom for trying to resolve the situation without informing the board. Articles immediately appeared online about new buildings that had collapsed due to non-compliance with regulations and about accidents. The manager agreed that human lives were important, but the company couldn't be forgotten since it would now suffer huge losses because of Changbom's stunt. The man warned that if this didn't end well, one of them would pay with their head. Changbom had acted without malicious intent, but now they had to deal with the PR people. The father was furious too. His son had put the whole town on high alert. Calls were coming in not only to the rescue services and the ambulance, the reporters weren't far behind either. And now the father wanted to know what his eldest son proposed to do in this situation. Hyun-sung believed that the chairman had an acute sense of pride in his work. He considered himself the creator of the business, so they needed to think about what they would do in his place in such a situation. First and foremost, they needed to find out the cause, so there was no point in backing down. It was better to explain to his father just how serious the situation was. Changbom spoke up, and his words left many speechless. He suggested tearing down the building and starting construction from scratch. Ko Myung-jin loosened his tie and said that, of course, his son was still a novice in business. But he already understood the construction process and knew that most of the funds came from banks. Interest rates are rising every day, and on top of that, there are demolition costs, compensation payments, and everything else. No unfinished building is worth all this fuss. However, to his surprise, Changbom wouldn't back down. He said that this was just one building. Of course, there would be losses, and it was hard to say right now how big they would be. But in return, their company will gain trust. Right now, the media is saying the same thing about all construction firms: high profits, but no trust. And here, despite the incident, they will finish the building. And what will happen next? The younger brother believed that if certain people hadn't tried to play the hero, there wouldn't have been any publicity, and starting from scratch would be far more expensive than finishing what was already there. But the older brother asked the younger one not to focus solely on profit, but to think ahead. Under the current circumstances, people's trust is far more valuable to them. Now they must admit their mistakes, apologize publicly, start construction anew, and show that they care about the well-being of consumers. As a result, they will come out looking better. Perhaps not immediately, but this will become an excellent foundation for Myung-chin construction. But the younger brother believed that they were in business, not charity. Ko Myung-jin didn't interfere in his son's conversation or take either side, but then he finally turned around and said that his eldest son had matured. The incident at the construction site differed from what had happened in Hyun-sung's past life. The chairman of Myung-chin Construction made a public statement and shared his own vision for the project. He said that what infuriated him most about this unfortunate incident was the cause, namely a stupid mistake made while curing the concrete. The father acknowledged that their company had no right to commit such foolish acts, since people would be living in their homes, and safety came first. Everything else came second. Ko Myung-jin spoke, and his sons listened intently to his every word. The father turned to Changbom and said that he had once considered him incapable of serious work, but now he could see his son following in his footsteps. Of course, Myung-jin Construction is a commercial company, but they put the residents' well-being first. The father advised Changbom to keep up the good work, and he would become a worthy heir. It was clear that the younger son didn't like these words at all. A few days had passed since the accident at the construction site, and the doctors told the unfortunate woman that her husband would need to have both legs amputated. Most of the accident victims got off with minor injuries. Only one required surgery. The woman didn't know how to tell her children what had happened. Representatives from Myungjin Construction were scheduled to visit the family. Everyone knew that construction companies had a short conversation with the families of the victims. Take the compensation and leave. The woman had to handle this conversation with dignity because she wanted to receive compensation for her husband's loss of his legs. And she never expected that the company representatives would offer a sincere apology for the incident. Ko Chung-bom soon called his young friend and told him that his father had suggested continuing in the same vein. But Chung-bom didn't know what to do now. Hyun-sung didn't want to disappoint the man. This was his first confession in many years, and now he would have to deal with the fallout on two fronts. The home construction investors were offered a deferral on loan interest and a discount on new apartments. If the information was presented skillfully, they would only stand to gain. The deferrals and discontent would come to nothing. Besides that, there was another issue involving the victims. Everything had to be resolved with them as fairly as possible, so that everyone would feel proud to work at Myungchin. Company representatives acknowledged that the incident was the company's fault. They understood that money could not restore everything or compensate for all the pain and misfortune the family had suffered. The victim's wife could hardly believe her ears, and company representatives announced that they would cover all the costs of the surgery and pay 500 million won in compensation. After his recovery, the man would be transferred to the main office to a management position because they could not do without the services of an experienced employee and were grateful to him for his loyalty to the company. The woman could barely hold back her sobs. Tears streamed down her face. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The victim's family now felt indebted to the company and sincerely thanked these people for everything. After wrapping up his main tasks, Chung-bom stepped outside for a smoke break and found himself reflecting on how his attitude toward construction had completely changed. He used to think that construction was simply about putting up buildings and making a profit. Builders would construct a house and sell it, but recently Chung-bom had started to think more deeply, and his perspective had shifted. He realized that behind construction were people, workers who needed to feed their families, and future residents who paid for the homes. Chung-bom admitted that he had been too frivolous about his job. Everything was much more complicated, and before he had thought only about where to get drunk and hang out. Chung-bom admitted that ever since he started hanging out with the little guy and took on the job he thought was lost, his life had completely changed. Chung-bom was very proud that he was like his father. They thought alike, and the manager understood that. But suddenly a security guard appeared in the courtyard and announced that smoking was not allowed here, and that the cigarettes had to be put out immediately. Chung-bom jumped up and started yelling. Did he really have to ruin his mood? He demanded that the security guard leave, or else he would flatten him. It became clear that Yang-bum hadn't changed completely yet. A week passed, and Kim Hyun-sung never expected that the butterfly effect would lead to the start of a new game. There was a program on TV in which a man was asked to introduce himself, and he said his name was Oh Yeon-hyuk. He was a construction worker who had become disabled as a result of an accident in Incheon. The situation with the Myungjin company was soon forgotten because no one was seriously injured and the commotion died down. However, almost simultaneously, accidents began to occur at construction sites in various cities. People realized that rushing leads to accidents, and now several people had died because company managers had demanded faster completion times. Articles about labor safety violations appeared constantly in newspapers and on social media. What had been hidden became public, and a wave of outrage swept across the country. The journalist asked the young man to tell him what had happened to his father. Yong-hyuk explained that on that day, construction materials were being transported by a crane at the site, and if they had been monitored more carefully, the tragedy could have been avoided. But the most outrageous aspect turned out to be the scandal surrounding the company's actions following the accident. The young man said that instead of calling an ambulance and emergency responders, the foreman strictly forbade anyone from calling until he had reported to management, and the victim was taken to the hospital several hours later. Journalists also discovered that he was taken to a distant hospital, allegedly for better care. The son confirmed that his father had indeed been taken to a hospital affiliated with the company, supposedly for better treatment and the family's convenience. However, in the end, the man did not receive proper care, and the son did not understand why the company had treated them this way. The builders didn't want to publicize the incident. They wanted to sweep everything under the rug as quickly as possible and not slow down construction, because money was what mattered to them. The company didn't care about the workers' lives. The main thing was to make as much profit as possible at the expense of ordinary construction workers' health. The young man admitted that he had to muster all his strength to come to the interview, hoping that no one else would suffer in the same way. The journalist thanked the young man for his courage, and they then discussed a situation where the construction company, Myungchin, had acted in the opposite way. Ko Changbom was appointed foreman at the construction site where the accident occurred, and he had been at work since early morning. The man was still unaccustomed to the sudden fame and respect from the workers, who now made a point of greeting their respected boss. Some even went so far as to bring Chang Bom homemade meals and baked goods to show their respect. Chang Bom wasn't very happy with the situation. He didn't understand why he had been appointed foreman at this construction site, and on top of that, why he had to write a daily report. The young man had just sat down to eat, realizing that some difficult twist of fate had brought him to this construction site. And just as he was enjoying his ramen, a worker came in and said there was a visitor for the foreman. It was a TV reporter who wanted to film at the construction site. Management had approved everything. On top of that, the journalist wanted to interview Changbom personally, which was truly surprising. So surprising, in fact, that the man immediately began to wonder where he might have screwed up. But the worker couldn't give him a clear answer. That same day, after filming wrapped up, a report aired on TV that Ko Myung-jin watched. The journalist reported that the Myung-jin company had announced the demolition of the building and the start of construction on a new one. This was due to an accident, but the decision itself had not been an easy one for the company. Most of the expenses were covered by bank loans, and in the event of reconstruction, the repayment terms would be significantly delayed. This was a rather unusual decision for a large company. In this case, Myung-jin took serious risks, and now the journalists were introducing the man who had initiated this situation. Later in the report, they showed the wife of the accident victim. She recounted how the company director's eldest son approached her and offered help. Everyone saw that the company cared about the fate of its employees. Ko Myung-jin watched the program with interest. He was satisfied with everything so far, and he understood that the right decision had been made. The TV station's reporters had interviewed the heir and were now ready to declare that a bright future lay ahead for the company. And then a smiling Chang Bom appeared on the screen, and the reporter said that the man was literally shouting to everyone that human lives were more important than any financial losses. In addition, the young man personally took responsibility for what had happened and insisted on the complete demolition of the building. Changbom replied that he was simply following his father's guidance. At the corporation, they emphasize that they not only make money, but also create favorable conditions for people. The report wasn't even over yet, but the head of Myungchin was already receiving a call from Chairman Park. The chairman greeted the man and said that Myungchin had raised its eldest son well. Of course, at first, everyone thought this young man was a real troublemaker, but now it's clear he takes after his father. Chairman Park went on to say that he has a daughter. Why not set up a blind date for them, or perhaps arrange a meeting with someone from the judge's or prosecutor's family? Invitations were coming in from different cities across the country. If the young man didn't want to deal with a prosecutor, they could arrange meetings with other families. The girl was summoned and drove purposefully to the chairman's office. Standing before her father as an ordinary employee, she heard that she should no longer answer calls from all sorts of mysterious matchmakers. Ko Myung-jin couldn't imagine it, but the atmosphere was such that the company was receiving numerous construction contracts. The largest ones at the moment were the group's headquarters and an order for high-rise buildings in the Gangnam district. There were also plans to build a building in Neaton and a dormitory for J-Chemical employees. The secretary reported that a call had come in from the mayor. They wanted to quickly sign the previously approved contract for the construction of 5,000 homes. In addition, the partners wanted to announce the start of construction in the coming months. This was a true once-in-a-million opportunity that Changbom had managed to seize. The man at the center of all this commotion, Ko Changbom, didn't even know yet whether he liked it or not. His life had changed too drastically. The young man had been appointed executive director of Myungchin, and all department heads were required to provide him with the necessary assistance. Changbom sometimes thought he was dreaming as he accepted congratulations from people who, not long ago, had looked down on him. The heads of departments and divisions were ready to help the new director as soon as he asked, and some even socialized closely with his younger brother, hoping to see him in the director's chair. His father told Changbom to get involved in the Dasan project right away. It was still in the early stages, and it would be a valuable experience. Changbom bowed to everyone present as a sign of respect and said he would be happy to work with them. The school year was already coming to an end, and the students were barely studying, instead spending their time discussing gossip and plans for the holidays. Lee Jungmin was sadder than usual and sat alone at his desk, lost in thought. Hyun-sung received a cheerful thank you message from Changbom, who told him about his involvement in the construction project in Dasan. Hyun-sung understood that the time for this project had not yet come. But apparently events had begun to shift and taken an unexpected turn. It was yet another butterfly effect. Hyun-sung had certainly expected Changbom to become the director, and only then would he have grounds to sign a contract for 5,000 homes. The young man had one less thing to worry about. Besides, it was good that Changbom had significant resources at his disposal, but he had to admit that the young man had strayed far from the original plan. Going forward, Hyun-sung decided to take a more measured approach to the next steps so that no mistakes would be repeated. Suddenly, a car pulled into the schoolyard, and everyone present immediately realized that a very important guest had arrived. Hyun-sung recognized Changbom's car, but didn't understand why he had come, since they had just spoken on the phone. Changbom met with the school principal and asked how things were going. The principal admitted he was surprised by the visit and congratulated the man on becoming the company's CEO, saying that Myeongchin was truly the pride of the city. Jungbyum knew that there hadn't been an official announcement yet, but the principal was already in the know. However, he said he had come for one reason, to thank the administration for their kindness toward Hyun-seon. The principal, of course, replied that it was his duty as a teacher, and that he always looked out for the students at his school. Changbom continued, he understood that gratitude should be expressed not only with words, so he wanted to give the school a gift. Changbom explained that with the support of the authorities, he wanted to build a new gymnasium. It would be a true architectural masterpiece with a huge swimming pool. The principal immediately realized that such a gym was a sign of a prestigious school. The principal promised that he would do everything possible not to disappoint the sponsor and that the school would always support Hyun-sung in all his endeavors. Jungbyum saw how the principle of one hand washes the other worked here, but for now that suited him perfectly. At the end of the meeting, Changbom asked for a teacher named Kim Yun-chul to be invited to the principal's office. Jungbyum began by telling the stunned teacher that he had always admired such people in a world where everyone was fighting for a place in the sun. Changbom added that rumors had reached him. Because of the harsh punishment given to Shin Yun-min, people were saying that Changbom was handing out bribes. Changbom told the teacher that he would support him, and the man would become the vice principal in no time because they had developed a very good working relationship. Kim Yun-chul was very pleased with this prospect, especially since he was assured that the promotion would happen no later than 3 years from now. But then unexpectedly, Changbom added that, according to rumors, Teacher Kim frequents an adult club called Miracle. Changbom said that he had spoken with the right people the day before, so the teacher could go there today with friends and spend as much time as he wanted without worrying. In addition, a small gift awaits Kim Yun-chul there, one that must not be forgotten under any circumstances. Good old, everyone's favorite money. Changbom wanted the teacher to understand once and for all. He wasn't dealing with just some rich parent of a student, but with the heir to a corporation and a figure who embodied the city's power and wealth. Teacher Kim realized he'd hit the jackpot, and now he was confident he wouldn't let his new partner down. Hyun-sung and Changbom met on the school rooftop, and the man thanked the boy for his help in the situation. Changbom knew he was very grateful to the boy. It would have been easy to rub his younger brother's nose in it by digging through his dirty laundry. But for everything to go so smoothly, and for Changbom to be on the same page as his father and emerge from the situation not just in a good light, but as the winner. Besides, the man had now become the CEO and would soon become the company's chairman. Changbom didn't know exactly what his younger colleague had in mind, but it was clear that this required significant connections and power, which was precisely why Hyun-sung had promoted Changbom. The man understood this perfectly well and was ready to roll up his sleeves and do his best to ensure the young man's plan worked as well as possible. Changbom reiterated that if the young man ever needed anything, he could always turn to him. Changbom was very sincere and grateful. He was ready to help Hyun-sung at any time and in any situation. Hyun-sung decided to get straight to the point and asked how much money Changbom was willing to spend on him. That day, during one of the classes, Teacher Kim shared some great news with the students. The teachers had created a scholarship program in collaboration with Myungjin Construction. The scholarship is worth 10 million won. The number of recipients is unlimited, but they certainly won't be giving it to just anyone. Payments would be made to students who diligently attended classes and were selected by the faculty council in conjunction with representatives from Myungjin Construction. Teacher Kim announced that their classmate Hyun Seong was the first recipient of the scholarship. It can't be said that the classmates were pleased. They thought it was absurd and assumed the boy simply had wealthy connections. Although the students remembered that Hyun Seong had indeed scored the highest on the exams, Teacher Kim also named the second scholarship recipient. It was Kim Si-woo. So the students shouldn't get discouraged. They just need to try hard, and they'll get a scholarship too. For the rest of the day at school, everyone was talking about this scholarship. Soon, everyone agreed that Hyun Seong really was the class president and an excellent student. But the students couldn't understand why Kim Si-woo had received the scholarship. He used to practice taekwondo, but now he barely studied, and that seemed strange. Everyone agreed that Si-woo had received the scholarship only because he was Hyun Seong's friend. It would have been more honest to simply give him the money secretly and not call it a scholarship. The guys had no idea what kind of relationship Hyun Seong had with the Myungjin Corporation. Some speculated that he might be an illegitimate son, although most likely that wasn't the case. Otherwise, they would have been helping him since childhood. In the end, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, the guys decided not to think about it anymore. Suddenly, someone appeared in the path of the trio of friends, and they stopped immediately, unsure whether they wanted to go any further. In the distance, near one of the houses, stood none other than Kim Hyun Seong, the very person they had just been discussing so animatedly. The guy motioned for the students to come closer, clearly showing that he had been waiting specifically for them. The young man was already regretting that he had recently discussed the gossip surrounding Hyun Seong. It was clear that Hyun Seong was not quite right in the head, and it was best not to cross paths with him anywhere. The young man realized that nothing would probably save him now, and that he would soon end up in the hospital with broken arms and legs. Hyun Seong was already getting nervous and repeated the question once more. Was this really Cho Jae-jin, nicknamed Chatterbox, from school, standing before him? Hyun Seong saw the frightened boy and told him not to tremble. He didn't care what people said behind his back, but right now he could use his ability to talk non-stop. Hyun Seong knew that Cho Jae-jin was a treasure trove of school gossip and was on friendly terms with most of the students. Hyun Seong said he needed a favor, and the unfortunate Chatterbox realized he wouldn't be beaten up this time and was ready to listen to any request. Hyun Seong bluntly stated that school scholarship recipients aren't selected through the most honest means. This is evident even from the fact that he and Si-woo became scholarship recipients. But it's also known that the number of scholarship recipients isn't limited, so Cho Jae-jin could get a scholarship too. Hyun Seong wanted Chatterbox to spread rumors around the school, just as he always did, so that everyone would know that the scholarships were being awarded unfairly. Cho Jae-jin couldn't figure out what was going on, so Hyun Seong explained the plan to him in more detail. The next day, the school hallways were buzzing with rumors that the Myungjin Corporation had established a scholarship to pay off those who were on good terms with Hyun Seong. That's why Kim Si-woo, who was Hyun Seong's only friend, was getting the money. Many couldn't believe these rumors, but on the other hand, it was now clear exactly why Kim Si-woo had been chosen. It was also said that the number of scholarship recipients was unlimited, which meant that anyone could receive one. And so it turned out that they just needed to treat Hyun Seong with respect, befriend him, and then every student would get their share. During lunch, the students discussed how Hyun Seong had changed. He had become much kinder and no longer beat up others. He had simply rid the school of all the bullies, and now they could study in peace. Chatterbox shared some inside information with a few more friends and said that if they supported Hyun Seong, they would also get a scholarship. The school gossips claimed that being friends with Hyun Seong was very profitable, and that things had become much calmer at school now that the main troublemakers were gone. Soon, everyone realized that Hyun Seong was gathering people around him and that they were being paid real money for it. Now, no one shied away or tried to suck up for the scholarship. Even former enemies realized they could become useful and suitable candidates. Of course, to find out the details, you had to talk to Chatterbox, and he confirmed everything as a big secret. To those he trusted most, Chatterbox revealed that Hyun Seong wanted to turn the school into his personal palace, and with the support of Myungjin Construction, crush the neighboring schools. Right now, Hyun Seong needs strong and loyal people, and of course he won't skimp on them, Everyone already knows roughly how much the scholarship pays. But Song-ho heard the amount and realized it wasn't the pittance Yeon-min had paid him, but he wasn't sure if Hyun-sung would take him on after their conflict. However, the guy decided not to waste time and to sort everything out right away. He waited for Hyun-sung on his way home from school. Sun-ho approached the guy and asked if he could spare him a few minutes. Hyun-sung seemed surprised, but without turning around, he suggested that Song-ho follow him to a secluded spot to talk. Sun-ho started by apologizing for what had happened between them. He personally had no hard feelings toward the freshman. But to his surprise, Hyun-sung didn't even bring it up and immediately suggested they get down to business. Sun-ho had heard that the guy wanted to push back against the neighboring schools. And although that sounded strange given their history, he wanted to be a part of it. Song-ho honestly admitted that he needed money, so if Hyun-sung was looking for people who knew how to listen and carry out orders, he was ready. Hearing this, Seon-ho decided to ask a question that had long intrigued him. They said it was Hyun-sung who started the fight that landed so many people in jail. Hyun-sung immediately confirmed that he had indeed organized that conflict, but now, as strange as it might sound, he wanted to take Bae Song-ho into his circle. But first, Song-ho had to pass a test. A short while later, Song-ho arrived at the place Hyun-sung had told him to go, and didn't understand what was happening. For some reason, there were high school students there. The boys stood facing each other, unsure of what to do next. At one point, the tension grew so much that it became clear a fight was about to break out. They were waiting for the rest of the participants to arrive. Soon footsteps were heard. It must have been Bae Seon-ho coming, and it really was him. But the guy's face was covered in bruises and scrapes. He said that from now on he would stand up for Hyun-sung, and everyone, even the juniors, had to remember that. The guys immediately thought that Song-ho was a weakling who had been bullied by the arrogant Hyun-sung. This turn of events angered them, and they were now ready to beat him up too. But Song-ho paid no attention to this barking and said that anyone who was against Hyun-sung could raise their hand. That way it would be easier for him to figure out whose face to smash. Hyun-sung, while beating up Song-ho a while back, said that he didn't need people, but obedient dogs who would jump and fight on command. Hyun-sung, already badly beaten and with his face covered in blood, asked if Song-ho would be able to handle the task. Left alone, Bae Song-ho was finally able to clear his throat calmly. He was in pain, and he had already regretted 100 times getting involved with this psycho. But then a message from the bank popped up on his phone. 5 million had been deposited into his account. For that kind of money, it was worth putting up with. Hyun-sung, looking at the beaten-up Song-ho, warned him once again that he would receive his scholarship the next day, and if he behaved himself, he would start receiving gifts as well. Hyun-sung added that he would always find out if anyone tried to pull a fast one behind his back, and the consequences would be severe. Sun-ho, of course, was happy about the large sums, but he still wondered if he was doing the right thing. However, he shrugged it off, deciding that he wouldn't be able to earn that kind of money anywhere else, and that it was better than being dependent on the golden circle. Sun-ho called the right person and said they needed to meet to discuss the details. And now the guy was pushing everyone around, showing that he wasn't afraid of anyone, whether older or younger. Sun-ho said that he had bowed down to these guys not because he was weak, but because they were worthless weaklings who survived only thanks to Shin Yeon-min. After several people had been beaten up, Song-ho asked if there were any other dissenters he needed to teach a lesson. When it turned out there were none, Song-ho warned that from now on, no one would do anything without Hyun-sung's command. He was their god and judge. If Hyun-sung wants to hit them, they must silently offer their heads. If anyone goes against him, they'll be found. Concluding the conversation, Sun-ho warned that he strongly advised against defying Hyun-sung. And if anyone still wants to meet their maker sooner rather than later, let them keep it up. But Song-ho warned the guys that Hyun-sung would pay a stipend to his most loyal assistants, so they needed to follow all instructions very well and obediently. And if they did so, Hyun-sung would certainly not forget anyone and would also give them money. Of course, all this sounded very strange, and the guys thought Bae Song-ho had completely lost his mind since he was suggesting they pray to Hyun-sung. On the one hand, it seemed crazy, but on the other, he was paying real money, which everyone needed. A group of students gathered around the bulletin board and studied it closely. Everyone was excited and wanted to understand what was going on. It turned out that the list of scholarship recipients had been updated on the bulletin board, and now Seong-ho and Choe the chatterbox were receiving scholarships. It turned out that all the talk about money and scholarships wasn't just idle chatter. No one understood how Hyun-sung had gotten close to Myung-jin construction, but that didn't matter anymore. Now everyone was interested in why Chul had received the scholarship. The guy honestly admitted that he had simply done something for Hyun-sung, after which he warned Jin-woo to be careful. If he didn't want to end up like Shin Yun-min, he'd better watch his tongue and not blab about everything in the hallways. Just then, Hyun-sung walked down the hallway with Si-woo, and everyone immediately parted, greeting them respectfully. It was clear that the situation had changed dramatically. No one at the school dared to contradict or think anything against Hyun-sung anymore, so it was time to move on to the next level. The man was furious. The school had turned into a complete madhouse. Hyun-sung had turned it upside down, and now everyone was walking on eggshells around him. Jun Ching-soo pulled up in his car and was furious. Though he didn't like apologizing, now he was forced to do so. The man gritted his teeth and said he had trusted the Golden Circle because he'd heard nothing but good things about them, since his son was having a very hard time at school. His interlocutor warned that if things continued in the same vein, he would contact the Golden Circle management, and then they would no longer be so polite. Chung-soo apologized once more to the clients and said that everything would be settled soon. The situation would be resolved by December, and instead of taking exams, Hyun-sung would write a letter of resignation. The Seoul broker was very hopeful that Golden Circle hitman Cho Tae-jun would handle this task. The guy was confident and insisted they not forget the main part of the deal. There was a killer proven in more than one job, and broker Jun couldn't believe he'd brought him to an ordinary school. What is the world coming to? The school principal said they usually didn't accept transfers at this time of year. However, the transfer had been requested by an authorized representative of the Ministry of Education, so the principal had no choice but to comply. Oh Tai-hwan wanted to know exactly what connections this family had at the ministry, and he was told that a friend of his father's worked there. The principal was wary, realizing that this might be illegal. An official was getting a student into school in the middle of the semester. If this came to light, there would be trouble. However, the principal was a cautious man and suspected that the boy might be a mercenary for the Golden Circle. If that were indeed the case, he would need to be closely monitored. The principal said that the school was prestigious and made that clear to the new student right away. Therefore, if the student decides to violate the rules, there will be no leniency. And even with his connections at the ministry, Tae-jun will have to prove that he's a good student. The young man said he understood everything and asked which class he had been assigned to. Soon, he was already meeting his teachers and classmates, introducing himself as a transfer student from Seoul and expressing his hope for a warm welcome. The name Cho Tae-jun sounded familiar to some of the students. Park Jin-woo immediately realized who was standing before him. Tae-jun recognized him too and was ready to talk. After class, during recess, Tae-jun reminisced about the past. It had been more than 6 months since the last meeting. Back then, Choi had just joined the Golden Circle and was trying to make as many connections as possible. And now they had met again, and Tae-jun asked how things were going for the organization's veteran. Jin-woo admitted that school was so-so. Nothing special, everyone was keeping a low profile. The principal is trying to make it prestigious. Conflicts are quickly swept under the rug, but there's one person you should steer clear of. This crazy guy's name is Kim Hyun-sung, and it's best not to cross paths with him. He has good connections, he's strong, and he can easily beat someone up. He's kind of like the local tough guy at school. Tae-jun listened to Jin-woo, who was clearly exaggerating out of fear of some student. The killer realized the conversation was over and suggested they go out for a drink sometime. In class, he didn't listen to the teachers, thinking about where to start. Just beating up Hyun-sung wouldn't be enough, so he decided to check out the city for 6 months. During that time, he planned to grind Kim Hyun-sung into dust. He'd been promised a hefty fee for the job, so he had no intention of turning it down. This hitman was extremely confident. Rank members of the Golden Circle were considered untouchable. Very few people belonged to the A rank, and the B rank included the best operatives. Tae-jun had attained B rank fairly quickly, even though he was a freshman. He thought he could offset Hyun-sung's influence with his connections at the ministry, but he couldn't rely on that alone. First, he needed to observe how Hyun-sung would react to the provocation, and then set the upperclassmen on him. Killer didn't understand why he'd been sent to this town for 6 months. There was almost nothing to do here. Jin-woo gave him a tour of the school, showing him the classrooms and teachers. And at the end, they approached the classroom where Hyun-sung was studying. They peeked into the classroom. Only one student was sitting at a desk. Jinwoo wasn't very happy that Hyun-sung was in the classroom. The killer studied his target closely. This guy didn't look aggressive or particularly rowdy at all. Choi Tae-jun burst into the classroom and addressed the boy, asking why he was staring blankly and why he wasn't responding properly when spoken to. Hyun-sung replied calmly that the person in front of him was obviously a new student, whom he hadn't even noticed. Tae-jun kept provoking him. He said that Hyun-sung was just asking for it, probably because he was too brave. Hyun-sung asked just how brave his opponent was and whether he was ready to see it through to the end. But the next moment, a powerful punch to the face interrupted the two guys' conversation. Tae-jun couldn't understand what was happening. He was lying on the floor, watching a strange scene unfold. Park Jin-woo apologized to Hyun-sung in a trembling voice. He said he was just showing the new kid around, and that the kid had decided to get himself into trouble on his own. Jin-woo begged on his knees to let the whole situation blow over and to believe that he had absolutely nothing to do with it. Killer had even forgotten about his bruises. He couldn't understand what on earth was going on here. Park Jin-woo was very happy when the new kid showed up. This guy had caught him in his prime and could become a new friend, so Jin-woo tried to get close to him. But the moment Tae-jun started picking on Hyun-sun, a thought flashed through the guy's mind. Jin-woo was afraid that it was all over for him. So he intervened in the brewing argument and then begged him on his knees to forgive him and let the matter drop. The thing is, the atmosphere at school had changed drastically after Bae Sung-ho joined Hyun-sun. A new major player had appeared at the school, and if anyone even started telling stories or spreading gossip about Hyun-seon, the result was always the same. Bae Sung-ho wouldn't tolerate any opposition, and his friends would immediately shut down any such attempts. But in general, most of the students at the school were happy about it. After all, back when Shin Yeon-min ran the school, violence was an everyday occurrence, and everyone walked around in fear, expecting to become a victim at any moment. But now, with his big paycheck, Song-ho has become the school's true guardian, giving no quarter to bullies who pick on the weak. He himself beat up anyone who laid a hand on the younger kids, because this was a school, not a fight club, so there was to be no nonsense. And soon school violence disappeared altogether. An era of peace had dawned under the new king's reign, and when the new kids so thoughtlessly attacked the man who had brought peace, the outcome was predictable. Jinwoo explained in a trembling voice that the newcomer simply didn't understand anything, and swore that he had in no way incited him to aggression. Tae-jun didn't understand why Park Jin-woo was acting so strangely. He must have completely lost his mind. They weren't friends at all. After all, they had been getting along perfectly fine before, but now Park Jin-woo had decided to attack him out of the blue. Upon hearing these words, Park Jin-woo struck the boy again, saying that he had only just transferred to their school and didn't understand anything, and that he should be lying face down on the floor when speaking to Hyun-sun. Tae-jun, of course, wasn't a pushover. As a Golden Circle hitman, he immediately punched his rival in the face. Park Jin-woo assumed that this newcomer had completely forgotten which of them had been in the Golden Circle longer. But then the hitman landed several more powerful blows to the head, because it was clear that Jin-woo clearly didn't understand who he was talking to. The guy said that he had single-handedly beaten up a wrestling club and, thanks to that, had made it into the Golden Circle at 17. Tae-jun didn't want to talk either, but he didn't forget that he was a B-rank assassin. Next came a powerful kick. Park Jin-woo fell in the middle of the classroom like a sack of potatoes. The young man stood over Jin-woo's body, who had lost consciousness after 3 blows. He turned out to be a rather weak opponent. Hyun-sung, watching the fight, laughed uncontrollably. He said the situation was quite amusing. This laughter really angered the hitman, and he said that Hyun-sung had laughed his fill, and now he was going to beat him up. The guy wasn't thinking about the clan or the conspiracy anymore. He was going to tear Hyun-sung apart right here and now. But suddenly the school bell rang for class, and Tae-jun advised the guy to get ready for their next meeting. The hitman promised he wouldn't warn him, and that the next meeting would be Hyun-sung's last. Sitting in class, the new kid thought that Hyun-sung definitely wouldn't survive the next break. Besides, it was unclear where Jin-woo had gone. He'd probably gone to the infirmary. For some reason, many students in the class were staring at the new kid, and it was very strange. Tae-jun felt like his classmates were up to something. The teacher announced that today's lesson would involve group work. His classmates began forming groups, completely ignoring the new kid. At one point, the teacher noticed that Tae-jun was left alone, and there was a group with only 3 people. However, his classmates didn't want to accept him into their group, even though he had just transferred to their school. The teacher tried to persuade the students to let Taijun join their group, but they resisted with all their might, and the boy couldn't understand what was wrong with these students. During recess, everyone headed to the cafeteria, still with no intention of talking to the new kid, and he was forced to deliberately stop the guy with glasses. Standing before him was an ordinary guy. Just the sight of him infuriated him and immediately made him want to beat him up to set an example for the rest. Taijun was already pretty worked up, and now this Four Eyes wasn't even responding to his order to come over immediately. The young man stood up, ready to forcefully make his point, but at that moment, the classroom door swung open. Bai Xiong-ho was standing in the doorway, and he wanted to know where the transfer student was. Taejun already suspected that this wasn't a school, but some kind of nightmare, and asked who had come looking for him. The boy said that everyone here was an idiot. It was only his first day at school, and everyone was picking on him and wanting something from him. Xiong-ho explained that this was exactly why he hadn't shown up, since the new kid wasn't in the know yet. No one at this school sees Hyung-shung. Taijun listened to all this and realized that the plan really needed to be changed immediately. He couldn't handle all this school madness. The new kid turned to Sun-ho and asked, "Is this thug really Hyung-sun's personal lapdog?" Of course, those words infuriated Sun-ho, but before the guy could react, the newcomer leaped toward him in 2 bounds and kicked him in the head. After exchanging a few blows, Taijun thought to himself that he hadn't even been at this school a day yet, and he was already in his second fight with yet another thug. At that moment, Sun-ho approached the guy and took a powerful uppercut to the jaw. Although Bai Xiong-ho didn't fall, it was clear that his head was spinning. Taejun realized he needed to finish him off and landed a few more blows. Then he grabbed his opponent by the hair and slammed his face against the desk with all his might. Finally, Taejun threw the boy to the floor and ordered him not to even dare to get up. The students were horrified when they saw their leader get beaten up. They decided to jump into the fight to protect their friend. But Cho Taejun was really on a roll. It didn't matter how many more students showed up. He beat up everyone who came near him. Taejun was very good against these guys and managed to fend off all their attacks without pausing or expending much energy. The boy took a kick to the face and was now falling, completely exhausted. A new group of students ran into the classroom. They watched the guy who had beaten up Xiong-ho and were about to pounce on him as a mob. Taejun told the students not to leave and to wait until he sent each of them to the other world. At that moment, Sun-ho came to from the blows. He said they weren't done yet, but Taejun advised him not to get up and to lie there quietly. The new kid didn't understand why such a healthy, strong guy liked being a lapdog to a freshman. A week before these events, after Bai Sun-ho had turned the school's power dynamics upside down, he received a private message from Ko Cheng-bom, who praised the guy and gave him a bonus for his hard work. Xiong-ho was surprised. He'd thought Chang-bom was just a school sponsor, but now it seemed he was very interested in all of this. Xiong-ho was already calculating exactly how much he would get if he beat up someone from the Golden Circle. In any case, he was sure he wouldn't come out short. Sun-ho turned to his friends and told them that this newcomer would be tougher than Shin Young-min, and that they might not be able to handle him right now. But if they didn't get scared and stuck together, he could be sure that Jung Seon would definitely take note of that and not forget it. Xiong-ho approached the newcomer, his mind working like a calculator. He was running through the sums he'd received over the past week, and they made him very happy. Sun-ho knew that no sane person would turn down that kind of money, so he shouted to his comrades, "Attack together and take down Taejun." Sun-ho ordered the guys not to let up. As long as the enemy was still standing, they were not to stop under any circumstances and were to keep hitting him. Taejun watched these pathetic attempts and was amazed by the circus unfolding before his eyes. In the end, even though Bai Xiong-ho and a dozen classmates had attacked the new kid, they hadn't succeeded, and now Taejun, standing in front of the mirror, was dabbing the blood from his face with a napkin. Not even a day had passed at this school before he was sick of it all. It was a bunch of crazy fanatics. Taejun understood that it wasn't in the spirit of high school seniors to get involved in a fight they were bound to lose. But Xiong-ho and his friends had thrown themselves into the brawl with crazy self-sacrifice. If there had been just a few more of them, the new kid clearly wouldn't have stood a chance. And now Taejun realized, even if he brought in a broker, it would be unlikely to isolate Hyungsun. This guy had turned the school into some kind of unimaginable stronghold, and now there was probably only one way to sort everything out here. Taejun knew he had to take the bull by the horns, and if he could at least break Hyungsun's arm, that would be something he could report back to the circle later. The young man, deep in thought, was walking down the hallway when he bumped into a man with his shoulder and shouted at him to be more careful. Teacher Kim Yeon-chul couldn't remember the last time someone had spoken to him so disrespectfully, let alone some strange schoolboy. 10 minutes before this incident, Park Jin-woo had come to him and told him that the new transfer student had deliberately decided to provoke Hyung-sun. The teacher realized that Choi Tae-jun had deliberately transferred to their school to get to Hyun-sung. The man understood that the golden circle would stop at nothing. It's unclear who's behind this, but it's clearly someone with a twisted mind. The teacher wanted to know what Hyun-sung thought about the matter. Jin-woo admitted that Hyun-sung had advised him to act at Mr. Kim's discretion. It all sounded rather vague. On the one hand, Hyun-sung wasn't urging the teacher to take action, but on the other, it was as if he were saying, "Don't you dare let this slide." Kim Yeon-chul realized that the time had come to prove his worth and thereby strengthen his relationship with Hyun-sung. Teacher Kim looked very determined. He stood up and was about to find out who this transferred newcomer was. And now, having accidentally run into the insolent boy in the hallway, the teacher grabbed Tae-jun by the ear and dragged him into the teacher's lounge. After that, Kim Yeon-chul hit the boy and didn't even try to justify himself. On the contrary, he continued to pressure this insolent student. Tae-jun said that the teacher certainly wouldn't have behaved that way in front of the other students in class. The boy wanted to put the teacher in his place right then and there. But teacher Kim said that the new kid clearly didn't get the situation. It was only his first day at school, and he'd already beaten up a friend who had to be sent to the hospital because Jin-woo had lost consciousness from blood loss. Besides, let's not forget the fight the new kid started in class. According to witnesses, Tae-jun knocked over some upperclassmen and threatened the rest. Teacher Kim grabbed the boy by the ear again and said that this little brat had decided to disrupt the school from day one and was even threatening the teachers. The teacher said the boy could go complain to his dad's buddies, and Tae-jun realized that despite his protection, the teacher was acting way too bold. Kim Yeon-chul had no intention of stopping. After all, this brat thought he could just walk into a new school and have everyone fall at his feet. But things didn't work that way here. And then came a right hook from teacher Kim. The new kid was genuinely stunned, while the teacher kept saying that he could complain to anyone he wanted, but no one would believe that he'd been beaten up by an ordinary school teacher. No teacher or student at the school would testify or confirm that Mr. Kim had beaten a student. And so if you think about it, the new kid had absolutely no proof that Kim Yeon-chul had even laid a finger on him. The teacher landed a few more blows to his face and said that everyone knew Park Jin-woo had hit the boy. After that, the subsequent blows were attributed to a student named Bae Seong-ho, a sophomore who was very strong and sturdy, but certainly not the teacher. Tae-jun yelled into the phone that everyone at this school had gone crazy. A school teacher had just beaten him to a pulp. It seemed as though absolutely every student and teacher at this school had lost their minds. Broker Jun clutched his head. It really did sound like nonsense, but if he couldn't handle this assignment in the middle of nowhere, his career would be over. Jun Chang-soo knew he simply couldn't fail now, or his entire career would go down the drain. The man told the young man that he was currently in Seoul, but not to worry, he would sort everything out. After that, the broker pulled off the highway and drove to an important meeting, apologizing for the disturbance along the way and saying he needed help. Broker Jun insisted that his interlocutor's name alone wasn't enough. Apparently, the school principal didn't understand who he was dealing with. Chun Chang-oh, who was in charge of the country's education, was surprised by such tactless people, and of course, said he would deal with them if they didn't understand who they were dealing with. Within the Golden Circle, there was a network of golden lines intertwined with one another. People recruited into the Golden Line were part of complex networks and interacted with one another, exerting influence. Moon Chango reaped enormous benefits from the Golden Line. In one city, he bought up a large amount of land, profiting from schemes carried out through an intermediary in which Yoon Chang-soo was involved. And now the representative called Mr. Dongjin and asked him for help with the matter. They say that something is amiss at one of the schools in Dasan. Teachers are taking bribes and playing favorites. Such behavior could negatively impact education in the district, and now the commissioner would like this issue to be resolved. His interlocutor didn't understand why the commissioner was interfering in Dasan's affairs, even though he himself was in charge of Seoul, but Moon Chang-oh had no intention of justifying his actions. The man stated that they were all working in the interests of the country's education, and therefore he had the right to point out shortcomings in other districts. His interlocutor agreed that Moon Chang-o had the right to speak out. But still, this constituted an abuse of power. It became clear that the situation could escalate into a scandal that no one needed. Moon Chang-o threatened his interlocutor, saying he knew about his connections and corruption schemes. He then added that he would be forced to turn to the Golden Circle to resolve this issue. But it turned out that his interlocutor was in the know, and now he too wanted to ask the commissioner an interesting question. If the commissioner continues to dig deeper into this scandal, will he be able to withstand this dirty fight? Because no one goes down alone. All the officials in the capital think that the provinces are full of nothing but dimwits who couldn't make it to the top. But some people are simply happy living there, so they shouldn't be underestimated. My source wanted to say just one thing. You have to know your limits, and there's no point in biting back, because everyone will go down with you. The man met with the school principal and relayed this conversation to him. At any rate, the representative won't act openly at least. The man wanted to know if the principal could handle it, because the Golden Circle is a dangerous opponent. If anyone tries to dig into corruption in Dasan, everyone will go down. The school principal understood everything, but he also knew that it is human nature to feel a sense of duty toward those who seek to help him. For the principal, unlike the representative from Seoul, Myungjin Construction, which invests substantial funds in his school, is of paramount importance, especially since Ko Chang-bom, who is the most likely heir to the company, is also one of the school's patrons. Of course, if corruption at the school comes to light, that won't save the principal. The principal replied that he would do everything in his power to make his school a prestigious institution. He is guided solely by his dream to turn his alma mater into a true gem, and therefore no longer fears for his own future. Oh Tai-hwan advised his interlocutor not to worry at all, because there is a very serious guy behind this. This young man is exceptionally smart, and based on that, none of them are in any danger. Broker Jun called the hitman and unfortunately said there was a slight hiccup, so now they need to forget about everything. If they try to beat him up again, it's better to just walk away. In the event that Tai-jun gets expelled from school, the broker will simply take him back to Seoul. The main thing is not to make a fuss. Tai-jun clearly didn't want to hear this from his immediate boss, who had promised to sort everything out. And now the young man found himself between a rock and a hard place. If he leaves this job early, he can say goodbye to the broker and his usual way of life. But the situation at school had escalated to such a point that continuing was simply dangerous. Originally, Tai-jun was supposed to prevent Hyun-seon's student from getting good grades and turn him into an average student, but now the guy doubted he'd even be able to get close to him. However, if this situation does work out, Broker Chang-soo will be indebted to him for the rest of his life. After the day Cho Tai-jun disrupted the established order at school, he felt like an outcast for the first time in his life. The kids hung out and played games, but even during their free time, no one wanted to talk to him. The girls also avoided and ignored the new kid, who spent his time in proud solitude. The more this happened, the angrier Tai-jun became, and the more determined he was to succeed at this job. Now the boy was angry not only at Hyung-seon, but at everyone else in school who would regret treating him that way. Tai-jun decided to start by calling his friends from Seoul. It was already clear that he wouldn't be able to defeat everyone by force, nor turn Hyung-seon into an outcast, but he could still come up with some kind of plan. A few more days passed, and there was Tai-jun sitting in the cafeteria. His lunch tasted awful. The guy couldn't figure out why, whether it was because he was eating alone or because the food was actually bad. Tai-jun was texting his friends on his phone when a guy walked up to him and asked if he liked the food. It was Hyung-seon, and he thought the food on Tai-jun's plate matched his personality. Tai-jun didn't say anything. He just stared at the guy, wishing he could punch him right there and then. But he decided not to rush into anything and to keep his cool. After all, the guys from Seoul would be arriving soon. He just had to wait a little while. Hyun-sung asked how the new kid was doing and added that the representative had caused quite a scene the other day. Tai-jun realized that this guy knew absolutely everything, and there was no point in putting on a show. He said that if he'd met Hyun-seong outside of school, one-on-one, he wouldn't have left a dry spot on him. Tai-jun didn't understand why his conversation partner was so cocky, probably because he thought of himself as the king of the school. And at that moment, two strong hands shoved Tai-jun's face right into his plate of food, leaving him unable to move. With his arms pinned behind his back and a terrified look on his face, Tai-jun heard the question. Why did he think he could survive in this school and act like a trembling creature here. Taejun snapped out of his surprise and, even though he could do practically nothing, continued to struggle and curse. The guys advised the new kid not to move and kicked him in the shins. Kneeling with his hands clasped, Taejun called Hyun-sung a coward who hides behind others and can't stand up like a man. Hyun-sung confirmed that he agreed with every word Taejun had just said. Besides, he had seen with his own eyes what his opponent was capable of. So yes, he didn't want to provoke him, because he was dealing with a tough B-rank assassin, and if the man had been even slightly lower in rank, then maybe Hyun-sung would have dared to fight him once. But now Hyun-sung could only even the odds, and he asked Taejun what he thought about it. The new guy hadn't had time to process it and didn't even understand where the conversation was going when suddenly Hyun-sung ordered his guys to beat the crap out of Taejun. He didn't have to say it twice because everyone was already itching to beat up this new guy for what he'd been pulling with them since day one. Taejun tried to scare the guys by threatening them, but they weren't going to listen to threats and just beat him up. Blows rained down one after another from all sides. Taejun couldn't fight back and was now just a punching bag. A group beating with hold-downs was the harshest kind, and even a fighter like Taejun didn't stand a chance. The young man realized he hadn't done anything to anyone. He just wanted to have a quiet lunch in the cafeteria. Perhaps if he could knock out at least one of his attackers, he might manage to break free. But at that moment, Taejun's arm found itself in Hyun-sun's powerful grip. The guy said that if Taejun was left with only one arm, then maybe he'd have a chance to stand up to the new kid. Hyun-sung, despite the wild screams, broke Taejun's arm, then ordered the guys to get the new kid back on his feet. Next, Hyun-sung approached the boy, grabbed him by the head, and said that Taejun had two options. The first was to continue working for the Golden Circle. In that case, both his arms would be broken, and without them, his life at school would turn into hell. The second option was to obey Hyun-sung, report to the Golden Circle that the mission was complete, and become his spy. While Taejun is making his decision, Hyun-seon wants to know who hired him. Taejun replied that he has no intention of betraying them, since they aren't just some amateurs, but very serious people far beyond Hyun-seon's reach. After hearing this answer, Hyun-seon pulls out a knife, hands it to Seong-ho, and asks if he'll stab the new guy for 100 million. Seong-ho understood that if he refused, someone else would agree. Besides, there was no need to kill Taejun. The guys would call an ambulance right away, so he just needed to stab him hard enough to hurt him, but not kill him. Hyun-sung's words went beyond all reason, and a deafening silence fell over the school. Hyun-sung began to speculate on how long it would take the average person to save up such a sum. Now everyone understood that this had been their original mistake. They had considered their relationship with Hyun-sung to be normal. This devil had been soaking up malice for 10 years while in a coma, and he did it for the sake of revenge. And now everyone saw what he was really like. Hyun-sung hadn't asked anyone to kill anyone. It all happened in an instant. It was at that very moment that Taejun lost what little willpower he had left. When he heard that the police wouldn't find out anything and would say it was all just a joke, especially since no one in Dasan would believe the words of a hitman from Seoul. A few days before these events, a copy of Taejun's file was found, and it became clear that he had been sent by the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung realized that the guy was most likely a B rank, and perhaps he could somehow be lured over to their side to get information. But it was already clear that these people had become completely brazen and had sent an assassin under the guise of an agent. The Golden Circle doesn't really like to beat around the bush, or perhaps they're simply too confident in their success. Hyun-sung thought about what would happen if Taejun's mission failed. Then the Golden Circle would realize the scale of the situation. From Seoul to the butterfly effect, Hyun-sung was increasingly confronted with events he hadn't anticipated. And at this point, the experience of his past life no longer meant anything. The young man understood that he had to take the situation into his own hands as firmly as he could and prepare for anything. And to do that, he needed to be even more calculating in his actions. At that moment, Bae Seong-ho made a decision and said he would carry out the mission. The young man was confident he would receive a good reward and demanded that the men get Taejun back on his feet. Hyun-sung said it was a great deal and handed him a knife. Seong-ho was about to plunge the knife into the body of the student, who was twitching more and more, unable to believe his eyes. Without a second thought, Seong-ho moved forward with the knife to earn a large sum of money, and just as the blade was about to touch Taejun, the boy screamed that he agreed to the second option. Hyun-sung stopped Seon-ho and promised a reward for his obedience in any case, but for now he wanted to hear from the newcomer. Hyun-sung gave Taejun's exact address in Seoul and also listed some details of his personal life. Hyun-sung understood that Taejun clearly underestimated him and would try to deceive him, but that was a completely futile endeavor. After all, anyone who stood in Hyun-sung's way would not be able to hide and would live in fear until their very last day. So now Hyun-sung asked again, would the guy stay in the golden circle or become his lackey? He needed to think this through carefully. Taejun had joined the golden circle with great ambitions. The few deals he had already managed to pull off flashed before his eyes, but now he was face to face with pure hatred. And the young man realized that through his work he had been selling other people's lives for money. Taejun raised his head and said he would become Hyung-sun's dog. Sun Ho returned the knife to Hyung-sun, unsure whether he should let the newcomer go. After all, he could set them up. But Hyung-sun didn't see a problem with it. Even if that happened, he would clearly show everyone what happens to those who betray him. After school, Sung Ho checked his account. The reward should have already been transferred to it. And Hyun-sung also asked him to find the gossip as soon as possible so he could spread a rumor around the school. It had to be done quickly. And now the whole school was abuzz, discussing the incident on the roof. They said Hyung-seon had gotten into a fight up there. The students didn't understand why he would do that, since things had been pretty quiet and peaceful at school lately. Sun Ho hadn't had any conflicts with anyone lately, and there wasn't even a need to stand up for Hyun-sung. The guys had heard that a big fight had broken out between the two of them, and they didn't understand why Sun Ho had been awarded the scholarship. Now, no one knew whether this was good or bad, or what direction things would take for all the students at the school. Hyun-sung was very pleased. The bait had been cast, and all that was left was to wait. Although outwardly no one would have guessed that anything had happened. A meeting was being held in the principal's office, and Ko Chang-sok wanted to hear suggestions from his subordinates. Recently, his brother had become managing director in his place, and if the position went to his older brother, all the efforts of the past few years would be for naught. One of the managers said that even if Mr. Ko Chang-bom had been given the opportunity, he hadn't yet proven his worth at work, and he had no projects to his name. The PR specialist asked if it might be possible to establish contact with his wife. That would greatly help improve his image. But everyone understood that his wife's family definitely didn't want any public scandals. And after her husband's infidelity, it would take her a long time to rebuild trust. The internal director suspected that something was amiss. For some reason, a womanizer, a moron, and an outright scoundrel who hadn't earned a single penny had suddenly been reborn. Kim Chil-jin was very surprised by his eldest son's current behavior, and it seemed as though he had acquired some kind of very experienced advisor. This man started by exposing Chung-sok's infidelity. The older brother benefited the most from this information. After that, Chung-bom spent his days sitting at the very construction site where the accident had occurred. Even though he had never shown up at the workplace before, and he handled the situation in a way that pleased the company president. The internal director believed that statements like tearing everything down and starting from scratch were not characteristic of someone like Chung-bom. None of this was a coincidence. It was all planned. Someone was definitely behind this. The only problem was that no one had any idea who exactly. Kim Chil-jin believed that it was necessary to find the informant at all costs, and that this had to be done by any means necessary. But from that moment on, surveillance began. It was now known that Ko Chang-bom had arrived at the worksite at 6 in the morning to check on progress and working conditions. After that, he had lunch with the project manager and discussed plans for future construction projects. In the evening, he had dinner at a restaurant with an old acquaintance. Surveillance of the man yielded nothing, and Ko Chang-sok was already losing patience because there were no results. His assistants tried to come up with various possibilities. Perhaps the information came from the judge. When Chung-sok's infidelities came to light, he might have leaked the details. Other theories were considered, but no one was that interested, and besides, many lacked the brains for such a grand scheme. The manager suggested that the help might be coming from the Sunsin company, but Chung-sok was certain that his friendship with the company's CEO was genuine and that they had nothing to do with it. Unexpectedly, one of the assistants noticed that something strange was happening with Chang-bom's personal accounts. Judging by the transactions, huge sums of money were being funneled into the high school. They were going towards scholarships, the gym, and even the swimming pool. Chung-sok thought it was nonsense because it was just like his brother to waste money on trifles. A few years ago, Jong-bok had even embarrassed himself so badly that his father had to pay the bar tab. Chung Sok ordered his aides not to look toward ordinary, uninfluential people. These had to be very serious figures capable of pulling off such a multi-step scheme. Suddenly, a call came in from an unknown number. Chung Sok was too nervous and busy to waste time on idle chatter. However, the stranger didn't give up. He sent a message saying that he was Ko Changbom's informant and was ready to meet and talk face-to-face. Hyun Song answered the call from the unknown number, and it turned out to be Ko Changbom. The man told him that he was being followed. Changbom noted that someone had been following him with a camera for a whole week. Nothing had happened yet, but he simply decided to warn his schoolmate. Changbom suspected that he might not be the only one in danger and asked if his younger brother could get in touch. Changbom wasn't worried that his younger brother would offer better terms, but he still wanted to play it safe and make sure everything was still on between them. Hyun Sung advised his friend to trust him and asked him to get the phone with the fake number. Jang Suk asked what he should do once he discovered the informant's identity. He was told there were two options in that case. Considering how he turned Changbom from a slacker into a director, this man is smart, so he needs to be won over to his side. But if this man refuses to help take down Yangbom, then they'll have to get rid of him. The informant called Chang Sok and asked why the man was looking for him. Chang Sok didn't beat around the bush. He immediately stated that he wanted to recruit the informant. His older brother, Ko Changbom, had barely finished school and was a complete dimwit and slob. Chang Sok himself had graduated from a prestigious university, and while his younger brother was having fun, he was gaining experience on the company's construction sites. And you don't have to think long to figure out which of the brothers is better suited for the role of company chairman. Sooner or later, their father will name an heir, because that's just how all companies work. Of course, their father could hand over his brainchild to some outside manager. But Chang Sok doesn't think his older brother will become chairman. He wouldn't be able to handle the job anyway. So in any case, it's better to bet on the younger brother. The informant listened carefully to all this and said he had one condition, and Chang Suk declared he was ready to grant any request. Ko Chang Sok returned to his office and told his aides that Changbom's informant had contacted him. According to this man, he believes that Chang Sok is better suited for the position of chairman than his older brother. In exchange for this favor, the informant asked for very little. He wanted to take the position of internal director of the company. Kim Cheol-jin was upset. His immediate superior didn't even know who this informant was, so giving him such an important position was very rash and unwise. But Chung Sok rudely yelled at his assistant and said he hadn't asked for his opinion because the internal director had missed the entire situation when Chang Bom was taking over the company. Chung Sok said he had someone in mind who was more competent and worthy of the position of internal director, someone who would get to the root of the problem. Kim Cheol-jin tried to explain that it wasn't that simple. Myeongchin was a company with a long history, and even if it went to his older brother, there wouldn't be any fuss over his appointment because they hired highly professional people for director positions. But Chang Sok wouldn't listen to a word of it because times were changing, and they shouldn't act as if they were stuck in the last century. Chang Sok had always disliked the internal director, Kim, who was too old-fashioned and a stickler for tradition. Chang Sok declared that he didn't want to hear about traditions. When he became the company's chairman, much in their lives would change. And right now, his subordinates should be thinking about the fact that once he took the position, everyone in that room would get what they deserved. That should be far more important to them. After that, all the assistants were sent home, and finally Chang Sok was able to be alone with himself. Of course, Chang Sok knew he wasn't perfect. A narcissist who didn't watch his words, a man who cheated on his wife, someone who could hardly be called a good person. And if he weren't the chairman's youngest son, it wouldn't be worth talking to him at all. But still, he's the lesser evil compared to Ko Changbom, who spits on the company. At least Chang Sok put time and effort into his work. But the destruction of traditions always leads to the beginning of the end of the system. And in the end, Chang Sok might turn out to be a bad choice. Internal Director Kim decided he had to speak with the chairman and do so for the good of the company and the people who had dedicated their lives to it. Unexpectedly, he received a phone call from an unknown, hidden number. The stranger asked how Mr. Kim felt about Ko Chang Sok's decision. Of course, it was unfair. The stranger didn't give his name. He said he didn't care about the position of company director. He just wanted to highlight the difference between the brothers. Hyun Song, and it was he acting as the informant, said that Myeongchin was a company with a long history and that tradition was important. Careless companies let just anyone into management, but someone who understood the will of the leadership and shared its views would not give up the position of director just like that. The informant was certain that the internal director, Kim, was very proud of his position and had put in a lot of effort. Therefore, the informant advised the man to support his eldest son, who was no longer as reckless as he used to be. And in this case, it wasn't about betrayal, but simply that Changbom wanted to work with someone who had a clear vision for the company's future. A few days passed before the two men met. They began by greeting each other, as they didn't interact very often at work. Kim Cheol-jin asked directly. He wanted to know who managing director Ko Changbom's informant was. Changbom really didn't want to deceive a man he had valued and respected since early childhood. But Mr. Kim began by mentioning that Changbom had visited construction sites with his father since childhood. Back then, no one really thought much of it, since it was in their blood. Young Mr. Kim remembered Changbom from when he was 3 or 4 years old, carrying bricks with his little hands. And back then, Mr. Kim's heart would bleed with fear that the boy might get hurt. Later, he grew into a strong man, and Kim Cheol-jin had high hopes for him. But as he grew older, he became increasingly disappointed. He couldn't count how many times he had to come to the school because of yet another one of Changbom's fights, and how the boy had turned into a man who did nothing but drink and spend time with women. And then the internal director realized that it would be better for Chang Sok to become the company chairman because he leads a more respectable life. And now we can ask the question, why is the ordinary director so concerned about this? Because he has devoted his entire life to this company and cannot leave it in the hands of a tyrant. The man admitted that he had noticed how Changbom had changed recently, and it didn't matter to him who exactly had pushed him to do so. As long as he was benefiting the company, the rest didn't matter. Kim Cheol-jin said he wouldn't try to find out who the informant was. He bowed his head to Changbom and said that the company needed people like him and looked forward to a fruitful collaboration. The cafe was very crowded. All you could hear were requests to bring menus, clear dishes, come to the table for two, and so on. The waitress was serving food, but they were already waiting for her elsewhere to clear the dirty dishes from the table. The guys came into the cafe and watched an elderly woman working as a waitress. She wanted a good future for her grandson, so she worked. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was very timely because the cafe was too crowded and there was plenty of work to do. But the woman answered the call anyway, and it turned out to be a real estate agent. He told her she had won a house in a new development in the lottery. Her grandson scolded his grandmother for working at the cafe again. After all, she has a pension, and besides, he gives her money. But the woman considered it a scholarship for her diligent studies and couldn't bring herself to spend it. While her grandson was having dinner, the woman mentioned that real estate agents had been calling her frequently lately. She had no idea how they'd even found out about her. The old woman said that these people were talking nonsense and offering her an extra 5,000 or 6,000. After the incident at the construction site, shares in Myeongchun literally skyrocketed, and now the new building where the grandmother won an apartment is located in an upscale neighborhood. The elderly woman didn't understand what these scammers wanted from her. Of course, she could sell them the apartment, but they were pressuring her and scaring her. The woman confessed to her grandson that she wouldn't be able to buy out the apartment anyway because she needed to pay 200 million won, and she didn't have that kind of money, so she was thinking of selling it. Of course, Yun Xiong had the necessary amount in an undisclosed bank account, but he couldn't tell his grandmother about it yet. However, he wasn't about to give up on the future home either. He advised his grandmother to leave the matter to him, because, like a true magician, he had worked his magic so that his grandmother would win the apartment, and now he would also work his magic to come up with the money to pay for it. A phone call interrupted the conversation between the grandson and his grandmother, and Hyun Xiong stepped out to take it. He received a call from the academy informing him that his younger brother, Hyun Jin, hadn't shown up for class today, and the boy was just about to head home so that no one would suspect anything. Hyun Jin slung his backpack over his shoulder and watched the other boys fooling around. He envied them because he had to go home. Hyun Sung was upset when he found out his brother was skipping class. This boy had to succeed at everything, no matter what. Hyun Jin was walking down the street when he accidentally bumped into a stranger. He apologized and looked up and froze in his tracks. It wasn't a stranger but his older brother, who had appeared in this part of town for some unknown reason. The brothers decided to talk. It turned out that Hyun Jin had already picked up his documents from the academy but hadn't told anyone. Hyunjin told his brother that he was old enough to make his own decisions, especially since Hyunseong himself regularly came home beaten up. He couldn't study on the money his brother earned that way. Hyunjin reasoned as follows. If they didn't need to study, let the older brother study. He was better at it and got higher grades while the younger one would go to work. Hyunseong remembered from his past life that in the 5th year of his coma, his younger brother had enrolled in the police academy and sworn to take revenge on the villains who had done this to his brother. However, he had to pay the medical bills for Hyunseong and their grandmother, and the boy spent all his free time studying to pass the exam, but it didn't work out. In the end, he too couldn't cope with the circumstances. Hyunseong couldn't let that fate repeat itself. He showed his brother a message confirming that they had won an apartment in a prestigious part of town. Hyunjin was shocked, but he knew they had no way to pay for it. Just then, a car pulled up beside them, and the driver waved hello, saying he'd wanted to meet Hyunjin for a long time. Ko Chang-bom got out of the car and said that this was the first time in his life he had come to the library, and he couldn't believe it himself. The man approached the brothers and introduced himself. He was the eldest son of the chairman of Myungjin Construction and Hyunseong's best friend. If you don't believe it, you can Google it, though the internet is full of scandals. The man sat down between the brothers and explained to Hyunjin that he was the one funding Hyunseong's scholarship, and that there was enough money to cover both of their tuition, so the younger brother should just focus on his studies and not worry about anything. Hyunjin stepped aside, and then Hyunseong thanked him for his help and for such an unexpected request at such a late hour. Jangbom said there was no need to worry. He was always ready to help his friends. After that, the man handed him an envelope containing information about the 3 people the young man was interested in. Jangbom also mentioned that his uncle was now on their side, and he wanted to know what they planned to do next. Hyunseong said they needed to get in touch with real estate agents from the Jongwoo Real Estate Company, which owns a plot of land in the Sani district. A few days passed and the school was once again abuzz. The students were talking about nothing else but the fact that Hyunseong had received the highest score on the mock exam and, it seemed, had taken first place in the country. As soon as the young man appeared at school, everyone immediately wanted to know the secret behind his grades, how many tutoring centers he attended, and who had helped him achieve success. Principal Oh was very pleased with the student who had brought the school closer to his dream. Hyunseong guessed that the principal had invited the journalists, but decided to play along and said that he didn't attend any private academies, and that all his success was due to the school's teachers. After that, the homeroom teacher of this gifted student appeared before the journalists, and this too was presented as a credit to the school. A few days later, Taejun was called in for a meeting and asked to explain himself. Taejun was supposed to give the broker a false report and said that he had managed to drive a wedge between Hyunseong and Seongho, and that soon they would be able to corner Hyunseong. The guy said that only a month had passed and he needed more time to complete the mission. Broker Jun realized that the result was too vague and demanded something more concrete. Chang-soo admitted that his phone was ringing off the hook with complaints from the higher-ups, so a story about a meaningless quarrel wouldn't be enough. Chang-soo gripped the guy's shoulder tightly and said this was his last chance. Before the holidays, he had to at least break Hyunsun's arm or drag him into a scandal. Taejun was still in a cast and now walked cautiously, constantly looking over his shoulder, not knowing which way trouble might come from. Finally, the guy heard the voice of the person he was supposed to meet. Taejun apologized for being late and said he'd been walking in circles to make sure he wasn't being followed, because he'd just met with a broker. Hyunseong drew a circle on the ground with a stick and asked if the young man knew what it was. Hyunseong explained that when he realized he had become a target of the golden circle, he had a lot of questions. The boy looked at his bruises and contusions and couldn't understand why these people were going so far. What had he done to deserve this? And why weren't the adults standing up for him, since he wasn't at fault for anything? The question that tormented him most was, who exactly had hired the hitman? Hyunseong ran through various possibilities. The first was the parents of Jin-yo, a girl from a wealthy family, an introvert who had suddenly excelled in her studies and was now suffering because of Hyunseong. The second candidate was Jin-hyun's family. They had gotten into a fight at the beginning of the semester and hadn't spoken since. He was a guy with a Napoleon complex and a very wealthy father. And the last candidate is Se-na's family. She is the daughter of a high-ranking official. At the beginning of the semester, she was in first place, but Hyun-sung significantly outperformed her on the exams. This trio best fits the criteria of the Golden Circle clients. With Taejun's help, Hyun-sung wanted to lure one of them out. But after what he heard from the guy, only one candidate remained. Hyun-sung advised Taejun to get ready, because tomorrow his path would part ways with the Golden Circle forever. The next day, teacher Kim announced that the game was about to begin, and the winning team would receive a treat on the teacher's tab. After all, these kids who regularly fought and clashed were just ordinary people. Hyun-sung stood out here too. He broke through the defense and scored a goal. This guy was really cool after all. The girls didn't play soccer, but they watched the match with interest and discussed the best players. Choi Sena watched the handsome guy with interest. She liked him, and maybe she was ready to ask him out. Her friend was convinced that in the past, Hyun-sung had been a good guy and a model student, but now he had gone down the wrong path. However, Sena said that the guy never starts a fight first. As soon as the soccer match ended, the girl got up and headed toward the guys. She walked up to Hyun-sung without hesitation and asked if he wanted some juice or something cold to drink. Hyun-sung turned to the girl and asked to talk somewhere else. He wanted to tell her something private. Enough time had passed since then. A new class was about to start, but the couple had disappeared somewhere. It was unclear what they could possibly be talking about for so long. Suddenly, Sena received a strange message from her friend, asking for help and telling her to meet her in the restroom. Hyun-sung met Sena in the sports equipment storage room. She didn't understand why they were there. Sena had, of course, heard about this guy's hot temper, but she still tried not to be afraid of him. Hyun-sung suddenly told her in a harsh, firm tone to close the door behind her. Hyun-sung asked her why she thought he'd been having so many problems lately. The girl suggested that the older guys were just picking on him. Hyun-sung confirmed that this was true, but there was something people didn't know. Someone had specifically hired these guys, meaning there was an organizer behind the attacks. Hyun-sung had suspected this for a long time, so he had set a trap. The gossip had spread the information to 3 people he suspected. To one, he said that Hyun-sung was going through a rough patch and was planning to transfer to another school. If the guy was interested, he'd be happy to hear that. To another, he said that Hyun-sung and Seong-ho hadn't actually fallen out. In that case, the person was bound to get angry and react harshly. Sena didn't understand where he was going with this. The guy continued. The chatterbox told the girl that, despite the difficulties, Hyun-sung would stay at this school, and now the troublemaker would try to find a new approach. After that, Hyun-sung analyzed all the information and discovered something interesting. The spy planted among the students had reacted strongly to one of the messages. Hyun-sung turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to tell him something. Hyuji ran to the restroom and flung the door open, not knowing what she would see there. The girl rushed to her friend, trying to figure out what had happened and where Hyun-sung had gone. At that moment, Hyun-sung's voice rang out. He thanked Se-nu for her help and asked her to leave. When the 2 young people were left alone, Hyun-sung announced that he had a serious conversation to have with Hyuji. All the evidence pointed to Sena being the client, but for one reason, that was impossible. Hyuji looked frightened and said she didn't understand what was going on, but she was sure that Hyun-sung was scaring her. Hyun-sung explained that the reason Sena had moved from Seoul to their town was because her brother had been severely bullied at school, and he couldn't take it anymore and took a desperate step. So her parents, to protect their daughter's mental health, moved her here, and a family like that would never order the bullying of another child. Sena, remembering her brother's tragic fate, always supported Hyun-sung and hated whoever had hired the bullies to target him. There was only one option left. Sena shared the news she'd heard from the gossip with someone close to her, and that close friend was none other than Hyuji, whose parents were behind all this chaos. The girl pulled away from the guy and said she didn't understand what he was talking about, and that she definitely had nothing to do with it. She made sure the front door was locked and told Hyun-sung to use his head. They were good friends, so why would she do something like that? Hyuji was now practically certain that this was Sena's doing. She was always complaining about her grades. But Hyun-sung was certain that the girl's parents hadn't worried about her grades in a long time and were active members of the anti-school violence committee. People like that wouldn't get involved in bullying a student. Hyuji tried to blame her friend's parents, saying that her father was a high-ranking police officer and that many people in such circles were connected to the Golden Circle, even though Hyun-sung had never once mentioned the Golden Circle. That was exactly where Hyuji slipped up. There was no need to continue. Now her classmates stopped pretending and said that Hyun-sung was entirely to blame. If he hadn't been so heartless, none of this would have happened. A few months before the events, Hyun-sung came to school as usual. Pensive, handsome, lonely, sad, and smart. He was very handsome, had a good personality, studied diligently, and played sports, which is why Hyuji liked him right away. But the problem was that she wasn't the only one. Many girls liked him, but Hyun-sung turned them down one after another, not giving any of them a chance. Despite her popularity, the girl was very afraid of rejection, so she decided to get closer and try to befriend Hyun-sung. A friendship developed between them. Hyun-sung explained some difficult math problems to her. Hyun-sung was very friendly, so the girl decided she could take the next step. She asked Hyun-sung's friend to ask him about his ideal girlfriend, what she should be like. At the time, Hyun-sung wasn't interested in romantic relationships at all, but he told his friend that she should be like Hyeji, cheerful and easygoing. By now, Hyuji was almost certain of success. She prepared a gift and wrote a love letter. After that, the girl met with Hyun-sung after school, gave him the gift, and asked if he wanted to start a romantic relationship with her. And this was the first time in her life that Hyuji had experienced a bad ending. The girl came from a wealthy family and had never heard the word no from her parents, so this first rejection introduced her to despair, and anger began to grow inside her. Hyuji hired the Golden Circle to take revenge for her broken heart. The girl claimed that Hyun-sung had been very kind and cheerful with her, giving her hints and raising her hopes, and after that, her life turned into a living hell. Hyun-sung became more popular, got better grades, and eventually everything went so wrong that she came to hate him. She felt the same despair as if she were an ant that absolutely no one cared about. But now the girl realized she had been wrong. She apologized to Hyun-sung and promised it wouldn't happen again. Hyun-sung listened to the story, which seemed like a manifestation of pure evil, and couldn't say a word in response. Hyun-sung spoke up. He explained that he had turned her down not because she wasn't his type, but simply because he couldn't afford to go on a date with her. Hyuji constantly ate lunch at cafes and changed phones like gloves, while he couldn't even afford a movie ticket. That's why he turned her down, but he should have just been honest. If Hyun-sung had told the truth back then, Hyuji wouldn't have gone this far. Hyuji was happy to hear this. She immediately threw her arms around him and suggested they start over. But instead of consent, a slap awaited her, and Hyun-sung said that now he would destroy Hyuji, as well as her family and every little reason for joy. Everything, everything. Hyun-sung slapped her, knowing that she would never understand why he had gone so far. But now, after 10 years in a coma and countless misfortunes, he would avenge his family. Hyun-sung couldn't understand how she could consider herself human after sending a guy into the abyss of despair and calmly watching it happen. Hyun-sung was certain that people like Hyeji would never change. And now she'd better find a good plastic surgeon because she'll have to spend money on facial reconstruction. Had he really sunk so low as to beat up girls? It seemed Hyun-sung was losing his humanity. Hyun-sung explained that she was the one to blame for everything. Hyeji had hired the Golden Circle. Kim Yeon-chul was shocked. This beauty turned out to be a client of the Golden Circle, but Hyun-sung still went too far by beating her up, even though you can understand why he did it. Of course, this can't go unpunished. Teacher Kim said he'd try to sort it out somehow. However, it's already clear that her parents won't let this slide. The girl's father is very influential in the city. This is a whole new level. Hyun-sung reassured the teacher, saying he wouldn't have to clean up the mess all by himself. The guy advised simply sending her home and doing nothing. Looking at his beloved daughter's disfigured face, the father couldn't understand what kind of bastard had done this to her. The man was furious. That scoundrel must have been tired of living. The mother was hysterical. She believed her husband shouldn't let the person who did this get away with it. The man himself knew he wouldn't let that happen. He threatened to put absolutely everyone involved in jail: the school students, the administration, and the sponsors. But first, he needed to find out how those idiots from the Golden Circle had leaked his daughter's identity. He decided to start his revenge with them. The man answered the phone. It turned out to be Kim Hyun-sung calling. It was very unexpected and intriguing. The guy knew for sure that he was calling the Golden Circle broker in Seoul, Young Chang-soo. Chang-soo finally answered the call and heard the client shouting, unable to understand why the broker hadn't picked up right away. Oh Chun-sam was furious and wanted to know what the broker would do in this situation, how he would resolve everything, and what he would offer as compensation for his daughter's bruised face. The man accused the broker of failing to do his job, even though everything had been guaranteed from the start, since the Golden Circle organization had a flawless reputation. Mr. O continued to yell into the phone and said he would tell the management everything, and that now everyone would find out that the Golden Circle organization doesn't keep its word. Finally, the broker spoke up and said he couldn't care less how the man would handle it. Golden Circle never loses, but now a precedent has been set, and Chang-Soo is certain that this is the end for him. The broker also warned that he had passed on all the details of the deal to Kim Hyun-seon because he still wanted to live and now trusted this guy more. Of course, the broker understood that the man was surprised. There really were some papers in their business, but life is unpredictable, so he kept a couple of documents just in case. The man could no longer hold back. He screamed that he would take the broker and the entire Golden Circle down with him, and they would all go up in flames together. But Chang-Soo advised him to use his head, because the man's future now depended entirely on him, after which the broker hung up. Oh Chun-sam was furious. Just then, the intercom rang. The man had no idea who could be showing up at this hour. It was a call from the front door, but no one was visible on the camera. Some mysterious visitors. Jun Chang-Soo knew that there couldn't be two deaths, but one was inevitable. He finished his cigarette, ready to take the risk. Recently, he had received a call from a person he clearly had no intention of and never expected to hear on his phone. Kim Hyun-sung was the last client to cause him a great deal of trouble, and now he had called personally. The young man explained that he had sent Oh Hye-ji home earlier than scheduled, and that she looked a bit disheveled. Hyun-sung continued, saying that he could forgive the broker for the failure of the Golden Circle and give him a second chance. But revealing the client's identity was a completely different story. The broker began to think quickly, trying to figure out how this guy had found him, and soon realized that Cho Tae-jun had betrayed him. Hyun-sung continued his reasoning. It turned out that Chang-Soo had now become a threat to the Golden Circle's existence, and the Golden Circle had no choice but to cover all their tracks. And this wouldn't just be about Chang-Soo, but about everyone connected to him. So, right now was the moment when the broker had to decide for himself whether he wanted to live or not. If the man chooses to live, he must report to his superiors in the Golden Circle that he has handled all matters, successfully dealt with Hyun-sung, and that the client is satisfied. The hitman Choi Tae-jun has finished his job and is ready to return to Seoul, but the broker believed the client wouldn't keep quiet. However, the young man suggested leaving it to him. The entire Oh family couldn't believe their eyes when he appeared at the doorstep of their apartment. Hyun-sung turned to the man and said that he could have already put two and two together and figured out what was going on, and that now they'd better sit down and talk. Jang-soo tried to say something, but in response he only heard an order to sit down and shut up. Hyun-sung finally spoke up. He said the man had two options. The first involved taking revenge on Hyun-sung. He could file a police report and try to involve the Golden Circle. In that case, Hyun-sung promised to make public all the information he had received from the broker. It's clear that after that, the Golden Circle won't disappear. However, the same cannot be said with certainty about the Oh family and broker Jun. The man, of course, will go to prison, and his daughter will end up in a juvenile detention center. No one doubts that. However, the father of the family won't be released for at least a few years, while his daughter will be out of the facility in a couple of months, and one can only guess what will happen to her next. What will become of this little girl without her influential daddy? Who will protect her from Hyun-sung and his revenge? The man was furious. This brat dared to threaten him in his own home. He certainly wouldn't let it go. Hyun-sung once again urged the man to choose his words carefully, because Ko Chang-bom was his good partner, and it would be easy to find people who would break the girl's legs and gouge out her eyes. By this point, Hye-ji, who was also there, was already screaming hysterically and couldn't pull herself together from the horror. Hyun-sung continued speaking and decided it was time to talk about the second option. Hyun-sung threw a knife at Mr. Oh's feet and stated his condition. He demanded that the man cut his daughter's Achilles tendons, and then that monster would never see the light of day again. Having stated this condition, the young man turned and left the apartment in complete silence. The girl's mother couldn't believe her ears. She demanded that her husband call the police. The man didn't move, and Hyun-sung calmly left the apartment, while his wife still didn't understand why her husband wasn't calling the police. Chang-soo could see nothing but the knife. Everything else around him had vanished from his view. At last he realized that Hyun-sung was absolutely right about everything. And if he didn't meet his conditions, everything would turn out exactly as he said. And the man's hand reached for the knife, while his wife screamed desperately throughout the apartment. Chang-soo knew he could end up behind bars at any moment. He couldn't handle Ko Chang-bom, and this house, his business, and his women, everything would be left unattended. The scariest thing was what would happen to his beloved daughter while her father was in prison. The man now recalled what he had always said. You shouldn't spoil your children so much. The knife was already in the hands of the frenzied father. The woman watched in horror as events unfolded, and the father, ignoring his daughter's screams and still clutching the knife, finally approached his beloved little girl, Hyuji. Broker Jun understood that even if Mr. O chose the second option, Hyun-sung wouldn't stop there. The young man confirmed that he would indeed continue to push him to the brink, expose all the fraudulent schemes in which Oh Chang-sam had participated, and then reveal everything he had learned from the broker. Hyun-sung promised if the man had the nerve to maim his daughter, the young man would have him arrested for domestic violence. And Hyeji would be left disabled and alone in this cruel world. The broker was horrified by just how vicious this boy turned out to be. It was clear that he would buy himself a little time, but sooner or later the Golden Circle would find out everything. Hyun-sung knew that this is exactly how it would play out, so he had a plan, and he wanted to offer the broker a deal called the Trojan Horse. Chong-soo shared his materials not because he was stupid, but because he had bet on Hyun-sung to survive, since the man understood perfectly well that he was nothing more than a pawn. Hyun-sung assumed that the broker was working with the Golden Circle solely for the money, so he suggested to Chong-soo that they make money together. The broker realized that this young man was acting so boldly because he was connected to Myungjin Construction. But the broker believed that being a double agent was even more dangerous. He had indeed joined the circle for the money, but he leaked all the information to Hyun-seon because he was too afraid of them. But now the guy wants Chang-soo to risk his life for Hyun-seon's word and money from the Myungchin Corporation. Unexpectedly, Hyun-seon said the word celestials, and the broker broke out in a cold sweat from the tension. He had no idea how the boy knew about that. Hyun-sung suggested that in a couple of years, the broker would become a broker for the best of the best. The Golden Circle's hierarchy, the Golden Line, like any structure, it has classes. The top tier belongs to politicians and top-tier business people. In this circle, they're called the Top League, and every member of the Top League has their own brokers. And the higher the rank, the better the reward for these brokers. On top of that, the brokers themselves are accepted into the league. Chong-soo himself certainly didn't know about the top tier of the Golden Circle. He didn't understand how this schoolboy knew all this. The man fell into thought, speculating that perhaps it would all work out. Of course, if the Golden Circle found out about his betrayal, he'd have to pay the price, but he could always flee the country for a couple of years. But perhaps Hyun-sung would crush the Golden Circle, and then he'd be able to kill two birds with one stone. Chong-soo said he wanted to become a member of the league. Hyun-sung realized the man had made his choice. He asked him not to rush into membership within the next month, but then Chang-soo would get everything he wanted. Young Chang-soo didn't understand how the guy knew all this information about the Golden Circle, the line, and the league. But a few years later, everyone in the country knew about it. The existence of the Golden Circle would become a national scandal. It included politicians and businessmen. The news also reported on the highest league, which had access to the organization's special services. But the case known as the Golden Circle was closed without a single name of a league member being made public. Hyun-sung realized that it was impossible to dismantle the Golden Circle legally. The wealthy and powerful would never allow it. Well, now it was time to move on to the next stage of the plan. The man held a note in his hand stating that an unknown person could clear the respected deputy of all suspicion. The Prosperity Party senator smiled and said he had called this number just to see the Joker and tell him not to make fun of him. Hyun-sung sat down at the table and said that, of course, his note sounded a bit absurd, but he still hoped the senator would listen to him. During his time as a professor, Mr. Kim had cultivated many useful connections, which he used to promote the children of influential officials. And with the help of these children, the man became a senator. But unexpectedly, this entire carefully constructed world came crashing down when Senator Jang Oh-il exposed all of his corruption schemes. Hyun-sung had been waiting for this moment, when Senator Pan-oh would need help, and that was when this unusual note was written. Hyun-sung didn't understand why Senator Jang had accused Mr. Kim, since there was no personal animosity between them, and it offered no career benefits for the man. Hyun-sung believed this was done at the request of someone more influential, such as Senator Yang Ming-gu, the leader of the Prosperity Party. Pan-oh said that was a rather dangerous statement. However, the young man was absolutely certain of it. Yang Ming-gu needed to eliminate a young rival who was rapidly gaining power, but it was difficult to directly attack a member of his own party. That's why he had Senator O'Ill do it, since infighting between parties is a common occurrence. Senator Pan-O understood that this might indeed be true, but now he wanted to know exactly what the young man's proposal was. Hyun-sung said it was simple. Children of wealthy parents always get high scores, and of course, rumors start to spread. So there's only one method that works here. If you can't eliminate the message, get rid of the messenger. Hyun-sung knew that a story about foreign students who were drug addicts would soon surface, and the identity of one of them would not be revealed. But this is no mere coincidence. Senator O'Ill's son is currently studying abroad. Hyun-sung warned Senator Pan-O that this news would soon reach the news agencies, and if he played his cards right, he could avoid a scandal. In reality, destroying a politician's career won't be enough, because in politics, it's very difficult to restore a reputation once it's been ruined. Hyun-sung told the man, if he takes advantage of the situation, at least his future won't be ruined. And they'll continue talking, because the guy has a plan to smooth things over. As Hyun-sung left the senator's office, he told the man to contact him once he was convinced of his importance. The man would have exactly 1 week to do so. A few days later, the news appeared in the papers, and it turned out that even Senator Yang O-il didn't know his eldest son was using drugs. Pan-O wanted to know how an ordinary high school student had obtained this information. The senator had already looked into Hyun-sung and knew what was going on. Hyun-sung replied that it was all thanks to his close friend and partner, Mr. Ko Chang-bo, who had many influential connections. The senator realized that this young man hadn't come empty-handed, but with a plan already in place, and now the man said he was ready to listen. Hyun-sung wanted to know, first and foremost, whether the senator intended to run in the presidential election. Hyun-sung didn't hint at it directly, but if the senator's ambitions matched how they appeared from the outside, the man didn't stand a chance, because he lacked the necessary track record. Kim Pan-O comes from a wealthy family, is a graduate of an elite school, became a professor through a fast-track program, and entered parliament without any trouble. You could say the man was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, which is why he'll lose the election, and it'll always be that way. Pan-O understood that the guy was hinting that he should give up, and he really didn't want to do that. But Hyun-sung replied that a senator shouldn't turn away from his goal just because someone told him to, and that he should let Hyun-sung make him king. For the next few days, the school was once again in an uproar because for some reason, Hyu-ji had taken her documents and simply left school. One of her classmates saw the girl being taken to the hospital. She was badly injured and couldn't walk on her own. Hyun-sung heard these conversations and was shocked that this crazy father had actually cut his daughter, even though he had plenty of ways to protect Hyu-ji. Of course, it's understandable that it's very difficult to make a rational decision when you're stressed and emotional. Just as the young man couldn't believe he'd be able to move while he was in a coma, Hyun-sung decided to send someone to keep an eye on Hye-ji. When he met with the senator again, Kim Hyun-sung said that Myung-jin would cover all the costs because laundering money through construction is a piece of cake. After that, they would come up with an interesting story together. The perfect legend for the election campaign, thanks to which people would hold Pan-O up as an example. Kim Pan-O would become the politician who destroys the Golden Circle. The man didn't believe such a group even existed. Hyun-sung claimed that the Golden Circle would become a public issue, and the senator would jump on the opportunity to solve it and become a star literally overnight. Besides, he wouldn't be taking any risks. Hyun-sung intends to stir up this whole mess himself, so if anything goes wrong, he'll be the one to fix it. All he needs from the senator is whatever help he can provide. All of this, of course, sounded nice, but it seemed like too big a promise for a 17-year-old. Hyun-sung smiled and said that the man would have plenty of time to verify his words and realize that he wasn't just a chatty teenager, but the man who had effectively made Ko Chang-bom the heir to Myung-jin. Hyun-sung understood. If Senator Kim backed out, they would have to proceed with Plan B. He would have to get rid of him, because he now personally knew Hyun-sung, and in the worst-case scenario, to find a new workhorse, Pan-O would decide to join forces with the Golden Circle. But he'd like to believe it wouldn't come to that. Just then, the young man heard someone calling his name. Standing before him was a huge, burly security guard who pointed to a dark car and ordered him to get in while he still could. Two guards, a fat man and another, stood by the doors to prevent anyone from entering the room where a serious conversation was taking place. Kim Pan-O was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that this kid really was behind Ko Chang-bom, a huge, no small feat achievement for a guy like him. But right now, the senator didn't understand why Hyun-sung wanted to wage this war with the Golden Circle, since he had never been their target. Hyun-sung asked the senator if he had ever felt completely helpless in the face of unwarranted malice. An influential person like the senator can stand up for himself, but the Golden Circle targets other people. The poor, the weak, those unable to fight back. These people cannot drop out of school, because otherwise their lives will be ruined. They cannot buy an education or a good job. Nor can these people count on help from adults and teachers, because the Golden Circle has everything under control and everyone involved is in on it. Every day you go to school knowing you'll be beaten there, and the beatings won't stop after class, yet you can't do anything about it and must suffer endlessly. This isn't life, it's a living hell, which is why Hyun-sung was determined to break this cycle of school violence. And even if the desire to harm one another is in humanity's blood, Hyun-sung wanted to destroy those who profit from it at all costs. Those were very sincere and honest words. The senator told the boy to lay out his plan. He would listen to everything and promise to consider it. The Golden Circle maintains its reputation among influential people thanks to its flawless track record. Hyun-sung explained that he had gained the trust of their broker. This broker submitted a false report on the completion of the last assignment. Ultimately, this will result in the manipulation of results and the deception of the client. In a couple of years, Hyun-sung will be in his senior year, and it will be time to take the national exam. Then the boy will transfer to Seoul, to Gangnam, holding the top spot in the country. And just as the country's top student transfers to the capital, and to the Gangnam district no less, it turns out that the Golden Circle hasn't been able to get rid of him. Inside the school, the influence of the outside world is limited, and Hyun-sung will be able to fight the pressure there on his own. He needs the senator to provide enough support so that Hyun-sung isn't expelled from school. The longer the boy lasts there, the more trouble he'll cause for the Golden Circle. The senator realized that this boy was very much like him. He charges toward his goal like a bull. The man explained that there are many people who want to become president, and they have excellent chances, but Pan-oh still wants to give it a try. There had not been a single failure in the senator's life. He had been admitted to the best university, became a professor and a senator, and now believed he could become the best in the country. Pan-oh warned the young man, if there is even a single failure on his part, their relationship will end immediately. The senator won't offer a shred of help and will destroy all evidence. If Hyun-sung is confident he can handle it, then the offer's accepted. They can shake hands. Hyun-sung was in a great hurry, so when the girl called out to him, he didn't understand what she wanted from him. Sena asked him to sit down next to her for a moment, even though the young man said he had to go to practice. Sena recounted the already known information that Heiji had taken her documents from school and had been taken away by an ambulance. Sena suspected that Hyun-sung was behind it. The girl said she wouldn't tell anyone about it. In fact, she couldn't stand people like Heiji, sociopaths obsessed with their own feelings. She was convinced that it was because of people like that her brother had died. Hyun-sung didn't understand where Sena was going with this. The beautiful woman looked the young man in the face and said she wanted to help him. Hyun-sung remembered very little about Sena from his past life. Could it be that he was only now seeing her true face? The hidden, twisted side of Choi Sena? Her parents were high-ranking officials and chairpersons of the Committee Against School Violence. Sena was undoubtedly a very useful figure. Hyun-sung asked the girl what she was willing to do to work with him at the same company. The girl replied that she would do anything. Hyun-sung pulled a pen from his briefcase and asked, would Sena gouge out the eyes of the guy, or rather the scumbag who killed her brother, with this? When Hyun-sung breaks someone's bones, he always expects the same to be done to him. And when the young man ruins someone's life, he understands that his own life could be run over by a steamroller. That's why Hyun-sung now wanted to know if Sena had the guts to work with him with such zeal. Seeing the girl's reaction, Hyun-sung stood up and told her to stop messing with his head and to stay out of his sight, because her weakness would only get in the way. The young man understood that on the path to his goal, there was no room for ordinary people by his side. He met Siwoo. The guys hadn't seen each other in a long time. They exchanged greetings and made sure everything was going according to plan. Hyun-sung knew that his friend would stay in this city and wouldn't go with him to Seoul into the coming hell, so he needed to make sure Siwoo would be okay without him. Siwoo pointed at the man and said that he was already fed up with him. All the other private academies had given up after 1 or 2 attempts, and the director of the Mira Intensive Academy met with Hyun-sung once again and asked for a moment of his time. In recent days, thanks to the young man, the director had made the school prestigious. So in pursuit of fame for the school, he had forced every newspaper to write about Hyun-sung's success on the exams. But in the end, the opposite happened. Now the most prestigious academies are vying to recruit Hyun-sung. They're offering him huge scholarships. And if he and his brother enroll in their academy, they're guaranteed support all the way through graduation. Si-woo said goodbye to his friend, while the young man stayed behind to talk with the academy representative. Hyun-sung didn't understand what the man wanted, since he had already turned down the offer last time. The academy director held out an envelope and said he was proposing a deal. He wanted to buy out Kim Hyun-sung's reputation. The academy director said that Miracle would be expanding from Dasan to Seoul. If word got out that Hyun-sung had enrolled in the academy, they would have a chance to compete with the best educational institutions in Seoul. The director said the young man didn't even have to attend classes. He just needed to publicly confirm that he had applied to Miracle. If the boy gets the highest score on the exams, the academy will pay him 100 million won as an incentive. Hyun-sung figured that was exactly how much he was worth right now. And if it weren't for revenge, life wouldn't be so bad. Hyun-sung once again refused to enroll in the academy and replied to the director's question that he simply didn't want to do it. Nothing personal. The next day, as the boy was approaching the school, a stranger came up to him. She said she was the manager of one of the institutions and asked if he could spare a minute. The woman explained that their organization was a community where parents shared information about educational institutions, and Hyun-sung's story had recently come up. Lee Miso didn't want to beat around the bush and said straight out that she had a proposal for the young man. Would he like to become a tutor for the children of her community's members? Of course, there are plenty of tutors in Seoul with impressive qualifications and results, but the woman was more interested in his approach to teaching. She proposed once a week, 4 times a month, and promised 2 million won per lesson. He could teach in Dasan, but perhaps the guy had some conditions. He could voice them. Hyun-sung had never heard of this organization, the Mother's Cafe. He asked the woman for a few days to think it over. Later, after getting online, the young man began searching for information about the Mother's Cafe. Women on the forum were exchanging thoughts about teachers and schools. At first glance, it was an ordinary forum, and Hyun-sung didn't see anything of interest to him there at first. He started looking through the moderators section and realized there must be some paid topics there. One of them was called Secrets of Sky. This thread contained all sorts of gossip and inside information. Hyun-sung realized he had found something he hadn't even been looking for. In his past life, when the Golden Circle was made public, it wasn't politicians or influential people who caused the biggest and most intense uproar. It was a group of people known as moms who were frantically worried about their children's future. Instead of expressing outrage at the Golden Circle, they began to stir up a fuss, claiming that because of these actions, their children were falling behind in their studies. Hyun-sung realized that having such influence on his side would be very useful. So the young man called and arranged a meeting for the next day. A group of tough teenagers got out of the car and looked around. They didn't understand why they'd been brought to some god-forsaken little town. The teens realized they'd come because of some bum named Kim Hyun-sung, who couldn't even manage to live in a normal city. It was known that this guy was very talented, even though he didn't even have parents. The teenagers didn't understand why they had to study with this unknown person, since they had access to the very best teachers. One teenager said he tried to protest to his mom, but she just got angry. Kang Min-woo suggested that the kids simply not go to class, just not show up. The girls said their mothers told them that if they didn't show up, they'd stop giving them money, and another girl's mom threatened to take away her phone. But the boy believed that their parents wouldn't do anything. At best, they'd just find them another tutor later. You don't need to see the country's smartest student in person to realize that he's a loser and won't do anything if they don't show up. The teenagers decided that their trip to this little town had been torture enough in itself, and now they needed to find somewhere to relax and unwind. A Golden Circle broker called and said he'd had dinner with Mr. Lim, who was the CEO of Future Investment. Hyun-sung explained that this man's son would be applying to school next year and would definitely need the Golden Circle's help. This was Chang-soo's chance to make it to the big leagues. Once that happened, Chang-soo would regularly leak information to Hyun-seon. The young man reminded the broker never to corner the client's target, follow through on the job, but give the target a chance to catch their breath. And most importantly, if there was even the slightest misstep, Chang-soo would have to deal with Hyun-sung. The young man wanted to get the names of all the victims of this organization. He was even willing to sacrifice his own revenge to help these guys. Hyun-sung understood these unfortunate teenagers' feelings all too well because he still couldn't forget how he himself had felt. Hyun-sung knew he couldn't delve any deeper into the subject because getting personally involved could lead to serious problems. Hyun-sung sat in the specially prepared classroom, waiting for his students for their first class, but for some reason they were late. The young students, who hadn't made it to class, were sitting in a karaoke bar having fun. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Hyun-sung appeared in the doorway. However, the teenagers simply told him to get lost, saying they were busy. Hyun-sung wanted to know which of the guys was Kang Min-woo, and one redhead said he didn't know any freaks in this town. Without asking any more questions, Hyun-sung punched Kang Min-woo in the face with all his might. After that, Hyun-sung turned to everyone present and said, "Kids, the teacher is in the classroom. It wouldn't hurt to say hello to him." Min-woo, clutching his bruised face, screamed that this insolent fool didn't know who his ancestors were, because one phone call would be the end of him. Hyun-sung told the boy to grab his phone right now and call his parents to tell them what had happened. The boy was supposed to tell his mom how they hadn't shown up for class on the very first day of school, and that's why the tutor had beaten him up. Min-woo was very surprised when he realized that this was the tutor, but he still dialed his mom and began explaining that he and his friends were tired from the trip and had decided to rest. Min-woo expected his mom to fire the tutor right away, since no one had given him the right to hit children. But Min-woo didn't get a chance to explain the details before he heard his mother scream. She was yelling that she wouldn't tolerate any more sloppiness. Min-woo had to go to his lesson right away. She couldn't understand how her son could even think of skipping his first lesson. She hoped he would come to his senses soon. Hyun-sung took the phone from the boy's hands, where his mother continued to yell, begging him not to be late for class. After that, the woman apologized to the tutor, saying she was very sorry and asking for a pass this once and only once, and promising that it wouldn't happen again. Hyun-sung asked the woman if he still had the right to punish him, and to the horror of everyone present, it turned out he did. The day before, Lee Miso had promised not to interfere if the tutor punished her disobedient son. The other parents also agreed to these terms. And now that everything was clear to everyone, Hyun-sung turned to the teenagers and asked what they chose, studying or punishment. Everyone was in shock. They didn't understand why there was such a fuss over just 1 hour of studying, and now they had to wait for a taxi on top of that. Min-woo asked his girlfriend if she knew any locals they could hang out with. The guy was furious as he stared at his battered face on his phone's camera. No one had ever laid a finger on him before. But now Min-woo was in a very serious mood and was sure that this wretched tutor would pay for everything, because he was none other than Kang Min-woo. Shin Yumi rummaged through her phone book and found a contact there for a man nicknamed Boss Dasan. The girl could call him, but she warned that Min-woo's mother would hardly be pleased about it. Min-woo said he wasn't used to disobeying his mother, so it wasn't a big deal, but he had to get revenge on that tutor for beating him up. The girl dialed the number. She greeted the guy she hadn't seen in a long time and asked if he had a minute to talk. After that, they agreed to meet in 2 days. Jin-woo was stunned. Some guy had beaten up a student just because they were late for their first class. Yumi agreed that it was truly outrageous. She said their next class was in a couple of hours, and in the meantime, their teacher was going to the gym. Yumi admitted that the teacher looked very intimidating, but Jin-woo reassured her, saying that he wasn't just some random guy, and that going to the gym didn't necessarily mean he knew how to fight. Soon, the young people arrived at the gym where the teacher was supposed to be. Jin-woo was ready and eager to play the hero for the pretty blonde. He flung open the door, ready to tear the bully to shreds. The coach was in the gym, and Jin-woo told him he wanted to spar with a freshman who worked out there. The coach didn't understand why this was necessary, but Jin-woo was in a fighting mood and said he wasn't going to train. He was just going to hit her. At that moment, Sai-woo walked out into the hallway, not understanding what Jin-woo was doing there. Jin-woo breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it wasn't Sai-woo who had beaten up those kids. The girl, meanwhile, was stunned to see this handsome guy in the gym. But then another gym-goer showed up. Yumi pointed at him and said that Jin-woo should beat up this guy. Hyun-sung, drying himself with a towel, looked around at everyone present and asked Jin-woo what he wanted. Park Jin-woo hadn't had such a letdown in a long time. Without saying a word, the guy turned around and ran off as fast as he could. Jin-woo walked along, cursing everything under the sun. Because of some kids, he'd nearly gotten himself into huge trouble. Yumi caught up with the guy and tried to figure out what had happened, but he didn't want to talk to her. realizing that these teenagers were being taught by none other than Kim Hyun-sung, and he wouldn't just beat anyone up for no reason. Becoming completely serious, Jin-woo took the girl by the hands and advised her to stop this once and for all, never to call him again under any circumstances, and to focus seriously on her studies. As he was leaving, Boss Dasan said that if the students didn't want any trouble, they had to learn to listen to Hyun-sung and consider Park Jin-woo dead. The group's next class went perfectly. The students reviewed formulas, solved problems, and calculated roots. Min-woo tried very hard. He wrote down every word the teacher said, trying not to lose his train of thought. It had been a long time since the young man had thought so hard, and his body was even covered in sweat from the strain. Hyun-sung put down his pen and addressed the students, saying that while it was certainly hard for them to commute to Dasan, they needed to think about their parents. How heartbroken they would be if, despite the expensive lessons, their children's grades didn't improve. But according to Hyun-sung, that wouldn't even be the worst thing awaiting them. They shouldn't delude themselves because, up until now, they'd spent their whole lives doing nothing but nonsense. Hyun-sung looked at his students and said he was ready to make a deal with them. The students had to do very well on their exams. If that happens, they'll switch to a once-a-week schedule, and their parents will let go of all the other tutors. Hyun-sung turned to the kids and said, if they trust him and don't screw up, he'll guarantee them a spot at a 4-year university in Seoul. Now they have to decide whether they want to slave away all week or study calmly at home, coming to Hyun-sung's classes once a week. Just half a month had passed when Lee Miso boasted to the tutor that her son's grades had improved in all subjects. The same was true for the other children. The woman was very happy. She had read somewhere that Hyun-sung himself had passed his final exams with flying colors. And now she sincerely thanked the young man for helping her children with their studies and wanted to discuss the terms of his continued tutoring. The woman said she was willing to pay 10 million won per week for each student, and the tutor would receive a bonus for significant improvements in grades. Hyun-sung realized that the pay was very good and said that as long as their agreement remained in effect, he agreed to continue working. The woman confirmed that all terms would be honored and thanked the young man once again. Lee Miso was about to leave, assuming the young man probably had things to do. Hyun-seong decided the situation was right and asked the woman what exactly Min-woo's father, that is, her husband, did for a living. Upon receiving the answer, Hyun-seong wasn't surprised. He understood that their family held a lot of power, but they devoted all their energy and resources to their son's education and didn't want anything to do with the Golden Circle. The fact was that Kang Dong-chul was the chief prosecutor of Seoul. The school semester was coming to an end, and everyone was busy discussing their plans for the break. Teacher Kim congratulated everyone on the start of winter break and also reminded them that the first year is very different from the second and that the children's future depends on how they spend this break. At the end of his speech, Teacher Kim asked Hyun-sung to stay behind for a few minutes. Kim Yeon-chul began by beating around the bush. He said that the boy surely knew how much the teacher valued him. The man didn't mince words and said, if Hyun-sung suddenly ran into any problems during the break, he could call the teacher at any time. Mr. Kim's door was always open to him. For a long time, Hyun-sung couldn't figure out what kind of person this man was or what primarily motivated his actions. He didn't respond to requests, didn't give in to blackmail, and seemed like someone who could be the cause of Hyun-sung's downfall. But it turned out that this teacher was a true lucky charm who understood his main goal perfectly and never forgot it, no matter the circumstances. Hyun-sung said goodbye to his teacher and wished him a pleasant and happy vacation. For the time being, Hyun-sung had no intention of disturbing Kim Yeon-chul's peace. Just then, Kim Si-woo appeared in the doorway. He had been waiting for his friend and the boys got together to leave school. It's clear that things won't stay this perfect for long, and as Hyun-sung's plan unfolds, he'll face various obstacles. The guys came to practice and asked the coach, if he were to evaluate them as professional fighters, what ratings would he give them? Yoon-kyung said that Si-woo has an excellent punch, but his weak grappling is his main weakness. He'd be good enough for the amateur league, but for the pros, he still needs to work and work. As for Hyun-sung, according to the coach, he could step into the ring against the best fighters tomorrow. He reads the situation perfectly and is bold enough, and his strikes and grappling are already at a good level. But the coach added that he's only talking about the lowest professional league right now. Hyun-sung has a lot of potential, but at this stage he lacks physical conditioning. After all, in professional sports, fighters are often in their prime closer to the age of 30. Hyun-sung doesn't stand a chance against such opponents yet. He simply lacks the strength, both in his strikes and in his takedowns. Hyun-sung listened carefully to the coach's comments and made a request that he and his friend had prepared in advance. The guys wanted the coach to help them get in shape over the winter break. So the next day at 5 in the morning, they were already out for a run. The training session began with a jog around the neighborhood. Then came a set of strength exercises, bench presses, pull-ups, lunges, all with weights. Exercise alone wasn't enough. What and when the guys ate also played an important role. From day one, the guys trained 3 times a day and ate 5 times, doing this day after day without a break, like hamsters on a wheel. Sometimes Hyun-sung felt like he was literally being turned inside out from exhaustion. His body was covered in sweat, and it felt like he was falling apart. Hyun-sung didn't tell the coach because he was afraid the coach would cancel the sessions. He could feel himself getting stronger every day, so he couldn't stop. He wouldn't be able to handle even Tae-jun on his own. But this was only the beginning. Hyun-sung had to endure much more, for he had finally gathered all the necessary pieces to overthrow the Golden Circle. He couldn't let it all go to waste because of weakness. Hyun-sung regularly recalled the pitiful state in which he had spent his past life, and thought of the desperation with which he had prayed for one more chance. And if Hyun-sung didn't take revenge now and take matters into his own hands, he would at least make their lives a living hell before they died. Siwoo asked the coach to lighten his friend's workload. He was afraid his friend's condition would worsen, but the coach said that Hyun-sung would never quit training, even if it pushed him to his limits. Siwoo tried to persuade him further, but the coach was adamant. His decision would not change. Yoon-kyung didn't know exactly what had happened to Hyun-sung or why he had become this way, but he was certain. Hyun-sung wouldn't stop anyway. If he tried to stop him, Hyun-sung would simply find another way, perhaps an even more dangerous one. So Yoon-kyung decided to take responsibility for him himself. The coach allowed his student to make his own decisions, realizing that he was powerless to influence Hyun-sung. 5 weeks had already passed since the start of winter break and intensive training. Hyun-sung asked the coach the same question again. He wanted to know what level he was at now. Yoon-kyung noted that the young man had gained weight quickly, but his muscles weren't fully developed yet. However, the coach believed he was already capable of competing with the pros. Hyun-sung liked that answer, and he asked if the coach would mind sparring with him. Yoon-kyung agreed. It was the best way to test his readiness, and they headed to the ring. They decided not to hold back and to take it as seriously as possible. The coach immediately noted the young man's good reflexes. He defended himself confidently and didn't lose his focus. But it was still too early to step onto the professional stage. Hyun-sung's excessive self-confidence prevented him from assessing his opponent objectively. Yoon-kyung decided to bring him down to earth, but before he could finish the thought, he took a blow to the body. Hyun-sung believed that in any situation, one must notice and capitalize on an opponent's mistakes. No matter who he fights or where, he has to always come out on top. He didn't want to hear excuses like, there were too many of them, or he's too strong. That wouldn't happen again in his life. The coach's fist was closing in on the boy's face, and at that moment he thought the whole thing was too boring. The young man dodged the attack, tried to land a counterpunch, but the coach was stronger and knocked him out. Looking at the talented Hyun-sung, the coach couldn't help but admit that the result was truly impressive. But there were still heights that were out of Hyun-sung's reach. Hyun-sung came to his senses and, slowly opening his eyes, saw the face of his friend above him, trying to figure out if he was alive or not. Siwoo tried to cheer his friend up, saying that it wasn't Hyun-sung's weakness. It was just that their coach was a real monster and had been a champion for a reason. Yoon-kyung withstood all of his opponent's attacks and eventually knocked Hyun-sung out. But it turned out that Hyun-sung wasn't crying or getting upset. He was laughing, remembering his first fight with the coach, when he couldn't even raise a fist. And today, everything was different. Of course, it's not perfect yet, but it's already a great result because this time the coach didn't hold back. Hyun-sung thought about the fact that he still had a whole year to get stronger. Ko Chung-bom was very surprised when he met his young friend again. The boy replied that he had just been working out hard at the gym, but he looked as if he had been eating nothing but protein for a month. Chung-bom mentioned that the house they'd been talking about was finally up for sale. The man handed Hyun-seon an envelope and asked what the boy planned to do. Chung-bom noted that the area was deserted. No one needed private homes or shopping centers there. The factory remained, but there were better places for it. Hyun-seon didn't beat around the bush and told the man that he had received this information from Senator Kim Pano, The purchase agreement was concluded and signed to the full satisfaction of all parties. The seller was happy. He admitted that he hadn't even hoped to sell the land, but Mr. Changbom had doubled the price, and everyone was satisfied. By this time, a huge industrial complex was being built between Dasan and the neighboring city, through which a road leading to the highway was to pass. Hyun-sung believed that Myung-jin should build a residential area of private homes there. Even though the site seemed small and the corporation wouldn't make much profit on it, Hyun-sung knew that in his past life, this land had been sold at a markup of several thousand times its original value, thanks to a fortunate turn of events and one extremely important reason. In the future, part of these 3 hectares would be taken up by the highway, so there would be no room to maneuver there. Unlike the 20 hectares of unclaimed land next door, which could now be bought for next to nothing. What if he bought both plots? In a short while, the total potential revenue from this land will exceed 30 billion. Added to this will be the reputation of Myung-jin, who will oversee construction at this site. The profit from this land is hard to even imagine, and Changbom will be able to take the initiative and prove himself as a promising future chairman of the company. Changbom liked all of this. He admired his young partner, but still asked if Hyun-sung knew who owned the neighboring land. Hyun-sung thought that grueling training would hone his fighting skills, and with Changbom's money and Pano's power, it made for a perfect combination, but he still lacked brute strength. In the future, he would face problems that couldn't be solved alone, and that's when an army of guys like Jang Soo and Shang Ho would come in handy. Hyun-sung planned to bring this plan to fruition by the end of his sophomore year of high school. There was a lot of work ahead, and he needed to keep a cool head. Snow had melted, spring had arrived, and it was time to go back to school. During a break, the students were discussing a sophomore named Kim Hyun-sung. This guy had become a real monster, and just a year ago had beaten up Shin Yeon-min. It was hard to believe because everyone knew that Yeon-min was very strong, and only fools would believe such a story. Jung Hyuk-jin was new to the school, but he didn't believe these stories. Yeon-min was a real beast, and it was hard to imagine a better fighter. Just then a voice rang out, demanding that cigarettes be put out on school grounds. Before the new kid could even blink, the 2 guys who had just been smoking with him started apologizing, and then they pinned down the troublemaker, Hyuk-jin. The new kid looked at the guy who had approached them and read his name on his name tag. The next moment, he too began apologizing and promising not to smoke anymore. Hyun-sung said that back in their hometown, there used to be an unspoken agreement between gangs not to encroach on each other's territory and to defend their own. But Hyun-sung couldn't stand thugs and bullies like Shin Yeon-min, so he rid the school of this creature and had no intention of stopping. Within the next 6 months, all the schools in the city would be the same. Even those who knew how powerful Hyun-sung was considered the idea reckless. If they so much as laid a finger on anyone, their school would become the #1 enemy in the neighborhood. Ordinary high school students joined gangs because of the Golden Circle's influence, so they asked each other for help when trouble arose. Hyun-sung planned to rid the entire city of the Golden Circle, and of course not for free. For every liberated school, he would pay 50,000 won, and those who distinguished themselves would get an extra bonus. He didn't care how they divided the money. He believed it was worth the effort. A few days passed, and in one of the classrooms, one of the students was beating up a classmate, claiming he was sick of this weak crybaby's complaints. The frightened classmates just watched from the sidelines, afraid to intervene, and looked like total cowards. The guy was planning to take on all these weaklings, and was sure he'd do it soon. At that moment, Hyun-sung walked into the classroom and demanded that the fight stop. Hyun-sung immediately warned the guy not to act tough, and a powerful punch left the bully unable to even respond. After taking the blow, the guy froze in shock and didn't understand why Hyun-sung had picked on him in the first place. At that moment, a satisfied teacher, Kim Yeon-chul, entered the classroom. He greeted the boys, looked around, remembered that he had left his phone in the teacher's lounge, and left the classroom. Hyun-sung asked the boy if he understood why he'd just been hit. Hyun-sung grabbed him by the face and told him not to pick on his classmates. Hyun-sung usually didn't meddle in other people's business, but he wouldn't let scoundrels like this get away with it, and had come to tell him this in person. Besides, he wanted to show the others exactly what would happen in a situation like this, so he hit the boy again. Hyuk-jin looked beaten up, and even his classmates felt sorry for him deep down. Many supported Hyun-sung for fighting bullying, but considered such methods too harsh. The school hallways were abuzz with talk that Hyun-sung was going to clean up all the schools in the city, and anyone who wanted to join in could come to him. Besides, there was a nice bonus. For participating, you could get a tenner. Nice, crisp cash. But not everyone was entirely happy with this prospect, because they realized that dozens of other schools would immediately get angry at such an initiative. And these schools are full of ordinary thugs, among whom you might even find some real cold-blooded killers. One such guy was Young Hyman, a student at the school who had once beaten Shin Yun-min in an amateur fight. Song-ho knew he couldn't just jump into a fight. He needed a solid reason, otherwise the next day, guys from other schools would gather in a mob and trample them. Hyun-sung had already learned that Haemin's entourage were accomplices of the Golden Circle, so he would need to bring Ko Chang-bom's experts over to his side. Hyun-sung wasn't going to put up with this situation, because it was precisely because of thugs like these that their city was turning into Gangnam. Hyun-sung reassured his friend, saying that in places where thugs show up, there are always people ready to give them a hard time. Hyun-sung had already looked into the matter and discovered that there were a large number of victims who would provide a pretext for starting a war against the thugs. In the teacher's lounge at one of Dasan's schools, a teacher called in a boy who had stolen money from other students. But the boy wouldn't admit to what he'd done. So the teacher said he would call the parents and tell them everything. The boy got scared and begged him not to, saying it wouldn't happen again. The teacher couldn't understand what was wrong with this child since he had stolen a full 500,000 won. Of course, it would have been better to quietly return everything, but the boy was very upset and told the teacher that he had lost it all. This was completely out of line. First, the boy lied and said he hadn't stolen anything. And when he was caught in the lie, he started saying he'd lost everything. The teacher took out a long ruler, saying that the boy was a liar and no one would believe him, so now he would be punished for his behavior. In one of the city's back alleys, a thug said to the boy, "Didn't his parents teach him that stealing is wrong? But if he was going to do it, he could have done it carefully and not gotten caught." The guy holding the money told Dahyun that next time, if he was so poor, he should ask his friends for help, because it was precisely because of beggars like him that their school had a bad reputation. A group of teenagers discussed the situation with admiration. Their friend kept coming up with increasingly sophisticated ways to squeeze money out of the kid. Dahyun, listening to the taunts, thought it wasn't him who had stolen all the money, but the school bully. At that moment, a high school senior kicked the boy in the leg and demanded that he take off his pants and show the marks left by the beatings the teacher had inflicted with a ruler. The boy begged them not to make him do it, but the bully reminded him of how, one rainy day, Dahyun had already been standing naked on his knees, swearing he would do whatever he was told. So the boy had no choice. He had to take off his pants and show the marks on his body from the beatings. Finally, Dahyun took off his pants, and everyone present was shocked by how badly he had been beaten. After that, the thug said it was fine, but that the money wasn't enough, and now the guy had to get more. Dahyun started saying he didn't have any money, but upon hearing this, the thug began beating him again, insisting that he would find a way to come up with the required amount. Standing over the lifeless, battered boy, the bully said it seemed there had been a mistake, and the boy really didn't have any money. That meant they'd have to go after his mother, who worked at a store, and the whole gang headed there immediately. Dahyun couldn't let these thugs bully his mother, so he shouted for them to stop right now. Taken by surprise, Hongjin froze in his tracks. Upon hearing the insults directed at him, he decided he was going to tear that kid to pieces right then and there. But the next moment, the bully took a powerful punch to the jaw that sent him crashing to the ground. Hongjin's friends rushed to their friend's aid. They saw that some unfamiliar guy from another school had intervened in the fight. But Hyun-sung, and it was of course him, jumped at them and after punching each one, said he was Dahyun's friend. Dahyun, covering his head with a blanket, cried in his room so no one would see him. Unable to understand how he had ended up in such a state, the boy sobbed and fantasized about revenge on his tormentor. Maybe stab him with a knife. But how could he do that when he'd never fought anyone in his life? Suddenly, he received a message on his phone. Strange, yet very timely. The message said you could send a letter complaining about school bullying, specifying who you are and who is bullying you. A short while later, Dahyun arrived at the meeting spot, and a stranger told him that the world was a cruel place where the weak faced cruelty. The worst part is that such problems are dismissed as childish pranks and aren't addressed properly. But in reality, that's not the case. Victims suffer lifelong trauma while the perpetrators go unpunished. It shouldn't be this way. Silence makes you weak, and fighting back often turns the victim into the perpetrator. And so it turns out that no matter what the victim does, they always lose. That's why Hyun-sung created the Overheard at Dasan page, where people can submit complaints. The next day, the office door flew open, and a huge junior asked who Dae-hyun was. Hong-jin immediately pointed at the guy, declaring that his friend would be there soon and would definitely take revenge for him. Dae-hyun remained seated at his desk, unconcerned by the approaching threat. Hong-jin smacked him on the back of the head because he hadn't stood up for his seniors. The junior grabbed the boy by the hair and said he was going to pay dearly for his insolence. Dae-hyun didn't understand why he was being beaten, and the upperclassman declared that he would show him what happens to those who mess with his brother. The junior wouldn't listen to any explanations and demanded to know who had intervened in the fight. Dae-hyun handed him the phone and said his friend had asked him to call back. Hong Ryul immediately dialed the number, wanting to find out who this jerk was who had picked on his brother. Hyun-sung advised the guy to think for a second instead of yelling. His brother had gone after the other guy first and got what he deserved. Hyun-sung explained that this thug had been giving the guy a hard time since middle school. He beat him up regularly, took his money, made him run errands for him, and do his homework. And just recently, he'd forced the guy to take off his pants in front of some girl, and any normal older brother in that situation would have made his younger brother apologize for everything he'd done, and that would have been the end of the conflict. The older brother was shocked. He didn't see a problem with his younger brother's behavior. After all, if he was picking on some weakling, there was nothing terrible about that. Hyun-sung gave his name and school. This was demanded by the offended younger brother, who wanted to teach all the weaklings' defenders a lesson so they wouldn't do it again. And so, at the appointed time, Hyun-sung arrived along with his closest friends, schoolmates, and like-minded peers. A similar group of guys from the other school was waiting for him, and now the two groups stood facing each other. Everyone understood that if a fight broke out now, it wouldn't end well and would lead to a war between the schools, so they wanted to settle things peacefully. The guy suggested that both parties involved in the conflict apologize to each other, and then everyone go their separate ways. Hyun-sung realized that they had most likely already gathered information on him and were now acting so calmly. There could be no mutual apologies because Hong-jin was the only one at fault here. He was the one who had to apologize, and then the conflict would be resolved. His older brother apparently did have some common sense, and even though he didn't like any of this, he demanded that Hong-jin step forward and apologize. Hong-jin hadn't expected it to end this way, but he couldn't argue with his older brother. The boys stood facing each other, and Hong-jin, though very quietly, began to offer his apology. Dae-hyun looked at his offender and said that Hyun-sung had given him a choice he had to make. The choice was to sweep the whole situation under the rug if a promise was made that Hong-jin would leave his victim alone. That was the safer option. Either he had the chance to get revenge for everything Hong-jin had done to the weaker students at school, and if that happened, Dae-hyun would feel great, even though the relationship between the two guys wouldn't improve. Dae-hyun, of course, chose the second option, and Hyun-sung's powerful fist knocked the guy out with the first punch. It was clear that war had been declared, and now representatives from the schools were rushing at each other. Seon-ho hadn't fought in a long time and was now simply thrilled. Plus, Hyun-sung had promised to throw in 500 for each one, so there was good money to be made. One of the guys tried to attack Sun-ho from behind while the young man was busy with the others. But Siwoo noticed this and knocked the guy down with a kick, letting him know he shouldn't meddle where grown men were fighting. Siwoo was trying very hard this time because he wanted to prove to his friend Hyun-seon that he would be useful to him in the future. Besides, Horse wanted to test his fighting skills, since the training had also improved his physical abilities. Siwoo intended to stick with his friend until the end, and was now enthusiastically participating in the brawl. The guys from Hyun-sung's school had excellent motivation. They were calculating how much money they would make. Plus, there was a prize for whoever knocked out the most opponents. It looked just unreal. There were far fewer of them, but they seemed somehow crazy and didn't stop for a moment. In reality, the guys didn't understand why these kids had suddenly shown up, and now they were meddling in their school's affairs, and even winning. It had never happened before that someone would meddle so much in other people's business. So the guy decided that he was the boss here, and then this mess would be over. But as soon as the young man ran up to Hyun-sung, he took such a hard punch to the nose that, losing a couple of teeth, he fell like a log. Hyun-sung walked up to the guy and played the voice recording where he'd said he didn't see any problem with his brother picking on weaklings. Those were words from their previous phone conversation. Hyun-sung explained, If he sent this recording, they wouldn't get off with just a disciplinary penalty here, and the boys would definitely be sent to a juvenile detention center. Hyun-sung added that today's fight would have to be called a typical school brawl, and if anyone spoke up about it, the boys wouldn't get off with just a reprimand and expulsion from school. Hyun-sung grabbed the ringleader by the face and asked if he had understood and heard everything clearly. Hyun-sung figured the young man must be feeling pretty good, since he kept ignoring him. Hyun-sung grabbed the young man's tooth and pulled it out with his bare hands. After that, he flung the tooth aside, saying he hoped the situation was clear to absolutely everyone present. Everyone was in complete shock. Hyun-sung stood up, smiling and looking at everyone, and was surprised that his opponent hadn't responded for so long. A few days passed. Dae-hyun was walking thoughtfully down the school hallway when he bumped into one of the guys with his shoulder. The young man stopped and, in a trembling, apologetic voice, began to apologize for not paying attention. But instead of rudeness and insults, they apologized to him and immediately ran off. And they were Hong Jin's friends. And at that moment, for the first time in his life, Sang Dae-hyun felt the world change before his eyes. And now school had become a more peaceful and calm place for him. The boy thought he had to keep his promise. Dae-hyun wrote a letter in which he explained how he had stumbled upon a post offering to help stop school violence. All he had to do was send his email address. The boys, taking a smoke break in the alleyway, discussed how the situation at the neighboring school was simply terrible. They hoped that nothing like that would happen to them. Their leader reassured his friends, saying that if anyone showed up here, he would personally tear them to pieces. Just then, a stranger in a hoodie approached the group and asked which one of them was Mo Yeon-ho. The guy in the hood confirmed that they didn't know each other, but he still knew a lot about Mo Yeon-ho, especially about school violence, extortion, and theft. And now they'd have a great discussion about it. But before the guys could start the discussion, they ran off as fast as they could, shouting that he wouldn't catch up to them and couldn't do anything to them. Hyun-sung took off his hood. At any rate, he had received confirmation from yet another bully. Soon, the group of boys was detained, beaten, and booked, and Seong-ho demanded that they not give up and behave like little bunnies. The post San Da-hyun wrote online sparked a massive wave of response and a real explosion on social media. After that, similar messages and pleas for help poured in like water from a cornucopia, and now the guys have a lot of work and opportunities to make money. It's always nice to flex your fists and punish the bullies who used to take money from the younger kids or stub cigarettes out on them. Sai-woo and the other guys were so inspired by this idea that they now fully shared Hyun-sung's goal to rid all the city's schools of bullying and cruelty. Gradually, many schools in the city became safe zones, but at the IT school, things remained much the same. The local school bullies continued to pick on the weak, though they were already beginning to suspect that Hyun-sung might come for them soon. For now, they were still relatively safe, but no one could know in advance how long that would last. Jun Hae-min was the local gang leader. He didn't understand why Hyun-sung had ventured outside his own school, even though he knew that Yeon-min was a formidable opponent. The leader demanded that his assistant call Hong Ryul. They were friends, so they shouldn't stay out of it. When the meeting took place, the guys from the IT school clearly didn't expect Hong Ryul to look so bad. Looking at their beaten-up friend, they realized that Hyun-sung was a very strong opponent. Hong Ryul confirmed that the guy was strong, and on top of that, he looked like he didn't care at all who he was fighting. Hae-min decided that in that case, he would strike first and asked if Hong Ryul could do him a favor. Hae-min wanted the guy to tell the teachers that he'd been beaten up, and when the police were called, to say that Hyun-sung had done it. Hong Ryul refused. He couldn't forget the horror he'd gone through or the tooth he'd lost. His friend was very angry. Why was Hong Ryul so afraid of this Hyun-sung? But even threats and pressure didn't help in this case. The teachers received an anonymous letter stating that a student had hired a high schooler from another school to beat up a student. The teachers called Dae-hyun in for a meeting and told him that the police would definitely punish Hyun-sung because he had broken the rules. Even if the brothers had bullied Dae-hyun, the brutal beating of students from another school was unacceptable. The principal said it looked as if they were filming a gangster movie at their school and wanted to know what Dae-hyun had to say about it. The boy replied that Hyun-sung had nothing to do with the incident. The teacher couldn't believe it because he had read the post online. Dae-hyun confirmed that he had written the post, but didn't see a problem with it because he had been bullied nonstop at school for 4 years, and finally someone had come along to help him. The teacher took this as an admission, but the boy said he hadn't done anything. He had merely written a post online. Dae-hyun emphasized once again that Kim Hyun-sung had nothing to do with this, and the teacher needed to understand that clearly. Another gathering of bullies took place in one of the parks. Everyone assumed it was Hyun Seong's doing again. Heyman said that Hyun Seong had indeed decided to establish his own rules in other schools and put a stop to any violence against students. Heyman also explained that he had tried to raise this issue with the school administration, but to no avail. This means that Hyun Seong is using the weaklings they usually bully as an excuse to seize power throughout the city. Heyman was furious. He was seething at the mere thought that some guy had decided to take such a big bite out of the pie. On top of that, because of this Hyun Seong, they were losing the perks they'd worked so hard to build up over several years. Heyman told the guys he had a plan, a pretty fun one, that would crush this upstart in his system. Screams echoed from the garages and a beating was taking place. One of the guys wanted to know how long Hojun had been such a wimp. Sure, it's easy to talk online, but because of those posts, everyone's in big trouble now. If he hadn't stood up for that wimp back then, they wouldn't have bothered him at all, but now they're in a huge mess. And now the guy is sitting there with a tear-stained face, and instead he has to answer for his words and for all the trouble he's brought down on them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the guy in the hoodie called out to Ho-jun. The stranger in the hood said that the scum in front of the guy was Yoo Jong-hyun. Ho-jun realized who was standing before him and asked Woo Hyun-sung for forgiveness. The young man added that he had no choice, because they had threatened to kill his brother if he didn't do as he was told. Heyman and his friends emerged from their hiding place, surprised that it had worked, and Hyun Seong, ever the defender of the weak, immediately showed up at the first call. Heyman figured that Hyun Sung probably thought the school kids would just sit idly by while he took over the city. But now they'd lured Hyun Sung into a trap. Hyun Seong looked around and took stock, then remarked that there were over 100 of them here. My, the gangsters sure had a lot of free time. Hyun Seong, showing no fear in the face of so many opponents, prepared to tell them an interesting story about the owner of the Overheard in Dasan page. This guy was none other than Ko Jae-jin. As the administrator, he could see everyone who had posted or commented. To get on Hyun Seong's good side, Jae-jin started working with him. And it turns out that Hyun Seong knows everyone who was hiding behind anonymity because he's close with the site admin. And those who wrote comments in support of Hojun are no different from the usual trash. At that moment, Hyun Seong's closest friends appeared behind him, along with guys from their school who were still dreaming of making money. But now there were also those who, just a short while ago, had been bullying the weak. Hyun Seong looked at the distraught boy who had tried to defend his friend and had become a plaything in the hands of the bullies himself. Hyun Seong reassured him, saying there was no need to apologize. He had known everything for a long time, and it wasn't Hyun Seong who had fallen into the trap, but these thugs. Late one evening, Hyun Seong met with Hongril and told him that it was he who had sent Yeonmina and Minchul's entire gang to juvenile detention. Hyun Seong believed that the boy wasn't much different from them and wanted to know his opinion. What should they do with Hongril now? Hongril was genuinely terrified. He begged for forgiveness, but even if he wasn't forgiven, he pleaded to be allowed to leave school. Hyun Seong didn't say that this guy would pay no less than everyone else. But for now, he was useful. So Hyun Seong ordered him to gather as many people as he could from his school and wait for the signal so they could rush over at the first whistle. Heyman looked down on his opponents with contempt and said there were only a couple dozen of them, so they couldn't hope to accomplish anything with such a small number of people. Besides, of course, there were those among them who had already been bought off by Hyun Seong and had now become his lapdogs. These guys clearly had no honor. Heyman believed that they didn't understand the situation or the stakes, and what would happen once Hyun Seong seized all power in their city. Hong Ryul replied that he didn't care about any of that, but at the same time, Heyman himself was nobody to have designs on Dasan. Hong Ryul was furious. He said that Heyman didn't understand anything himself, and that it wasn't up to him to decide whose side anyone should be on. Besides, the guy was sure that Dasan would go to the strongest among them, but the reality was that it was impossible to believe that anyone present could defeat Hyun Seong. Hong Ryul suggested that Heyman fight Hyun Seong one-on-one if he was so worried about the district, and if he won, Hong Ryul would give him everything he had. Hong Ryul's provocation was premeditated. If the guy agreed, Hyun Seong would beat him to a pulp right in front of his entourage. But if he refused, they would have to resort to Plan B. Heyman understood that this guy had once defeated Shin Yeon-min, which meant he knew how to fight. The pause dragged on. Suddenly, Hyun Seong pushed Heyman away with his hand, telling him he could keep thinking. And while the leader was pondering, Hyun-sung would begin to do what he had come to do. Haemin was terrified. In a matter of moments, he saw several of his men taken out of the fight. It became clear that this madman really wanted to fight. But it was strange that the rest of his friends and henchmen were just standing there and not intervening. Haemin assumed that this crazy maniac wanted to fight all of them single-handedly. Haemin wasn't about to risk his own neck, so he signaled his friends to attack Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung, of course, had anticipated this possibility and realized he couldn't handle the whole crowd on his own. But on the other hand, Hyun-sung needed to make sure the message got through to all these thugs. Anyone who got into a fight would be beaten half to death instantly, and the situation would become much tougher and more dangerous than before. Hyun-sung knew that once he moved to Seoul, the organized gangs and thugs there would be much stronger, so he had to be prepared for the most desperate situations. Hyun-sung warned his friends not to dare get involved in a fight until he gave the signal. Because if anyone stopped Hyun-sung now, he would never be able to see this through to the end. Sun-ho, showing no emotion, asked Si-woo if it was really too early for them to intervene. Maybe they should call in the guys? But Si-woo suggested trusting Hyun-sun and waiting for his signal. The guy didn't understand why his buddies were attacking one person so slowly. They needed to swarm him with the whole crowd. Soon enough, it turned out that Hyun-sung was indeed at the center of the fray, with school bullies of all kinds closing in on him from all sides. However, within a couple of minutes, terror spread across the thugs' faces when they realized the guy was handling it perfectly. And even when he found himself in hopeless situations and someone's fists landed, Hyun-sung didn't give up and kept fighting back. Hyun-sung used everything in his arsenal, fists, feet, teeth, and fought off these school thugs with ease. Now it was clear to everyone that this guy wasn't just a good fighter, he was a madman who would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Haemin wasn't a fool, so he immediately realized he could end up just like Shin Young-min, and he didn't want that, so he tried to run away. His buddies were shocked by their leader. After all, he was the one who called them, and now he was running away. Hyun-sung didn't understand what his opponents were staring at or why they had stopped attacking him. Since they had come and he had spent time on them instead of studying, he should at least get some satisfaction. The school bully realized that this madman was too much for his friends to handle, so he told everyone to step back while he gave them a masterclass. Taking a running start from the far wall, he charged headlong, intending to knock out this vaunted Hyun-sung, who was biting off more than he could chew. With a happy expression on his face as if he'd won a trip to Disneyland, Hyun-sung swung his fist to land a critical blow. He knocked his opponent to the ground and began beating him. Soon everyone present had no doubt that Hyun-sung was a complete madman, and he had to be dragged away from his unfortunate victim. Hyun-sung kept beating his opponent until Yoo Jung-hyun shouted to his friends that they had lost and would admit it. Sung-ho and Si-woo were very pleased watching their friend. Seeing that the thugs weren't dispersing, but stood rooted to the spot as if spellbound, the boys shouted at them to leave until they finally followed their leader. Hyun-sung announced that from that day on, all the schools in the city would follow the rules set by Cheonil School, where he had studied. If Hyun-sung says to jump, everyone will jump. If he says to fight, everyone will fight. This matter is no longer up for discussion. A couple of weeks passed, and Haemin finally showed up at school. Everyone had heard that he'd run away from the fight and now looked like a total wimp. Haemin was really hard on himself for what he'd done. He knew he couldn't beat up Hyun-sung, but on the other hand, he was sure it was better not to fight with crazy people. Haemin heard his classmates laughing and calling him a wimp. He jumped up, ready to throw a chair or a desk at them. But before he could do that or shout another threat, someone's voice rang out. Haemin couldn't believe his eyes. His body was shaking, and the guy who appeared in the doorway said he'd meant to tell him this when they met, but hadn't had the chance. Moon Byung-sung had sent him a letter, and now Hyun-sung wanted to discuss something. Haemin was genuinely scared because this guy was his target from the Golden Circle. He absolutely had to shut Hyun-sung up. Without thinking twice, Haemin lunged at Hyun-sung with his fists, who had come to supposedly ruin his life, but wouldn't be able to do anything. Haemin finally came to and realized he was lying in a hospital bed with the school principal standing over him. The man was pleased that the boy had woken up, and now they were in for a serious talk. Haemin started making excuses. He said that Hyun-sung was to blame for everything, that he was the one starting fights at other schools, and that couldn't be let slide. The boy expected the principal to punish the aggressor, but witnesses saw that it was Haemin who had struck Hyun-sung first. Hyun-sung came over to talk, and in a normal world, his behavior would be called self-defense. All the other students who were present claimed that Hyman was the one who started the aggression. Besides, everyone knows full well that he's a bully. Hyman pointed to his disfigured face and said he would sue Hyun Song for assault. But at that moment, the principal leaned in and quietly asked if the boy knew Moon Byung-seon. Hyman had no idea what had happened while he was unconscious. Principal Oh Tai-hwan had contacted the school principal and covered for Hyun Song. The young man also didn't know that Hyun Song had made a deal with the school principal behind the Golden Circle's back and had begun preparing thoroughly for the next stage. And now if Hyman didn't want to ruin his life, he had to keep his mouth shut and step aside. Hyman was very upset. He didn't know that his life could soon turn into a living hell. The boy walked through the city streets realizing that he had been expelled from school because of that Kim Hyun Sung. On top of that, instead of supporting him, his father yelled at his son for losing his job because of him. Hyman couldn't even imagine that the cause of all these troubles that had befallen him and his family was Hyun Song. Suddenly the phone rang, and it turned out to be Byun-seong. The caller said he'd heard about the troubles that had befallen Hyman, but advised the guy not to take it too hard, because another friend's family was also in complete shambles. But most likely, Hyman doesn't know this guy personally. This scoundrel was paid by the Golden Circle to pick on others. Hyun Sung promised to ruin the lives of Hyman, his family, and his client, and he'll definitely do it. But Hyman used to say he wanted to become a fitness trainer. Just then, someone called out to the guy, and when he turned around, he saw Hyun Seong's friends, while the voice on the phone said that his dream of coaching would never come true, because starting today, Hyman would no longer be able to use his hands. Dasan, with its academic focus, was also buzzing with excitement. They were discussing the latest events involving other schools. No one knew who this guy really was, but he was known for his brutality and for dealing with thugs and bullies. Just then, a student walking down the hallway accidentally bumped into the guy with his shoulder, and the guy started insulting him and demanding an apology. The student apologized, but that wasn't enough for the young man. He had just been shoved very hard and painfully. Kim Hyun-jin, and it was him, Hyun Seong's younger brother, who had recently enrolled in a science-focused school, replied that the boy hadn't been watching where he was going and now had no right to snap at someone else like that. The boy shouted in rage that he understood everything. Hyun-jin wasn't going to apologize properly, and after that, he punched the boy in the face with all his might. During the previous school break, the brothers had a conversation. Hyun Seong wanted to know where his younger brother planned to go after graduating from high school. Hyun-jin had planned to attend the same school as his older brother and then follow him to university, but now Hyun Seong had enough influence to help his brother open other doors as well. Hyun Seong reminded him how his younger brother had promised to study hard, and now he wanted to know what he thought about a science-oriented school. Hyun-jin loved science very much, and he liked the idea. He told his brother that he would definitely apply there. And so Hyun-jin explained to the homeroom teacher that he had been walking calmly down the hallway when he accidentally bumped into Byun-soo. And even though the boy apologized, Byun-soo hit him. The homeroom teacher listened carefully to the student's explanation. But Byung-soo insisted that Hyun-jin had pushed him with his shoulder first and provoked the fight, so it couldn't be considered that he had struck first. The homeroom teacher understood perfectly well what had actually happened, but at that moment, he didn't know what the right thing to do was. He announced that both were at fault for starting a fight on school grounds, so the parents of both students would be invited the next day. The homeroom teacher didn't want to hear any explanations, and both boys were forced to agree to bring their parents the next day. Byun-soo was unhappy with the homeroom teacher's behavior, who was acting too by the book, and after that, he began threatening Hyun-jin. He warned that the boy and his grandmother would have a hard time getting around, and that it would be better to admit right away that he was at fault. Byun-soo said he fully understood why the homeroom teacher had called the parents over such nonsense, and added that his father owned a construction company. Furthermore, it turned out that Byun-soo's older brother runs the Dasan Future School, so Hyun-jin's future at school is now in serious jeopardy. Hyun-jin was very upset as he listened to the threats. He didn't want to get kicked out of school over some nonsense. The next day, a man with a very serious and imposing appearance walked into the homeroom teacher's office. Even the teacher felt a sense of unease and trepidation. The man introduced himself. It was Han Chul-ho. He said he demanded an explanation because this boy, Hyun-jin, was constantly teasing his son, and yesterday he had even shoved and hit him. All of this was the height of insolence. The son of such a respected man could not be expected to tolerate violence. Besides, there is such a thing as self-defense. Some teachers began to support the man, saying that Byung-soo's father was right, so the situation needed to be hushed up. Furthermore, Hyunjin had provoked the fight, so disciplinary measures needed to be taken against him. Mr. Han said that if the person in charge of Hyunjin apologized to him, he would not make the situation worse. But the teacher refused to listen to the men and said that he was an educator at the school, and it was his duty to guide his students. That was precisely why he had called the parents. After that, the teacher suggested that everyone go into his office, since Hyunjin was already there, and they would continue the conversation. Han Chul-ho was clearly unhappy with this turn of events. Usually his instructions were enough to make people do as he said. Everyone realized that the homeroom teacher was a very stubborn man, but that wasn't supposed to change anything drastically. The father told his son that this wouldn't change anything, so there was no need to get worked up over trifles. They would go now, listen to the lecture, and then he would sort things out. Byung-soo was sure that's exactly how it would end, because his father and brother were with him, and now Kim Hyun-jin was in for it. The men from the Han family entered the office and were surprised to see a stranger instead of the poor old woman, Hyunjin's grandmother. The homeroom teacher explained that, unfortunately, the person responsible for Hyunjin, her grandmother, had fallen ill, and her older brother had come in her place. The men from the Han family sat down, not understanding who this guy was or why he had come at all. The homeroom teacher took the floor and began to explain what had happened. According to eyewitness accounts, Byung-soo was the one who started the fight and was the first to use violence. But at that moment, Mr. Han interrupted the teacher. He bowed his head and said that he was primarily to blame because he had failed to raise his son properly. After that, the man turned to his son and demanded that he apologize immediately. On top of that, it turned out that Byung-soo had lied to his father, telling a completely different story. Byung-soo was in complete shock upon hearing this from his father. He began to say that it was a lie, that Hyunjin had hit him first, but at that moment he received a slap on the back of the head. His older brother grabbed him roughly by the hair and whispered that if their father said he'd struck first, then he needed to apologize quickly. The homeroom teacher announced that the school planned to take official disciplinary action against Byung-soo, and the boy's relatives agreed to this. After that, there was nothing left to discuss. The Han family left the office, and the homeroom teacher asked Hyun-seon to stay for a few minutes. The man said that he was an overly principled person at this school who followed the letter of the law. The teacher added that he wanted all students to lead a normal school life. Rumors had reached him that Hyun-seong was being watched over by some bigwigs in town, and to be honest, the homeroom teacher didn't particularly like Hyun-seong at all. But if it meant that a good kid like Hyunjin could attend school without trouble, the teacher was willing to call Hyun-seong in as a guardian as many times as necessary. Lee Han-bom was the main reason Hyun-seong sent his brother to this school. In his past life, he had been fired for defending a student who was being targeted by the Golden Circle. But back then, Teacher Lee didn't give up either. He was a true educator, and he cared deeply about his students. Hyun-seong believed that this man would be a loyal friend to all the students. Hyun-seong promised the teacher that he would do everything to ensure this never happened again. And if his younger brother ever committed the same offense, he asked that he be punished to the full extent of the law. After that, the boy bowed his head low, thanking the teacher. He felt that before a true educator, he was happy to bow his head again and again. Byung-soo was outraged. His father had said he would sort everything out and always be on his side, but now he was acting completely differently. Mr. Han replied that he never expected his son to start a fight with the very boy who was being protected by Myeongchin Construction. Byung-soo didn't understand what they were talking about, and soon his father and brother realized that their youngest fool hadn't realized who he'd picked a fight with. It turned out that this guy, who had just been sitting in the teacher's office, had taken care of all the gangs in every school in the city. At that moment, Hyun-seong came out of the office. He addressed the Han family and said they needed to step aside to discuss something. Byung-soo obediently followed the stranger, realizing that he had apparently gotten himself into serious trouble. Hyun-seong was determined and didn't understand why the boy's father and older brother were standing rooted to the spot and not following him. Once they were alone, Han Byung-soo fell to his knees and began apologizing, saying he was deeply sorry and would never go near Hyunjin again. The head of the family apologized for failing to raise his son properly and promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. And the older brother apologized on behalf of the younger one and said he would beat him up himself. Hyun-sung listened to these apologies and said that a single phone call from him could bankrupt the owner of the construction firm, who was incapable of raising his son properly. And the guy who can't control his brother will spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. And now Hyun-sung has gained enough influence in the city that he can easily bury this family. Now all the members of the Han family were on their knees begging for forgiveness for the first and last time. Hyun-sung was very angry, especially when he saw his younger brother after the fight with Byung-soo. The sight of him stirred up old memories and traumas that Hyun-sung had been trying to avoid. Hyun-sung approached the boy and asked how he dared to lay a hand on his younger brother. Hyun-sung was ready to tear him to pieces with his bare hands right then and there, but he held back for Hyun-jin's sake. And if Byung-soo wants things to calm down, he must go to Hyun-jin immediately and beg for forgiveness on his knees. Byung-soo did indeed get down on his knees in front of the boy and said he was very sorry. He had deliberately picked a fight with his classmate to get back at him, and it would never happen again. Byung-soo said that this would never happen again, neither to Hyun-jin nor to anyone else at school. Hyun-jin was very different from his brother. He walked up to the bully and said it was okay. Besides, he understood how hard it was to ask for forgiveness in front of everyone, so he accepted the apology. Hyun-jin displayed a childlike naivety, but that was exactly what his older brother wanted to protect in him. That's why Hyun-seong sent him to a science-focused school. From that day on, Hyun-jin's life at school changed dramatically. All the students learned that Hyun-jin's older brother had taken over the whole town, and now they considered this his superpower. During breaks, older students would come by, eager to catch a glimpse of Hyun-seong's younger brother. They promised the boy protection, asked him to come to them if anything happened, and even wanted to meet Hyun-seong. Hyun-jin was in shock. He knew he had an outstanding older brother, but he hadn't realized it was this serious. But at that moment, the city truly was in Kim Hyun-seong's hands. His name was on everyone's lips throughout the school. Endless rumors were spreading about how Hyun-seong would wield and exercise his power, but nothing happened, and a period of calm set in. The door to the executive director's office burst open, and the man who rushed in said that everything had worked out. The government had issued an official announcement regarding the Sejong City reconstruction project. This was exactly the jackpot Kim Hyun-seong had been talking about. Ko Chang-bom was also very pleased because the project had finally come together and gotten off the ground. A few months earlier, while reviewing the high-end development plan, the managers weren't sure it made sense. No one knew whether the industrial zone and the highway would be built, so they could have suffered huge losses, and the construction business doesn't run on dreams. Everyone acknowledged that managing director Ko Chang-bom had bought the land cheaply and in a very promising location. That was profitable in itself, and if the area were developed with luxury mansions, that would be a real bonus. Chang-bom claimed that the project to expand the city's transportation infrastructure had already been launched, and that was enough to understand. There was already demand for the land he had acquired. However, manager Chang Sok believed that his brother's actions were completely reckless. He argued that the market was currently booming, and in such times one should focus on profitable projects. People line up to buy buildings and apartments as soon as they hear that a project is associated with Myungjin construction, so it's foolish to waste resources on some cottage complex. Jang Suk believed this was the least productive direction of development possible. Jang Bum held the position of CEO, but failed to grasp such simple truths. Changbom watched with a smile as his younger brother threw a tantrum. He believed the land wasn't going anywhere, and they just needed to wait for the right moment after the purchase. Changbom said that this was exactly why he had acquired the land, and everyone present understood this, except his younger brother. Chang Sok needs to stop crying and fixating on the trees while failing to see the forest if he ever wants to become an executive director like his brother. Their argument was interrupted by their father's voice. He said that Chang Byom could have easily made a profit, but instead he took a risk, and now success or failure would be entirely his responsibility. Chang Bom, placing his hand on his heart, assured the chairman that he could trust him. He wouldn't let him down and would handle the consequences of this purchase. And now it became clear that the profit from the purchase of this land alone was estimated at approximately 30 billion. And once the industrial complex was built and the road constructed, the value of the property would rise several times over. Ko Myung-jin listened very attentively to the reports from the company's managers. The man said that his eldest son had been a problem child all this time. But not only did he lead the company into a new market segment, He also succeeded in it before the eyes of the whole world. Mongjin approached his son and reminded him of his words that Changbom was responsible for any failure or success. He said there was no need to worry about it anymore, and announced that Executive Director Ko Changbom would become the next chairman of Myungchin Construction and the heir. Jiang-suk couldn't hold back. He argued that his father couldn't do this, since his brother had simply gotten lucky. After all, the process of creating a cadastral map was a lottery. But Ko Jong-min replied that it wasn't just about the result. He reminded him of how Chung Sok had behaved when his brother had proposed the idea a few months earlier. At the time, Chung Sok was categorically opposed because he was only concerned that his older brother might succeed, not the benefit to the company. A person who cares about the company's future is much better suited for the position of chairman. And now no one would say that the eldest son is unworthy of this position. Indeed, all the top managers present fully agreed with the chairman and his choice. Myungchin Construction needs only one heir, so Chung Sok must leave the company the next day and start living his own life. His father acknowledged his younger son's contributions and his loyalty to the company and promised to reward him, but Chung Sok couldn't believe what had happened, how he had simply been kicked out of the company like a dog. Chung Sok didn't want to resort to extreme measures, but he wasn't about to just walk away from a company that rightfully belonged to him. The young man dialed the number and suggested they meet for lunch. Hyun Seong and Changbom met at a cafe, and the man asked if the young man remembered that little diner. It was there that they'd given each other a chance. Changbom admitted that he had thought the guy was crazy, and now he could explain why he had believed that crazy teenager. The thing is, Hyun Seong didn't try to hide his greed. He was honest and had no intention of straying from his chosen path. Chang Byum realized then that the guy would do anything to make him the company chairman. And now Changbom was ready to thank Hyun Seong. The position of the next chairman was already his, and he confirmed that he would stand by the young man until the end, just as he had promised. Hyun Seong congratulated the man and said that if Changbom kept his word, he would always be at the top of Hyun Seong's list of priorities. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Director Kim Cheol-jin. He said something, and Ko Changbom jumped up with a twisted expression, claiming he knew nothing about any news. It turned out that news was spreading across all media outlets that the heir to the construction firm was an illegitimate son, and that the chairman had added his mistress's son to the family registry. And recently, the chairman of the construction company announced that he would hand over the reins of the company to his illegitimate son. Chang Sok was very pleased. If his brother hadn't interfered and had kept quiet, he would have continued to call that bastard his older brother. Chang Sok considered himself lucky because one day he happened to see his father making strange transfers to an unfamiliar account. The young man told his mother everything, and she, bursting into tears, confessed that her husband had a mistress whom, as it turned out, he hadn't left. But his mother begged her son not to say anything about this to Changbom, because if he found out, it would only cause more problems. The mistress had given birth to a child many years ago. Changbom couldn't calm down. He didn't care what the internal director did with the journalists. He had to get rid of this news immediately. Changbom apologized to the guy and said he had an urgent matter to attend to. He knew his brother had done something, and there was no turning back. Jang Baum understood everything his brother had done for the sake of the chairmanship, but there were some things that simply couldn't be done. Hyun Seong asked the man what exactly he was going to do. Was he really going to go to Yang Sok and just beat him up? He had to admit that this wouldn't change anything, and such actions would only lead to losing everything. Jang Byum couldn't calm down because it felt as if his mother had been stabbed in the heart, and so he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Hyun Seong ignored his friend's hysterics and said that in fact, the illegitimate son wasn't Ko Changbom, but Ko Chang Sok. In a past life, Changbom had broken his younger brother's jaw, and the chairman, disappointed in his sons, handed the company over to a professional manager. This sparked a scandal and intrigue surrounding the chairman. In this story, Hyun Seon was interested not so much in Chang Sok's malice as in Ko Myung-chin's actions. The race for the inheritance was going in Yang Sok's favor, but he still revealed this information. Based on their convictions, everyone understood that Jang Sok was better suited for the position of chairman, but the father supported Jang Bom until the very end. On top of everything else, his mother resolved all of her eldest son's problems for him, and Yang Sok went abroad to study. Jang Suk never saw the woman again who had accepted her unfaithful husband's illegitimate son as her own. Hyun-sung delved deeper into investigating this mystery and realized that it was likely Jang Shok who was the illegitimate son, not Jang Bom. Hyun-sung wondered why Chang Bom hadn't used this information until now. It would have been enough to say that Chang Sok was the illegitimate son, and that would have ruined him once and for all. Jang Byum said that his father had not been a good father when he was a child. He drank day in and day out, cheated on his wife, and even raised his hand against her. One evening, his parents had another fight, and young Chang Bom, trying to comfort his mother, offered to deal with his father so that he wouldn't hurt her anymore. Perhaps that day the woman was moved by his behavior, and she revealed much of what had been hidden deep in her heart. She said that Chang Sok wasn't her real son, and that she didn't even know who had given birth to him. But on the other hand, Chang Sok was her husband's son, so she had to raise him, even though it was hard for her. Jang Byum told his mother that if she was so unhappy, she could divorce her husband, and then the two of them could live together in peace. But the woman didn't want to agree to that option because no matter what, they were still a family. Competition is competition, but family is family. Jang Byum said he wouldn't let anyone hurt his mother, not even for the sake of the chairmanship. Hyun-sung wasn't happy to hear this, as it could disrupt the plans he'd been laying out all this time. Hyun-sung turned to his companion and said he had an idea on how to handle this without unnecessary casualties. The next day, a press conference for Myungjin Construction was scheduled. Chang Byum walked along, thinking that he was no longer a loser or a drunk, but the heir to a giant corporation. The man began his speech by introducing himself and announcing, his family's problems may have disappointed many people, and for that he asked for forgiveness. Jang Byum had come to the meeting to answer any questions. Yes, his father had had an affair in the past. That was absolutely true, and indeed that woman had given birth to a child. But that did not mean Jang Byum was an illegitimate son. The man presented a DNA test proving his kinship with Ko Myung-jin. The test was conducted by an independent organization, and now anyone can verify the results. One of the journalists asked, "Does this mean that someone else is the illegitimate son?" He wanted to know who was being referred to. Jang Byum replied that there had indeed been an illegitimate child, but that the child was no longer alive because, unfortunately, he had died during a premature birth. Jang Byum explained that his father blamed himself for everything, which is why he regularly sent money to that woman under the guise of child support. A barrage of questions came at the man, but he was prepared for this and confirmed that everything he had said was true. At the same time, however, he warned that anyone who tried to harm his family would face serious consequences. Ko Chang-bom spoke not as an ordinary person, but as the future chairman of Myungjin Construction and the eldest son of the family. Ko Chang-sok was furious. He couldn't believe his ears and knew that it was all a pack of lies. After the press conference, his father thanked his eldest son for putting an end to the rumors that had nothing to do with their family because he thinks of the family, not the competition. The father also said that the documents for Changbom's appointment were already being prepared, and he hoped his son would live in a way that would bring him no shame. Ko Myung-jin admitted that he had failed to do so and hoped that Changbom would live a better and more honest life. Jang Byum left, and then the man turned to his younger son, saying that he knew everything Jang Shok had done for the sake of the chairmanship. The father had no intention of blaming him for it. He himself had once thought it would be better if Chang Sok replaced him, and the whole family had tried to treat him fairly. Everyone pretended that the boy was part of the family. Even though he was illegitimate, Yang Sok fell to his knees and began begging his father for forgiveness. Ko Myung-jin was shocked by how cruel Chang Sok's mother had been. She had been bleeding him dry all these years and hadn't even tried to raise him. But Chang Sok was still his son, so his father would transfer several buildings to him, so he wouldn't have to worry about money. If he accepted this calmly and left, no sanctions would be imposed on him. Chang Sok began begging for forgiveness and asked for another chance. But his father was adamant. He understood perfectly well why Jang Byum had kept the secret and not used the information. The answer was simple. They were a family and everyone considered Chang Sok part of that family. And indeed, looking back, Ko Myung-jin could have easily passed the position onto his eldest son and legitimate heir. But he tried to give his illegitimate son a chance to compete for the inheritance. All of them together, Ko Myung-jin and his wife, and their son, Ko Chang-bom, they all sincerely considered Chang Sok part of the family. Ko Chang Sok realized this too late. He really was one of the chosen ones. But now it was too late. Trust could not be regained, and the choice had already been made against him. Back at the airport, Chung Sok told his brother that he had married for no reason, not out of love, and had been unfaithful to his wife. After that, the young man gave his brother a flash drive containing documents that would come in handy when Chang Byum took the helm of the company. Chung Sok said he had instructed the best managers to assist the future chairman. They were very capable people, and he could make use of them. Just before boarding the plane, Chung Sok asked who had actually helped his brother. It wasn't the internal director, because he had originally worked for Chung Sok. But there was another person on whom the older brother had spent a fortune, and that person was Kim Hyun-seong. Jungbom didn't comment on his brother's words. Sometimes silence speaks louder than any words. Chung Sok couldn't believe it. Was this boy really just an ordinary schoolboy? Could this person really have helped? As he was leaving, Yang Byum said that if his little brother so much as laid a finger on Hyun-seong, he'd dig him up from 6 feet under and wouldn't even remember that they were brothers. Jung-suk replied that he simply acknowledged his older brother's superior insight into people. That was precisely why he would become the next chairman, because he would never make a decision based on the words of a schoolboy. Chung Sok answered the phone, and the caller said he'd heard that the man had found out everything about him. Jung-suk admitted that he hadn't expected Hyun-sung to call him. Hyun-sung said he wasn't Yangbom. Things wouldn't go smoothly with him, and even if Jang Sok were living like a king right now, he wouldn't get a shred of power. Hyun-sung reminded the man once again not to even think about getting in his way, or else he'd be in for a world of trouble. Jung Sok said his brother had already warned him. He'd break his legs for Hyun-sung, and now Hyun-sung was threatening him too. He was worried about his brother. Chung Sok had to admit that he envied their loyalty, but just a little more, and he would feel insulted and take offense. Jang Suk confirmed that he recognized his brother's abilities and was therefore leaving the country, with no intention of getting in the way. Ko Chang-sok could now leave without a thought for the company or his brother's fate. They were in good hands. That puzzle was solved. There were only a few months left before the plan to destroy the Golden Circle was launched. But there were still a few loose ends to tie up. An old acquaintance kept sending voice messages. This guy was now constantly covered in bruises and scrapes. He called and begged Hyun-sung. At one point, it turned out that Hyun-sung had 44 missed calls from Jung Min-ho. School principal Oh Tae-hwan was very pleased to welcome the future chairman to his office. He wanted to know what had prompted this pleasant visit. Ko Chang-bom warned the principal that Hyun-sung would be transferring to a school in Seoul next year. Hearing this was simply awful. Hyun-sung was an integral part of the school, essential to maintaining its prestigious status. Besides, funding from Myungjin Construction had always come in very handy. Ko Chang-bom continued. He said that Hyun-sung would graduate and leave the school in any case, so they needed to consider their relationship in the long term without Hyun-sung. Chang-bom said he would continue to support the school and wanted it to achieve prestigious status. The principal was very pleased, as he had been worried about the student's future. For some time now, Hyun-sung had been regularly receiving messages from Min-ho, who begged for another chance, was willing to accept any punishment, and was ready to pay any price. Hyun-sung considered him a complete fool, but when he realized the boy had matured, he agreed to meet with him. Min-ho looked absolutely terrible. He had been beaten, covered in bruises and scrapes, but he was grateful for the meeting and asked for a minute of his time. After the whole family moved from Dasan, Jung Min-ho hoped to start over with a clean slate at a new school. His parents had paid a huge sum of money to cover up their son's past, and now he was going to live a completely different life. The boy was very friendly toward the other students, offering his help and support in the hope of making friends and finding a good group to hang out with. In addition, he was always ready to help his classmates, finishing their duty shifts for them, tidying up, and helping with homework. Min-ho hoped that this way he could live like a normal high school student. One day as he was leaving school, the boy thought he hadn't forgotten anything. He had locked the classroom, turned in the keys, and now he could go home without a care. But suddenly someone called out to him, and one of the guys asked him to help carry his bag home. Min-ho knew full well, with this type of guy, if he did what he was told now, he could end up in his slavery for the rest of his life. Min-ho decided to stand his ground, even if it meant getting a few bruises, so he said he wouldn't carry the bag. In response, he immediately received a powerful blow. The guy knew that if he didn't get up after the first hit, they'd beat him senseless. Min-ho knew that in this situation, he couldn't back down. Without thinking about the consequences, he immediately lunged at his attacker and demanded to know why Park Min-gu had hit him. Park Min-gu was exactly the kind of thug who wouldn't listen to reason, and he immediately beat the guy half to death. After that, he showed the other students Minho's lifeless body and said that from now on, this guy was his personal plaything. From that day on, Jong Minho's school life was turned upside down. He carried bags, did all the work, and on top of that was constantly beaten and bullied. During one of the breaks, Minho approached his classmates, suggesting they hang out together. But the boys didn't want to hang out with him. He was left completely alone, and his life became even more miserable. One day, Mingu cornered him and said he knew the boy had been buying food for his friends and paying for their video games. Mingu demanded 50,000 won and immediately warned him that there was nothing he could do about it. If the boy decided to tell his parents, he'd get a knife to his ribs. Mingu pointed at the boy and said he was a rich kid from a famous family. If his father called the school principal, even the principal would listen to him and do whatever he said. Of course, Minho could have gone and told his parents, but they wouldn't be able to save their son. If it came to that, Minho's friend would hire a lawyer who would destroy the entire Jung Minho family. Minho couldn't understand why he was being treated this way, since he hadn't done anything wrong to anyone, and then Mingu told him the truth. The thing is, someone had asked him to act exactly this way because Minho should have thought about his behavior earlier. The young man realized that Kim Hyun-sung was behind all of this. And from the very beginning, Hyun-sung had been waiting for Minho to settle into his new school. He had changed his phone number, said goodbye to his friends, and really wanted to live a normal life. Hyun-sung found out who could help him with the Minho situation, and it turned out there was one guy, Park Min-gu, who was capable of ruining anyone's life, and within the Golden Circle organization, he held a B+ rank. Broker Jun said he'd paid the guy 1,000 up front, with another 5,000 upon completion of the job. He had to do everything in his power to make sure Minho dropped out of school, and that no matter how hard he tried to start over, he wouldn't have a single chance of doing so. Hyun-sung listened to the broker and was completely satisfied with the job done. Chang-soo was once again convinced that this kid was simply crazy, and Minho's life really had turned into a living hell. He was bullied around the clock, and he couldn't catch a break at all. Minho realized that crazy Hyun-sung still hadn't forgotten about him, which meant he needed to get out of this school, but he had no idea what to do next. At some point, Minho decided he just had to endure it, and maybe things would work themselves out over time. And he endured as much as he possibly could. One day, Mingu brought a bag of sour milk and said it had been sitting outside for several days, already curdled and thickened. Minho was supposed to drink it and hold it in until the end of the next class without running to the bathroom. If he managed to do that and everything worked out, Mingu swore he wouldn't bother the guy anymore. As disgusting and revolting as it sounded, Minho looked at the bag of sour milk with great hope. He drank the milk. Soon the class began, and the boy felt strange pains and spasms. His body was shaking and covered in cold sweat. He knew he just had to endure one more hour, and then it would finally be over. But with every passing second, it got worse and worse. Minho felt he couldn't hold on any longer. Everything was spinning in his head, and he was about to lose consciousness. Terrible spasms and pain shook the young man's body, and cold, sticky sweat covered his face. At some point, the young man could no longer hold back. Amid the laughter of his classmates, he had to run to the bathroom. Sitting in the bathroom, the young man thought that he couldn't take it anymore. This wasn't a life, it was torture. Fortunately, the boy had a spare pair of gym shorts with him, and he decided that when they saw this, the teachers would be forced to take notice and help him. Park Min-gu apologized to the teacher, saying that this time his joke had indeed gone too far, but that it wouldn't happen again. The young man swore to the teacher that there was no bullying because he and Minho were best friends and very close. When they met after class, Min-gu beat the boy up pretty badly, saying that for teachers, it's just a job. They just want to live out their days in peace until retirement. Of course, there are teachers among them who feel a sense of responsibility, but one can imagine what would happen if an official investigation were launched because of such a teacher. In that case, Min-gu warned that his two friends would immediately confirm that Minho was the only one to blame for the whole situation. So if Minho ever decides to complain again, things will end up even worse for him than they were before. Minho continued to berate himself for a long time for deciding to trust the teacher and tell him the whole truth. Of course, it didn't help. Minho was in his classroom, and things seemed more or less calm, but then some kids came up to him wanting to know if the rumors about his past were true. It turned out that someone had spread the word that Minho had been expelled from the school in Dasan for bullying other students. It was true karma. Minho decided to drop out of school because he realized he had lost his last hope. A few days of quiet life at home passed, and one day the doorbell rang. Before the boy could open it, the door was kicked in. Mingu said he was very happy to see his friend. Minho didn't understand why he had come, since the job was already done, and the money had probably been received as well. Why had he come back and was beating him up? Mingu was impressed that the guy had figured everything out, but he said that sometimes you just run into crazy clients with very strange requests. And right now, Mingu had just such a client. He wanted Mingu to beat the guy every month until he was completely exhausted. This hell seemed like it would never end. Minho finally met with the client, Hyun-sun, and was now kneeling before him. The guy said he was ready to do anything if it would make Hyun-sung feel better. Minho wanted to pay for everything and was just waiting to be told what to do. Hyun-sung believed there was no such thing as exact retribution for one's deeds. Minho had already experienced firsthand how another person's malice could destroy a person. But Hyun-sung said he would give the guy one more chance. Since he had gone to such lengths to meet him, Minho needed to settle things with the person who had wronged him. After all, it was Park Min-gu who had treated him badly. Minho couldn't believe his ears. Of course, he hated Park Min-gu and was ready to tear him apart with his own hands. But then he threw himself at Hyun-sung's feet, begging for advice on what to do because he had neither money nor power. Hyun-sung said that all the guy had was his body and he couldn't take on the whole school by himself. He needed to create such a nightmare that the police would be called. If Jung Min-ho wants freedom, he has to prove he deserves it. Park Min-gu sat with his feet up on the desk, bored. Ever since his toy had stopped coming to school, things had become utterly dull. Min-gu thought about how powerful the Golden Circle was. He'd made a ton of money just for beating up some idiot. Suddenly, a man with an ID badge walked into the school office and ordered Park Min-gu to follow him immediately without any questions. The police officer explained that the day before, Jung Min-ho had jumped from the 4th floor of his apartment building. He was still alive, but hadn't regained consciousness. Min-gu didn't understand what this had to do with him. However, the police officer told him not to pretend and not to play the fool. It turned out that Jung Min-ho had left a suicide note in which he described systematic bullying by Park Min-gu. The young man admitted that he had lost the will to live because of the bullying. There were also numerous witnesses and a video recording showing Min-gu breaking into the young man's apartment. The police said they had only just begun the investigation, but there was already enough evidence, and now Min-gu would have to work hard to refute it. The boy understood that with all this evidence, he faced juvenile detention. But he considered it unfair because he didn't want things to turn out this way. Min-gu spoke up and confessed to the police officer that he had been paid to bully Jung Min-ho, and that it was the work of the Golden Circle organization. However, as soon as the police officer heard these words, he immediately muted the audio and began turning off the cameras in the interrogation room. Min-gu didn't understand what was happening. The police officer said, "Does this fool really not understand why he was paid all that money?" And then it became clear that the police officer was also working for the Golden Circle. The investigator leaned toward the teenager and said that Min-gu had been paid a lot of money so that, in case of an emergency, he would take all the blame. The police officer said that, of course, the boy could tell him about the Golden Circle, but he wouldn't be able to prove anything. Besides, there are police officers here, and there are also several people in the prosecutor's office and even in court. So he could say whatever he wanted just to see what would happen to his life in the future. The police officer hoped that now Min-gu fully understood what he needed to do, and that now they would be able to calmly sort all this out. Of course, if the boy wanted to live. All the news outlets reported on how a high school student who had been the victim of bullying attempted suicide by jumping out of a window at his home. Fortunately, he survived. The student who had instigated this behavior admitted his guilt, and a formal trial is now set to take place. People believe that guys like that belonged in jail, and that the authorities absolutely had to keep a close eye on the situation in the city's schools. Hyun-sung understood that he had a difficult road ahead of him. If he wanted to end things with the Golden Circle once and for all, he would have to seize every opportunity with redoubled effort. Of course, you have to take the time to enjoy life's little pleasures along the way. Hyun-sung arrived at the hospital and knocked on the ward door, intending to visit the patient. The woman's face twisted in horror when she saw who had come to visit her son. Kim Seong-cha demanded that the young man leave the room immediately. She wouldn't let him near her son. Did he really want to keep tormenting him? Hyun-sung told the woman that he wasn't going to hurt anyone. He just wanted to talk to Minho for a bit. This was a hospital. He wasn't crazy and wasn't planning to do anything bad. The woman didn't believe him. She thought he was up to something. Hyun-sung said he'd promised Minho he wouldn't bother him anymore. But if the woman kicked him out, he didn't know what he'd do. Sunsha knew that this guy, even though he was crazy, kept his word. She warned him that she would kill him if he hurt Minho. Finally, the woman said she would come back as soon as she heard anything was wrong. But Hyun-seong promised that everything would be fine and there was nothing to worry about. Hyun-sung took Minho's hand and said he had prayed desperately for him on the way there. Hyun-sung knelt by the bed and prayed to God, hoping that Minho was conscious and could hear him. Hyun-sung really wanted the boy to feel and hear all his words right now and remember it all while he was trapped inside his body. Minho could have simply given up and accepted his fate, just like the others had. Hyun-sung admitted that seeing the young man survive had been very amusing to him. Hyun-sung told the boy that he had no intention of keeping his promise, so it would be better for Minho to remain a vegetable for his own sake. Because as soon as Minho wakes up, he'll face hellish reality again. In normal life, he'll never have anything. Hyun-sung didn't choose this path for the sake of justice or some other noble cause. However, he doesn't want to simply bury himself in these feelings. In this life, he must do everything to make his loved ones happy, not just take revenge on his enemies. Hyun-sung went to the supermarket to buy the best ingredients and cook dinner for himself, his grandmother, and his brother. Standing at the checkout, the guy was thinking about what to cook, but suddenly the girl in front of him in line spun around sharply and ran out of the store without paying for her purchases. It was Hee-ji, and she was a fast runner. Hyun-sung found out that the girl's family had paid a doctor for a medical certificate, and she didn't actually have any severed tendons. It was very touching that her dad had taken such good care of his daughter. Hyun-sung hadn't decided yet what to do about this doctor and Mr. Oh. For now, he wasn't particularly interested. The girl's father had money and connections, so of course he wouldn't abandon his daughter. After all, he had even hired the Golden Circle for her sake. Hyun-sung noticed the girl's purchases at the store. They were ordinary, cheap items that could be found anywhere. Hoo-ji had been pretending to be a victim and sick for several months now. It must have been hard for her. She pulled her hood up and was afraid of being recognized. Most likely, she'd just gone out to get some fresh air. Perhaps this wasn't the first time Hoo-ji had done this, and there was nothing wrong with her taking a walk like this every now and then. She was terrified at the thought that Hyun-sung might recognize her. Hyun-sung thought the girl could walk normally, but only in front of her loved ones. She could open the door, but she couldn't go outside. For her, just like for Minho, a life like this, full of fear and suffering, is practically hell on earth. Hyun-sung believed it would be fair to let them live in such despair for as long as possible. Time flew by very quickly, and now the end of their sophomore year was approaching. For everyone except Kim Hyun-sung, the days passed calmly and steadily. Another training session ended with a sparring match in which there were no winners. Hyun-sung was fighting his friend Si-woo. The guys had already reached an excellent level and were once again testing each other in a match. Si-woo sat there, drenched in sweat. They had already finished 5 5-minute rounds, and he wanted to know how much longer this would go on. Hyun-sung felt absolutely great, but just then the coach arrived, giving Si-woo a chance to catch his breath. The coach brought up the conversation they'd had when they first met, in which Hyun-sung had asked him to train him to a level where he'd have no equal by the winter of his sophomore year. Yoon-kyung said that their training would be over soon, so this coming weekend, they would go see the results of all Hyun-sung's hard work. They would head to Seoul. A few days before that conversation, some local guys were training at a gym in Seoul. Of course, everyone recognized the star of years past, now Coach Yoon Kyung-chul. The man met with the coach and the owner of the sports club. Lee Do-hak mentioned that one of his students had recently been accepted into the professional league. Word spread quickly, and now there are a lot of people eager to train with him. Lee Do-hak used to train under Do Cheol, but after the doping incident, the situation changed drastically. Lee Do-hak stepped into the arena and stole all the glory, but people didn't know one thing. At that time, he was also using performance-enhancing drugs. Yoon-kyung looked at his former comrade and realized that if he hadn't been caught doping back then, he would have the same life now. But what was there to regret when he had ruined everything himself? Finally, the man got down to the business he had come for. He proposed arranging a sparring match between the students. Yoon-kyung knew what a huge difference there was between Seoul and Dasan. Lee Do-hak replied that arranging a sparring match wouldn't be easy. They used to be inseparable friends, so he would speak frankly. Young Kyung would never be able to restore his image in the sports world, and today people can see everything on YouTube, so they know all about the coach's past. Lee Do-hak was certain that his students would refuse to fight simply because Yoon Kyung was asking them to. Besides, it wasn't clear why the man needed this at all. His students could ruin their reputations. Yoon Kyung listened silently to his former friend's words and realized that he hadn't changed at all and remained the same scoundrel with a shady past. Yoon Kyung replied that he had no intention of competing again. He simply wanted to see how far his students had come, and also to brag that he had such a good friend as the famous Lee Do-hak. Lee Do-hak was very susceptible to flattery. Upon hearing the kind words, he pricked up his ears and decided to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to humiliate this loser and promote his sports club. So, the two former friends agreed on a date, and now Yoon Kyung brought his guys, who looked at Seoul with surprise and delight and admired it. Upon hearing about the upcoming sparring match with unknown guys from a small town, the athletes didn't understand why they needed this. These were just some small-town brawlers. They had to think about their reputation because it wasn't even about the sparring. The guys had serious victories and title matches under their belts. But the coach said that, even though these guys were unknown, they had been trained by Yoon Kyung, so it would draw attention. Beating them wouldn't be a big deal, but the audience would enjoy watching the fight, and it would serve as good publicity for the fighters. People remembered Lee Do-hak as a proud fighter, but he didn't have any fond memories of that time. Even with doping, the athlete couldn't come close to his friend's fame until the latter was kicked out for doping. And now their sudden meeting after so many years brought Lee Do-hak a strange sense of satisfaction, while the hope in Yoon Kyung's eyes, for some reason, annoyed him greatly. The man decided that this time he would kill several birds with one stone. Humiliate his friend, promote his fighters and his gym. It would all be even more fun than it seemed. Yoon Kyung looked around and recognized several famous athletes, as well as people from the martial arts world. The coach realized that his former friend had deliberately set everything up to frame and humiliate him. Yoon Kyung looked at his guys, who were completely calm and not nervous at all. The coach helped them prepare for the fight and said that they understood what the presence of all these professionals and people from the National Martial Arts Association meant. It wasn't just that a tough fight awaited them. It meant that if they won, they would prove that no high schoolers could hold a candle to them. At that moment, for the first time in his life, the coach felt his blood boil for his students and even thought that being a coach wasn't so bad after all. The first fighters entered the ring. Lee Do-hak put on a real show, and everyone felt sorry for the poor schoolboy who was about to get beaten up. Siwoo was completely calm. He waited for the match to begin and paid no attention to the spectators. As soon as the bell rang, his opponent immediately rushed in, aiming to punch this little guy in the face. However, his fist whizzed through the air, and the student's legs struck the man with full force. The man realized that the boy knew Taekwondo moves. The opponents closed in on each other again, and one of them pretended to strike at the head while planning to catch the other with a low kick. The fighter expected to grab the boy's leg, but instead received a powerful blow to the knee himself. A leg strike is a technique aimed at the opponent's calves. It inflicts damage and limits the athlete's mobility. The fighter didn't expect the schoolboy to land several strikes so quickly. The boy was fighting very aggressively. The fighter decided that if the boy was going to kick, he just had to stop him from doing so. Siwoo, putting up a block, thought he'd landed a couple of hits to the legs and that his opponent was now busy controlling them. Siwoo decided he just needed to be half a second faster and take the fight to the ground. Soon the referee shouted, "Stop the match," because the fighter was lying flat on the mat. Siwoo understood that his friend wanted to move to Seoul and do it alone, believing that Siwoo would get in his way. So Siwoo had to prove that his role wasn't limited to just Dasan. The guy turned to the coach, who assured him that Seoul was a big pond, but he didn't even last a single round. If everyone here was such a wimp, then maybe there was no need to bother Hyun Sung at all. He'd just be changing clothes for nothing. Siwoo was confident he could handle the next fighter too. Lee Do-hak was furious. He hadn't expected this young brat to act this way. Hadn't he been taught manners and the rules of the fight? The man shouted that the kid had just gotten lucky, and yet he was already opening his mouth and insulting everyone. Yoon Kyung needed to teach his student how to behave in the ring. Young Kyung didn't see a problem. It was the truth. Whether the kid was lucky or not, his opponent hadn't even lasted a round. Lee Do-hak had to be prepared for anything since he called out the spectators. Lee Do-hak knew he couldn't back down. Rumors could spread through the sports community, and Yoon Kyung might seize his chance and return to the big leagues as a coach. Lee Do-hak said he agreed to the terms, but warned that no one should complain if the schoolboy ended up disabled. Finally, the battered fighter was able to leave the ring and began apologizing to his coach. The coach looked at his student and was confident that Tae Myung would pull through and not let him down. And now Si-woo had a second opponent with whom he was scheduled to fight. Tae Myung was acting rather passively. The fighter was testing the waters and trying to read his opponent. The next moment, the guy was right next to him, ready to attack, but he was literally a millimeter short of landing a blow. Yoon Kyung realized that this guy was no slouch and knew how to control the distance. Now everything depended on what Si-woo would do. The guy put up his blocks and thought his opponent was strong, but if he lost now, all his efforts would go to waste. Si-woo jumped back at the last moment, letting his opponent swing his arms in vain, and remembered why he had gone through all that hellish training. Defending himself with blocks, Si-woo remembered how he had been beaten day in and day out, every single day. Si-woo got distracted for a split second and immediately took a powerful punch to the face. It hurt, but it was a lesson. Don't get distracted during a fight. His opponent hadn't expected this kid to be able to do anything at all, but he immediately rushed into the attack and started landing blows. It looked as if the kid just wanted to trade blows and wasn't afraid to feel the pain. Si-woo fought while thinking about his friend Hyun-sung, who used to be a cheerful and cool guy, but then something happened to him and he became bitter. Still, Si-woo was sure that no matter how heartless and calculating Hyun-sung was now, deep down he was still a friend. Si-woo didn't understand why Hyun-sung wanted to take all the blame, and perhaps it would take several lifetimes to understand that. It seemed as though victory was already within the fighter's grasp, but unexpectedly, Si-woo managed to grab his opponent's arm and twist it backward. The fighter was forced to tap the ring several times, signaling that he was giving up. Otherwise, his arm would have been broken in the next instant. Si-woo turned to his friend and said that Hyun-sung had seen it all with his own eyes. He had defeated 2 professional fighters single-handedly, and now he was certain he would be useful in Hyun-sung's plans. Si-woo knew he had always been nothing more than a pawn, but now he was asking to be allowed to be part of Hyun-sung's plan. If Hyun-sung said no again, Si-woo would keep thinking of ways to change his mind. Si-woo admitted that he constantly wondered why Hyun-sung felt compelled to go so far and why he intended to go even further. Si-woo believes that his friend is now acting as if his life is already over. Hyun-sung had nothing to say in response. Coach Lee Do-hak said he didn't want to hear the nonsense of some schoolboys and demanded that they clear the ring immediately and get ready for the next match. The final match was ahead, and no one knew for sure what Shin Chang-hoon's ranking or skill level was. Spectators all around were whispering and discussing what was happening. It was already clear to everyone that the schoolboy from the village had torn through 2 professional athletes. Not to mention that everyone was talking about Coach Lee Do-hak and wondering how he would now salvage his reputation. Lee Do-hak himself was constantly thinking about this. If it all ended in defeat now, his reputation would hit rock bottom, and everyone would start saying that Yoon Kyung was not only the best fighter, but had also become the best coach. Shin Chang-hoon was the coach's secret weapon. He hadn't had his debut match yet, but he was considered the most talented student Lee Do-hak had ever had. The coach told the young man that this was just a sparring match where he could attract the attention of sponsors, as well as save the club's reputation and that of his beloved coach. This guy wanted to make an extravagant debut that would turn him into a martial arts star. Before entering the ring, he reminded the coach of his debt. Lee Do-hak said they wanted to see what the second student was capable of, so he was offered a fight against Chang-hoon. Hyun-sung remembered that in his past life, there were 2 fighters who had risen to prominence on the national martial arts scene, and one of them was Shin Chang-hoon. He burst onto the scene with a spectacular debut, earning the nickname Dynamite, which symbolized his explosive fighting style. Like a hurricane, the young man took the whole country by storm and was invited to the top league just 2 years after his debut. Hyun-sung had doubts about his decision. He told his coach he would fight and began preparing for the match. Shin Chang-hoon wasn't yet at the peak of his powers, and this was the perfect chance to prove himself. As he was about to enter the ring, Hyun-sung told his friend they would continue their conversation later. As soon as the bell rang to start the match, Chang-hoon rushed into the attack at tremendous speed. But Hyun-sung thought that made it even easier. He would finish the fight faster. Hyun-sung let his opponent take the initiative, landing numerous blows. He was fast, strong, and there was nothing to counter him with. The coach and Siwoo watched the fight with great interest because this style was unusual for Hyun-sung. Cautious planning wouldn't help in this case, and calculated moves might backfire. Hyun-sung understood that Seoul was uncharted territory, full of enemies, so he needed to be able to fight under difficult conditions. So the young man decided not to think about anything and simply follow his instincts, since he wouldn't always be in peak condition in Seoul either. Hyun-sung landed blow after blow and didn't realize what had happened to his opponent. He had practically cornered him. Jang-hoon pressed his back against the fence, taking blow after blow, and only then realized he was trapped. Yun-kyung watched his student. His physique, ability to assess the situation, talent and ambition were nearly perfect, like those of a professional fighter without equal. But there was something truly frightening about this guy. He wasn't the least bit concerned about his own safety, and this young man was determined to win at any cost. Another star, Shin Chang-hoon, was thoroughly beaten and sent to the canvas. Lee Do-hak felt like he could sink through the ground as he listened to the crowd cheering for the other fighter. Hyun-sung turned to his coach. He understood how outrageous his request had been, and that it hadn't been easy for the coach to agree. But thanks to Yoon-kyung, he had reached the required level. Hyun-sung bowed his head low to his coach in gratitude and said that he had done everything he promised. Yoon-kyung was on the verge of tears. He had done everything he could, and now he asked Hyun-sung to take care of himself. What happened that day in the ring shook the national martial arts scene. The victory of unknown students and the defeat of famous athletes. Those who heard Hyun-sung's farewell speech assumed he was preparing for his debut and eagerly awaited the rise of a new sports god. The coach thought that once the deal with Hyun-sung and Siwoo was finalized, he would feel relieved, but now on the contrary, it seemed as though he had lost the will to live. At first, these training sessions were just for the money, but over time, the coach realized that he wasn't just making a living by teaching, he truly loved training people. He used to think he was much weaker than Coach Lee Do-hak, but over time, those thoughts vanished without a trace. Lately, he had been getting calls from well-known gyms inviting him to work, but the coach wasn't in a hurry. He didn't think he'd find a student who would suit him. Yoon-kyung was lost in thought, sitting on the floor and drowning his sorrows in beer, when a stranger appeared at the gym. He was looking for Coach Yoon-kyung. The young man said he had been very impressed by the last match. The guy didn't care who said what. He believed that Yoon-kyung was the coolest coach around. The kid smiled from ear to ear and said he wanted to be trained by him because he dreamed of becoming a champion. The coach looked at the boy and couldn't figure out who he reminded him of. The boy was still smiling and said his name was Kim Muyo. Judging by Hyun-sung's memories from his past life, this boy would become a famous athlete. A few days passed, and finally the two friends met in the park. Hyun-sung apologized and said he couldn't take Siwoo with him because a very dangerous life awaited him. Siwoo didn't understand why his friend had been stringing him along all this time. Hyun-sung explained that he wouldn't take him to Seoul, but that didn't mean he wouldn't need Siwoo anymore. Hyun-sung promised that he would meet him later, and when that happened, he would call Siwoo to Seoul because in reality, the boy was very dear to him. Until then, he was leaving Dasan in Siwoo's hands. The next day, Kim Siwoo found Bae Seung-ho and asked him a direct question. He asked who, in his opinion, would run the city once Hyun-seong left for Seoul. Seung-ho replied that the question was very unexpected and asked why he needed to know. But Siwoo insisted on an answer. Seung-ho said that of course it would have to be him. Although everyone knows that Siwoo is Hyun-seong's best friend, in reality, he hasn't done anything for the school or the city. Siwoo replied that they now have a problem. Hyun-seong is leaving, Seung-ho is graduating, and everyone will think that he isn't doing anything either, and they'll stop listening to him. Siwoo suggested a one-on-one fight so everyone would understand that he was strong and deserved respect. Seung-ho thought the guy definitely wouldn't win and was jumping into their hierarchy too soon. Siwoo said he had learned a lot from Hyun-seong and was now confident in his abilities. In the end, the guys faced off in a fight and started beating each other up. Rumors quickly spread around school that Siwoo had confronted a high school senior and even beat him up. Everyone realized that Siwoo was incredibly strong, even though he looked like an ordinary blonde guy. Rumors also spread around school that Siwoo would immediately beat up anyone who said a single word against him. After his showdown with Bae Seung-ho, Siwoo began to establish order in the school hierarchy. First, it was the seniors, all of whom got punched in the face. Next came the repeaters and the freshmen who could hold their own in a fight. As a result, everyone was beaten up. Siwoo put an end to any questions about his authority, strength, and fighting skills. Park Jin-woo immediately declared that he had no intention of running the school. As long as there was a leader, someone else would always be second, and that suited him just fine. Of course, if you were honest about it, Hyun-sung would still be the one in charge, but being third turned out to be not so bad either. The hierarchy was established. Kim Si-woo was recognized as the leader of Chanol High School. Time flew by, exams were over, and the school year was drawing to a close. Winter break had finally arrived. Hyun-sung got perfect scores again. This time, he had 100 points in every subject. Hyun-sung made his grades and himself perfect. These two factors would break through any ceiling in a place like Gangnam, where academic achievement is highly valued. The Golden Circle won't just sit back and watch if someone hires them. Hyun-sung will move on to the next phase of the plan. Just then, Lee Jong-min unexpectedly approached the young man and said he needed to talk. He said he fully understood how low it was to ignore Hyun-sung's problems after he had helped him. All the local bullies left the guy alone, calling him selfish, and he seemed to become invisible. So for the past few years, he'd just been cramming for school. It turned out to be quite easy. Lee Jong-min admitted that he had been happy all this time and was glad that Park Min-chol wasn't bothering him anymore. Finally, the boy felt what it meant to live a normal life. And even the fact that he was left without friends turned out not to be so bad because the bullying had completely disappeared. Over time, Jong-min made friends who understood him. They had once been in the same humiliating position. But sometimes Lee Jong-min thinks about the time when the Parent-Teacher Association was convened, and that if he could go back, he would have acted differently. Most likely, he wouldn't have been able to do anything, because now Jong-min knows he's a pathetic coward. He avoided Hyun-sung because his words filled him with fear. But now the boy has learned that Hyun-sung is transferring to another school, and he wants to say that he will never forget this day. Lee Jong-min spoke on behalf of all the students, saying that they were sincerely grateful to Hyun-sung because thanks to him, they were able to start living. Lee Jong-min's gesture served as a catalyst, and the other students began approaching Hyun-sung to thank him for everything. Hyun-sung listened to these words of gratitude and thought that he had no intention of helping them and didn't need their smiles and compliments because he didn't deserve them. Hyun-sung understood that the students were mistaking his selfishness for kindness, but there was no kindness in him. He was afraid that if his malice disappeared, he would forget his true purpose. The problem had taken on enormous proportions, not only at school, but also on the city streets. Strangers would approach him and thank him. Many told their stories and believed they had survived only thanks to Hyun-sung's actions and help. To one of these guys, Hyun-sung rudely replied that he had simply maimed 3 bullies to prove his strength, and he didn't need anyone's gratitude. The guy replied that it didn't matter to him why Hyun-sung had done it. The fact was that he'd been saved from hell. The guy pulled out his phone and said there were far more people like him in the city than Hyun-sung realized. After Hyun-sung had subdued the entire city, numerous posts appeared online where people discussed the news and learned how to deal with bullies. It even got to the point where they were discussing who would go to meet Hyun-sung to thank him. All these kids who had been set free used to be tormented by panic every day at the thought of school, but now they've returned to a normal life. The boy said he would definitely post in the group about the meeting with their savior and convey everyone's gratitude. There were more and more students on the city streets who smiled at the sight of Hyun-sung, and he recalled the faces of those whose eyes were filled with fear and horror and thought that hatred only breeds more hatred. Hyun-sung thought he'd gotten himself into something really messy, but the more trash he cleaned up, the happier people became. The young man didn't know how to feel about it because he hadn't planned on making everyone happy. He just wanted to bring about justice. And his justice wasn't through the law, but through bloody justice, the kind no one wants to deal with, but someone has to do it. Hyun-sung was ready to take on this role because it might turn out to be exactly why he had returned to the past. Winter break was about to begin, and the next day, Cheonil High School bid a final farewell to student Kim Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung spoke with the principal about his transfer and then said goodbye to his homeroom teacher. But these two teachers had no idea that when Kim Hyun-sung set his sights on someone, that person could kiss a peaceful life goodbye. Hyun-sung had no intention of forgiving them just because they had helped him a little. He had no doubt that in the future, they would help bullies for money once he was no longer around. Senna suddenly approached him. The girl asked if he had time, And when Hyun Song tried to say that they weren't close enough for personal conversations, it turned out she wasn't the one he was talking about. Sena said that her father wanted to talk to Hyun Sung. The man and Hyun Sung met, and Sena's father suggested they talk while dinner was being prepared. In the past, this man had been a high-ranking official, but after his son's death, he headed an organization against school violence. Hyun Sung knew little about this man, but judging by the fact that Sena hated school bullies, her father must have felt the same way. The man said he had learned some impressive facts about Hyun Sung, and that was why he had asked to meet him. He added that he was trying to combat school violence, but it was extremely difficult. When he learned that a student had managed to accomplish such a task, he was amazed. The level of school violence in the city had dropped significantly, and a heavy thought crossed his mind. If his son had had a friend like that, one who would stand up against injustice, perhaps he would still be alive. Of course, these are pointless speculations. If he had been more attentive, he wouldn't have missed the signals his son was sending. According to statistics, in families where both parents work, it is difficult for children to share their problems. And the Choi family was exactly like that. When his son's grades dropped, the father constantly scolded him, and when the boy wanted to switch schools, the father decided that he was simply avoiding difficulties. So the man began to pressure him even more, which only made the situation worse. He admitted that he wanted happiness for his family, but didn't know how to achieve it. Faced with tragedy, he moved to Dasan to raise his daughter and combat school violence. But his methods didn't work there either. The man understood that Hyun Sung was moving to Seoul and would expand the work he had started in Dasan, so Mr. Choi had something he wanted to share. No matter what happened in Seoul, he promised to always be on his side, and as long as his organization existed, no one would be able to stop Kim Hyun Sung. The man thanked the young man and said that he and many other parents like him were behind him. Hyun Sung thanked the man and said he would never forget this day, no matter what happened. Sena said she had come to understand a lot. She had wanted to punish the bullies who killed her brother, but she hadn't done anything because she wasn't sure she could handle the consequences. Of course, she wasn't to blame. Those scum were to blame. But now, thanks to Hyun Sung, she had a new dream. She saw how, having gained power, Hyun Sung became almost untouchable, and yet she couldn't believe it. And even knowing that it was dirty power, Sena wanted to get it and become a prosecutor at any cost. And then she planned to take power into her own hands and live as she saw fit. Sena asked Hyun Sung to win and become her hope, because thinking of him would help her not give up and keep moving toward her goal. Hyun Sung said he would root for her too and sincerely wished for her dream to come true. During winter break, Hyun Sung spent a lot of time with his family. It wasn't a very large family, but it was very important to him. Together they went to restaurants and ate delicious food. They enjoyed the winter scenery, went for walks, and breathed in the fresh air. They all went to an amusement park together for the first time, and Grandma seemed to have gotten younger. Now Grandma was almost happy and wanted only one thing: for her grandson to find a nice girl and get married. Hyun Sung took care of the old woman and even suggested she dye her hair, saying that growing old is a kind of happiness too, and it was better to spend money on delicious food or something enjoyable. These were his quiet, happy moments. More than anything else, after returning to the past, Hyun Sung valued not the chance to take revenge, but the chance to ensure his family would never suffer again. The time had finally come, and with it came a message from Ko Changbom. He wrote that everything was ready and they would meet in a week. It was time to leave. And now our hero, along with the main characters, was moving to Seoul to continue his quest for revenge. Dating Group ranks third among the richest companies in Korea. It has numerous subsidiaries and is among the top 3 companies people aspire to work for. The heir to Dating Group looked like a true representative of a wealthy family. People said Oh Yoon Min had a great personality. He would come to work and wish everyone a good morning. All the girls dreamed of nothing more than going on a date with him. However, he wasn't your typical rich kid. He'd worked his way up from nothing, and if he'd wanted to, could have become a partner in the company. But as soon as the young man walked into the office, he immediately loosened his tie and sharply demanded that the secretary repeat what she had said. The women couldn't believe their ears, and the principal tried to calm them down, but they kept screaming, not understanding what was happening. Onyx-soo had it rough too. As a high school principal, he had to deal with a multitude of problems. And now several particularly agitated parents had pounced on the principal with complaints because the country's top student, according to preliminary exam results, was transferring to their school. The principal explained that there was nothing he could do. Everything had already been decided, and he was forced to accept this student. Soon, the head of the parent council, Ms. Jo Heju, arrived. She had repeatedly helped resolve school issues and personal matters, and now hoped that everything would go smoothly. The principal could barely stand. He knew that this woman had made a great contribution to the school, but he really had no choice. About a month before these events, he had been presented with evidence of all the shady dealings he had been involved in previously. It was enough to at least get him fired. Onyxu couldn't hold his liquor. He had a family, but he didn't stop anyway. On top of that, he had been involved with minors, and everyone could find out about it. The principal immediately asked what they wanted from him. He was ready to agree to any condition. The stranger said that a student with excellent grades wanted to transfer to the school, but the parents of the other students would make a fuss. However, they made it clear to the principal that his life and reputation were more important than a few students, despite the parents' influence. But he was reassured that everything would be fine and that he had nothing to worry about. The stranger added that he would send people to help the principal and there would be no problems. Now Onyxu couldn't wait for them to arrive. He just needed to buy some time. The man explained to the parents again and again that he had tried to prevent the transfer, but the paperwork was in order, and a refusal would only make the situation worse. The women insisted that the problem lay with the principal. Because of him, the children's chances of admission would be reduced, and they demanded compensation. Onyxu tried to explain that shouting wouldn't solve anything, but his words couldn't calm the enraged mothers. The head of the parent committee, Ms. Jo, said she had always considered the principal a reasonable person, but it seemed she had been mistaken. Now she had decided to go public with the information that the principal had taken bribes, and he would have to answer for it. Completely out of the blue, she struck the principal several times on the head, declaring that she would show him his mistake. Ms. Jo shouted that she wouldn't calm down because the principal could cause problems for the children. The principal tried to stop her, but the head of the parent committee kept shouting that she wouldn't let anyone treat her like a fool. At that moment, the door flew open, and another parent entered the office. She wanted to know what was going on. The head of the parent committee recognized her. It was the mother of Min Woo, one of Hyun Sung's top students. They had once chatted and shared fruit, and since then, this woman's life had changed thanks to Hyun Sung, and her son's grades had improved. Now she enjoyed immense influence among the city's parents, and her reputation in the field of private education had grown significantly. One day, Hyun Sung called her and asked for a small favor. At his request, Ms. Lee Mi-so posted Hyun Sung's study tips online. As a result, the number of users of Heavenly Cafe increased 30-fold in just a few weeks. And Lee Mi-so effectively gained influence in the private education sector as the moderator of the largest forum on college entrance exam preparation. Now she calmly watched the other mothers who were acting aggressively toward the principal just because of the transfer of a top student. Lee Mi-so was a mother herself and believed that this was a matter for the school and that it wasn't worth interfering with the principal's decisions. She reminded Ms. Jo that they had recently been in contact and that perhaps they should stop such interactions. The head of the parent committee immediately backtracked. She didn't understand why Ms. Lee was getting involved, since her son attended a different school. The woman replied that a close friend of her son was transferring to this school, and she wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with Hyun Seon's education. Lee Mi-so added that parents have the right to do as they please, but their actions could be seen as hostile. The head of the parent committee smiled, realizing that the situation wasn't so simple. At that moment, the other mothers suddenly remembered they had things to do and quickly left the office. The head of the parent committee stated that if Ms. Lee had gone this far for the student, they would not stand in the way of his transfer. Lee Mi-so smiled politely and thanked them for their understanding. After that, she called Hyun Seon and told him that no one would stand in the way of his transfer anymore. He thanked her for her help. Lee Mi-so replied that she was always ready to help Hyun Seon and her son Min Woo if the need arose. Hyun Seon specifically chose this school because the Golden Circle was very active there. If the country's top student transfers there, those people will certainly not leave him alone. At a school where bribery runs rampant, Hyun Seon would easily become a target, and his influence from Dasan wouldn't help him here. Hyun Sung felt not fear, but curiosity. He had imagined this day many times and dreamed of the Gangnam district, and now everything was going according to plan. Soon the phone rang. They reported that an order had come into the Golden Circle to eliminate Kim Hyun Sung. It later turned out that Hyun Sung was already being targeted. Agent Kang Tae-gu had failed the mission, and it had been handed over to the broker Jiang Su. Then the Golden Circle reported that the mission had been completed, but a subsequent investigation revealed a complete failure. After that, everyone was punished, from the commissioner down to the operatives. Yoon Hyun-min didn't understand why he hadn't been briefed on this. As soon as they realized this, they immediately went after Jung Soo, but the apartment was empty, and by all accounts, he was already out of the country. The broker had planned everything in advance and managed to escape without leaving a trace. Now everyone understands that Chung Soo remained in the Golden Circle in order to spy on internal information and pass it on to the outside. The man was on his knees, his head pressed against the floor, while his master approached, waiting for an answer regarding their next steps and the current situation. Master Yoon was furious. He didn't understand why this dimwit had spent so long explaining all this meaningless nonsense to him in such a convoluted way. If this information became public knowledge, the members of the Golden Circle would be thrown into panic, and an unnecessary and extremely dangerous uproar would ensue. Yoon Hyun Nim couldn't lose control of the organization because of some idiot. After all, the Golden Circle had to hold out for a very long time and function stably. But looking through Hyun Shong's personal file, the man realized that this guy was very interesting. He could have easily finished school in his hometown, but still made it to Seoul, overcoming many obstacles. This leads to the conclusion that this guy really wants to infiltrate the Golden Circle and destroy it from within. He knows all the risks. He knows that the police, the justice system, the press and politicians will grovel before the leader. But the young man is still taking a huge risk, refusing to back down. Mr. Yoon ordered his subordinate to deal with Hyun Shong and resolve the issue within a month of the start of the school year. This had to be done no matter what, even if the guy turned out to be strong in every way and showed outstanding abilities. The organization always approached the execution of tasks very carefully. First and foremost, detailed theoretical preparation and analysis of the situation were conducted. The man recounted in detail what was known about Kim Hyun Shong, and everyone understood that, given the boy's actions against the Golden Circle, he already had an understanding of their system. This high school student managed to unite all the schools in Dasan, and even if this region isn't a major competitor, it becomes clear that Hyun Seon is an extraordinary child with great ambitions. Hyun Song was able to cause so much trouble because the high school principal and his homeroom teacher actively and persistently supported him at every stage. In addition, Hyun Song receives financial support and assistance from the manager of Myungjin Construction, which significantly strengthens his position. It should also be noted that members of the Parent-Teacher Association tried to prevent Hyun Seong's transfer to a Seoul school, but Ms. Lee Mi-so, the wife of the deputy chief prosecutor, intervened. Currently, this woman manages the Heavenly Cafe, and it is highly likely that Ms. Lee Mi-so is somehow connected to Hyun Seong or his inner circle. If we summarize all the available information, it becomes clear that Kim Hyun Seong moved to Seoul with a single goal: to harm the Golden Circle and destroy its influence. The Seoul brokers listened carefully to the information from their boss and then began asking questions. Everyone wanted to find out what kind of relationship Hyun Song had with the prosecutor. They were also interested in how politics was involved and whether the young man had connections in the highest circles of power. Park Hyun-jun was the manager of the Golden Circle, and even he was impressed by this young man who had forced the organization to call an emergency meeting. At the moment, the school Hyun Song had transferred to had several students who could be used for their own purposes and future operations. The manager understood that this wouldn't be a problem. He just needed to find out if there were any loyal and controllable teachers there. It turned out that most of the teachers were collaborating with the Golden Circle, and only Principal An Ik-soo would be fired from the school and replaced with someone more compliant and easier to control. Park Hyun-jun thanked them for the information and said that this time he would personally oversee the planning and execution of the operation. He ordered his assistants to make this situation a priority and to request additional support if needed during the process. The man announced that the organization's leadership required the issue to be resolved within the first month of the school year, but they would try to handle it in just a week. Hyun Sung was on his way to his first class. Time was flying by at lightning speed. It seemed like he had only just moved to Seoul, and yet the new school year had already begun. Skyscrapers, crowds of people, and a multitude of luxury cars were everywhere. It felt as if the boy had been transported to a completely different time and country. All the streets were in impeccable condition, the subway was nearby, and Daesong High School was the very center of power in the district. Wealthy families lived in this neighborhood and had powerful connections, and these students would most likely go on to run the country and major organizations. The young man approached the school gates and realized that as soon as he walked through them, it would be the first step toward his personal revenge and future actions. And before the first class began, the teacher addressed the students and said he wanted to introduce a newcomer, the top student based on the results of the entrance exam. Mr. Chang Wongi was the homeroom teacher with whom Hyun Seong would soon have to work and interact. The homeroom teacher immediately told the boy in a very harsh tone to introduce himself, and Hyun Seong instantly sensed that he would have serious problems with this man. His classmates were also very hostile, even though they were seeing Hyun Seong for the first time today and knew nothing about him. The boy didn't understand what this was due to. His good grades or the fact that someone had turned the students against him beforehand. The teacher announced that everyone would be taking exams in March, and today they would be reviewing and analyzing last year's exam questions. Hyun Sung noticed that all the students were working hard from the very beginning, and he didn't understand what this could be related to or why the pace was so fast. The teacher congratulated the top student from the mock exam, who, according to many students, was also quite handsome. The teacher announced that he wanted to test what the top student was capable of and asked him to explain exactly how to solve the following problem. Hyun Sonu couldn't care less about all this excessive attention because he didn't trust any of these teachers or their feigned concern. They could express admiration and support for him, tell him he was smart and had a bright future, and they might offer to help him learn something new. But at the same time, the teachers treated Hyun Seon with great wariness and distrust. It seemed as if they were screaming that the new kid would ruin their students' grades, and they couldn't let that happen. So Hyun Seon immediately became a very uncomfortable presence for everyone. During recess, one of the boys in the class started getting upset and saying that this was complete nonsense and unfair. The students needed to do something because the best student had transferred to their school, and this was upsetting the usual balance of power. A suggestion was made to make a fuss about it, since it was unfair that they all ended up in the same environment as this genius and were forced to compete with him. After that, the boys began discussing that the school wasn't to blame. It was all about the student, who shouldn't have transferred and caused such inconvenience to others. These discussions took place right in front of Hyun Sung. His classmates made no attempt to hide their negative feelings toward the newcomer. Despite the fact that this guy's confidence was off the charts, he easily stood up and solved any problem the teachers gave him. Hyun Seong listened to these conversations, thinking that these jerks were using very primitive and crude manipulation, even simpler than it had been in Dasan. Suddenly, someone's hand landed right on Hyun Seong's notebook, and the guy demanded answers to their questions. He wanted to know exactly what Hyun Seong had been thinking when he decided to transfer to their school. Hyun Seong asked if he really had to report to them, and his classmate flew into a rage, saying that Hyun Seong's presence had caused problems for a lot of people. But the look on the boy's face, unmoved by the provocation, made it clear to everyone that the conversation was about to take a completely different turn. Suddenly, the young man swung his arm and struck himself in the face with all his might. It was very unexpected even for Hyun Seong, but the young man announced that he was now going to teach Hyun Seong a lesson. After that, the boy fell to his knees and began wailing pitifully, drawing everyone's attention as he screamed that the new kid had beaten him up. The young man clutched his cheek and begged for help, and teachers were summoned to the classroom. The homeroom teacher was outraged that Hyun Seong had allegedly beaten up a classmate just to shut him up, taking advantage of the fact that the teachers were busy during lunch. Hyun Seong insisted he hadn't done it, but the teacher pointed to the boy's bruised face and demanded an explanation. Hyun Seong repeated to the homeroom teacher once again that he had done nothing of the sort. The homeroom teacher then turned to the other boys present in the classroom and asked them what had actually happened. But the boys all said in unison that the new student had suddenly started beating Go Dong-soo, and they were too scared to intervene. The thing is, many students had heard that at his old school, Hyun Seong was a real psychopath. Hyun Seong listened to his classmates and tried to figure out, did they just want to get rid of a rival, or had the Golden Circle really hired them? Whatever the case, he had to admit that Hyun Seong had fallen into their trap on his very first day, even though he hadn't even had a chance to do anything yet. This only meant that the Golden Circle had uncovered Kim Hyun Seong, his plan, and the reason for his move to Seoul. Jang-soo had left the country, so no one could shed light on the inner workings of the Golden Circle. Now he could only rely on himself and do everything possible to get revenge. This was already a full-scale war. Hyun-sung told the teacher that the boys were friends of the victim, so they couldn't be impartial witnesses. The young man stated that if he were guilty, he was ready to face punishment, but asked that other witnesses be found. The homeroom teacher was outraged by such audacity. What other witnesses are needed when Dong-soo's face is the best proof? Listening to the teacher's shouting and baseless accusations, Hyun-sung took out his phone and started calling the police. The boy introduced himself and reported that a serious act of violence had occurred at Daesung High School, so the police needed to arrive as soon as possible. Everyone present gaped in surprise, not understanding what this psychopath was doing, but Hyun-sung calmly said that everything needed to be officially documented. The young man told the teacher that he had the evidence the teacher wanted to see. Hyun-sung had recorded everything. Mr. Chang was in shock and horror because this boy had turned out to be far too prepared. Hyun-sung looked at him and, smiling his calm smile, said that it was indeed very convenient. Hyun-sung took a pen out of his breast pocket, which turned out to be no ordinary pen. It was a recording device. After that, they examined the pen with interest, marveling at how cruel the world was if even a schoolboy was forced to carry such devices. Dong-soo explained to the police officer that he'd been getting bad grades lately, so he was really upset to find out that the country's top student would be attending school with him. The police officer told the boy that he had committed a crime and that the teacher hadn't behaved very well either and needed to be more attentive to his students. Of course, one could understand the homeroom teacher's reaction to the student's bruised face, but now everyone realized just how unpleasant the situation had become for Hyun-sung on his very first day. The detective couldn't understand how anyone could act that way over some grades, but it turned out that in this neighborhood, everything really did depend on them. The vice principal, Miss Jin Kyung-hee, said that the teacher meant no harm and had simply reacted inappropriately. Teachers tend to trust those they know best, and in this case, it was simply a misunderstanding. The police officer said he had to report the incident and also punish the student to serve as a warning to others. The vice principal said that they usually do not accept new students, but the school principal insisted, so internal investigations are currently underway. The vice principal explained to the police officer that the school was in a difficult situation and asked him not to judge the students too harshly. High school students often act thoughtlessly because they are still children, and they are under pressure from teachers and parents. The police officer agreed that the rights of young people are just as important as the rights of the victims. After that, the vice principal promised that disciplinary measures would be taken to make the students reflect on their behavior. This response practically satisfied the police officer. He understood that nothing truly dangerous had happened. The man turned to Hyun-seon and asked if he agreed to an amicable settlement under these circumstances. Hyun-sung felt that the whole thing was like a rehearsed play that ended exactly as all the participants wanted it to. Everyone was trying to please one another, and this evoked a repulsive, familiar feeling of helplessness. Hyun-sung understood that this neighborhood was different from Dasan. Here, everyone, from students to teachers to police officers, was connected. Hyun-sung listened to the police officer's suggestion and replied that it all sounded very strange. The young man declared that he wasn't going to forgive anyone, and the police shouldn't decide for him while the vice principal was trying to smooth things over. Hyun-sung said that the adults' faces gave it all away. If he didn't agree, he would be seen as the one trying to prevent this unpleasant matter from being quietly swept under the rug. The police officer said the accusation sounded harsh, while the vice principal insisted she wanted to help the boy and avoid provoking negativity from the students right at the start of the school year. Hyun-sung thanked them for their concern and reminded them that he was a minor, which meant that such a proposal and the entire incident needed to be discussed with the adults first. Soon, the door to the vice principal's office opened, and a huge man appeared, who greeted everyone and said that he was attorney Park Jong-soo and would be acting in the best interests of his client, Kim Hyun-seong. Ms. Lee Miso had not been part of the boy's original plans. Her main strength lay in her status. She was the wife of the deputy chief prosecutor of Seoul, and of course it would be ideal to have such an influential figure on one side. Deputy prosecutor Kang Jong-do was said to be a man of principle, a sort of enforcer willing to stick his neck out for the sake of justice. The man had an outstanding track record and abilities. He never made mistakes on the job and was always considered untouchable. Hyun-sung understood that if he approached such a man the wrong way, it would be the end for him, not for the Golden Circle. But Hyun-sung wasn't worried. He needed someone in the legal field anyway, and finding someone competent and honest was very difficult. Hyun-sung called Ms. Lee Miso and briefed her on the situation. The man handed her his business card and said he had already briefly reviewed the situation. In the lawyer's opinion, the case was serious enough to warrant pressing charges. The homeroom teacher and the vice principal were unpleasantly shocked. Starting with the threat of self-harm, followed by the cover-up of the crime, it all seemed senseless, and the lawyer couldn't even make sense of it. The teacher tried to explain that there had been a misunderstanding and that the teaching staff was concerned about Hyun-sung's feelings. Park Jong-soo was seething with rage and explained to the homeroom teacher that he wasn't even talking to him right now. In his opinion, the school should have responded appropriately. But if they had simply decided to let the offender off the hook, justifying it as concern for the students, then the lawyer had no choice but to hold the entire school accountable. Ms. Jin thought that was too harsh since the conflict had occurred between children. However, the lawyer replied that it was not his place to decide. The court would handle that. Go Dong-soo was terrified. The boy fell to his knees and began promising that it would never happen again. He apologized and swore not to cause any trouble. But the lawyer said that a mistake is something that happens by accident, and actions committed with malicious intent are a crime that must be punished. After that, Mr. Park asked what the vice principal intended to do. Everyone present at that moment was horrified. They never expected to get caught up in such a major scandal on the very first day of school. As he left the school, the lawyer thought about how outrageous the case was. He would be working with this student for the entire coming year, and for each visit he would be able to receive $10,000. That amount was for 1 hour of work to resolve the situation without going to court. If it went to court, the fee would be negotiated separately. This applied only if the client was the sole victim. Park Jong-soo became a prosecutor for the sake of the justice he had always sought. But as a lawyer, he saw all the corruption in the system and understood just how unjust the world was. But this case was strange. The boy had asked to wait outside on his very first day of school. Less than half a day had passed when the client was assaulted. Hyun-sung didn't explain to his lawyer who he was. The only thing he could say was that he wasn't welcome at this school at all. Watching the lawyer walk away, the vice principal said she had been asked to handle this case and make sure everything went perfectly. Of course, no one could have imagined that Hyun-sung would bring a voice recorder. Now they had to be more careful. The homeroom teacher promised to definitely make amends. Ms. Jin was very upset. It wasn't often that the organization's top brass gave them so little time to solve a problem. If they failed, they were finished. So now they had to proceed even more cautiously, using the tried-and-true method that had always worked. Ms. Jin calmed down a little because they would be proceeding as usual. Hyun-sung realized that his legal fees had paid off. The school had suspended Go Dong-soo and his friends from classes. The other students whispered that now they were afraid to even look the boy in the eye, lest they run into trouble with the lawyer again. Thus, Hyun-sung went from being someone people viewed with caution to an outcast overnight. They made fun of him, but they did so from a distance. It is unknown what the Golden Circle's intentions were, but Hyun-sung immediately found himself isolated, though he was constantly watched, with every single one of his actions monitored. Hyun-sung, however, was completely satisfied. Life in Seoul turned out to be easier than he had thought, and the school's stormy reaction showed that he had truly managed to shake them up. The students were amazed at how disciplined and proper Hyun-sung was. It was no surprise that he was diligent and had become the top student. One day during lunch in the cafeteria, a high school senior approached Hyun-sung and asked if he liked the food. After that, the guy took a cutlet from his plate, wanting to try it, and Hyun-sung realized that he was facing yet another member of the Golden Circle. It was Cho Im-young-hoon, a Gold Circle-ranked assassin. He said the food in the school cafeteria was disgusting. After that, the guy pointed to the pens sticking out of Hyun-sung's pocket and declared that he didn't care about the voice recorder. Myung-hoon smiled confidently and said that at this school, Hyun-sung would never be treated like a human being, all because of his behavior and status. As soon as Hyun-sung gets upset and makes a scene, the teachers will immediately tear him apart. Myung-hoon also added that no one here cared at all about his proud past at Dasan. The bully added that he was only saying this because, thanks to him, interesting things would happen, and Hyun-sung should be prepared for it. As soon as Hyun-sung gets angry or upset, he shouldn't hesitate to ask. Myung-hoon will gladly beat him up. The guy emphasized once again that Hyun-sung was in for some hopeless and terrifying days, congratulated him on that, and walked away. His friends didn't understand why Myung-hoon had simply talked to the new kid instead of beating him up, since he had cover from the teachers. Myung-hoon told his friend that he had looked into the information from the Golden Circle and realized that this guy wasn't so simple. In his own town, Hyun-sung went up against the school on his own, dealt with them, and never backed down again. Hyun-sung sent some of the guys who had bullied him to jail and turned the rest into vegetables. The funniest part is that even one person from the Golden Circle became a vegetable. It turns out Hyun-sung concealed his identity, sent a request to the Golden Circle. He's a real psychopath. Myung-hoon bragged to his friends that the Golden Circle had promised him 100 million plus a bonus for this job. You can't treat this guy like the others. He won't run away, even if he breaks a limb. So we need to show him that Seoul, unlike Dasan, is a real hell. Myung-hoon had assigned the first stage to one of his guys and was now hoping that he had understood him correctly. Hyun-sung assumed that the Golden Circle had set a deadline for the middle of the first semester. If this affected their grades, the committee members would be on their side. It was clear that the Golden Circle wouldn't sit idly by, even if Hyun-sung always carried a voice recorder with him. Just then, someone threw a piece of eraser at the guy, and it landed in his notebook. This behavior was quite expected, but Hyun-sung was even a little surprised that the guys were acting so childish. Of course, this was a test of sorts, to see how long Hyun-sung could take it before finally snapping and exploding. Hyun-sung understood that his opponents knew just how crazy he was, and yet they still picked on him. He was prepared for this kind of life. As soon as the class ended, the boy stood up. He knew that if he destroyed Myung-hoon, the Golden Circle would simply replace him with someone else. He had to make it clear that the school system couldn't do anything to him and become a thorn in their side. Hyun-sung approached the boy, who was throwing pieces of an eraser at him, and asked if he was really that bored. The next moment, Hyun-sung turned off the recorder and lunged at the student, landing a powerful punch to his nose. The boy was sprawled on the floor at the back of the classroom, not understanding why Hyun-sung had hit him. Hyun-sung didn't deny the accusations that were hurled at him, that he had started it, and that it was an act of violence. This situation was different from the incident with Go Dong-soo. Hyun-sung had succumbed to provocation because the circumstances were different. Hyun-sung held the boy by the hair so that nothing would interfere with his plan. He had to carry on with what he was doing. At that moment, various students rushed into the classroom and watched what was happening from the sidelines. Hyun-sung paid no attention to the screams and continued to strike, smashing his classmate's face. A short time later, the unfortunate Eun-ho, with bandages covering the scrapes on his face, sat before the teachers, ready to explain what had happened. The boy admitted that he was very upset by how Go Dong-soo had been treated, so he jokingly threw an eraser at Hyun-sung. But after class, Hyun-sung started beating him up. Of course, Eun-ho admitted that he had started the conflict, but he hadn't hit Hyun-sung. The vice principal explained to the boy that Go Dong-soo had been treated fairly and was glad that the student admitted his wrongdoing. But if Hyun-sung continues to resort to violence over such jokes, he will be no better than Go Dong-soo. In addition, the vice principal asked him to show his miraculous recording if Hyun-sung considered himself innocent. Hyun-sung replied that he admits it. He hit Eun-ho, so the teachers must convene a council. This issue cannot be resolved lightly. If necessary, Hyun-sung is prepared to face punishment and hopes that the teachers will judge him objectively. The teachers had no idea what was going on. Hyun-sung had agreed to the accusations far too readily, especially since he's usually so meticulous and carries a voice recorder. And now it seemed as if he were digging his own grave. The guy probably wants to somehow change the council's mind. He's quite smug and self-assured. Hyun-sung really did look like the king of the world, watching the teachers get nervous. Seoul was a place where only the Golden Circle held influence. The vice principal promised she would do everything in her power to ensure Hyun-sung never set foot in the school again. Ms. Lee Miso came by with a plate of fruit to ask how her son was doing. She had always been very supportive of Minwoo and took an active part in his school life. But suddenly, something terrible happened. Hyun-sung said he would no longer be taking private lessons, and this shattered all their plans for the future. Lee Miso believed that her son's tutor was the best in the country, but he had run into problems after moving to their neighborhood. There was nothing terrible about the situation. He had simply gotten into a fight with another student. Lee Miso and her friends were very worried and didn't know what to do. She suggested that her friends support Hyun-sung and do everything possible to ensure he was judged fairly without outside influence. If the students' mothers showed their loyalty, perhaps Hyun-sung would continue teaching their children. The woman told her husband that she had spoken with the other parents and now wanted him to lend her some money. Dong-chul acknowledged that it wasn't easy for his wife to raise their son, but he was a prosecutor and didn't receive his salary and authority to use them for personal gain. The man said that if their son didn't get into a prestigious university, it wouldn't be Miso's fault. He tried to reassure his wife, who took the upbringing of their beloved son very seriously. Dong-chul himself promised that he would work with their son separately. He couldn't help as a prosecutor, but he had to as a husband and father. Attorney Park Jong-soo was furious and refused to represent his client at the board meeting because it was a clear case of violence on school grounds. The lawyer shouted that if the boy had decided to buy him off, then he should terminate the contract and find another lawyer. There were plenty of professionals willing to work under such conditions. Hyun-sung said nothing in his defense. He calmly listened to all the accusations from the man. Park Jong-soo let off some steam and finally said that in fact, he hadn't slept a wink that night, thinking about what had happened to his client. How did it happen that all the teachers and students had turned against the young man, and the police, who are supposed to protect people, saw only evil in Hyun-sung? The lawyer admitted that he really wanted to help the boy, but there was something he didn't want to say out loud. Hyun-sung finally spoke up. He said the payment terms were the same, and if the lawyer wanted, they could terminate the contract without any compensation. But before that happened, Hyun-sung asked the man to listen to him. The day of the council meeting finally arrived, attended by school administrators, the parties involved in the conflict, and other interested parties. The vice principal announced the start of the discussion regarding the act of school violence committed by student Kim Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung was very composed and of course understood that only one person would win this battle. A few days before the council meeting, Hyun-sung showed the lawyer everything he had, including threats that made it clear that students and teachers were against him. All further explanations proved sufficient to leave lawyer Park Jong-soo speechless. The golden circle could not get rid of this boy. This stumbling block had to be dealt with. The lawyer didn't understand how justified it was to resort to cruelty to stand up to the golden circle. At some point in the past, Park Jong-soo had repeatedly accepted requests from victims of the golden circle. But the clients were so frightened that they withdrew their statements halfway through. But now the lawyer had met yet another victim of the golden circle. The man had asked for a job as a prosecutor so he could live with pride and justice. But sometimes he doubted the correctness of his choice. Park Jong-soo had once opposed prosecutorial corruption, which is why he was fired, and later his wife divorced him. And now the man didn't know if he could have been a good husband and father had he abandoned his convictions and continued that life. Park Jong-soo was now certain that his client had done the right thing, since he was trying to survive. The lawyer wanted to know exactly what the young man expected from him. Hyun-sung asked the lawyer not to attend the upcoming council meeting. The incident began when Yeo In-ho acted childishly. He was unhappy with a classmate's behavior, so he started throwing pieces of an eraser and got into a fight with Hyun-sung. However, Hyun-sung responded with violence. He was the only one who hit, and this is confirmed by witnesses and classmates. As a result of this incident and the beating, Yeo In-ho suffered serious injuries, and those present could not hide their horror. The doctor determined that the attack had affected more than just his physical health. Yun-ho is now forced to undergo psychotherapy. The victim's parents filed a complaint expressing their desire for the student, Kim Hyun-sung, to be punished appropriately. After analyzing the pattern of violence at school, circumstantial evidence, and other factors, the council demanded strict disciplinary action. Lee Miso was very upset. She didn't know what to do, but she realized there was nothing she could do to help. The school's vice principal, Ms. Jin, was very pleased. Everything was proceeding as it should, though for some reason, Hyun-sung remained too calm. She noted that the student had come without a lawyer today and hadn't said a word so far. However, that no longer mattered. The victim's diagnosis and his parents' demands had already been announced, so everything was bound to work out for the best. The woman asked Hyun-sung to say something in his defense. Hyun-sung stood up and said that he admitted to hitting his classmate Yeo In-ho, but he doubted the irreversible consequences that had resulted. Continuing his argument, Hyun-sung said he had doubts about two things. First, he wasn't sure that Yeo In-ho's teeth had actually fallen out. It wasn't possible to determine that with certainty. Second, the school had already accused Hyun-sung of perjury once, and if he hadn't acted cautiously, he would have been punished on his very first day of school. That's why the young man can't trust the school now, realizing that it abuses disciplinary measures without a thorough investigation, since Yeo In-ho could have simply lied. The teachers were outraged by such audacity. They believed these were mere speculations, and Hyun-sung should at least show remorse for his actions. The vice principal realized that the student had only admitted to the fact of the assault. This was not enough for a serious defense, and there was no point in delving into the details. The vice principal said that many students had seen the boy use violence, and Hyun-sung showed no remorse for his actions. And now, given the many conflicts surrounding Hyun-sung's transfer to this school, the vice principal announced that Kim Hyun-sung had been expelled from the school. Park Hyun-jun was very pleased. He thanked the woman for expelling Hyun-sung despite the risks. He promised her a bonus for the positive outcome. From that day on, the school was left in the hands of the vice principal. She had to manage all affairs, and in the coming days she was slated to be appointed principal. The woman was very pleased with the outcome. Thanks to the school principal's idiotic move, everything was going smoothly for her. You could say that life was wonderful when you were a school principal with the support of the Golden Circle. The next day, the school was shaken by loud shouts. Ms. Jin wanted to know where that damn bastard was. She burst into the classroom and saw with her own eyes Hyun-sung sitting in class, seemingly not giving a damn about any decisions. The vice principal wanted to know what he was doing there, since he had been expelled from school at yesterday's board meeting. The young man said there was no reason to comply with this ruling, but the woman insisted that a thorough investigation had been conducted and no student had the right to ignore it. The young man handed the woman a piece of paper and said she could discuss everything with his lawyer, but he needed to prepare for class now. Jin Kyung-hee was furious. She didn't understand what kind of nonsense was written on that piece of paper. It stated that yesterday's school board meeting had been contentious, so a request had been filed to suspend the punishment. The lawyer warned that even if the request were accepted, the school had no right to demand that Hyun-sung comply with the decision immediately. Park Jung-soo informed the woman that this applied to any decision, even if it involved expelling a student from school or transferring them. The lawyer explained that he would drag out the case as long as possible and use every loophole in the law so that his client could continue his studies undisturbed and graduate on his own terms. The man understood that in that case, the bastards from the Golden Circle would go mad with rage. The assistant principal realized with horror that Hyun-sung and his lawyer were going to go up against the Golden Circle. In a rage, she crumpled up the petition and said that they wouldn't succeed in suspending the punishment and that they shouldn't think everything would go according to their rules. Instead of talking to the deputy director, the lawyer should pray to heaven that the Golden Circle doesn't find out about his plans because it's impossible to escape their influence. The lawyer calmly smoothed out the petition and warned the woman that no matter how much money they poured into the court, they wouldn't be able to influence the proceedings anyway. So precedents are crucial. If there is a precedent but an absurd decision is handed down, an appeal can be filed and everything could change, even to the point of the judge being removed. The lawyer pulled a stack of papers from his briefcase and said that this was evidence of how the Golden Circle uses the suspension of sentences. The man pointed to the papers and asked the deputy director if she understood what they meant. If the woman wants to get rid of the suspension, she will have to look into past incidents involving the Golden Circle. In the past, a shocking incident occurred. A student with a bright future at university was accused of attempting to drive a classmate to suicide. Appropriate measures were taken, but the punishment was suspended because, due to the delay, the consequences of the punishment had disappeared, and the student was able to continue his studies until a final decision was made. This is how one can circumvent the law. Hyun-sung and his lawyer figured out the strategy the Golden Circle was using. As long as Hyun-sung attended school, they would keep calling council meetings against him. Hyun-sung was certain that the people from the Golden Circle would continue to pressure him, and that he would resort to the same dirty tactics they used. The deputy director looked over the papers and said that all these names had one thing in common. They were clients of the Golden Circle. All their cases had been suspended, and they had been quietly released and were now enjoying life. If the Golden Circle continued to cause trouble for Hyun-sung, these precedents could be used in court to challenge the legality of the organization's actions. The deputy director was horrified and told the lawyer that she would do everything in her power to get rid of Kim Hyun-sung's client. The woman could no longer contain herself and lashed out at the lawyer, who dared to challenge them while defending his client's interests. Park Jung-soo was very pleased when he heard the word client. It meant that the Golden Circle didn't like to reveal its identity. Then the man suggested that the vice principal look out the window if she was going to ruin everything. A gift had already been prepared for her. At that moment, a young man on the street announced over a loudspeaker that he was the president of the Society Against School Violence, Choi Seong-pil. He said that anyone, including children, could become a victim of school violence. He then listed the signs of a victim of school violence. The protesters urged people not to turn a blind eye to the problem. To ensure that children do not lose their healthy and happy lives, adults must act at the slightest suspicion. The leader of the anti-violence movement urged people not to lose children to school violence and not to repeat the mistakes he himself had once made. Money and power were the two great things that everyone always wanted to have. But at the same time, the lawyer was convinced that money and power were not enough to run an organization. The Golden Circle's manager was shocked when he heard the threats. If the Golden Circle interfered, they would expose him, and it would now be impossible to influence him through the school. The director was certain that the boy had crossed the line, but the vice principal believed he had hidden motives and wanted to figure out what to do next. The Golden Circle manager decided that in this case, they needed to get rid of the guy as soon as possible, but just then the phone rang. After answering it, the man's expression changed, and he said that nothing needed to be done. Absolutely nothing, neither tomorrow nor right now. Kim Hyun-sung, of course, wasn't the Golden Circle's only target at this school. Other students, too smart and troublesome, were also in their sights. Myung-hoon beat the boy in the bathroom, reminding him that he had already warned him to get out of school if he wanted to live in peace. Mong-hoon warned the boy that he shouldn't count on any peace this year, especially since it was his senior year. The bully beat up the boy and marveled that he had been putting up with this for years in a row instead of leaving or changing the situation. Mong-hoon said it would be better for everyone if Jae-woo transferred schools and left right now, without waiting for graduation. After that, the poor guy had his finger broken, so he'd learn his lesson and stop thinking he was so smart and start following orders. It all started when student Kang Jae-woo came in first on the midterm exams. That's when Myung-hoon appeared in his life, and the boy's world came crashing down. For the sake of his parents, who had moved and had high hopes for him, the young man was prepared to endure relentless humiliation. With each passing day, the situation grew more unbearable. Jae-woo thought he could endure it for another year, but thoughts of jumping out the window came to his mind more and more often. Jae-woo once heard that his tormentor had also bullied a high school senior named Hyun-seong, but the boy had fought back and even appeared before the school council. Jae-woo had always thought he wouldn't be able to get rid of Myung-hoon, so now he listened closely to the conversations about Hyun-seong, who, despite suspensions and bans, continued to take action. The students discussed that apparently Hyun-seong would continue attending school until the court ruled on the appeal, and by that time he would have already graduated. Jae-woo listened to these conversations and was completely thrilled by Hyun-seong. This stranger had managed to stop Myung-hoon, and hope had emerged for the victims. Summoning his courage a few days later, Jae-woo met the new student near the school and decided to tell him something. Jae-woo believed that Myung-hoon was deliberately provoking the new student. The boy also admitted that he had been a victim of these people for a long time and was constantly subjected to humiliation. Hyun-seong wanted to know why Jae-woo was telling him this while they were standing on the street, and at that moment, someone threw a carton of milk from the upper floor. Jae-woo replied that he hoped Hyun-seong would win this war against Myung-hoon, and at that very moment, the milk carton hit the young man on the head. Hyun-seong clutched his head, milk running down his face, while Jae-woo looked concerned and tried to gauge how he was feeling. From the upper floor, Choi Myung-hoon waved at the boys, and Hyun-seong confirmed his companion's suspicion. That jerk was deliberately provoking them. Hyun-seong turned around and, as he walked away, advised Jae-woo not to stick his neck out, because he didn't know the whole situation. The thugs were standing on the roof. They had seen Hyun-seong heading toward them, and now they were curious to see how it would all end. Myung-hoon told his henchmen to warn the others. They had to stick strictly to the plan. Hyun-seong was walking down the stairs when a group of guys lined up in front of him, clearly not intending to let him pass. One of them was about to give the order, but a powerful blow cut him off. Hyun-seong barked at them to get out of the way and immediately knocked several of them down. The bullies shouted at the other students not to be afraid and to beat up this cocky new kid. Hyun-seong immediately kicked the first guy standing in front of him. The kick was strong and powerful. As he fell, the student dragged a few more people down with him, and the whole group tumbled down the stairs. Seeing how easily Hyun-seong was handling the attackers, more serious brawlers and bullies joined the fight. As he scattered these punks in all directions, Hyun-seong thought about his conversation with Jae-woo. He was just a simple, diligent student who was constantly being humiliated. Hyun-sung remembered that he himself had recently experienced similar feelings and decided he absolutely had to help Jae-woo and find a way out for him. While these thoughts crossed his mind, he had already taken out nearly all of his opponents. Soon a real brawl broke out near the stairs. Beaten-up students lay on the ground, calling for help. Hyun-sung, covered in blood, grabbed one of the boys by the hair and asked why the others weren't attacking him. After all, they had only just started. Jae-woo walked down the hallway, worried about the new kid and hoping he'd be okay, even though he'd already gone to meet Cho Myung-hoon himself. An alarmed student ran past him and reported that a brutal fight was taking place upstairs. According to eyewitnesses, all the students who knew how to fight were now confronting Hyun-sung, and it looked like a scene of madness. Jae-woo was upset. He realized this wasn't a fight anymore, but a beating, and now he thought Hyun-sung was finished and that he himself was to blame. He didn't know how to help, so he ran to the teacher's lounge and reported that something terrible had happened. The young man began to explain that Hyun-sung was being beaten up in the building next door, but the teacher ordered him to leave the office. He tried again, but the teacher told him to get lost and not bring it up. The man said there was an important meeting going on and that Jae-woo should leave and not get in the way. The boy realized that the teacher didn't want to help, but he didn't understand why. Jae-woo thought about calling the police and dialed the station's number. When he got through, he reported that a massive fight was taking place at the high school right now and that the police needed to come immediately. The officer asked which school it was and said they could send officers. But at that moment, a 3-car accident caused by a drunk driver occurred nearby, and the police said they would arrive as soon as they were free. Jae-woo was in a state of utter despair. The teacher's meeting and the police's preoccupation seemed too suspicious to be a coincidence. The day before, Golden Circle manager Park had contacted a subordinate and informed him that there would be no rules at the school the next day. Myung-hook was supposed to carry out a purge, and no one was supposed to interfere. Myung-hook was pleased that there were no witnesses and looked forward to the next day with anticipation. Unhappy and frightened, Jae-woo didn't know what to do, run away or stay, since Hyun-sung had become his only chance for salvation. He understood that it wasn't his business, but Hyun-sung was the first person to show him support and sympathy. Jae-woo finally made up his mind, grabbed a mop, realizing he couldn't just stand by. Armed with a stick, he climbed the stairs and saw that everything around him was covered in blood. When he reached the roof, he expected to see his friend being rescued, but instead saw 2 guys fighting and blood dripping onto the ground. Before the move, Hyun-sung spent a lot of time in the gym, punching the heavy bag. He didn't stop even after his time was up, continuing to throw punches. Hyun-sung believed that the Golden Circle acted illogically and was capable of any dirty trick, so he had to be prepared for anything. Fighting in this unfair match, he realized he had been right to prepare for a school like this. The new students were terrified. It seemed to them that they were facing a real psychopath, ready to tear everyone apart. Hyun-sung knew that Myung-hoon had promised the others there would be no police or teachers present, so they could do whatever they wanted. But that was actually a good thing. Whatever happened, they'd turn a blind eye to it, and Hyun-sung was fine with that. The guys on the roof stared in horror at the door, behind which danger was looming. The door swung open, and Hyun-sung appeared before them, covered in blood and carrying one of the guys in his arms. Myung-hoon even clapped, saying he was sure. Hyun-sung was a real psycho who would make it to the roof, but now a scenario had been prepared for him. According to this scenario, Hyun-sung loses his temper, starts fighting with all the boys in the school, and then supposedly trips accidentally on the roof and falls down. Of course, the police will launch an investigation, and every student will say in unison that Hyun-sung started it. So the outcome is obvious, an accident caused by school violence. Hyun-sung will become both the bully and the victim, and that's where the story is supposed to end. Hyun-sung confirmed that the script is actually pretty good, and he even likes it. After that, the boys lunged at each other and clashed in a fight. The teachers locked themselves in the office. The vice principal believed they had no choice. They had to stay silent and watch, because now they were in cahoots with the Golden Circle. This organization has its own people in the police and the prosecutor's office, as well as connections in politics. The Golden Circle will be able to handle all the problems. They just need to stay out of it and wait. After all, if things didn't work out, there were other Golden Circle fighters at the school, so Hyun-sung wouldn't be able to handle everyone anyway. Right now, the teachers were better off figuring out how to restore order after the brawl. The boys traded blows, landing strong and powerful attacks on each other. Hyun-sung thought he could dodge, but he didn't make it in time and took a blow to the face from his opponent. The young man felt he was already tired, but he was certain nothing would change. The fight was unequal from the start, and if he lost, he was finished. Hyun-sung had already sized up his opponent and realized that Myung-hoon wasn't bad. But in the Golden Circle, even a ranked fighter was nothing compared to a manager. At one point, instead of dodging, Hyun-sung struck his opponent's knuckles with his forehead, causing him severe pain. However, he missed the counterattack, and his opponent decided the victory was already his. Myung-hoon was almost celebrating his victory, sensing that Hyun-sung was at his limit and it was time to finish him off. Everyone watching the fight stood with their mouths agape, realizing just how brutal it was. Hyun-sung was also ready to admit that the blow was heavy, but bearable. The fight continued, and they were about to find out who would win. Myung-hoon didn't understand what was happening. How could he have beaten his opponent so badly, yet the man was still getting back up? Hyun-sung lunged at his opponent and landed several powerful blows. It was clear that Myung-hoon was starting to lose, and he couldn't let that happen. Suddenly, one of the fighters pulled out a knife. The next moment, something terrible happened. The knife plunged into the body and blood flowed onto the ground. At that moment, Jae-woo appeared on the roof with a mop handle. He screamed in horror when he saw what was happening. Myung-hoon didn't understand why his friend hadn't helped him sooner and hadn't pulled out a knife. After all, the fight was serious. He reasoned that there was no need to fear criminal liability, but for some reason his friend didn't look pleased. The thug shouted for him to keep beating Hyun-sung, despite the knife in one of the participants' chests. At that moment, it became clear just how dangerous Hyun-sung was. He grabbed the knife blade with both hands, and the blood wasn't coming from his body. Hyun-sung looked at the attacker and asked if that was really all a rank fighter was capable of. Taken by surprise, the guy was flustered. This psychopath hadn't even flinched, despite the wound in the blood. Hyun-sung didn't say a word and kicked his opponent, sending him to the ground. He clenched his hand and snapped the knife's blade, then asked if that was really all they were capable of. The knife shards were embedded in the ground. Hyun-sung thought that guys like this had turned out this way because of the indifference of parents and teachers who had ruined the younger generation. At that moment, school administrators and teachers appeared on the roof. They wanted to understand what was happening. Hyun-sung explained that Myung-hoon had ordered his men to kill him, and now they could see the consequences. Judging by the students' condition, the school infirmary wouldn't be able to help them anymore. They needed to call an ambulance. Besides, the school couldn't handle this on its own, so they needed to call the police. Having said this, Hyun-sung turned and walked away, pressing his hand against the wound on his stomach. Jae-woo, terrified, followed him. Hyun-sung walked through the school hallways, wondering why he had even come to this school in the first place. Not only had the Golden Circle sent a dozen guys after him, they'd even brought knives. The police didn't show up, and the teachers stayed silent. Later, an ambulance with its lights off quietly took the injured to the hospital, but the real victim, Hyun-sung, seemed to have been ignored. Hyun-sung approached Jae-woo and asked him why he thought things were happening this way. Then he said that Jae-woo already understood everything himself, because he was the one who had called for help. Jae-woo looked at him and, meeting his gaze, quietly replied that he understood. Once things had calmed down, an unscheduled faculty meeting had to be held. The vice principal announced that they should present the situation as a routine student altercation and keep quiet about the knife. She said they had to use their heads. If everything came to light, the police would come, and it would be the end for all of them. The teachers turned the school into a purgatory to get rid of Hyun-sung, but he took advantage of the situation, and now he'll be the one to blame. Evidence is scattered all over the school, so it's no longer possible to manipulate witness testimony. Hyun-sung will defend himself with a lawyer, and if things get worse, the teachers will have to answer for it. But if they want to keep their jobs, they'll have to tell the police that they were at an important meeting and didn't have time to react. The teachers were no longer so sure they were in the right, and the vice principal hoped she could sort everything out. The vice principal was very anxious. She hoped she hadn't missed anything. Suddenly, she rushed over to teacher Chang Won-gi and demanded that he go downstairs immediately. The man didn't understand who she was, what had happened, or why there was such a rush. But the anxious administrator demanded that they find Myung-soo Chang immediately. Myung-soo Chang had very good grades, good enough to get into any university, and it was unclear why anyone would want to beat up a guy like that. Hyun-sung explained to the students that Jae-woo, who had recently transferred to their school, had stepped on some of their toes. He hadn't hired any tutors, yet he'd come in first place. That's why they used the Golden Circle, an organization that extorts students and keeps them in line, against him. They were tasked with ruining Jae-woo's life. This had to be done so that the boy's grades would drop, and then as planned, all his classmates could see the result. Based on this logic, someone probably contacted the Golden Circle organization because of Hyun-sung. Of course, some students might not believe any of this because it sounds pretty absurd, but soon they'll get proof. Soon everyone will see how the teachers react when they find out that Myung-soo-chang was beaten up, even though these same people did absolutely nothing when Hyun-sung was being beaten. And indeed, the door swung open, and standing in the doorway were the teachers, demanding that Hyun-sung stop beating up the students. The homeroom teacher immediately noticed the strange atmosphere in the classroom, but decided that in such a situation, he needed to be firmer. Mr. Chang wanted to find out why this villain, Hyun-sung, was picking on an innocent student. But suddenly a loud, almost deafening scream rang out. Jae-woo clearly wanted to get the teacher's attention. Jae-woo explained that he had gone to the teacher's lounge and called for help, but the teachers were busy at a meeting. Now, however, they had come and were trying to stop the fight. Jae-woo said that the teachers had ignored him and Hyun-sung as if they were invisible, but had immediately rushed to Myung-soo-chan's aid, even though he had only been slightly beaten. This means that Hyun-sung told the students the truth about the Golden Circle organization, which pays the teachers. The homeroom teacher kept insisting he didn't understand what they were talking about. He took the beaten-up Soo-chan away and promised they would continue this conversation later. Park, the head of the Golden Circle, listened to everything he was told and realized that they hadn't been able to handle the situation on their own. The teachers were pleased that they had managed to prevent the rumors from spreading, but asked the organization to handle the problem on its own from now on. Hyunjun realized that this time, the agents at the school had failed in their mission. It had fallen through, and now he would have to take matters into his own hands. Of course, handling things on his own outside of school wasn't a problem, but that was absolutely unacceptable to the Golden Circle. Everything had to take place on school grounds. Adults don't take school violence seriously, so the Golden Circle had a loophole. The organization has existed for decades, but this was the first time such a situation had arisen, and now the head of the Golden Circle was at a loss for words. The man realized that things had become much more complicated and that he would now have far more to worry about. At that moment, Myung-hyun-sok called the man, and it was unclear why he was calling at all. A little earlier, the enraged man had wanted to see the lunatic who had done this to his son. He claimed to be the CEO of a major company, and with his connections, there would be no trace left of Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung listened to the accusations and said that if he were punished, he would return with the support of a private organization because he wanted the truth to come out. Myung-hyun-sok was the executive director of a major corporation, appointed through the Golden Circle. He often turned to the organization to pressure other students. In today's world, such positions are very unstable, and besides, the timing for the order couldn't have been better. The teacher realized that this parent was not a VIP at all, but just an ordinary client. Everything turned out to be much worse than he had expected. Hyun-sung told the man he was surprised by his naivety. Of course, the Golden Circle promises anonymity, but it's impossible to hide the client's identity for long. Hyun-sung added that he wasn't the one responsible for what had happened. He had merely exposed the client and taken revenge, while the Golden Circle itself had allowed its clients to be exposed. The man was furious. Not only was his son's face bruised, but he was also receiving threats. He demanded that the Golden Circle resolve this matter immediately, but the man realized that Manager Park was no longer reliable and could not be trusted. So he decided to report what had happened to the members of the Golden Circle. Soon, Hyunjun received a call from management. They were shocked that the identities of Golden Circle clients had been exposed. Management demanded that all client information be destroyed immediately, while the situation was being monitored at various centers within the organization. The man was furious. He couldn't think straight, but he understood. He had to get rid of Hyun-sung, or else he would become the scapegoat. Another phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hyun-jun was about to hang up in irritation, but glancing at the screen, he just shouted that this man must be eliminated immediately. At this very expensive and exclusive restaurant, everything was arranged so that nothing would interfere with their private conversation. The man suggested we have a drink first. He was a trusted confidant and the liaison between the head of the Golden Circle and the organization's managers. He said he had come to the meeting because a major problem had arisen. The clients' identities had been exposed. The organization already knew that all of this had happened because of a traitor, a broker named Jun Chang-soo. The problem was that similar incidents had occurred within the organization before, but this particular situation had caused complications not only for clients in Dasan, but also in the Gangnam district. A convenient chaos arose because a client's name had been revealed for the first time, and now everyone was wondering what the consequences would be if this came to light further. Everyone understands that trust in the Golden Circle will plummet, which means the organization could cease to exist. The man said that perhaps they could turn this failure into a success, and that this would help strengthen trust in them in the future. So now Hyunjun was being given one last chance. He had to show all the clients that Hyunsong could be destroyed using the Golden Circle's methods, and that everyone associated with him would pay for it. If everything was done correctly, Hyunjun would get the opportunity to meet with the boss in person. It was a tremendous honor and a dream for everyone working in the organization. So Hyunjun confirmed that he would handle everything at the highest level. Hyunsong analyzed the events of the past few days and realized he had gained nothing from them. However, the Golden Circle had not achieved its goal either. Hyunsong remained a huge problem, so the Golden Circle would continue to openly try to get rid of him. To do this, they will most likely enlist helpers and spend vast sums of money, while gradually revealing their weaknesses. This is something that needs to be exploited. But two important events are approaching. Midterm exams. To cover up their internal conflict, the Golden Circle will stop at nothing to get rid of Hyunsong. But on top of that, there's another huge problem named Park Hyunjun. He called and demanded that all his fighters be mobilized, because soon they'll head out to clean up Dasan. Who would have thought that the toughest fighters would have to go to some backwater? Dasan, because of one guy. The young man had studied the case file and realized that this guy had gotten involved with the wrong people. He could do whatever he wanted, but he still wouldn't be able to protect his men. Suddenly, the police pulled the car over. The man had to roll down the window to talk to the officer. The officer said nothing serious had happened. He just wanted to know why the man had stopped in the middle of the street. The car owner got nervous and said he'd just gotten a call and had been distracted by it, but was about to drive off. Before closing the window, the officer asked to see his documents for verification. The officer explained that they had received a report that someone was stalking local students. So the entire police force was patrolling the city while the children were walking to and from school. The officer immediately clarified that he didn't suspect the driver of anything. It was just a precaution. The officer learned that the man's name was Jun Ki-ho, that he was from Seoul, and that he had come to Dasan on a business trip. The officer returned the documents and warned the man to be careful. It's best to stay alert just in case. While talking to the driver, the officer glanced inside the car and happened to notice some documents that likely contained information about a well-known person. The driver was practically certain that the officer suspected him and that he was already wanted by the local authorities. Ki-ho was very upset because his first day had turned into chaos. He hadn't even arrived yet, but he'd already run into the police. The man drove a short distance away, got out of the car, and decided to take a short break. He couldn't let his first day go to waste. To start with, he decided to have a quiet smoke and gather his thoughts. Kim Hyun-jin had to be somewhere in this town. The young man hadn't had time to relax with his cigarette when he heard someone calling out to him. A group of local guys approached him. They said smoking wasn't allowed there, and if he didn't stop, they'd have to take action. The man realized he'd run into yet another bunch of weirdos and decided to find out who they were and what was going on. One of the guys, Kim Se-woo, said they were from the district youth council and asked him to smoke in designated areas. It looked like a circus, and the man immediately decided to knock out these insolent kids because the city had finally gotten on his nerves. But the guy managed to dodge. The fist whizzed through the air, missing its target. The next moment, Si-woo quickly dealt with the stranger, a visitor to the capital who was supposed to follow local rules. When the guy was pulled to his feet, they explained to him that he needed to listen to his elders. If he tried anything like that again, he'd have to deal with them. After that, the visitor from Seoul got a good beating. The whole thing happened under the watchful eye of surveillance cameras. A short time later, the beaten man brought a police officer and pointed out the hooligans who had allegedly beaten him. The man was furious and didn't understand what was wrong with just smoking in an alley. Did that really warrant a beating? The guys denied the assault, so the man demanded to check the surveillance footage. The stranger was almost satisfied. He was going to sue these guys and was already planning to hire an expensive lawyer. At that moment, the police officer turned to Mr. Jun Ki-ho and asked if he knew what he was being accused of. The police officer said that Ki-ho had been seen near the school where Hyunjin studies and near his home. The camera Ki-ho had pointed out had long since stopped working, and the youth council allegedly beat him up for trying to break into someone else's house. At that moment, one of the guys smashed the window of the nearest house with a baseball bat. The police officer said that the youth council would serve as a witness to everything that had happened, so Ki-ho should definitely hire a good lawyer. The man was in shock and furious as they handcuffed him. He couldn't believe the police had fabricated evidence, but the officer said that of course they could do that. He should have figured it out sooner, and now it would be best to keep quiet if Ki-ho wanted any justice at all. The sheriff reported that they had taken the necessary measures and that the higher-ups were gradually taking the bait. Ko Chang-bom believed that was enough for now. If problems arose, Myungchin Construction would be held responsible. The sheriff had done a lot, and that wouldn't be forgotten. Chang-bom understood that his peaceful life was over. Sometimes he thought he was going too far, but now it was clear that these thugs had begun to threaten Hyun-sung's family. They had come to get rid of Hyun-sung and his loved ones, and compared to them, Chang-bom felt like a toddler in kindergarten. The man realized that these people in Dasan wouldn't be able to do anything, so they would move on to the next step. Now he had to be ready himself, so Ko Chang-bom ordered his subordinates and staff to prepare. Ki-ho left the police station and immediately called to thank them for helping him get out of there so quickly. Hyunjun said that if they tried to pressure Hyun-sung's family right now, nothing would come of it. Basically, it's unclear who this guy even is. He doesn't seem like some big shot. It has come to light that Ko Chang-bom is quite close to him. It's obvious right away. Country bumpkins stick together. Hyunjun decided that his opponents were being too cautious because they had something to lose. He ordered to get rid of Ko Chang-bom first and then quickly deal with the rest. Hyunjun wanted to wait for Chang-bom to reveal himself, but Ki-ho suggested dealing with both Chang-bom and Hyun-seong at the same time. Ki-ho was very angry and decided to follow the classic golden circle strategy. After receiving permission from his boss, Ki-ho was very pleased because he realized that Hyun-seong had approached the wrong people. Ki-ho tried to contact agents, but no one even wanted to hear about the job. Not even a sum of several million could solve the problem. Ki-ho couldn't understand what this town had become, but it seemed that his revenge on Hyun-seong had ended before it even began. Unexpectedly, representatives from the tax office arrived at the office. They ordered everyone to step away from their desks and began seizing documents and computers. Ko Chang-bom, watching this unfold, remarked that he'd heard their country had an excellent tax agency capable of destroying a business in a single day. But the tax official replied that this wasn't the case. They weren't special. It was simply that Myungjin Construction was mired in corruption. Once all the documents and equipment had been collected, the tax officials left the office. Ko Myungjin asked his son how it went, and Chang-bom replied that everything was fine. The tax authorities had taken everything they needed. The head of the corporation knew that they wouldn't be able to escape this agency if the matter came down to a serious audit. 2 months earlier, a quarrel had broken out between father and son. Mr. Myung-jin had found documents confirming that his son had not only been using the company's name, but had also been secretly spending huge sums of money. The father demanded that his son, if he wanted to take over his position, gradually get rid of Kim Hyun-sung. However, the son said he couldn't do that. Chang Beom reminded his father that people should be treated well regardless of gender, age, or background. Hyun-sung helped Chang-bom become president and turn his life around, and now it was time to help him in the coming war. Chang Beom understood that the company could suffer serious damage, but he couldn't abandon his people. Chang Beom said he had taken his father's words to heart, which was why things had turned out this way. Chang Beom wasn't president yet, so his father could fire him at any moment. He said that this was how he would test himself. If he failed and his arrogance harmed the company, he would take responsibility and step down. Ko Myung-jin considered his eldest son an immature child, whereas in his opinion, Chang-bom should have behaved like a grown man. But now his father was saying that this was too dangerous. Chang-bom could lose not only his position, but also everything he had strived for. Ko Myung-jin said that anyone could be replaced and used when necessary, but that didn't mean he needed to be protected right now. Chang-bom bowed to his father and said that he respected him as an experienced master, but would treat people as he saw fit. He declared that he would live by his own principles and did not want to be the kind of president under whom companies collapse after a single tax audit. These corporations seemed solid, but they couldn't withstand the fines. Of course, not everything was above board at Myung-Chin Construction either. Ko Myung-jin always forged ahead and never yielded to anyone. When the tax investigation began, it became clear that Myung-Jin Construction would falter. So the head of the corporation was planning to throw out bait to protect the company, even if it meant sacrificing his own son. The tax official believed there was no need to worry too much about Myung-Jin Construction. The company was poorly organized and would quickly fall apart under pressure. Golden Circle had to decide on the scale of the operation: warn Hyun-seong or destroy him along with Chang-bom. Hyun-jun said he would think it over and call back. This guy was holding his own against the Golden Circle, but he was still just a kid. The man understood. If Chang-bom abandons this teenager, he'll end up a nobody, so perhaps it's worth applying more pressure. Just then, a call came in from Mr. Seong Yeon-chan, one of the leaders of the Golden Circle. Hyun-jun answered, and immediately a loud shout rang out, ordering him to stop immediately. Hyun-jun didn't understand what was happening, but the voice on the line demanded that he halt the tax investigation against Myung-Chin Construction. Hyun-jun listened silently to the instructions, thinking that if he handled this case well, he would get a promotion and replace the director. He apologized and said that this was a special order from management and that all questions should be directed to them. However, Seong Yeon-chang continued to shout, explaining that Myung-Chin Construction was a ticking time bomb. Hyun-sung applied another bandage to the wound he had sustained when he blocked a knife blade with his bare hand. He noted that, fortunately, he had trained a lot and his major nerves and tendons were unharmed. Hyun-sung knew he had to be more careful. There was still a lot of work ahead against the Golden Circle, and it was clear they would target his loved ones. Hyun-sung received a message from Dasun. They'd already dealt with Ki-ho, and there was no need to worry about the guys. His family was fine too. Hyun-sung knew he couldn't let his guard down, especially not those helping him. For example, Ko Chang-bom was taking a huge risk because he had a lot to lose. Attempting to destroy a corporation through a tax investigation is the Golden Circle's most effective method. It seems simple, but it's nearly impossible to completely mitigate the consequences. But that doesn't mean there's no way to deal with it. A few months earlier, Hyun-seong had met with a friend and proposed a risky plan for the sake of victory. Chang-bom didn't understand what his young friend, who had just been talking about a tax investigation, was getting at. Hyun-seong handed him a flash drive containing information on the Golden Circle leadership and said he'd received it from broker Jun Chung-soo, adding that they absolutely had to use it through the Myung-Jin Corporation. If these people took the money, they wouldn't stay out of it. And then the tax investigation, which was supposed to destroy Myung-Chin Construction, would destroy them as well. If they want to survive, they'll be forced to reveal themselves. That way, Myung-Jin Construction can be protected and those rats exposed. Hyun-sung was thrilled and full of anticipation. He was eager to find out who they were and just how powerful the boss of the Golden Circle was. In his past life, Hyun-sung had uncovered and spread information about people who made deals with influential members. The young man had used money as a slow-acting poison. Ko Chang-bom's company had grown in value, and the politicians, CEOs, and high-ranking officials hadn't expected to face a backlash. But one day, Myung-Jin Construction came under a tax investigation, and Chang-bom realized that a construction company couldn't influence those who worked for the government. It soon became clear that he would have to take some of the blame, but his high-ranking friends would pull the necessary strings. Jang Byum pressured everyone involved in the case with deadlines. He trusted Hyun-seon and knew his plan would work. By doing so, he not only wanted to show his faith in and support for Hyun-seon, but also realized that it would be beneficial for the corporation itself. Lately, many construction contracts have been signed, competition has increased, and thanks to the tax investigation, trust in Myung-Jin Construction will grow even higher. A few days later, an incoming call came in from an unknown number. Ko Chang-bom received a call from a man who introduced himself as Park Hyun-jun from Golden Circle. He suggested they meet. The man said that Chang-bom understood the situation perfectly well, so they needed to get straight to the point. Hyun-jun asked his counterpart to leave Myung-Jin Construction. Otherwise, if he continued to operate there, he wouldn't be able to help him in any way. Chang-bom said it was the first time he'd seen him and called what he said nonsense. He wasn't going to do anything about the tax investigation. Jang Byum had already realized and sensed that the Golden Circle was nothing, so he had no intention of listening to orders from some obscure person. It was in this cafe that he had first met Hyun Sung. Back then, he was just an ordinary high schooler thinking about girls and grades. Looking at this guy, it was clear that he was ready to fight to the end, even if it meant going down right here. Jang Byum looked at the man and realized that he radiated nothing but greed and malice. Hyun Jun warned that if they didn't listen to him, the corporation might disappear from Korea, but Chang Bum refused to listen to threats from a man who made money off children. Jang Byum declared that he would die along with everyone who tried to take his money and repeated that Dasan was his land. After that, Chang Bum, unable to control himself, struck his interlocutor in the face. Those present considered intervening, but soon recognized Ko Chang Bum and decided not to get involved. As he left the cafe, Chang Bum told the Golden Circle representative to figure things out on his own. It wasn't just Chang Bum who could suffer from his friendship with Hyun Seong, but also the young man's lawyer, who began seeing a therapist after losing the case. It even got to the point where journalists were calling him, wanting to know the details of the former prosecutor's nervous breakdown and his visits to a psychiatrist. Park Jong-soo was furious. He had no intention of answering to anyone, but the journalists had already gotten on his nerves. In the end, he was forced to turn off his phone and stop giving consultations. Of course, he understood that problems could arise, but when they all piled up at once, it seemed strange. Hyun Sung's words came to mind. The guy had warned that the pressure on Park Jong-soo would begin as soon as he entered the fray. These people would do anything to eliminate the lawyer. If he held out, Hyun Sung would compensate him many times over. The lawyer was once again convinced that Hyun Sung's warnings were coming true. Could the boy really see the future, or were his enemies simply too predictable? He knew he didn't like to give up. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have resigned from his position as a prosecutor, but now he was ready to keep fighting. The lawyer wanted to see how it would all end. If he had taken the bait, he wouldn't back down now, and his enemies would have to force him to leave. Park Jong-soo began the phone call by greeting his interlocutor and saying that they hadn't spoken in a long time. He wasn't calling an old friend, but Deputy Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul. The men met in the park for coffee. It brought back memories of their youth when they spent a lot of time together. But now one was a prosecutor and the other a lawyer. Dong-chul didn't want to waste time on small talk and immediately asked why he had been summoned. The lawyer handed him some papers and said he had gathered evidence of several crimes committed by the Golden Circle. Jong-soo handed the documents to the prosecutor so he could assess what they were up against. Dong-chul was cautious. He wanted to know if this was a personal request or if someone else was behind it. The lawyer warned that a public indictment was a dangerous business. If the prosecutor took on the case, he would have to resign. But there was nothing to be done about it. These people had to be dealt with, and Prosecutor Kang was the only one capable of doing so. The lawyer left the papers on the bench so that he could review them and make his own decision. If Dong-chul wanted to get involved, he should call back. The lawyer said his client was Kim Hyun-sung, a victim of the Golden Circle. Left alone, the deputy prosecutor pondered the information he had received. He had already heard about Hyun-seon from his wife, and besides, the man had been his son's tutor. Of course, he wasn't deeply familiar with the Golden Circle, but he was hearing about it more and more often. This was likely just the tip of the iceberg. The man realized that the organization was becoming increasingly well-known, and that was alarming. Dong-chul finally began to study the documents, realizing that if everything stated was true, he could not ignore it. The more the man read the documents, the more convinced he became that South Korea was mired in corruption. A young schoolboy, a student of the prosecutor's son, a smart and talented boy, had fallen victim to the organization. Dong-chul remembered how his wife had asked for his help, and perhaps if he had done so back then, there wouldn't be any problems now, and Hyun-sung wouldn't be in this difficult situation. But the man did nothing because he is a prosecutor and cannot make exceptions. However, now everything will be different. A system where the rich and powerful unite regardless of status to inherit and perpetuate their power and wealth. A massive organization is trying to destroy a single man, and the prosecutor must decide how to proceed in this situation. The man didn't want to feel guilty, so he called and asked the other person to come see him the next day. Kang Dong-chul added that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but he needed a favor. He felt he had plenty of reasons to investigate this case as a prosecutor. The man was upset. He had given him a chance and a hint on what to do, but because of his bragging, everything had turned out differently. The man knelt with his head bowed low, begging for forgiveness, saying he had no excuse, and promising to make amends. How could anything be fixed if the opportunity to destroy Hyun Sung's network had been lost? The aide was certain that their boss was extremely displeased. Park Hyun-jun banged his head against the floor. Begging for forgiveness, he was ready to literally break through the floorboards with his own head. The boss warned that this was his last chance, on which the man's life depended. Hyun-jun immediately confirmed that he was ready to do anything. The head of the Golden Circle had ordered that internal mistrust be eradicated, and now Hyun-jun had to prove that the organization was willing to do anything to achieve its goals. Hyun-jun must either sabotage the midterm exam scores or ensure that Hyun-sung doesn't take them at all. In other words, he needs to get rid of the student. Park Hyun-jun once again swore that he would prove his worth to the organization through his actions. Ko Chang-bom was on the phone and reported that the threat had worked. The tax investigation had been dropped. Hyun-sung thanked Chang-bom for his trust and understood that keeping the situation under control had not been easy. Chang-bom confirmed that the situation was mutually beneficial. For a dummy like him to run the business, he needed someone with brains like Hyun-sung's. The men wished each other luck. Chang-bom hoped everything would go well at Dasan, but he knew it was impossible to prepare for everything. Hyun-sung confirmed that he would take care of everything and call back later. Hyun-sung began planning his next steps. At first, it seemed to him that Ko Chang-bom would be easy to replace, but new connections and circumstances had emerged in his life. Thanks to Ko Chang-bom, Hyun-sung was able to stand up to a major organization and gain the opportunity to uncover the identities of its key members. Of course, these are just assumptions for now, but some of these people surely know the founder himself. This tax investigation was necessary to track down specific individuals, such as Congressman Lee Kyung-chul, a key figure in the ruling party. Even in his past life, he was an influential figure. Over the course of 20 years, he earned a reputation as a powerful politician, but it is quite possible that he is connected to the creation of the Golden Circle. This man always seemed suspicious, so Hyun-sung lured him in through Senator Kim, using money. During a tax investigation, the congressman was caught, and the Golden Circle reacted immediately. Among those who reacted was future investment CEO Lim Chul-hyung. Through a Golden Circle broker, Hyun-sung obtained the contact information for Park Hyun-jun, whom Chang-bom later met. From him, he managed to learn about key members and trusted associates. If he could connect these dots, he could reach the center of the entire system and destroy the Golden Circle. Then Hyun-sung would have gathered all the information and begun his revenge, so he had to figure everything out on his own. On the other hand, after the mass brawl, the atmosphere at school had changed. The injured students returned to class, and the regular students began to either fear or respect Hyun-sung. After the Golden Circle was mentioned, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the school. Everyone was trying to figure out if it actually existed, if there had been a hit on Myung-soo Chan, and how Hyun Seong would go to school now. But no one could figure it out, so the students simply stayed out of trouble, remaining confused. It wasn't just the students who suffered the consequences, but the teachers and the school administration as well. The vice principal was ordered to crack down on Hyun-sung before the exams, but the teachers no longer trusted her, and the students were openly discussing what was happening. Park Hyun-jun hinted to the woman that they were in the same boat and couldn't pretend everything was normal. But if the vice principal couldn't handle it, she would drag Hyun-jun down with her, and he wasn't going to go down alone. He would take her down with him. The vice principal didn't want to accept this situation, but she realized that no one would believe her now if she claimed she knew nothing. So the woman decided to stop her tantrums and continue carrying out the plan with determination. Hyun-sung was late for class because his literature teacher had detained him, and when he arrived, the homeroom teacher was very angry. The teacher started yelling that no excuses would be accepted, especially since Hyun-sung was the top student who had gotten too big for his britches and was doing whatever he pleased. The teacher approached the boy and asked if he wanted to hit him too, because he was afraid to teach in such an atmosphere. This behavior from the teachers was just the beginning. They constantly demanded things from the boy and would fly into a rage. Some teachers blamed the boy for a poorly prepared presentation, which they claimed had ruined the lesson. The homeroom teacher claimed that the boy simply couldn't concentrate and that teachers lose motivation because of students like him. Hyun-sung's name came up in every class. He was scolded for every little thing, and even some of the other students noticed something was wrong. Several days passed in this manner before the homeroom teacher, Mr. Chang, called the boy in and told him that he had been taking his studies too lightly lately. The homeroom teacher demanded that the boy write an explanatory note, and it had to be as sincere as possible to touch his heart. Otherwise, he would have to rewrite it. Hyun-sung understood perfectly well what these teachers were up to. They were restricting his time and punishing him, likely following instructions from the Golden Circle. It got to the point where some of the kids saw the teachers picking on the boy and already realized that the Golden Circle was bullying him. Hyun-sung confirmed that the teachers had been ordered to bully and torment him, but that was the extent of their power. Hyun-sung was completely calm and explained to his classmates that no matter how powerful the organization was, there was little they could do within the school. He advised the kids not to be afraid. He had nothing to lose, but the teachers and the Golden Circle did. Hyun-sung understood that he needed to hold out until the organization stepped outside its own rules and began acting beyond the school grounds. They wouldn't be able to really harm him. Hyun-sung wrote an explanatory note and brought it to his homeroom teacher, who hoped the boy wouldn't complete this ridiculous assignment. The homeroom teacher took the letter, certain that he would tear it up and make the boy rewrite it. But after the man read the text, he started shouting and calling the student a psycho. Mr. Chang could no longer contain himself. He waved his arms and insisted that this couldn't be called an essay. It was just his thoughts about himself, the watch on his wrist, and the time he spends at the bar on weekends. Hyun-sung wanted to see how the Golden Circle would react if information about corruption among teachers made it to the press. The young man was sure it would be interesting to see if they would resort to extreme measures, risking that everything would spiral out of control. Or perhaps the teachers would simply be fired and disgraced, so he needed to be prepared for anything. Hyun-sung said his essay was perfect for submitting to the Department of Education. As it turned out, the Golden Circle was obligated to satisfy its clients' demands, but could do nothing against an ordinary schoolboy. The organization's collapse was only a matter of time. If politicians stopped reaping benefits, they would try to erase all traces of their ties to the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung was a time bomb for the organization. To save themselves, its founders would have to do everything in their power to get rid of him. But they wouldn't take action outside the school, and that currently worked in Hyun-sung's favor, so he decided to dig even deeper. Analyzing the events of the past few days, the young man realized that the teachers' actions were complete nonsense. They could, of course, swap out the exam papers or manipulate the grades. This meant the problem had to be resolved before the exams. Otherwise, they might resort to such underhanded tactics. The homeroom teacher immediately went to the vice principal, Ms. Jin, and told her about the essay Hyun-sung had written. And now the vice principal had called the Golden Circle and asked them to handle everything according to plan, because Hyun-sung would soon be out of control. At the Central Support Office, they discussed how teachers at a prestigious school were being paid to bully students. Of course, it was a support office, but you can't just ignore such claims, even if they seem delusional. The man claimed he had evidence, but the employee kept shouting that even the school's vice principal might have been bought off. There have been cases where certain influential people could come and go as they pleased, and money and parents are involved in all of this. But now the organization needs to pay attention to this, or soon it will be too late. The man said that while they are verifying the information, his son continues to be bullied, and he is not going to put up with school violence. This needs to be addressed to prevent the number of victims from growing. If the Department of Education exists only as a front, then this needs to be investigated. The office staffer already felt like he was going to lose his mind over these complainers. On top of that, TV crews had been in the office since early morning, filming and recording everything. The man had come here immediately after receiving information from Hyun-sung, but the TV crew, known for their honest reporting, was already on the scene. A few days earlier, Hyun-sung had met with Senator Kim Pano, shown him the documents, and told him that he needed the authority of a corporate head. After reading the papers, the man realized that this young man had figured out who was in the Golden Circle and had even discovered who was at the head of the organization. The list included many politicians and senators, but what annoyed him most was the name of Congressman Lee, whom Senator Kim wanted to destroy more than anyone else. Hyun-sung, as usual, smiled and said he had already arranged everything so that Mr. Ko could take action. Now, catching Congressman Lee would be as easy as boiling water in a kettle. And when that happened, Kim Pano would be able to run for president without a care in the world. The senator looked at the young man with admiration. Despite everything, he had kept his promise. A man like that simply had to work for him. Mr. Kim agreed and said that since that was how things were set up, he was ready to participate In response, he wanted to know what he could do for Hyun-sung. The young man wanted to make headlines in all the newspapers about corruption in high school, as well as organize a media blitz that would put pressure on the Golden Circle. The senator understood that his name needed to be used, so he immediately agreed to the publications. After the exposés in the press and the emergence of irrefutable evidence, a public outcry began, and additional details were soon published. At first, it seemed that the article had nothing to do with the Golden Circle, but when the truth came out, the organization left the high school. Representatives from the Department of Education arrived and demanded that the students tell the truth about everything they had seen and heard, about the abuse and corruption. The Department of Education feared public pressure, so it staged a show investigation, worried about a negative reaction. But the students were terrified. They feared that their words would affect their future. Of course, everyone understood that the school was acting unfairly, but the students simply lacked the courage. Hyun-sung said he understood how difficult it all was, but asked them not to forget. If the students wanted to be independent, then in times of conflict they needed to show that they stood by their words. And so Kang Jae-woo realized he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He had to change and stop sitting idly by like he used to. The homeroom teacher met with the assistant principal. The man believed the situation was dire. The public had gotten involved, the Department of Education had launched an investigation, and there would be major problems ahead. He wanted to know what the Golden Circle organization had done. Someone had to sort out the situation one way or another. The woman suggested waiting. She had already contacted Golden Circle, and they should respond soon. The homeroom teacher understood that most likely there would be no response. After all, Golden Circle hadn't lifted a finger when Hyun-sung appeared at the school, so it was unlikely anything would change now. The vice principal advised the teacher to calm down. In any case, there was nothing they could do now. Class teacher Chang understood this, but he still didn't want to give up and become a pawn of circumstances. The Golden Circle organization always managed to get out of trouble unscathed. Just then, the vice principal's phone rang. The man said that the person who founded the Golden Circle had unconventional views, but that he himself was quite conservative. The Golden Circle leadership insists that nothing leave the school grounds. This is because school violence and bullying are easy to hide. Everything is blamed on the mistakes of immature students, and no one notices what is really going on. So they just need to corner Kim Hyun-sung, but the situation has already become too complicated and could come crashing down. Ms. Jin understood all this perfectly well and wanted to know what the Golden Circle would do next. The situation was complicated. Senator Kim Pan-oh had thrown out the bait, and the journalists had picked up on the story, a classic interaction between politicians and the press. The senator was trying to boost his ratings with this, but the problem is that it's no longer so easy to cover it up. It was already clear that the press and the senator wouldn't back down, so they needed to be given something in return. The deputy director listened to the representative of the Golden Circle and suddenly realized that her organization was effectively being abandoned. The woman screamed that she wouldn't let that happen, but all she heard in response was laughter. Park Hyun-jun said that if she trusted them, they would give her a chance to recover, but if she resisted, it would be the end of her. The woman must understand. Here, they are the leaders, and she is the follower, and now she is paying for everything she has already done. The man stood by the window and looked at the lights of the sleeping city, realizing that it was all over. The Golden Circle had promised him financial compensation for the sacrifice he made, but it seemed they wouldn't pay a thing. He'd seen them get rid of useless people more than once. Jang Won-gi didn't know what to do. A massive mortgage, expenses for the children, and a pension he'd already effectively spent. The deputy director was having fun, but he wasn't. But all of this happened because of some schoolboy. And suddenly the teacher remembered that they really do pay for cooperation with Hyun-sung in Dasan. A short time later, the homeroom teacher was on his knees before Hyun-sung, begging for mercy and saying he had a mortgage and 2 children to support. He admitted his mistakes and asked for a chance to make amends, mentioning that he had already heard about the fate of Mr. Kim Yeon-chul from the school in Dasan. Hyun-sung asked if the teacher remembered a boy named Yang Min-ho, who had graduated from their school a few years ago. This young man had studied well enough to get into a Korean university, but one day he began to be bullied for no reason. In the end, he did get into a prestigious university, but he couldn't cope with the trauma he'd suffered in school, dropped out, and joined the army. But even that did not save him. 3 years ago, this young man took his own life. Hyun-sung was certain that the teacher hadn't thought about this when he took money from the Golden Circle. And now teacher Chang was implicated in Yang Min-ho's death and had to accept this fact. It could no longer be changed. Hyun-sung knew that his former homeroom teacher in Dasan wasn't living a glamorous life. He was like a piece of skin stretched over a slaughterhouse. But people like these teachers must be stopped, and they cannot be pitied. The Department of Education usually turned a blind eye to corruption in schools, but now it had taken up the matter and issued an official statement on rooting out school corruption. The deputy principal and homeroom teacher, Mr. Chang, found themselves at the center of the scandal. However, due to a lack of evidence and the influence of the Golden Circle, the news did not receive widespread coverage. The information appeared on the Department of Education's website, so few people learned about the incident. People were outraged that teachers were taking money to bully children. Everyone was surprised and said that this had always been the case in schools. If you don't pay, you're finished. But now, fortunately, children film everything on their phones and immediately report what is happening. That is precisely why the situation came to light, even though a year later, it had almost been forgotten. The matter didn't end with a simple dismissal. Teacher Chan had no intention of speaking without a lawyer. He was confident that the Golden Circle would provide him with protection and a good lawyer. They wouldn't abandon him after all. He knows who's in charge there. But soon the prosecutor said that the teacher seemed to trust the Golden Circle too much. Forget about a lawyer, no one is coming. He was informed that the case had been ordered to be closed entirely, including the investigation against the Golden Circle. The teacher couldn't believe his ears. He had been following orders and was not personally at fault toward the children. But then they showed him the flash drive that Hyun-sung had sent the day before. It contained an audio recording. Hyun-sung probably knew that the Golden Circle wouldn't be able to intervene, so he deliberately sent the audio to undermine trust in the teacher's words. The Golden Circle, and of course, wouldn't protect those who betrayed it, so they'd better end it all now. Teacher Chang began screaming desperately that he had been set up. That damn bastard Hyun-sung. How dare he snitch on his teacher? The prosecutor summed it up. Since the teacher understood everything, they needed to wrap this up quickly. Of course, Mr. Chang Won-gi could have continued to remain silent, but that was pointless. Now the man had to admit his guilt on all charges. Chang Won-gi asked the investigator, if he hadn't gone to meet Hyun-sung, would the Golden Circle have defended him? But in response, he heard that of course not. The Golden Circle had paid from the start just to get rid of people later. At the same time, one couldn't help but admit the Golden Circle had indeed created a well-oiled scheme. Teacher Chang couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and started throwing things around, threatening the investigator and everyone around him. It was decided to continue the interrogation once he calmed down, and the man was sent to a cell. Chang Won-gi was being escorted down the hallway by police officers when he suddenly saw a body on a stretcher. It was the vice principal, and the teacher couldn't believe his eyes. He froze in the middle of the hallway. The men walked quietly down the hallway in their slippers, extremely nervous and trying to resolve the situation urgently. Soon they reached the teacher's lounge. Everyone was involved in the incident, so the vice principal and teacher Chang were simply written off. But the teacher wouldn't listen. They couldn't punish all of them, and even the Golden Circle couldn't pull that off. The man believed they simply wanted to sacrifice a few people and cover their tracks, waiting out the storm. He thought that if they took action, they themselves would come under fire. Upon entering the teacher's lounge, they discovered an unpleasant surprise. Hyun-sung had asked for all the teachers to be summoned. He gave the teachers 10 minutes to gather. Everyone already knew that the vice principal and Mr. Chang had been detained by the police, and the teachers were worried about their fate. Hyun-sung asked the teachers to consider why they were there. After all, they were just as much accomplices to the crimes. The young man said that he was the one who had orchestrated all of this. He was the one who had reported it to the Department of Education and brought the situation to the point of an investigation, and now he would decide what to do with the teachers. The teachers were in shock and wanted to understand what he wanted from them. After all, he hadn't gathered them there for no reason. The young man said that they needed to continue their work, no matter what the Golden Circle ordered them to do, and no matter what was happening at the school, and that they should justify their inaction and continue to turn a blind eye to everything. Hyun-sung said that was exactly what he wanted. If the teachers cooperated, he would have no reason to get rid of them. He added that he had already proven that his words weren't empty threats, and they should keep that in mind. Hyun-sung left the teacher's lounge in a good mood. The first stage of the purge was complete. He had dealt with the teachers. Now it would be harder for the Golden Circle to operate. The groundwork had already been laid for the second stage. When Myung-hoon returned to school, it would be a completely different educational institution. The boy called his friends and found out that the school was in complete chaos. The fired teachers were being questioned by the police. If news of the incident got out, it could reach Myung-hoon. He was extremely annoyed. He understood that the Golden Circle was a bunch of perfectionists, but why couldn't they put an end to this situation? For some reason, they were giving in to this student. Was Kim Hyun-sung really that powerful? Myung-hoon suspected that the boy had already effectively taken over the entire school, and if he returned, he was finished. He couldn't imagine how he would survive. The Golden Circle certainly wouldn't help him now. The next day, Myung-hoon gathered his close friends to discuss Kim Hyun-sung. He was planning to return to school, but now the teachers wouldn't help, and the Golden Circle had abandoned them. He suggested they band together and regain control, but got no response. One of the guys, Cho Min, was trembling with fear. Even a knife hadn't helped him against this opponent, and now they weren't going to take any risks. It was easier for them to accept their fate. They decided to focus on survival because they had no other choice. Without the Golden Circle, they were powerless. However, one of the guys said that if they did nothing, they were finished, and he was ready to support Myung-hoon. The others believed they needed to stick together until the end. If they split up, they would surely lose. A few days later, Choi Myung-hoon returned to school with a group of his close associates. He tried to stay confident, thinking that Hyun-sung wouldn't do anything if they attacked together. Upon entering the classroom, he sensed that his classmates were looking at him with hatred. Before, they had been afraid to even look up. Myung-hoon wanted class to start as soon as possible, so he wouldn't have to talk to anyone. Just then, a girl approached him and said that Myung-hoon and his friends were waiting in the gym. Hyun-sung calmly walked over to the group of students, checking to see if everyone was there. He greeted those he hadn't seen in a while and was sure that Myung-hoon had thought everything through so they could get right down to business. Hyun-sung warned them that he wouldn't destroy them. That would only cause unnecessary trouble. He had just 1 year left until graduation. If they kept quiet, he wouldn't touch them. But if not, then there was no point in them, and he would give them a chance to survive. Though it could hardly be called a life, they would be beaten constantly. At that very moment, the students rushed at the main culprits of their troubles, intending to beat them up. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of victims, so the former Golden Circle agents were immediately thrown off balance. They couldn't understand how these brats dared to betray them, while at the same time realizing that Hyun-sung wasn't going to get his hands dirty with them. Soon, even the toughest guys were ready to admit they were scared, not to mention that the physical pain was also quite severe. Myung-hoon understood that there was some kind of plan because class was about to start, and if a student wasn't in the classroom, the teacher might get suspicious. Hyun-sung sat on the sidelines and watched as the next step of his plan unfolded. Soon the bell rang, and the former bullies breathed a sigh of relief, but Hyun-sung guessed their hopes and said that the bell wouldn't save them. The boy warned that the teachers were already aware of the situation, so there was no point in hoping for their help or rescue. Hyun-sung told the guys that by coming to school, they had signed their own death warrants. Myung-hoon was furious because his friends were in the same boat as him, and now they decided to bail and dump all the blame on him. Myung-hoon yelled at his friends that if they were hoping Hyun-sung would spare them, they were complete idiots. However, the guys figured it didn't matter to them who killed them, the Golden Circle or Kim Hyun-sung, but right now they wanted to settle the score with their former leader and kick him out of school. The guys got so carried away that they were kicking their former friends and didn't even realize what was happening. A real brutal brawl had begun. Hyun-sung said that, of course, the Golden Circle knows everything that goes on at the school, but does nothing, and the boys understand the true nature of this organization perfectly well. But they're scared because they can't defend themselves at all, which is why it all came down to such a petty act of bullying against their former leader. The Golden Circle simply tossed these boys aside like useless trash, and Hyun-sung suggested that Myung-hoon go to the homeroom teacher and report his expulsion from school. After that, the boy must go to the police, tell them everything, and go to a juvenile detention center. In that case, Hyun-sung will let him live. And indeed, the boys approached the teacher and told him they were dropping out of school. The homeroom teacher took it completely in stride. Myung-hoon found this repulsive, since the teacher didn't react at all upon hearing that a student was dropping out. In response, the teacher said that the boys should stop fighting at school and focus on their studies so they could find good jobs later. To be expelled, they needed their parents' permission, and then the teacher would handle all the paperwork. Myung-hoon tried to protest, but the teacher handed him an application form and said he would definitely process all the withdrawal paperwork. The boy was furious. He realized that Hyun-sung had done something to these teachers, and they were now acting like puppets. Hyun-sung understood perfectly well that the boy had dropped out of school to survive, but he didn't feel guilty enough to go to the police and turn himself in. At best, he'll flee the city, but more likely he'll want revenge for the humiliation and try to kill Hyun-sung. Of course, he could still give up his normal life and go to prison, just like homeroom teacher Chang Won-gi did. But at the same time, it's clear that it could all end very sadly, just as it did for Vice Principal Jin. So Myung-hoon had only one option left, to latch on to the golden circle like a leech and become completely dependent on them. Midterm exams are coming up soon, and the organization's activities are picking up. They need to be ready to face Myung-hoon in a difficult situation. The boys were leaving school, but they understood perfectly well that Hyun-sung would never forgive them for the past. Yet they didn't want to give up, or else they'd be finished. Suching had other thoughts. He said he would leave Seoul because joining forces with the Golden Circle could get him killed. Myung-hoon called his former friend a pathetic, cowardly idiot and decided that he had to be the first to stand up against Hyun-sung. That way, he wouldn't have to go to prison, and he would also earn the Golden Circle's trust. Myung-hoon immediately contacted Mr. Park and said he was ready to do absolutely anything to get rid of Hyun-sung. Park Hyun-jun was very pleased and immediately told the young man to come to his office so they could work out a plan together. Hyun-jun reflected on what was happening. It turned out that an ordinary high school student had taken over the Golden Circle's base, so he had to acknowledge the boy's skills. Of course, it was completely baffling how he'd managed it. He'd probably planned everything in advance, which just goes to show what a crazy psychopath he was. Of course, having a guy like that on his team was a huge stroke of luck. With a mind like Hyun-sung's, they could make a fortune. Hyun-jun had mapped out all the victims and clients, and it turned out that everything converged in one place. Hyun-sung would soon pay for his actions. There were only a few days left before midterms. Hyun-sung had been making plans for the weekend, and now he was stunned that the Golden Circle wasn't making a move. Hyun-sung assumed they would start their attacks outside of school, but on the other hand, there were many cameras on the city streets, so it would be difficult to avoid trouble. The young man came home. He lived in one of the safest buildings in the city, but something immediately caught his attention. Ko Chang-bom had told him that the security system in this building was top-notch. The young man entered the apartment and found that everything had been turned upside down. There was trash and broken items everywhere. Hyun-sung walked around the apartment. There was no one inside, but everything had been ransacked and broken. Just then, a message from Myung-hoon popped up on his phone, warning his classmate that the guys from Gangnam wanted to settle the score with him and might even kill him. Hyun-sung knew it was complete nonsense, but just then, there was a knock at the door, and strangers demanded that he come out and open it for them. Hyun-sung didn't think there was just one person behind the door, so he approached the video intercom, intending to get a better look at the unexpected visitors. Hyun-sung looked at these unfamiliar guys and began to analyze the situation. He realized that Myung-hoon had sent him a message even before these jerks showed up, which meant he was deliberately leaving evidence behind. This was done so that people who didn't have the full story would think they were witnessing a typical teenage brawl. In that case, it would be possible to say that there was absolutely no connection to the Golden Circle, and that this was just a typical teenage brawl. Hyun-sung walked over to the window of his apartment. It was high up, and it was clear there was nowhere to run. The pounding on the door continued, and there was no time left to think. A group of unfamiliar thugs demanded that he open the door and had already started using a crowbar to break it down. Hyun-sung realized that his opponents had set a perfect trap, but he had always known that sooner or later this would happen. And now, since his opponents were playing so dirty, Hyun-sung knew he didn't need to hold back. The young man took off his jacket so he'd be more comfortable facing the thugs. Most likely, the mob would burst in like a pack of dogs, so it would be difficult to deal with them. One wrong move could lead to a bad outcome. Unexpectedly, the guys froze at the door when they heard the key turning in the lock. The next moment, the door swung open, and Hyun-sung stepped out. He was completely calm, and the young man had no weapon in his hands. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows. Hyun-sung beckoned to the thugs, not understanding what they were waiting for. As if on cue, the men rushed at their victim, hoping to beat him down in a matter of minutes. But in response, they immediately received several powerful blows. Hyun-sung didn't consider them serious opponents. He knocked them out with a single blow, but there were too many of them, so staying in one place was pointless. Hyun-sung decided to clear a path for himself and then move to a more advantageous position. The thugs rushed after him. They didn't care. The main thing was to complete the mission. Everyone knew that this lone fighter was finished. Some of the thugs were surprised. They had thought Hyun-sung would be captured and defeated right near his apartment. The building was literally swarming with thugs, who were on every floor and had filled the entire building. The Golden Circle had clearly lost. If they had planned to make Hyun-sung the victim of a typical gangland showdown, he could already be proud of himself. He had brought the organization out of the shadows and into the light. The building's residents were outraged when it turned out they couldn't get into their apartments and offices. People didn't understand what was happening or why they weren't being let inside, and they tried to contact the building manager, demanding an explanation. On the street, the only topic of conversation was the bloodbath taking place in one of the luxury buildings. Myung-hoon was thoroughly satisfied. Of course, the conflict between students had escalated into a conflict between schools, and students were dying because of it. Who would have thought that one person could drive things to such chaos? The Golden Circle had disabled the surveillance cameras, and now no one doubted that Hyun-sung was finished. The building's maintenance staff had been bribed in advance, and members of the Golden Circle had planted the prepared evidence for the police to find. A great deal of effort had been put in, and they had gone all this way. Myung-hoon had received a knife from his handler and been ordered to stab Hyun-seon with it. The broker convinced the young man that if he confessed to an accidental injury, his sentence would be reduced, because it would be manslaughter by a minor, and the sentence would be short, as if he'd served in the army. Besides, the Golden Circle would compensate for all the inconvenience. Myung-hoon was forced to accept this plan, though of course it would have been better if they hadn't dragged him into it. Hyun-sung kept fighting against the endless hordes of idiots. They tried to attack all at once, realizing the guy was already exhausted. The young man took down a couple more guys, but a new group was already closing in. Hyun-sung realized this wasn't a dream. He'd been thrown into a real meat grinder, and although he was holding his own for now, he was pushing himself beyond his limits. There were too many opponents. They didn't think about the consequences and attacked him in a mob. Hyun-sung was confident he could handle it, so he kept doing what he trained for. One of the guys, literally oozing with hatred, leaped forward and kicked the young man in the chest. It was a very powerful blow. Hyun-sung tumbled down the stairs. The stranger, his face contorted with hatred, lunged at the guy, ready to tear him to pieces. But something unexpected happened. Hyun-sung pinned the guy's neck under his armpit and began squeezing tightly, cutting off his breath. The thug collapsed. Perhaps he lost consciousness from lack of oxygen, or perhaps he died. The other guys didn't know how much longer this jerk would put up a fight. Hyun-sung turned to them, saying that if they had a plan, they should have thought it through to the end, and now they were all going to die. The authorities called Hyunjun and reported that there was a huge flood of complaints from residents, more than a dozen. Hyunjun said they needed at least half an hour. When it came to the consequences, the higher-ups wouldn't hold anyone accountable and wouldn't want to make the scandal public. Of course, the police will arrive at the scene, but with a huge delay. The building owner will receive compensation, but soon it will all be over, because the Golden Circle has sent over 100 people there. The public will go crazy for a moment, but soon everything will settle down. And if Hyun-seong wanted to suffer, he's been given the perfect opportunity to do so. Hyunjun received a call from one of his agents, who reported that a group of guys was running late. The agent said he'd never seen uniforms like that before, and couldn't tell which school the guys were from. Finally, the door to the building swung open, and everyone saw a pile of beaten-up young men and a young man who kept punching the bullies. The guys from the Golden Circle couldn't figure out who was in front of them or what was going on. Myung-hoon finally realized that these were students in school uniforms from Dasan High School. But what were they doing here? Suddenly, Myung-hoon realized Hyun-sung had anticipated their actions, which meant he'd called for backup. But now it was all over for everyone, because the place was swarming with the Golden Circle's elite. Myung-hoon knew he had to join the fight himself, but a stranger suddenly appeared before him. The guy looked at him calmly and asked if he was really Choi Myung-hoon. A few days before these events, Hyun-sung received information that Myung-hoon had been spotted meeting with students from Golden Circle branches. Dozens of schools had been drawn into the situation. Mong-hoon was gathering guys from all over the city. It became clear that they wanted to unite and kill Hyun-sung outside the school. Hyun-sung realized that the climax was near and that it would all begin soon. Everyone realized that the tension was mounting and they needed to find a safe haven for Hyun-sung. However, the boy had no intention of running away. His opponent was the Golden Circle organization, so it was impossible to guess exactly what they had in mind. But hiding somewhere far away and watching wasn't an option. Hyun-sung realized that the problem wouldn't go away even if he ran away. He had to deal with it right away. No matter what the Golden Circle representatives did, he wanted to show them that Hyun-sung wouldn't back down, so the young man called his friend. Hyun-sung wanted to turn the situation to his advantage. He told Si-woo the latest news, and his friend immediately grew alarmed, saying it was too dangerous. Hyun-sung replied that if the goal was simply to destroy the Golden Circle, the plan would ensure his safety. But that wasn't quite what Hyun-sung wanted, because he wanted the complete annihilation of all the Circle's henchmen. Hyun-sung understood. Even if the Golden Circle were eliminated, the criminals and those responsible would continue to live in peace. Hyun-sung believed that none of them should be allowed to escape punishment. If the Golden Circle couldn't handle Hyun-seon and he ended up at the top of the exam rankings, he would surely be able to find out who was behind it all. After that, Hyun-sung planned to contact that person personally, because he himself was the best bait. Si-woo understood that the plan was very dangerous, but at the same time, he knew he wouldn't be able to talk his friend out of it. Hyun-sung explained that he needed power comparable to that of the Golden Circle, and to do that, he needed to gather the guys from Dasan. Si-woo handled it. He explained that they would go to Seoul for a single meeting, and if anything went wrong, the guys could end up in trouble with the police or even get hurt. The matter's actually very serious. If there are any problems, the guys will receive compensation, but no one is forcing anyone, so they can leave right now. There was a moment of silence, but then one of the boys raised his hand and said he would go, because thanks to Hyun-sung, his life was no longer a living hell. Through his actions, Hyun-sung saved many boys from bullying, and they realized that strength is good in all its forms, so they began to get stronger and join sports teams. For most of the boys in Dasan, Hyun-sung had become a liberator and a hero, so now they were all ready to come to his aid. Si-woo promised the guys and thought that Hyun-sung was doing everything right, because so many young lives had been saved. Now the main thing was not to be late and to make it in time to rescue his friend, comrade, and savior, who was actually barely able to stand on his own 2 feet. Mong-hoon didn't know the guy who was looking for him. The stranger said he had come specifically to meet the scoundrel, Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon had always believed that such insolent people should be beaten first and then talked to. He lunged at the handsome blonde with his fists, but was surprised by the man's real strength and realized he couldn't back down. Si-woo landed several powerful blows to the guy's head, and he had to take advantage of that. Mong-hoon wasn't a B-rank hitman in the Golden Circle for nothing. He was very strong, and now he was proving it in practice. But unexpectedly, Si-woo landed several powerful kicks and said he had a lot on his plate, so it was time to wrap things up. Mong-hoon clearly hadn't expected such fierce resistance. He jumped aside and reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. The guy pulled out a knife he'd received from a Golden Circle representative and had been keeping to stab Hyun-sung with. A sharp lunge and a lightning-fast attack showed that Si-woo was well prepared, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest under his sweatshirt. And while the would-be assassin, Myung-hoon, stood there with his mouth agape in surprise, Si-woo jumped at him and began beating him, saying that he was just wasting his time. Si-woo soon managed to break free from his opponent and move through the building's corridors, watching as his friends fought with local thugs. Si-woo left a trail of defeated thugs in his wake, and a group of pursuers was already running after him, eager to fight him personally. Si-woo was forced to get into a fight with yet another powerful fighter, but his skills were still enough to hold his own. Si-woo knew he was facing at least a B-rank fighter, but he wasn't about to lose. Si-woo knew that the longer this went on, the more dangerous the situation would become for Hyun-sung. By this time, the opponent had already taken quite a few hits to the face, and blood was flowing from his mouth. Soon, Bae Sung-ho appeared in the hallways, sent his friend Si-woo ahead, and said he would handle the rest himself. The man had received a call and was promised 100 million, so he just had to do as he was told. Hyun-sung is, of course, right. For someone like that to make 100 million is a huge stroke of luck, even if it means going to prison. Si-woo sincerely thanks Sung-ho, who stayed behind to clear the hallway for him, while he ran off to look for his friend. But Sung-ho considered it simply a job, one he would now carry out perfectly and efficiently. By this point, footage had already surfaced online showing a massive brawl taking place in the Gangnam area. The stream host said he didn't know the reason, but some guys had come to beat up his friend, so they rushed over to help. The streamer said he called the police right away, but they still hadn't arrived, even though the police station is just 5 minutes away from the scene. Everyone agreed that this was very strange, so viewers of the live stream could actually watch what was happening. The guy watched the scene unfold in horror. Of course, he did everything Hyun-sung told him to. However, it all looked truly terrible. The internet was cutting out, but was that enough to help Hyun-sung? Meanwhile, Hyun-sung kept fighting, no longer even knowing exactly how many guys he'd knocked out. Hyun-sung knew full well that getting out of the 12th floor would be too difficult. Getting into the elevator was dangerous, and besides, he was still alone. His opponents were badly beaten and exhausted. They demanded that Hyun-sung stop, realizing that otherwise they were finished. Hyun-sung was finishing off another thug with a kick when another fighter lunged at him from behind. The young man grabbed Hyun-sung by the waist and threw his whole body against him, pinning the guy to the floor. Immediately, several fighters from the Golden Circle Elite appeared nearby. They began kicking Hyun-sung indiscriminately, striking him in the head, back, and torso. Hyun-sung realized these guys were persistent, but apparently they were all already at their limit. Now, only the strongest would survive. Hyun-sung managed to bite through the arm of the young man, holding him back, and leaped up, breaking free from the hold. At that moment, another fighter appeared on the floor, who apparently was an elite warrior of the Golden Circle and had decided to personally battle his victim. Hyun-sung made it to the elevator and pressed the button. He knew he had to rely on luck. The thugs saw that the elevator had been called and, realizing this, rushed after him to stop Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung got into another fight, but now he thought he'd almost made it and that he definitely wouldn't die here. After a while, the young man was sitting on the floor, leaning his back against the door, and the villains were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, amazed at just how resilient this guy was. Suddenly, the elevator doors swung open, and a young man appeared before Hyun-sung, realizing he was too late. Si-woo looked at his friend with a gaze full of pain and sympathy. He sat his friend down near the elevator and asked him to rest for a moment. Si-woo was a veritable killing machine. It seemed as though their enemies were doomed. Almost at that very moment, police sirens wailed, and the guys realized they were in deep trouble. The gangsters hadn't expected the police to show up after all, and now they needed to get out of there fast before they were taken into custody. Si-woo supported his friend, who could barely stand on his own 2 feet. The young man wanted to know why someone as smart as Hyun-sung was doing such crazy things. Hyun-sung replied that he had to show as many people as possible that he wasn't a victim. The young man immediately noticed his friend's stylish hairstyle. He had clearly been preparing for his trip to the capital. The guys got into the elevator, and Si-woo asked his friend to explain to him what was really going on once everything was over. Hyun-sung replied that he would think about it, but made no promises. Soon there were numerous police cars, ambulances, and journalists gathered near the building. Hyun-jun was very angry that the police had been called so early. However, he was told that they had to stop the live broadcast because everything had become public knowledge. Hyun-jun was furious. This man had been paid a huge sum for the job. The Golden Circle would definitely deal with him later. Hyun-jun knew this was his last chance. He had to survive, but he couldn't think of anything to do. Just then, he received a text message on his phone, and beads of sweat broke out on the man's face. Starting a fight in the middle of Seoul was incredibly stupid. There had never been a situation like this in all his years on the job. In the interrogation room, the police officer told him that the young man could decide for himself whether to answer or not. The punishment would depend on his cooperation. The police had direct evidence in their hands. The correspondence between Hyun-sung and Myung-hoon, which mentioned the takeover of the city. Hyun-sung said he hadn't done anything of the sort, and there were no specifics in his messages. The young man demanded that the police provide solid evidence, not mere speculation. The police officer replied that the judge would consider the coincidences as a pattern. Besides, the students from Dasan happened to be at the scene for some reason, and that meant Hyun-sung had invited them to the scene of the fight because he knew it was going to happen. Hyun-sung realized that the police officer was trying to fabricate evidence for a bribed judge, but it was all too predictable. Hyun-sung replied that he had evidence. His friends were just passing through Seoul, and he simply asked them for help. The young man showed his phone with the text messages and added that the police officer should have studied the case more thoroughly before the interrogation. The investigator called his colleagues in Dasan, and they confirmed that the high school students were on a career exploration trip. The police officer, of course, didn't believe in such coincidences. It was too convenient that these students happened to be nearby. The man felt that the case was falling apart by the minute, and he needed to approach it from a different angle. In another interrogation room sat Bae Seong-ho, who denied the charges, but the police officer hinted that he could ruin his entire life. The police officer turned off the recording device and said that Seong-ho was of legal age and, unlike the school children, would go to prison. The Golden Circle would do everything in its power to make sure he rotted there for the rest of his life. But if Seong-ho testified against Hyun-sung, the police officer could save him. The young man replied that he knew. The Golden Circle was very influential, but there were people it was better not to mess with. Hyun-sung was exactly that kind of person. He never gave up halfway, and the very thought of betraying him was terrifying. Sun-ho asked the police officer to note that he had come to help Hyun-sung because he happened to be nearby. Only a few hours had passed. Hyun-sung was standing on the porch of the police station. Journalists were eagerly awaiting the young man, wanting to know if he had really started a mass brawl. Hyun-sung replied that he didn't know how he'd gotten involved in all this, but he knew for sure that the same thing was happening at his high school. Last time, the victim was Myung-hoon, but corruption runs rampant at the school, and no one reports it. Apparently, someone is now trying to kill him. One of the reporters asked who exactly he had in mind. Hyun-sung told the reporters that he would very much like them to find out. Apparently, an unusual person was behind what was happening. In fact, this was just the prelude, the fuse that the young man had lit, and now the headlines were becoming increasingly dangerous as the news spread. Hyun-jun received a message setting up a meeting, and the man was in despair. He knew it was the end for him. Myung-hoon was also on his knees before his boss, apologizing and saying how sorry he was. Neither man understood how this could have happened, since the plan had been flawless, but that Hyun-sung had orchestrated everything perfectly. Many Golden Circle fighters were interrogated, and they said that the guys from Dasan had been able to prepare thanks to Myung-hoon. The young man was in shock. He knew for sure that he hadn't leaked any information, but now absolutely everything pointed to him. Myung-hoon realized he had fallen into a trap and began begging his handler, explaining that he would be the first to go if this situation failed. Why would he do such a thing? Hyun-jun finally replied that he knew. Myung-hoon hadn't betrayed them, otherwise he wouldn't have come here but would have gone into hiding. The boy didn't understand why he had to be accused, but Hyun-jun explained, in order for him to survive, he needed a traitor. After that, the man began kicking the student, who had no idea what was going on and had come to the counselor hoping for protection. Hyun-jun was satisfied. He had dealt with the traitor and was now going to beg his boss for one last chance. When Park Hyun-jun arrived at the appointed time and place, he realized that standing before him was the heir to the Great Sun Corporation. The man greeted the gentleman with a stuttering voice, and the gentleman asked if Hyun-jun knew how to assess a situation. The gentleman was curious as to why the Golden Circle had managed to survive for so long. Hyun-jun suggested that it was all about confidentiality, and that was the correct answer. The gentleman announced that they had reached a limit. In the future, everything would change, and a massive cartel of public evil would be created to transfer wealth and power. Right now, they were simply preparing for a future where they would reveal themselves. And then, despite everyone's knowledge of the Golden Circle, everyone would turn a blind eye to it. Timing and strategy are of the utmost importance. The Golden Circle must project an overwhelming image so that no one dares to oppose them, and now the gentleman is providing that opportunity. Hyun-jun must take all the blame and show the organization's enemies that if they get involved with the Golden Circle, they will be destroyed. The boss said that when Hyun-jun gets out of prison, he'll take on a suitable position, but the man wasn't sure he'd even be able to get out. Hyun-jun decided to take advantage of the situation, because if he learns the weaknesses of the Golden Circle's leader, it will work in his favor. However, at that moment, the leader announced that he had revealed his identity for a reason. If Hyun-jun tried to do anything, they had another man. That man would gladly go to prison for a large sum of money, while Hyun-jun would simply die, and no one would ever find out. The gentleman was pleased, watching the frightened face of the man, who was completely unable to hide his emotions. The day before, the gentleman had met with his assistant and said he would reveal his identity because it was only a matter of time. If his opponents knew who he was, their actions would become predictable. However, the question of why Kim Hyun-sung was so actively opposing them remained unresolved. At first, it seemed like simple revenge, but now it was clear that it was something more. He demanded that his subordinates thoroughly investigate Kim Hyun-sung and find out who he is and where he lives. However, unexpectedly, the man smiled and said that wasn't necessary. He only needed Hyun-sung himself. Hyun-sung was reading the journalist's article, and it was quite good, revealing the truth about the staged fight. Almost everyone involved faced either expulsion or imprisonment, but Myung-hoon and Hyun-jun were punished, even though there were other victims. In a past life, after the student's death, everyone learned of the Golden Circle's existence, yet the organization's members suffered no consequences. We need to find out who is at the head of the Golden Circle while their anonymity remains their weakness. But that would have to wait because midterm exams were starting the next day. Now it was possible to put pressure on the Golden Circle through the students' parents. Many students had been injured in the fight and hadn't prepared for the exams. Arguments broke out among the parents. Some demanded that the exam be rescheduled, while others insisted that the rules must not be broken. Many demanded that the situation be changed because no one should suffer because of one person. And although everyone thought that the beaten Hyun-sung was bound to fail, the young man received the highest scores on the midterm exam, and many children began to throw tantrums. The son, who returned with an unsatisfactory result, confronted his father, who had promised to sort everything out through the Golden Circle. Soon the situation became unbearable. The parents met and discussed how, when they joined the Golden Circle, they had been promised confidentiality and guarantees that their children would be admitted to college. But these promises were not kept, and now all the parents and children were in danger. So many began to doubt the Golden Circle. The parents blamed each other for trusting the Golden Circle and joining it, but now they had to find a way to fix the situation. In the end, the president of the parents' committee promised that he would do something about the situation and then tell the parents everything. There was now a lot of talk in Seoul's elite circles. The press had learned of the Golden Circle's plans, and it had to sacrifice a broker. Representatives of the Golden Circle promised there would be no problems, but that didn't make things any easier. The man decided to meet with the head personally and voice the parents' concerns. The president of the parents' committee immediately said that he had come in person to hear a clear explanation. Their relationship had now been undermined. The head of the Golden Circle reminded the man that his organization and its leadership never hold public meetings unless absolutely necessary. He said that the president had broken rules that had been followed for decades and had made a mistake by meeting with client representatives. The president was very angry and didn't understand what rules were being referred to since he had trusted the Golden Circle for many years. It had been a wonderful partnership because the Golden Circle had done its job well, but now they had failed to handle Kim Hyun-sung on several occasions. If such mistakes on the part of the Golden Circle were to recur, people would no longer continue to cooperate with the organization. He was very calm and said that he had created the Golden Circle for mutual benefit, not so that one could use the other as an errand boy. The head warned that the parents were gravely mistaken if they wanted to know the real culprit behind their misfortunes. It was President Lim Cheol-hyung who had introduced them to the broker Jang Soo. The parents' representative began to change the subject, saying that they weren't blaming the man who had recruited the informant. The man replied that he thought they were on the same side, which is why he kept quiet, but he finds it hard to take his relationship with the parents calmly. The parents need to trust the Golden Circle. Soon people will calm down and everything will work out. When that happens, the Golden Circle will certainly live up to all possible expectations. Left alone, the head immediately turned to his assistant and told him to contact several publishers right away. An article about future investment secret negotiations needed to be published urgently. The man strongly disliked the fact that this corporation was now known everywhere. It had to be eliminated. Of course, it was clear that these problems had arisen because of Hyun-sung. The information he possessed could affect the Golden Circle. It was very strange that this guy hadn't used it yet, and no one had expected such actions, which is why Hyun-sung was causing even more concern. At this point, the Golden Circle had already risen to the highest level, and now even Korea seemed to be in the palm of its leader's hand. But if Hyun-sung continued to interfere, action would have to be taken. The head of Future Investment Corporation was furious. This insolent man had acted like a big shot in their conversation. If possible, he should be eliminated. However, the man understood that he couldn't do that. Given everything that had happened, he believed that this cunning fox, Yoon Hyun Min, could betray them or destroy them. It was completely baffling how he had become the boss, and everyone else his subordinates, as if it were all the same fate forced upon them. At that moment, the president's phone rang on the table, distracting him from his heavy thoughts. The men met. They had run into trouble because of one person, and now they could discuss it, finding themselves in the same boat. The head of the corporation was upset that he had been virtually stripped of his right to speak. However, the man said he wouldn't admit that Senator Kim had introduced him to broker Chang-soo. It had been very shrewd, and that was worth a drink. Hyun-sun had no reason to sever ties with the tycoon. It was better to let the situation go and reap the rewards. Both of them noted that they had fallen victim to the same scoundrel. The senator would soon lead the country, so they didn't want to escalate the situation over trifles. The senator in turn confirmed that he would not forget Lim Cheol-hyun's kindness, because politicians who cannot let go of grudges lose power. Soon the men calmed down. It had been hard for them, but now it was easier, and they decided to have a drink. Hyun-sung was forced to untangle a vast web of connections and power plays to figure out who was meeting with whom. The parent of the offended student approached a Golden Circle employee, who then brought in the tax inspectorate, after which pressure began to mount on members of parliament and major business figures. When the tax authorities came to Myeongjin Construction, other people also took an interest in the case. Hyun-sung had to stir up the Golden Circle even more, so the tycoon went to see Yoon Hyun-min. Yoon Hyun-min never deviated from his schedule, but soon an article appeared about his sudden meeting with Lim Cheol-hyun. Because of this, the stock market briefly crashed, and during the tycoon's meeting with the senator, the businessman looked extremely alarmed. Hyun-sung recalled that when the congressman was in crisis, he had previously been funded by a corporation headed by Yoon Hyun-min. At the same time, nearly all influential figures associated with the corporation had withdrawn their funding, and everything pointed to one person. Hyun-sung understood that it would take time to uncover the name. Tears streamed down the young man's face, but they were tears of relief and satisfaction, for Yoon Hyun-min was at the head of the Golden Circle. After all the pain he had endured, he would now do more than just strike a blow against his chief adversary. He would make sure that the rest of Yoon Hyun-min's life turned into a living hell. But first he had to make sure that Yoon Hyun-min was indeed to blame, because Hyun-sung didn't want to miss this chance. Hyun-sung reassured himself, telling himself not to rush. He couldn't make a mistake now and ruin everything. The plan for destruction was gradually being put into action, and in a short while everything was set to change. In an abandoned factory in Busan, two young men were holding the fugitive tight. He raised his head and realized that standing before him was the heir to great San, Yoon Hyun-min himself. The man couldn't believe it. Could this really be the head and owner of the Golden Circle? Yoon Hyun-min said he would ask just one question. He wanted to know why Kim Hyun-sung was fighting against him. The man replied that Hyun-sung was pressuring him to find out who the owner of the Golden Circle was. Yoon Hyun-min said that things aren't that simple, because now everyone in the Golden Circle realizes they all face the same fate. The head of the Golden Circle said he would use the man as an example to show how the organization deals with traitors, and that this would strengthen their power. The man couldn't believe his ears and begged for forgiveness, pleading for another chance. Yoon Hyun-min ordered his assistant to spread the word that the leader of the Golden Circle would personally find Chang-soo and punish the traitor. Yoon Hyun-min was eagerly anticipating what Kim Hyun-sung would do in this situation. At the school, much had already changed by this time. The days of danger were over and normal school life had begun. At least that's how it appeared from the outside. Hyun-sung focused on his studies but secretly kept an eye on Yoon Hyun-min. So far it was just speculation, but something seemed suspicious. Hyun-sung realized that a plan was already taking shape, and if it really was Yoon Hyun-min, then the main changes had already been made. Hyun-sung knew the target was right in front of him, and he just needed to be patient. The young man arrived at his apartment and before opening the door, looked at the floor and saw a piece of torn tape. Before leaving, the young man had put invisible tape on the door just in case, which meant that someone had opened the apartment's front door. Apparently, his enemies had begun to act even before the commotion had died down, which meant they were willing to do anything to get rid of Hyun-sung. The young man understood that with great risk comes great reward, but just in case, he decided to call the person Ko Chang-bom had hired for him. Hyun-sung finally entered his apartment. Sure enough, they were waiting for him, but there were fewer people than he had expected. Yoon Hyun-min himself was sitting on the couch. He greeted the apartment's owner, studying the student closely. Hyun-sung looked very surprised. He hadn't expected such a meeting to happen in his life, and so soon. Hyun-sung tried to figure out what the head of the Golden Circle was doing there. The young man noticed that the camera in the apartment was on, and judging by the fact that no one was doing anything, they weren't planning to kill him right now. Yoon-hyun-min was a true perfectionist, so it was unclear why he was taking such a risk. At the same time, the man told the boy not to be afraid, saying he had no intention of harming him. From Hyun-sung's reaction, it was clear that he had already figured out who was standing before him. Yoon-hyun-min approached the young man and said that he was indeed the head of the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung had been wondering about this for over 10 years, trying to figure out exactly what kind of person was behind it all. It had always seemed that this must be a very cautious opponent. And now he realized he had been only half right. The man before him turned out to be both bold and cautious, perhaps because of his self-confidence. Yoon-hyun-min was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and had lived his life without ever tasting defeat. Finally, the guest turned to the young man and asked why he was silent. Of course, it wasn't out of fear. Yoon-hyun-min confirmed that he considered the young man a particularly dangerous person and had come to offer Hyun-seong a partnership. Hyun-sung finally spoke up and asked why the boss had made such an offer, despite the fact that he had caused the Golden Circle a lot of trouble. Yoon-hyun-min replied that the winds of change were blowing through his organization. Hyun-seong was a formidable opponent, but that was in the past, and they needed to work with that reality. Yoon-hyun-min understood that the student had a clear goal. Hyun-seong had achieved results and demonstrated his abilities. Moreover, the head of the Golden Circle was confident that even if he worked with him, Hyun-sung wouldn't be able to gather evidence. Hyun-sung didn't understand why they should work together, since in that case, Yoon-hyun-min would be able to take his people hostage. The man replied that he was in charge of the crazy ones and kept them on a tight leash. And now he could promise Hyun-sung that life in his cage wouldn't be so bad, because it wasn't just a cage, it was the Golden Circle. At that moment, the apartment door swung open, and Hyun-sung signaled to his aides that he was all right. Yoon-hyun-min realized he had been refused, a clear and, in principle, predictable rejection. After that, the man said he was leaving, and without another word, headed for the exit along with his men. As he caught up with Hyun-sung, the leader of the Golden Circle warned that even if the boy killed him, it wouldn't be the end of it. He added that they'd be better off pretending they didn't exist and not wasting time on each other. The aides really didn't like this trip. They thought Yoon-hyun-min was taking too much of a risk and that everything could have been done more safely. But the boss was satisfied. He wanted to test Hyun-sung personally and understand why this high school student was so determined to take revenge on him. Yoon-hyun-min had given the boy the perfect opportunity, but it seemed Hyun-sung was the type to go all the way to achieve his goal. Therefore, Hyun-sung is capable of many things, and now the order had been given to do everything possible to get rid of him. Hyun-sung understood that Yoon-hyun-min was very dangerous. It couldn't be any other way, since he was the head of the Golden Circle. At the same time, Hyun-sung didn't want to show fear or make excuses. He wanted his revenge to be carried out in an open confrontation. Hyun-sung understood that the advantage now lay with his opponent, who possessed the power and money to do whatever he pleased. Hyun-sung felt the same sensation he had back when he was a vegetable. Perhaps he had simply waited too long for this moment, but now he wasn't afraid. Just then, reporter Park Hyun-tae called to say he'd made a decision. The man said it didn't matter anymore, because he'd heard the news. The young man had nearly died today. A few days earlier, a meeting had taken place. The Golden Circle was well known among journalists. The journalist understood that Hyun-sung was attacking people who weren't easy to touch and wanted to know what the young man was thinking by acting this way. Hyun-sung understood that the journalist was genuinely concerned about him, but it was this very man who had worked to the limit of his strength when the Golden Circle was exposed in a past life. Hyun-sung desperately needed the media's help, so he turned to the man and asked if he was ready to seize the opportunity to destroy the Golden Circle. Journalist Park was surprised and wanted to know what the young man was planning to do. The young man said that if the reporter was interested in his proposal, he needed to show determination. The young man had information about Congressman Lee Kyung-chul's youngest son. If the whole world found out about these scoundrels, they would disappear. Hyun-sung gave the reporter a month and promised to share his thoughts and information in the future. Journalist Park Hyun-tae honestly admitted that he had thought long and hard about it and felt afraid. Few journalists know the truth about the Golden Circle, but he could write about it. But when it comes to Congressman Lee Jong-soo's son, he is simply unforgivable. Hyun-sung immediately warned that this would be very dangerous because the journalist and his newspaper would face major problems. But the journalist took it in stride. He said he was almost ready to fight against the Golden Circle. And to start with, he wrote an article about Lee Jong-soo. But before revenge is fully carried out, Hyun-sung will suffer repeatedly at the hands of the Golden Circle's leader. Unexpectedly, police officers appeared before the young man and told him that the victims of school violence in Dasan had filed charges against him. The police reported that it was a large group of students, including Park Min-chul, so now the boy is being detained and taken in for questioning. In the interrogation room were the students who were supposed to answer the investigators' questions. They had to describe exactly how Hyun-sung had bullied them. Min-chul said that he once got into a fight with Hyun-sung at school, and after that, Hyun-sung constantly beat him up and, it seemed, even wanted to kill him. Hyun-sung had no intention of making excuses and asked them not to put on a show since the police would try to kick him out of school anyway. The police officer turned off the recording and said that it was indeed true. The Golden Circle had stirred up a fuss in an attempt to get rid of Hyun-sung. None of the victims would recant their statements, including Park Min-chul, because everyone feared the Golden Circle more than they feared Hyun-sung. Everyone was curious to see what would happen to the boy if he were expelled from school for assault. At the same time, Ko Chang-bom found himself in a difficult situation. The director of internal affairs reported that the situation had spiraled out of control. Mungjin Construction was financially sound, but all the banks were refusing to grant them loans. No one wanted to lend them money. The internal director relayed this information and suggested that it might be connected to a man named Kim Hyun-sung. Ko Chang-bom understood exactly what was going on. After the tax investigation failed, their enemies had decided to cut off the company's funding and drive it into bankruptcy. Chang-bom decided first to prepare countermeasures and meet with the president to resolve the issue. Just then the phone rang, and Chang-bom stepped aside to answer it. It soon became known that the girls they had previously been talking to were involved in cases of violence at school and had now filed harassment complaints. Of course, this made no sense, but it was clear that pressure was being applied from above by someone far too influential. Chang-bom was very angry, especially because everything was unfolding exactly as Hyun-sung had warned. Companies were being denied loans and lawsuits were being filed at the same time. Hyun-sung had warned him, if things got too tough, Chang-bom should be honest about it. No one would judge him, but he needed to be prepared. Chang-bom became upset again and began to doubt whether he should continue supporting the guy and his methods of handling the situation at all. The man called Hyun-sung and asked what he should do in this situation. Hyun-sung warned that he had to tell him something first before Chang-bom took any action. The guy reported that a few days ago he had met with the head of the Golden Circle, and now new incidents were starting to surface. The circle was doing everything possible to get rid of him. Chang-bom listened to everything quite calmly and asked who exactly was in charge of the Golden Circle. Upon hearing the name Yoon Hyun-min, it became clear that this was the man who controlled the country's economy, and a confrontation with him would be extremely difficult. Hyun-sung didn't know how Chang-bom would react. Chang-bom immediately replied that he had caused quite a few problems in his youth as well, but now we were talking about an entirely different level. Hyun-sung was glad to hear the words of support and said that this time he would once again exceed all of Chang-bom's expectations. Soon a shareholders' meeting was held, which Ko Myung-jin was supposed to attend. Ko Chang-bom gave a presentation on ways to combat the crisis, explaining the situation created by the Golden Circle around their company. Everyone was puzzled, as they had expected a routine financial meeting. Chang-bom reported that the company had previously enjoyed a good reputation, numerous achievements, and a clean tax record, but was now facing problems due to the Golden Circle. If they were to acquire Myungjin, it would lead to the destruction of relationships with partners and a complete loss of independence. Chang-bom was convinced that they should not join either side, even if it meant a profit. It was clear that if they handed over control of the company to others, it would quickly fall apart. The future could not be entrusted to a corrupt system. Chang-bom said that as CEO, he would make the company the best in its industry. But if they couldn't reach an agreement, the situation wouldn't be resolved, and accusations from the Golden Circle could become even more dangerous. So he asked for their trust. He appealed to the shareholders to trust him, despite his youth, and promised to take the company to a new level. After his speech, complete silence fell over the room. Finally, one of the shareholders said he was proud to work for this corporation and expressed the general sentiment. The man raised his hand and declared that he would work alongside the CEO to build the company's future. Other shareholders also expressed their willingness to resist the pressure and not sell their conscience. Many did not want to become pawns in the hands of scoundrels, even if it would be difficult. Ko Myung-jin watched his eldest son with some satisfaction, and now wanted to know what Chang Bom proposed doing in the current situation. Chang Bom told those present that in the near future, all media outlets would simultaneously publish articles about the bank's tyranny. These articles would detail the bank's pressure on the firm, and even if they had to endure financial difficulties, the charity project would continue. Of course, it was an excellent plan, but the directors still had doubts. Would there be enough money for everything? The CEO explained that they had enough retained earnings left in the company, and that would be enough to cover the loan payments. If things continued in the same vein, the company would maintain its reputation and gain an excellent opportunity with little risk. Ko Myung-jin could see that his son had planned everything perfectly. Moreover, he had prepared countermeasures as if he had foreseen this turn of events. After that, a media attack targeting Yang Byum directly began. Articles about the harassment called him a scoundrel and dredged up his wild youth. Thus, for a while, Ko Chang-bom and Myungjin Construction became the most talked about topics in the media. Wherever the man appeared, there were always journalists nearby demanding comments on what was happening. Hyun-sung advised him not to hide his past. It couldn't be changed, but he could use the situation to permanently minimize future risks. Chang Beom began actively communicating with journalists and said that he had indeed behaved inappropriately and did not intend to make excuses. The main thing was not to repeat his mistakes. Chang Beom even bowed to the journalists once and declared that he would cooperate with the investigation and accept punishment if found guilty, and he also apologized for the trouble he had caused. Jang Bom was summoned for questioning, and the police officer immediately offered to strike a deal that would allow the businessman to extricate himself from the difficult situation. However, Jang Bom chose the harder path. The police officer believed this was his last chance. If Chang Bom actively assisted the Golden Circle, everything would be settled, and the CEO would be spared criminal prosecution. Chang Bom listened carefully to these tempting offers and told the police officer to proceed with the interrogation and not to worry about him. The police officer realized that the man was ready to take responsibility, after which he announced that the official interrogation was beginning. Previously, Mr. Ko had led a rather wild lifestyle. He had 15 counts of assault and 3 counts of sexual harassment on his record. The police have already interviewed all the victims and gathered evidence. According to reporters, Chang Bom has admitted his guilt. At that point, the lawyer stated that the case would be difficult to handle because most of the charges had already been considered previously, and he produced the documents. He presented them to the investigator and added that his client had already been punished for these incidents, and that it was impossible to punish him twice for the same offense. The investigator gritted his teeth in anger. He had run out of arguments. Ko Chang-bom, seeing this reaction, smiled calmly and said he was ready to accept the punishment if it were imposed on him. The principal of Dasan's school was watering the flowers in his office and thinking that Ko Chang-bom was a real jerk who was bound to cause trouble. Myeongjin Construction stock had plummeted, and the principal worried that no one would sponsor him now. But at the same time, he was pleased. Thanks to Kim Hyun-seon, people's attitudes at the school had changed, and they had joined the upper echelons. The school principal believed he needed to leave Myeongjin to achieve more within the Golden Circle. The man picked up the phone intending to schedule a meeting, when suddenly he heard loud shouts coming from the hallway. It had come to light that a teacher, Mr. Kim Yeon-chul, had been taking bribes from parents for a long time in exchange for looking after their children. The man tried to deny the allegations, but he was shown video footage, and there was no point in claiming innocence anymore. It also came to light that English teacher Ms. Lee Min-young was with Mr. Kim. They had spent time together on multiple occasions. This was an affair, but what was even worse was that the teachers had covered up school violence. The main problem was that the school's teachers had condoned school violence. The investigation was ongoing, and their accounts had been frozen. Kim Yeon-chul wanted to know what would happen to him, but the investigator replied that he would be fired and likely imprisoned. The principal, overhearing this conversation, immediately realized that after teacher Kim, the police would come for him too. He picked up the phone to contact the right people and figure out the situation. He was told that nothing could be done in this situation because there was intense pressure from above. They also reported that orders had been issued to get rid of many teachers, and it was already impossible to intervene. In the end, the conversation concluded with the advice, think of yourself and save yourself on your own. A few hours later, a frightened and angry teacher named Kim burst into the office, demanding that something be done because they were all facing the end. The principal slammed his fist on the table and declared that there was nothing he could do. Teacher Kim suggested that all these problems were Hyun Sung's fault and offered to call him. He always has a solution. The men had to dial the boy's number several times. They even thought he might be in class. When they finally heard hello, they started shouting that the inspectors were pressuring them. The teachers hadn't revealed any secrets, but it was unclear how long that would last. The men realized that if the problem wasn't solved, they were all finished, and they asked Hyun Seong to help them if he wanted to survive. In response, they heard strange words. Hyun Seong thanked them for their work. The young man said that the Golden Circle would not stop until it had destroyed him and would eliminate everyone who had helped him. Hyun Seong informed his companions with obvious pleasure that the Golden Circle would soon come for them. Kim Yun-chul thought this was nonsense and couldn't understand whether this mad student was really going to see it through to the end. The principal, ignoring Teacher Kim's shouts, calmly turned around and went about his business. Oh Tai-hwan sat before the investigator and said he was ready to give any testimony against Hyun Sung, and in general he begged to be given a chance. The investigator didn't understand why he would do that, since Myung-jin was Hyun Sung's source of funding, and the school principal was a complete non-entity. The man got down on his knees and began to beg, promising he would definitely come up with something, but the investigator replied that they were aware of the call. The investigation suspects that the school principal colluded with Hyun Sung and came to carry out some kind of joint plan. The investigation can't take any risks right now, so the principal had better go and die because he's a completely useless old man. Kim Yun-chul took several hard blows. His wife was furious when she found out about her husband's infidelity. The man tried to justify himself, saying he had been slandered, that people from the Golden Circle were mistreating the children, and that he had stopped those scoundrels. And now the Golden Circle wants to get rid of him and is using various means of pressure. The same thing is happening now with the school principal. After listening to everything her husband had to say, the woman summed it up. It turned out that Yun-chul had been slandered. He had done everything for the children and had never cheated on his wife. Suddenly, Mrs. Kim pulled out a box filled with photographs and dumped its contents at the feet of her lying husband. The photos showed his mistresses, and now the woman wanted to know what her husband had to say about it. Mrs. Kim admitted that she had been ready to forgive her husband, but he lied to her even after she saw these photos. So now the woman was demanding a divorce and didn't want to hear any more excuses. In the end, the woman kicked Yun-chul out, and he was furious. He wanted to know who had taken those photos. Judging by the angle, it was clear they were taken from the street. He needed to track down that scoundrel and take him to court. Just then the phone rang, and it turned out to be Hyun Sung. The young man asked if the teacher liked his gift. Kim Yun-chul couldn't believe his ears, but Hyun Sung confirmed that he had deliberately sent the photos to his wife. The teacher was furious. This kid had dared to laugh at him. It turned out that it wasn't the Golden Circle who had dealt with him, but a schoolboy. Hyun Sung calmly listened to the teacher shouting and said he would now tell him a story about one of his students. This boy went to school and he was bullied there. At some point, he could no longer endure this hell, so he turned to a teacher for help. But because of the adult's neglect, that child died. And now there is one question. If he were in that student's place, would Yun-chul forgive the teacher if he had the chance to take revenge? The teacher immediately began listing the names of the boys who had suffered because of his inaction. He said he regretted it and would reflect on his actions, and also promised not to do it again. Hyun Sung listened to these confessions and said that the man had lived like a true scoundrel. But at the same time, it was wonderful that he was still the same kind of scoundrel. Hyun Sung really wants the teacher and the school principal to live long lives because they need to feel the consequences for as long as possible. Hyun Sung has arranged a special kind of pain for them that the men will now feel and endure for many years to come. Hyun Sung flung the phone aside. He had held back for a long time and even wanted to kill these teachers on the spot, but such a death seemed too easy. The Golden Circle will be very pleased that Hyun Sung dug a pit for the teachers from Dasan. Even though they had helped the young man, this can be used to strengthen their position. At first glance, it seems that everything has descended into chaos because of the Golden Circle. But now all of Dasan will be angry at the Golden Circle, which is exactly what the young man wanted. Over the next few days, events unfolded very quickly. The school principal and Tim's teachers were fired, and they were also unable to avoid imprisonment. Ko Changbom also couldn't escape punishment. He received a suspended sentence, and on top of that, he was to be punished for the assault charges. Changbom was acquitted of the sexual harassment charges, but he planned to sue the woman who had made those accusations. After careful planning, the worst-case scenario could be imagined. Changbom stated once again that he does not deny his past, but now repents and will not repeat his mistakes. He also said that he would prove he is worthy of becoming Myungjin's heir, and that he is no longer immature as he once was. Of course, the Golden Circle was dissatisfied with this outcome. Chung Beom wanted to know what he should do now. He hadn't gone to prison, but things would be difficult for him from here on out. Chung Beom believed it was better to release the principal and teacher Kim from custody because if their crimes became known, it would be impossible to avoid punishment. Hyun-sung wanted to stay at the school so that the teachers wouldn't be able to provoke him easily, and so he could have a chance to attack the Golden Circle. Besides, the young man wanted to find out who was the head of the Golden Circle. But now the boy knows that his main opponent is Yoon Hyun-min, so there's no point in staying at school, and he needs to move on to the next step. The phone call was still going on, but he said he had prepared a special gift. The entire room was covered in blood, and the man begged for help and to be saved, but Hyun-sung kicked him, smearing blood across the floor. Hyun-sung looked at the lifeless body and, gazing at the man, asked his name. After that, he approached another man and asked him again. The young man wanted to make sure everyone remembered his name. When it became clear that he didn't need to repeat it anymore, Hyun-sung waved to the boy and told him to tell his father the name of the man who had wronged him. The congressman was furious. He couldn't understand how this kid had found his son. It was all because of his connection to the Golden Circle. Yoon Hyun-min listened to the man's hysterics and realized this was to be expected, but this congressman was already starting to get on his nerves. At some point, Yoon Hyun-min grew tired of listening to the shouting and wailing and demanded that the congressman just shut up. The man was advised to think carefully, since he held his position only thanks to the Golden Circle's money, so he should be begging, not accusing. A few seconds later, Lee Kung-chul realized this and apologized for his outburst. Yoon Hyun-min promised he would sort everything out soon. Hyun-sung acted that way because there was nothing else he could do. The man ordered them not to wait for Hyun-sung to leave school, but to expel him immediately. They could use the violence as grounds for expulsion. But it turned out that student Kim Hyun-sung had already been expelled. It was clear that everyone was playing by this student's rules. Hyun Seon was being interrogated when Yoon Hyun-min called him. The man said he had been counting on the internal conflict the student might cause. But now it's clear that Hyun Seon is a complete non-entity, and he'd be better off staying in school at any cost if he values his life. Hyun-sin listened to the threats coming from the head of the Golden Circle with a laugh and said that the man wouldn't get to him anyway. Yoon Hyun-min already understood that this guy didn't throw words to the wind, which meant he had some very serious plan in mind. Hyun-sin asked his interlocutor what Mr. Yoon thought was the reason Hyun-sin had dropped out of school. At that moment, the aide showed him some papers and said that Mr. Yoon Hyun-min had better take a look at them. An article had been published in one of the media outlets revealing the real names of the congressman and his son, and this was no longer mere criticism, but a deliberate expose. The head of the Golden Circle surmised that Hyun-sin must be desperate to have published such information. Hyun-seon continued to insist that he was in a very secret location where he could not be found or eliminated. If Yoon Hyun-min got rid of the boy now, people would start asking why a high school student had attacked a congressman's son. They would also recall the mass brawl and everything else. Right now, Kim Hyun-sin was the center of attention, so killing him would tell the journalists and the public more than any other action. Hyun-sin needed to buy time, so he tried to confuse his opponent and force him to act impulsively. When a rabid dog tears off a person's limbs, the person will do everything possible to deal with the dog. And now we have a very amusing situation. Yoon Hyun-min, a man who has everything, but he doesn't want to sacrifice anything and can't handle Hyun-sun. Hyun-sun said they would put an end to all this. He would leave on his own, but eventually the head of the Golden Circle would have an opportunity. The man listened to all this, tapping his hand nervously. He understood that Myungjin Construction had lost its power, and the teachers in Dasan had been caught and arrested. Yoon Hyun-min said he would do as the young man wished. As soon as people began to forget him, he would pay for having gotten involved with him. Attorney Park met with his client and wanted to know how he was feeling. Everything was fine for now, but the lawyer believed the situation was extremely dangerous. If the Golden Circle wanted to kill him, they would do so without hesitation. Hyun-sin said he wanted to get as much benefit as possible out of his death. Attorney Park felt a chill run through him. This guy was even planning for his own death. He was a real psychopath. Park Jong-soo advised his client to find a way to survive, and besides, he needed to meet with someone. The meeting took place at the law office. The lawyer said he had looked into everything and was convinced the Golden Circle really does exist, so he's ready to believe Jong-soo and Hyun-seon. He intends to conduct a thorough investigation and punish everyone involved, but he will proceed according to his own plan. The prosecutor said he understood the reasons behind certain actions, but South Korea was against citizens taking the law into their own hands. The prosecutor had no intention of charging those present. After all, they shared a common goal: to take down the main criminal, the Golden Circle. The prosecutor understood that the young man needed a lawyer, but as a prosecutor, he had to do his job without exception. Hyun-shin told him to do as he pleased. That was exactly what he needed, and he would eagerly await the results of his work. Late that evening, the young man was burning papers in a barrel. He called the journalist and thanked him for the good article. Journalist Park was very pleased. He had put in a lot of work and wanted to know what would happen next. The young man warned that what lay ahead would be even more dangerous than anyone could imagine. Hyun-shin said that the main criminals and everyone connected to them must be eliminated. There was one more person to take revenge on: Yoon Hyun-min. He had risen much higher than anyone had anticipated, and now the enemy would control the Golden Circle even more tightly. And if nothing else stands in his way, he will try to kill Hyun-shin. Hyun-shin didn't know if he would manage to stay alive and see his revenge through to the end, but he would do his very best to make it happen. The young man burned the last of the papers, thinking that he had to make it all happen. After all, that was why he had returned. The night was drawing to a close and the sky was already growing light. Hyun-shin finished burning the papers, and the next day, the young man disappeared. 6 months have passed since then. The end of the year was approaching, and during that time, Yoon Hyun-min had consolidated his power in the Golden Circle. The man had established himself as the sole leader, with a vast number of subordinates and immense power. Yoon Hyun-min had consolidated the Golden Circle, which he ruled with an iron fist and immense authority. Even people of lower social status began to view him with suspicion because they knew his weaknesses. His aides reported that progress was slow due to public opinion. The corporate tax cut was moving forward. They needed to be patient, and good news would come soon. Yoon Hyun-min was satisfied. They had pushed this policy through, and now everyone would be able to live comfortably. His company was reaping the rewards, and this was having a positive impact on everyone associated with the Golden Circle. The benefits of these relationships had reached unprecedented heights. A massive cartel had been created, one that Yoon Hyun-min had dreamed of for many years. But there was one issue that troubled him. Kim Hyun-sung's whereabouts were still unknown. Every resource had been mobilized, but no trace had been found. Yoon Hyun-min understood that the young man wouldn't give up so easily, which meant he was preparing somewhere, and doing so in a place the Golden Circle couldn't reach. Yoon Hyun-min suggested sending people to Dasan to continue the search there. Then Hyun-sun would have no choice but to come forward because he loved his family deeply. The manager immediately called his contact, who had previously been sent to Dasan, but for some reason there was no good news. Han Song-jo was the Golden Circle's supervising manager. He reported that something strange was happening in Dasan. About a month ago, at one of the schools, a boy elbowed a classmate and said he had a disgusting nape of the neck. Jong In-ho expected the boy to hit him back, or at least start a typical scuffle. But there was only silence in response. Seeing that the boy wasn't reacting, In-ho demanded that his brother be called because he wasn't going to stop, even if it meant maiming the student. Jong In-ho walked down the hallway. He had been promised a hotel as a reward for this job, and now he was ready to carry it out to the highest standard. Unexpectedly, a teacher called him over. He suggested they go to the faculty lounge, as he'd heard that In-ho had hit Hyun-jin. The boy said he didn't want to go to the teacher's lounge. Seeing the cane in the teacher's hands, he immediately thought of the school principal, who was currently in prison. But instead of being scared, the teacher swung the stick and said that the boy had no right to threaten a teacher and must lie down on the floor immediately. The Golden Circle manager called the school principal and claimed that his man had been beaten by the homeroom teacher, so the principal was obligated to turn a blind eye to everything In-ho did. The manager added that if the principal didn't comply, he would end up in prison just like the previous school principal. However, instead of being afraid, the principal calmly replied that the guy was right. The Golden Circle won't stop and will drag them all to hell. You have to know when to stop. But the people from the Golden Circle seem to think Dasan is just a regular dump. 6 months ago, when Ko Changbom held a press conference, he gathered all of Dasan's influential figures. These people were taking a huge risk by standing alongside Changbom. They didn't believe they could stand up to the Golden Circle, even if they joined forces. Changbom understood their fear, but he gathered everyone anyway because he was dissatisfied with the situation. One businessman said he had been called in for questioning by the Golden Circle. He had managed to get through it then, but something like that could happen again at any moment, and it wasn't just him who was at risk. The man quoted a German pastor who said, "When they came for the communists, he remained silent because he was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and he remained silent again because he was not a socialist. Then they came for the union members, but he remained silent again because he wasn't a union member. And in the end, they came for him, and by that time it was already too late. When they came for him, no one stood up for him anymore." The residents of Dasan must learn from this story and understand that sooner or later, the Golden Circle will come for everyone. Zhang Bom said that when times were tough for him, everyone turned their backs on him. But if the Golden Circle comes for them, he won't stay silent. He wanted a reason to act, and if people said now that they believed him, he would lead them and become their leader. For a moment, the room was completely silent. Then the businessmen realized that they needed to trust Ko Changbom and protect one another, and decided to follow him. The men sent by the Golden Circle to Dasan were unaware of the changes that had taken place and were therefore ill-prepared. After rounding up a group of thugs, they confronted Kim Hyun-jin and demanded that he come with them, threatening to kill him on the spot if he refused. The young man stepped closer, and his opponents couldn't believe he had actually agreed to talk to them. Hyunjin said that his older brother had asked for his forgiveness before leaving. The guy was upset. Because of his older brother's actions, he was now in trouble. Hyun-sung annoyed him too much because he only punished bad people. Hyunjin wanted to know exactly what his brother had done wrong, but then decided not to find out. He figured these guys would remember anyway after he beat them up, so there was no point wasting time on empty talk. Hyun-sung promised his friend Bae Sung-ho 100 million won to protect his family for a year. A few minutes later, the entire mob of attackers had been crushed. Hyun-jin tried to thank the enforcer, but Sung-ho said it was his job and asked what to do with the bodies. The young man understood that the Golden Circle had its own plans, and he didn't care what happened to these guys who had been bothering his brother. After that, Hyun-jin said goodbye and went about his business. The guys were convinced that he was just as much of a psychopath as his older brother. It was immediately clear that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. A month later, the Golden Circle gang in Dasan was effectively broken up. Nothing was working out for them. The manager-supervisor was terrified. If anything went wrong, he would be punished. They needed to mobilize their support network immediately, or else they were both finished. The Golden Circle tried to succeed, but at that time there was a change in leadership at the school. The new principal stated that he hoped his predecessors would be punished if they had indeed committed violations. The police tried to accuse the man of assaulting a student, but he wasn't an idiot and had no intention of accepting such charges. The teacher said that he might no longer be able to work as a teacher, but thanks to the Golden Circle, the last few years had been very profitable for him. Representatives of the Golden Circle realized that the new teacher from Dasan's school was unwilling to cooperate, was self-assured, and even their business card failed to impress him. They didn't know what to do. In this city, no one feared them or showed them any respect. Han Song-jo had wanted to handle this quietly, but now he realized he needed help if he wanted to survive. The man called and said he would do whatever was asked of him. When these people saw how serious things were, they would remember the events from 6 months ago. Hyun-jin, despite the calm atmosphere at school, felt a deep sadness. He confessed to his friend that he was worried about his brother, and there was nothing he could do about it. All he could do was watch. Sooner or later, they would all witness something truly shocking. Articles appeared in the newspapers claiming that Myeongchun Construction's reputation had been ruined. They had faced the wrath of the Golden Circle. The fact-based slander and attempts to tarnish their reputation continued for 6 months and reached the point where Myeongchun Construction found itself in a difficult position. Jung Bim understood that the school principal, the teachers, and the police chief trusted him, despite the circumstances. Perhaps this was because Chung Byom was from Dasan, and these people shared a strong bond as fellow townsfolk. But of course, that trust wasn't based solely on that. If you don't give people hope, they won't know what to hold on to or how to survive. Jang Beom understood that all the people who trusted him now needed help to survive these difficult times. Jang Bom realized he didn't have much time left. Before Hyun Sung's plan was put into action, he needed to win the trust of the townspeople and get firmly established. This had to be done to support Hyun Sung. Jang Bom couldn't accept the idea that anyone would stop him, let alone such idiots. In this game, someone had to die, and now Chang Bom was ready to take the next step. The hall was packed with reporters because Myeongshin Construction had announced a press conference. Perhaps they hadn't had time to prepare for construction, or maybe they were just having a hard time right now, so the construction company decided to explain something to the journalists. It was a pretty good move, but the risks remained high since they needed to secure the city's full support. Reporter So Chae-gyu understood that Myeongshin was struggling with negative press coverage and was only holding on thanks to its reputation. But once all the suspicions became facts, the company would be destroyed. It's sad to admit, but Myeongshin Construction has come to an end. Finally, it was announced that the company's director, Ko Chang-bom, would address the journalists himself. The man understood that today's press conference was unlikely to go smoothly. If even the slightest thing went wrong, it would all be over. However, one couldn't help but notice that Chang-bom still had confidence. To create a new playing field, he had prepared and adjusted the construction schedule. Ko Chang-bom greeted all the reporters present, introduced himself, and said that the phrase home evokes warm feelings in people. Many people dream of owning a home throughout their lives. Taking the residents of the Dasan Center into consideration, the construction company found several suitable sites. The commute to work takes residents a long time, so the company chose a location based on walkability and convenient roads. Living conditions were also taken into account. Spacious parking lots, children's playgrounds, gyms, and swimming pools. Chang-bom spoke about a large residential complex located in Dasan, which, however, comes with numerous restrictions. The main problem facing prospective residents is the cost of real estate. Even if one works their entire life, rising housing prices widen the gap between the poor and the rich, making home ownership unattainable. And now the company's director wanted to announce that, to ensure a steady supply of housing, Myeongshin Construction has prepared a project in collaboration with the city of Dasan. Taking economic realities into account, the company has allocated 300 million. Ko Chang-bom announced that a new brand of apartments would be created here, to be sold for 300 million won. The journalists were thrilled, realizing that they hadn't expected anything less from this construction company. The project left people satisfied. Compared to the mood they had arrived at the press conference with, it seemed like an excellent decision. But unlike ordinary people, negative articles reappeared in the media, questioning how such a low price could have been set. Ordinary people were excited. The Golden Circle's investigation had proven effective. On one website, a builder wrote that Myeongshin could be trusted, unlike other companies. The man didn't understand why there was criticism. It's great that prices have been lowered. We need to restore fairness and give people the opportunity to work with banks and build housing. There was also a view that people had welcomed Myeongshin's decision, and at the same time, accusations began to fly against those who were writing paid articles for competitors' money. Soon, apartment buyers began writing that the housing built by Myeongshin Construction was of high quality and that the company could be trusted. Chang-bom recalled how in his childhood, companies sought to increase profits by using cheap materials, whereas now Myeongshin uses expensive materials. People constantly criticize their company, so they are unlikely to appreciate the use of high-quality materials. Chang-bom honestly admitted to his father that sometimes he doesn't understand why they make certain decisions that in his view are unreasonable. But recently, while preparing for his latest project, he realized something important. Just how important a home is to a person, and also how much confidence and trust it can provide. Now this has become truly important to Chang-bom. Even when a crisis can no longer be simply resolved, one must not forget basic values, and sometimes one has to accept losses. Ko Myung-jin hugged his son with pride and gratitude, knowing that his son understood everything perfectly. Chang-bom was also grateful to his father for the fact that they trusted each other and had weathered these difficulties with dignity. Everything possible and impossible was done to influence public opinion, and Myeongshin Construction did not lose its power. If they had failed, the company would have gone under, but they managed to pull it off. Who would have thought that this clueless businessman would turn down the money? No matter how much pressure is put on him, he still lives on like a cockroach. We need to give him one last chance. The man called and demanded that Kim Hyun-sung be completely eliminated, Otherwise, Myeongshin would be destroyed this time. If they refuse, people at one of the sites will die, and the government will take everything away from the company. Myeongshin's management will go through hell on earth and end up at rock bottom. Jongbum listened to the threats with a laugh and said that he was very scared, but he wanted to know what part of it was true. It's different with Kim Hyun-sung. He constantly proves what he's capable of and gets results even in unfavorable situations. And now, for some stupid reason, Changbom has to abandon this man and believe those who act despicably even toward their loved ones. Jangbyum advised his interlocutor to say whatever he wanted. It wouldn't affect him, so it would be better not to call again and not waste their time. Of course, the man hadn't expected such a response, but he believed this was Changbom's last chance, and he hadn't taken it. Yoon Hyung-min sat pensively in his office when a subordinate entered. After the failure of the Golden Circle operation in Dasan, Han Seong-jo was fired, and at the same time influential people began to take action. In addition to the incidents mentioned, something else happened that attracted a lot of attention. Even television was covering the events. Exams were being held in schools, and journalists were speculating whether anyone would get a perfect score. One female reporter was certain that this wouldn't happen and that no one would even come close to a perfect score. Of course, it could have been Kim Hyun-sung, but he had been expelled 6 months earlier, so he was unlikely to be allowed to take the exams. Too much time had passed. Just then, the first results came in, and to the reporter's delight, a perfect score was recorded. The girl immediately started making calls, trying to find out the details. The perfect score was achieved by a man named Cho Jung-woo. It turned out that he was 23 years old and was taking the exam for the first time. Everything was fine until it turned out that this man was disabled. How he managed to pass the exam was completely baffling. A couple of hours later, reporters gathered near the hospital in Gyeonggi Province. Everyone wanted to get inside and get the information firsthand. The journalists were on high alert. Everyone knew that whoever broke the story first would be the winner. Soon a man, Choi Jung-woo's father, came out of the hospital. He invited the journalists inside to cover the events. Journalists immediately rushed after him, bombarding him with questions along the way. Everyone wanted to know, when the young man regained consciousness, had he come out of the coma? And how had he managed to pass the exam while in that condition? The journalists were allowed into the patient's room, and they couldn't believe their eyes. The man explained that his son had been in a coma for 3 years, and Kim Hyun-sung received the highest score on his behalf. 4 months before the exam, he appeared before the man, who had previously contacted a detective agency to find his son's attacker. The young man offered to avenge the man's son. The young man was wearing a cap and a hoodie. He said that Jung-woo couldn't handle the bullying at school and eventually threw himself in front of a car, after which he fell into a coma. All these years, the father had thought his son had been hurt because of a conflict over college, so he constantly blamed himself. The stranger advised him not to destroy himself. When his son wakes up, he needs to be there and show him that everything is okay. Hyun-sung said that the boy was alone now, in a dark abyss, desperately clinging to life. But the man didn't want to hear it, so the stranger said he would avenge the young man in his father's place. He asked permission to use his son's name and walk his path in his place, a path of destruction. Soon, all the reporters left the hospital and now wanted to know why Hyun-sung had taken the exam on behalf of someone else. Hyun-sung looked at them, realizing that they had no idea how he had lived or what he had felt at school. He had been waiting for this moment with great anticipation, and this was only the beginning. Hyun-sung began his story. Before answering questions about the exam, he wanted to explain why he had disappeared for 6 months. Surely all the reporters were curious as to why a straight-A student had suddenly dropped out of school right before the final exams. Everyone present listened intently to Kim Hyun-sung. This was truly sensational news. Hyun-sung reminded them that he had already spoken about this after the incident at the hotel. If you look closely, it becomes clear that someone was trying to kill him. He said he had no choice but to drop out because he was being threatened by an organization called the Golden Circle. Their paths crossed when Hyun-sung was 17 and attending Dasan High School. It was then that 2 local thugs were given an assignment by the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung was injured and went off the rails, and later learned of the existence of this dangerous organization. And while he was fighting back, it turned out that a classmate named Hugh Ji had put a hit on him. She did this because the young man had rejected her, and that was enough to bring out her cruel side. So Hyun-sung decided to destroy the Golden Circle. But their power turned out to be limitless. Teachers, police officers, Prosecutors and politicians had been bribed. All of them had become puppets. To get rid of Hyun-sung in high school, a series of disciplinary committee meetings were held, but this yielded no results, and then a massacre was staged at a hotel. Hyun-sung continued to resist but realized that his loved ones were in danger, and he had no choice but to leave. In addition to Hyun-sung, many students suffered at the hands of the Golden Circle, one of them being Choi Jong-woo. Hyun-sung took the opportunity to tell reporters about the Golden Circle to show that they were no longer victims. To do this, he borrowed Choi Jong-woo's name and took the exam in his place. The reporters wanted to know who would be held responsible for what had happened. Finally, Hyun-sung named the main villain, Yoon Hyun-min, heir to the San Corporation. It was an extremely dangerous move, and the internet instantly exploded with discussions. Many who had previously dismissed the story of the Golden Circle as fiction now realized it wasn't just a rumor. People wanted to know what measures would be taken next. Did a powerful cartel made up of influential people really exist? Yoon Hyun-min, of course, had watched the speech as well. Now he understood what Kim Hyun-sung's plan had been and why the boy had dropped out of school. He had used someone else's name to intervene and had done exactly what the media loves so much. Yoon Hyun-min had to admit that for the first time, he felt as if a knife were held to his throat, and he actually liked that feeling. Yoon Hyun-min ordered that all the publications receiving money from him be warned to write that Hyun-sung was not a law-abiding citizen, but a despicable individual who had instigated school violence. He also needed to find companies that would manipulate comments on social media, as well as launch a series of scandals through trusted channels. The police were supposed to shut down Hyun-sung. He was to be arrested for the crime he had committed. Yoon Hyun-min remained completely calm. His organization had spread across the country like a cancerous tumor, so there was no need to rush. At the Gyeonggi Province Police Station, they were extremely outraged by the young man's behavior and the crime he had committed. Hyun-sung was accused of sharing his speculations with the media, causing San Corporation's stock to plummet. Hyun-sung realized that the police didn't believe him and considered his story a fabrication about a conspiracy. But the police officer stated that the young man had not only taken an exam for someone else, but had also told the whole country about it, and now he was finished. Hyun-sung replied that this was only the beginning of his plan and that the police officer had yet to learn the rest. An emergency meeting was called at San Corporation's headquarters. It was no longer possible to hide what was happening. Until then, director Yoon Hyun-min had enjoyed an impeccable reputation. He always helped and supported those in need. No one could have imagined that because of some teenager's words, the company would suffer astronomical losses, and this conspiracy would continue to destroy the corporation. Journalists understood that company representatives were implying that Mr. Yoon Hyun-min allegedly had nothing to do with this. But a spokesperson stated that Kim Hyun-sung had no evidence, so his words could not be trusted, and he should be held accountable for such lies. At San Corporation, they believed that the young man was either trying to smear a competitor or was mentally unstable. Everyone knew what a respectable citizen Yoon Hyun-min was, so the teenager's words could not destroy his reputation. At that moment, a man entered the room, determined and, despite being barred, made his way to the microphone. He declared that if they wanted to clarify the situation, everything had to be shown on the main channel. He accused the media of serving only vested interests, and that is precisely why the Golden Circle is so repulsive. He called everything that was happening a sham and declared that these journalists had no right to call themselves such. When asked for evidence, he replied that the independent media had it and would present it. The man asked the cameramen to film everything they were about to be shown. Members of the Committee to Combat Violence in Schools were invited, as well as victims and parents of those harmed by the Golden Circle. All these people became living proof and witnesses to the existence of the Golden Circle organization. Over the past 6 months, Kim Hyun-sung has personally met with victims of the Golden Circle on multiple occasions, most of whom were members of the Committee to Combat School Violence. One of the now grown-up students said that he still lives in this nightmare. He cannot look people in the eye, and loud noises frighten him. Meanwhile, the bully who tormented him at school calmly finished his studies and, according to rumors, has settled into a wonderful life. Perhaps anything can happen in life, but this should not be the case. These people were motivated by a desire to take revenge on those who had ruined their lives, but they didn't know the truth that Hyun-sung had told them. Rage filled their hearts and minds. They felt they were not alone. Hyun-sung told them he wasn't asking for help, but if they wanted to destroy the Golden Circle with their own hands, they could step onto the stage he had prepared. And so today was the moment when the victims appeared before the cameras and began to tell their stories. Lee Chang-soo recounted that in high school, he had topped the rankings for the first time, and that was when his hell began. The Golden Circle openly and brazenly offered bribes. All of this was recorded and presented to the journalists. This was no coincidence, and there were many such victims. Lee Chang-soo was just the beginning. After him, a woman spoke to the journalists, unable to hold back her tears as she spoke of her deceased daughter. A man held documents confirming the money transfers in his hands. Also present in the room were those who had been direct witnesses and had previously participated in the bullying themselves. Many such cases were made public. The bribed journalist realized that nothing could be done. The scandal had become the main topic of discussion. The Golden Circle found itself at the center of a public scandal. It had pulled political strings, but the public demanded that the organization be exposed. With the upcoming elections, politicians realized they could not remain idle and had to show voters their stance. They realized they weren't acting because of some teenager, but public pressure left them no choice. The prosecutor's office was also worried. If they took action against Asan Corporation and found nothing, their reputation would be ruined. It would be advantageous to stay ahead of events and use the situation in the upcoming elections. However, many understood that it was even more important not to make a mistake. Disagreements began within the party. Everyone wanted to act in their own faction's interests. At that moment, one dissenter emerged. Senator Kim believed that the truth must be revealed. Everyone present knew about the Golden Circle and even felt guilty, which is why this meeting was organized. The senator declared that he was ready to take action and go against the party because there were so many victims. And although their evidence was circumstantial, it could not be ignored. We must stand with these people, and then everything will be resolved. Thanks to this situation, the party could become the ruling party. The party leader didn't like this idea, and he asked if Senator Kim was willing to take responsibility in case of failure. Everyone understood perfectly well what would happen if they went against San Corporation. It would affect the entire country. The party leader stated that the position had already been decided, and now the senator had to make the final decision. The decisive moment had arrived. The senator said that if the party had already made up its mind, then he had no choice. He declared that he was ready to fulfill his duty and was leaving the party. It sounded unbelievable. People thought he wasn't serious, but the senator confirmed that he was leaving. If his opinion is not taken into account in this party, he will leave it, even at the risk of losing political credibility. Party leaders asked Senator Kim Pano what he would do if he lost his political career simply because of his desire to play the hero. The senator replied that he didn't need their concern and added that he was well aware of his responsibilities. Kim Pan-oh addressed those present and said, if anyone wanted to join him, now was the perfect time. The party leader thought he was talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, several people rose from their seats. It was unthinkable. Were these people really ready to leave with Senator Kim Pano? The party leader didn't understand what was happening or why no one cared about his opinion anymore. One of the young party members asked the senator if everything would really be all right. Kim Pano confirmed that the situation was risky, but that he needed to step out of the shadows and become a presidential candidate. 6 months ago, Hyun Song told the senator to win over members of Congress not affiliated with the Golden Circle, and before the crisis began, to strike a blow against the organization together with them. If the truth came out and the Golden Circle's weakness became apparent, public pressure would mount on the other candidates, leaving the senator with no rivals in the election. This proposal seemed extremely tempting to Kim, and he wanted to understand exactly what Hyun Song had in mind. Now, the senator understood that running in the election did not guarantee victory, even with maximum effort, but they now had a real chance to win. A few days later, Kim Pano held a press conference at which he announced the formation of a new party. Journalists wanted to understand the purpose of this move. The senator stated that he was joined by members of Congress who advocate for justice. As members of the Korean parliament, they cannot stand idly by while this is happening. The crimes taking place in the country cannot be ignored, so Kim Pano promises the people that he will stand by them. He also stated that, as a defender of the people, he would reveal the truth even if it meant standing up against San Corporation. Yoon Hyung-min suspected that victims of bullying would be used, but he didn't understand how Kim Hyung-seon had drawn Senator Kim into this. Yoon Hyung-min listened to the explanations of his subordinates, who hadn't expected such actions from the senator, but promised to fix everything. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and another manager rushed into the office with a tablet showing a video. Yoon Hyun Min started watching it and heard statements that the Golden Circle organization existed and that the investigation was nearly complete. The man said that although the investigation was not yet finished, no one doubted Kim Hyun-sung's words anymore, and a new press conference would be held soon. He warned that if the investigation were halted or something happened to him, the journalists needed to know one thing. All of this would inevitably turn out to be the work of someone under the influence of the Golden Circle. Deputy Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul was summoned to the chief's office and subjected to a serious dressing down. The prosecutor stated that they had done nothing simply because they lacked information. The chief said that the Golden Circle's power extends to the prosecutor's office as well, and that they must not resist, otherwise they will perish. Kang Dong-chul admitted that he had always been prepared for possible death from the moment he took the prosecutor's oath. He added that even stepping down from his position would change nothing. He would still stand on the side of justice and be proud of his work. If the boss believes this, let him not interfere with his independent actions. After listening to him, the prosecutor agreed and stated that he would not interfere and would try to support Dong-chul. But time is running out. The Golden Circle won't sit idly by. Kang Dong-chul couldn't imagine what suffering Kim Hyun-sung had gone through that made him devote his entire life to the fight. It must have been something terrible for a teenager to give up everything. Hyun-sung came from a poor family, but he had excellent grades that opened all doors for him and promised a bright future. The prosecutor didn't know exactly what this young man had in mind, but now they had to work together to destroy the problem known as the Golden Circle. And it could work because they were joined by Senator Kim Pano, a man of strong will. The alliance between prosecutor Kang Dong-chul, known for his integrity, and the senator could be a powerful blow. The public was abuzz. Everyone was curious to see how it would end. The next day, Yoon Hyung-min held a press conference, stating that all of this was nothing but groundless rumors. He announced that he would personally testify before prosecutor Kang Dong-chul and prove his innocence. After that, Yoon Hyung-min did indeed appear for questioning, alone without a lawyer, realizing that this case had serious consequences. Yoon Hyung-min turned off the recording device and said he wanted to speak frankly with the prosecutor. However, the prosecutor immediately turned on the recording and stated that his words would not affect the course of the trial. Yoon Hyung-min was convinced that sometimes silence was not the answer, which was why he had come to the prosecutor's office in person. All the conspiracy theories would dissipate once he faced them head-on. Kang Dong-chul understood that his interlocutor was hinting at his innocence. Yoon Hyun-min could tell that the prosecutor was confident he could expose his misdeeds. And now the man was literally freaking out. He begged the prosecutor to find evidence by any means necessary to prove that he was the one behind the Golden Circle. After all, if the court somehow found him not guilty, the people conducting this investigation could get into trouble. The prosecutor listened to these words, turned on the recording, and said it was time to begin the official interrogation. Yoon Hyun-min stated that San Corporation sponsors Congressman Lee Kyung-chul, but that they have no personal ties. However, the prosecutor claimed that he had evidence pointing to a personal connection between the two men. Mr. Yoon said that powerful people are often misunderstood, so perhaps this was just a coincidence. Of course, that possibility could not be ruled out. But during a tax audit of Myungjin Construction, evidence was uncovered that the congressman had used his influence. He initially acted maliciously, then suddenly stopped. There is also evidence that San Corporation received bribes from Myungjin, after which they withdrew from the deal. It appeared that the head of San Corporation was completely unaware of what was happening. The prosecutor asked why the CEO had come to see him after the hotel incident. Yoon Hyun-min replied that they had discussed investments in the battery business. This had been reported in the news. Work at the prosecutor's office continued late into the night that day. Now prosecutor Kang understood why Yoon Hyun-min had come in for questioning on his own. The businessman was certain that the prosecutor's office had no direct evidence, and he had simply come to waste the investigators' precious time. The man immediately stated that he was without a lawyer, and that if his involvement in the Golden Circle was not proven, the prosecutor's reputation would suffer. And if that happened, prosecutor Kang would lose the ability to suspect the man on the same grounds. Now Yoon Hyun-min wanted to know again exactly how the prosecutor intended to prove his guilt in these crimes. Soon, the interrogation came to an end. Yoon Hyun-min's personal manager was waiting for him, and as they walked through the prosecutor's office building, He warned that there were many reporters outside. The manager wanted to adjust Mr. Yoon's clothes and tie because they were about to speak with reporters. But the ever-perfectionist Yoon Hun Min wanted to appear before the journalists just as he was. He was confident that everyone would write. The head of Sand Corporation had voluntarily come to the prosecutor's office. His appearance left much to be desired, but the authorities found nothing. People would think something was off and the conspiracy theory would fall apart. Yoon Hyun Min told his assistant that they were leaving, and the man proudly walked toward the crowd of journalists who were curious about how the interrogation had gone. Now, a completely uncharacteristic Yoon Hyun Min stood on the porch of the prosecutor's office and said that he sincerely hoped the truth would be established and that he was cooperating with the investigation. The man was absolutely certain of his innocence, and even knowing this, he was afraid to go to the prosecutor's office. Moreover, all his aides had advised him not to do so. But Mr. Yoon decided to cooperate because he is the CEO of Sand Corporation, and everything else, in his words, is just a conspiracy. A single rumor spread by detractors caused the company's stock to plummet, which hurt its employees. That is precisely why the head of Sand Corporation took matters into his own hands. If he is found innocent, the situation will be resolved. In the event that the Golden Circle actually exists, Yoon Hyun Min promised to help punish those responsible because it is important for the truth to come out. Suddenly, a reporter stepped in front of Mr. Yoon and announced that he would ask him one last question. The reporter wanted to know if Yoon Hyun Min could say with certainty that there was no lie in his words. The businessman confirmed this, and reporter Park promised to convey his words to the public exactly as he had heard them. Yoon Hyun Min realized that the journalist had provoked him and had arranged everything so that the conversation would be clearly recorded on camera. After speaking with the journalist, Yoon Hyun Min fell into deep thought. He realized that the prosecutor hadn't been able to rattle him, and it had all turned out too easily. The men were already getting into the car when the personal assistant reported that it seemed they had run into some trouble. Left alone, Prosecutor Kang reflected that everything had gone exactly as planned. In his usual style, Yoon Hyun Min had said nothing that could be used against him in court, and if it weren't for the information from Kim Hyun Sung, there wouldn't have been any questions for him at all. Both opponents seemed incredibly strong to him, and the prosecutor himself felt that he was only good at talking. During a phone call, the prosecutor was ordered to ensure that Mr. Yoon Hyun Min officially denied his crimes. After that, everything else would be taken care of. The man sensed how absurd the situation was. He understood that he was being used as a pawn, but there was nothing he could do about the circumstances. Kang Dong-chul was unhappy about being a pawn in someone else's hands, and now he wanted to see the staged show and make sure it wasn't all for nothing. The man still had doubts. He was torn between options, but this was the only thing he could do to survive. A few months earlier, there had been a meeting with Senator Kim, who stated that the CEO could not coexist with the Golden Circle. Senator Kim Pan-oh said that Sand Corporation had targeted him. According to the senator, the head of future investment told him everything himself. It is unclear how the others did not know this, since Lim Cheol-hyung had boasted about it. The senator stated that he would speak honestly and frankly and was ready to risk his political career to expose the Golden Circle. Of course, he wasn't sure of success, but he could guarantee one thing. If Jong Chang-soo intervenes and becomes the main instigator of exposing Yoon Hyun Min's true identity, they will definitely pay for it. That is precisely why the senator had now told the whole truth and given them the opportunity to proceed, since this man was likely to die at the hands of the Golden Circle anyway. So why shouldn't he bet on the senator? The man was furious that they had come to him with such a statement. In the end, he realized he had his back against the wall and truly didn't know what to do next. Senator Kim was very pleased with the effect he had achieved and advised his interlocutor to reveal the whole truth. And now an assistant had rushed in with the phone and informed him that Yoon Hyun Min was on the line. But the boss was furious. Didn't his secretary understand anything? They weren't in a position to take this call right now. However, the secretary replied that he should answer the phone. Yoon Hyun Min wanted to say something important. The boss realized that his personal secretary was working for the Golden Circle and had betrayed his boss. Finally, Future Investment picked up the phone and said it was too late to change anything. But Yoon Hyun Min insisted it wasn't too late. What Lim Cheol-hyun was about to do would turn the Golden Circle against him, and after that, he wouldn't be able to survive. The man realized he was simply being intimidated and asked his interlocutor how he could trust him after everything that had happened. Yoon Hyun Min was genuinely surprised by the outcome of the conversation. Could it be that the head of future investment would stop at nothing in the future? Lim Chol-hyung, in a rage, trashed everything in his office, simultaneously informing his secretary that he was fired. The head of future investment called a press conference and immediately stated that he recognized his mistakes and was there to atone for his guilt. Mr. Lim stated that the Golden Circle exists, and he can say this with confidence because he was part of the organization's elite. He explained that Congressman Lee Kyung-chul also belongs to this elite group. The Golden Circle was created to ensure the succession of power among its members and operates according to the structure exposed by Hyun Seong, using the school as a tool. Typically, requests are made to the Golden Circle if someone demonstrates high academic performance and crosses paths with the right people. Kim Hyun-sung was exactly that kind of person, and as a result, an incident occurred at a hotel where the student was subjected to a gang assault. Had he died then, the case would have been dismissed as ordinary school violence. Lim Chol-hyun explained that he had initially been a client of the Golden Circle himself, but over time had become a go-between connecting influential people. At that moment, Prosecutor Kang turned to the man, saying he needed to confirm one important fact. Is Yoon Hyun Min really behind the Golden Circle? The businessman stated that the Golden Circle was a ruthless organization created thanks to director Yoon Hyun Min. The whole country was listening to this press conference. Yoon Hyun Min was smashing everything in his office, unable to believe that Lim Chol-hyun had betrayed him. All these journalists, prosecutors, and other idiots are just doing their jobs. But do they really think Yoon Hyun Min will lose because of such nonsense? Finally, after letting off some steam and trashing half the office, the man realized he needed to calm down and think clearly. First, he needed to put out the most urgent fire, and then deal with everything else in order. The next day, breaking news reported that Congressman Lim Chol-hyung had committed suicide at his home. A suicide note was also found. Given the high public interest in the case, the police decided to release the letter. Yoon Hyun Min denied rumors of a rift with future investment, acknowledging that he had supported the congressman, but was unaware that the funds came from the Golden Circle. The prosecution dropped the investigation due to a lack of grounds for charges. What started as a bombshell ended up being a total letdown. Journalists tried to get comments on how Yoon Hyun Min managed to avoid punishment, while the man himself was relieved that everything had returned to normal. This incident made him reflect on the seriousness of the problem of school violence, and now he wanted to establish a company-wide support fund for victims. According to the head of Sand Corporation, Kim Hyun-seong did indeed commit a crime, but in the end, he is just a child and a victim of circumstances. And now Yoon Hyun Min hopes that the prosecution will hand down a lenient sentence. Yoon Hyun Min's personal secretary unexpectedly appeared before the young man. The man relayed that his boss wanted to see Kim Hyun-seong in person. The young man was taken to the suburbs of Seoul to Yoon Hyun Min's private villa, which was under heavy security. The young man looked around and said that it was quite nice here. What had happened with the congressman had been handled just as neatly as this perfect house. Yoon Hyun Min was genuinely impressed by this kid. Knowing the truth, he still came. Hyun Seong possessed incredible confidence. But at the same time, the boy wasn't a fool and must have understood that he could die right here and now. Hyun Seong asked his companion why Yoon Hyun Min was nervous. The man used to care about very little, but now Yoon Hyun Min was acting as if the only way out was to kill Hyun Seong. The young man immediately warned the homeowner that he had already left a suicide note and that his men were watching his every move and recording everything that was happening. But in reality, Hyun Seong understood that Yoon Hyun Min wasn't going to kill him right here and now. People like that usually plan everything down to the last detail. Yoon Hyun Min listened to the student with his mouth agape. He was amazed at how well the boy understood him, even better than his own father. Hyun Seong had no intention of explaining his thoughts and actions and wanted to know why he had been invited to this house. Yoon Hyun Min said he just wanted to talk. He was going through a difficult time because when people who have something to lose come after you, it's hard. But on the other hand, everyone understands that Korean society is funny. It flares up quickly, but cools down just as fast. Of course, one cannot deny that Yoon Hyun Min suffered certain losses, but thanks to Hyun Seong's actions, the organization only grew stronger. Even Kim Hyun-sung couldn't destroy the Golden Circle, so no one else will even dare to try. It was an example and a demonstration of the power of authority. Yoon Hyun Min wanted to tell his interlocutor that all his plans were pointless. In the end, he would kill himself anyway. Hyun-sung recalled how, at the beginning of the conversation, Yoon Hyun-min couldn't understand how a schoolboy knew him better than his own father. Once a child fell into a coma because of the Golden Circle's actions and lay in the hospital for more than 10 years. The most terrible thing was that his mind remained clear. He heard his family crying and watched as his tormentors continued to live freely and happily. To keep from going mad, he pondered over and over again who could have created the Golden Circle. Thanks to an incident involving this child, Kim Hyun-sung was able to uncover the identity behind the Golden Circle. It was an arrogant, proud, selfish sociopath, just as much of a villain as Yoon Hyun-min. Hyun-sung said he had no allies. He speaks of himself and the story he personally experienced. While in a coma, the young man planned how he would first break up Park Min-chul's gang of schoolchildren. The methods didn't matter, but if there was even the slightest chance, he was ready to give his life. He was willing to do this to put an end to other people's suffering. Hyun-sung admitted that he knew from the very beginning he would fail because it was impossible to destroy Yoon Hyun-min by conventional means. The simplest and most effective option was to kill Yoon Hyun-min. His death would bring this revenge to an end. The guards immediately rushed to defend their master, but the man gestured for them not to intervene. Hyun-sung continued to eat the cheese, musing that death was too easy a punishment. He wanted his companion to experience the same pain he had. That's why Hyun-sung was now warning Hyun-min not to be mistaken. He had already been shown everything. Hyun-sung noted that he liked the fact that Yoon Hyun-min had never hit rock bottom, and he was eagerly awaiting the moment when his life would turn into a living hell. After that, Hyun-sung stood up and said goodbye to the host, promising that they would definitely meet again soon. His personal assistants wanted to spring into action immediately and were waiting for their master's orders. Yoon Hyun-min wondered who this damn guy was. Of course, the story about who he was wasn't true, but he surely had a past that he knew about. In any case, Hyun-sung was dangerous, and whatever plans he had, they were terrifying. The aides were convinced that the young man needed to be eliminated and were ready to do it right then and there. But Yoon Hyun-min stopped them, telling them to kill Kim Hyun-sung exactly 1 week later. Hyun-sung came to his old school in Dasan. Too much had happened in this place. Everything that had happened was enough to make him realize just how dangerous and repulsive this world was. Hyun-sung climbed onto the school roof where his life had once been turned upside down. On his path to revenge, the young man encountered countless victims whose lives had been destroyed, and as he looked at them, he constantly wondered what true revenge really was. Even if Yoon Hyun-min dies, the Golden Circle won't disappear. But will the victims' lives ever return to normal? Of course, that will never happen. It will only lead to mutual destruction. Hyun-sung understood that this wasn't what he wanted. He needed something else. He needed hope for a new life. Hyun-sung wanted the other guys to find meaning in life by looking at him. The complete destruction of these villains would be the perfect ending, and it would be a wonderful finale. The deceased congressman had been accused of conspiracy, but the fallout from the investigation had not completely died down. The news reported that attorney Park Dong-seon was a member of the Golden Circle, although his past activities gave no hint of this whatsoever. The public demanded justice, and the prosecution met the people's expectations. Every day, new names appeared in the news, investigation results were announced, and new criminal cases were opened. The government did not stand idly by. It planned to conduct a thorough investigation and find everyone connected to the Golden Circle to prevent similar incidents in the future. An era of global exposés had begun, and South Korea was plunged into chaos. Now the entire country was searching for people connected to the Golden Circle, and if their identities were revealed, there would be no turning back. This was discussed at a secret meeting. Member of Parliament Ho Dong-yeon was confident that the fire would not reach them. Former Judge Seo Soo-ki also reminded them that the congressman had taken full responsibility so they could remain calm. A professor at Seoul National University saw a silver lining in the fact that they had no direct contact with the main figures in the case. Of course, there are always buts and howevers, but one shouldn't think that everything is so bad, nor should one assume there will be no consequences. After all, the Golden Circle has been exposed. This was the view of the chief physician at the university hospital. Park Jung-hak, the chairman of a major corporation, admitted that he too is worried and understands the general concern. However, they are in the same boat as Yoon Hyun-min, so they need to trust him. Gradually, the situation is stabilizing. The congressman has brought about many changes, and since things have gone this far, it will likely end well for them. Internal disagreements always lead to downfall. The corporation's chairman, Mr. Park, urged everyone to trust the situation, and once it's all over, they can demand compensation for this incident. At one of the city's schools, sitting in math class, Song Jae-ryong carefully reviewed the recording. He hadn't expected it to be posted online, and now the boy was furious. An order came from the Golden Circle. Lie low, some of the guys had already been called in for questioning, so they needed to be patient. The student studied the information closely and couldn't believe his eyes. If this had made it online, it meant they would definitely find him. The article discussed the congressman, as well as details of his personal life. The young man carefully studied the material and saw an address where he could submit the information he had. He realized that only insiders could have known about this, about personal matters, relationships, and payment details. Sun Jae-ryong was furious. He jumped up from his seat and smashed his desk and tablet. He realized that disaster was inevitable, and he became so lost in his thoughts that he forgot where he was. His classmates and teacher looked at him in surprise. Yoon Byung-hee spoke to reporters and shared her story. She had been a victim of the Golden Circle. At first, she thought she was just a victim of ordinary school bullying. Gradually, more and more internal documents came to light. People began searching for the masterminds, and those who had ordered the crime started to feel the pressure. Late at night, a meeting took place in one of the city's parking lots. The man said that from that moment on, any direct contact with that person would be impossible. If a message needed to be conveyed, it had to be done only through him. The businessman said that this had always been the case and wanted to know what Golden Circle would do now, since the contract stipulated something entirely different. He was told that they were doing everything possible at the moment. Golden Circle could not operate at full capacity right now, otherwise it would lead to serious consequences. But the businessman was dissatisfied with this answer, because Golden Circle had always guaranteed complete confidentiality and promised to eliminate all risks. Now he was worried that it would come out that his son was the client, and by then it would be too late. The Golden Circle representative apologized and promised they would try to prevent this. Otherwise, they would face mutual destruction. After all, they were one and the same. Everyone understood that the man who had forced the congressman to write a will and take a lethal dose of medication would, first and foremost, save himself. Park Jong-hak wasn't sure he could trust this man as much as he had before. At that moment, the man received a message from Kim Hyun-sung. The young man wrote that he had found evidence of the businessman's involvement with the Golden Circle and suggested they meet. The businessman was curious to know exactly what Hyun-sung would tell him, and he didn't even get lost, even though he had probably never ridden the subway in his life. The businessman replied that he had come out of curiosity. He wanted to understand why Hyun-sung had sent him that message. Hyun-sung, of course, didn't believe a word of it and suggested getting straight to the point. His interlocutor should now understand that the Golden Circle's secrets aren't eternal. Anyone who sees the insider's documents will quickly find clients, which means that everyone connected to the Golden Circle is now in danger. But even if that's the case, there's one person this doesn't apply to, and the businessman, of course, knows exactly who that is. The young man explained what he had discovered. Yoon Hyun-min was behind all these schemes, but he had no evidence to bring this man down. At the head of the entire structure was Yoon Hyun-min, followed by the members of the circle, and then a whole chain of people. Hyun-sung studied the diagram closely and soon spotted a name he could use for his own plans. It gradually became clear that everyone involved in the Golden Circle was somehow connected to one another. It was now obvious that there was no direct information on Yoon Hyun-min. He had skillfully built a system of protection around himself. Judging by the expression on his face, the man knew Yoon Hyun-min well, just like the other members of the inner circle. Of course, they were all influential, but for some reason, they had succumbed to his influence. The reason was that this man was their common weakness. With the help of the Golden Circle, he had committed numerous crimes, and if Yoon Hyun-min fell, the rest would collapse along with him. But unlike in school logic, the outcome is different in real life. If the leadership of the Golden Circle collapses, Yoon Hyun-min will disappear along with it. There is a group of people who guard Yoon Hyun-min's secrets, but they too will be sacrificed. So the businessman has a simple choice. He can abandon Yoon Hyun-min right now. This shouldn't cause him any pangs of conscience, because Yoon Hyun-min was the first to betray his closest allies. Time is running out for everyone, so a decision must be made as quickly as possible. The man sat deep in thought, staring at his phone, unable to understand how he had ended up in such a situation. Finally, he made a call. He apologized to the chairman, saying he had no excuse, but the chairman demanded that he keep apologizing until his knees were worn out. Yoon Byung-ho knew perfectly well what his son was up to, but he let it continue because Hyun Min had never disappointed him. The young man shouldn't worry about his father's resignation. But first, the man wanted to know what his biggest mistake had been this time. Yoon Hyun Min, without looking up, replied that he had taken the helm of the Golden Circle, and this had put the company at risk. His father listened to his son and said that he was only half right. The main problem is that the Golden Circle has become known throughout the world. Yoon Byung-ho isn't trying to place moral blame on his son, but if he's going to be involved in such matters, everything must be executed perfectly. The father reminded his son that the position of chairman isn't given out for nothing. He needs to find a way to fix everything as soon as possible. Yoon Hyun Min left his father's office feeling upset and deep in thought. All of this happened because of one person, Kim Hyun Sung. He must restore everything to its rightful place, both the Golden Circle and his reputation. At that moment, the elevator doors swung open, and Yoon Hyun Min couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the person inside. The secretary told Yoon Byung-ho that Hyun Sung wanted to meet with him right away. It was the height of audacity. Not only had the schoolboy cornered his son, but now he was walking right into the tiger's den. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to show Hyun Min that there are things in this world worth fearing. Yoon Byung-ho told his secretaries to time it so that the meeting between Hyun Min and Hyun Sung would take place near his office. Yoon Hyun Min was furious. He wanted to know what that scoundrel was doing in his father's office. But Yoon Byung-ho refused to comment. He said that this was his guest and demanded that his son leave immediately. Hyun Sung got straight to the point. He said he wanted to talk to the chairman about his son. The man was furious and couldn't understand why on earth he should discuss his son with this scoundrel. Hyun Sung replied that the chairman surely knew. It was Yoon Hyun Min who was behind the creation of the Golden Circle. However, San Corporation begins and ends with Chairman Yoon, which means that Yoon Byung-ho is either an accomplice or incompetent. Mr. Chairman is first and foremost a father, but can he judge the situation not as a father, but as a leader? Some time ago, Park Jong-hak called the man late at night and apologized for calling so late. Mr. Park said he wasn't alone. He was with people the chairman knows well. Recently, company director Yoon Hyung-min drove several people to suicide for his own safety. And this was a clear betrayal of those associated with him. That is why Park Jong-hak wanted to warn him. They planned to support Kim Hyun Sung in order to survive. The price would be high, but they were ready for anything. They would strike at the entire corporation, and because of Yoon Hyun Min's actions, the company would face an unprecedented crisis. The businessman said that Kim Hyun Sung's actions were their choice, and advised Mr. Yoon Byung-ho to speak with the young man. Hyun Sung now seriously doubted that the head of the corporation believed he was unworthy of his attention. Hyun Sung said he would reignite rumors about Yoon Hyun Min's involvement in the Golden Circle and add fuel to the fire. Hyun Sung's influence on the situation is much stronger than it seems. Perhaps the corporation would hold out for a while longer, but the presidential election was coming soon. Everyone knows that the atmosphere surrounding Senator Kim Pan-oh is favorable. He will most likely become president and use this case to take everything away from the Yoon family, as well as boost his political standing. Hyun Sung added that he wasn't there to make threats or declare war. He was there to tell Yoon Byung-ho how to save his company. The father summoned his son again and said that the top members of the Golden Circle had turned their backs on him, and now was not the time to act surprised. The father demanded that Hyun Min secure the support of the majority of members and find someone to take the blame. Only then could the father protect his son to the end. Yoon Hyun Min couldn't believe that everyone had betrayed him. Did they really want to die with him? Kim Hyun Sung has no evidence. He has merely sown internal discord and eliminated the most loyal defenders. But that didn't mean Yoon Hyun Min was defeated. He would survive at any cost, kill Kim Hyun Sung and all the traitors. The young man was stunned when he heard Yoon Hyun Min's own voice on the phone, who also suggested they meet and talk. The woman replied to the caller that when she herself had wanted to discuss the situation, the man had kept his distance, and now he was suddenly calling. The young man was extremely surprised, not expecting the caller to have always been so generous and ready to offer support. The girl agreed that life is a matter of timing, but now Yoon Hyun Min was too late, and she was no longer interested. The man said that it all had to end right here and now. She shouldn't have been so stubborn from the start, and now they had nothing left to talk about. Yoon Hyun Min finished making his calls. He was furious because everyone had turned him down, and yet they were just ordinary worthless people. He dialed the last person's number and really hoped they would pick up. As soon as the call was answered, the young man greeted the congressman and introduced himself. After finishing the call, Yoon Hyun Min left the office, grabbed his car keys, and said he needed to step out for a bit. Yoon Hyun Min had been waiting for over an hour and couldn't understand why the man hadn't shown up, since they had agreed to meet. Finally, the door swung open, and the apologies began. The man said he had been busy studying public opinion. Hyun Min suppressed his anger and said he understood the importance of the work and was willing to wait as long as necessary. The man replied that for the sake of his interlocutor, the great Yoon Hyun Min, he had made time, and now it was time to get down to business. Yoon Hyun Min began pouring alcohol into cups and said that if the reporter retracted the words he had spoken to his father, he would grant any request. But his companion replied that he hadn't come for that. People are too petty, and once trust is destroyed, it cannot be restored. Betrayal is a one-way street. They did everything they could to hold on, but Yoon Hyun Min himself pushed them off the cliff. Yoon Hyun Min never gave a second chance to those who let him down, so he can't expect the same treatment from others. It's unfair to apply one's standards only to others. That's why the man came to say this in person, and now Yoon Hyun Min will have to drink alone. Yoon Hyun Min was truly left completely alone, and now he had nothing left but hysterical laughter. He drank several glasses of alcohol to pull himself together a little. Anger was boiling inside him. Did everyone really think he was an idiot who would believe this nonsense? But from what he'd heard, it was clear that Yoon Sung had turned him into a villain, and that was truly dangerous. Hyun Min realized he had to find a way out at any cost, and picked up the phone again. He still had people he could count on. As he scrolled through his contacts, he increasingly saw messages saying the number was blocked or the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. Yoon Hyun Min was furious and realized that practically everyone had abandoned him, so he ordered his assistant to mobilize everyone he could, right now. The man wanted to kill Kim Hyun Sung, the man who had caused him to lose everything. Late at night, two thugs met to carry out the crime. They had learned that the woman was guarded by only 3 people. Yoon Hyun Min ordered them to kill the target at any cost and promised the men a comfortable life abroad. If they wanted, they could even record the conversation as proof. If Kim Hyun Sung truly cared about his family, he wouldn't have left them so vulnerable. The target was the guy's grandmother. She had to be eliminated quickly, after which the hitmen were to disappear. However, the bodyguards unexpectedly turned out to be very strong and tough. It's unclear how the 3 of them could have inflicted so much damage. But within a few minutes, all 3 attackers were knocked out, tied up, and hidden in an alley. The gang leader ordered his men to surround the entrance, while the rest went inside the building. After breaking down the door, they told the old woman that her grandchildren had come and were eager to try some pies. At first glance, no one was visible, and the gang members spread out through the apartment, checking the rooms in search of the old woman. The leader stayed at the entrance. He was nervous and wanted to smoke. He couldn't shake a sense of unease. Soon he realized that the house was too quiet and something strange had happened. There were soft sounds of something falling, and one of the thugs was already lying on the floor with someone's foot on his face. Sun Ho looked at him and asked if he too was this old woman's grandson. The leader inside realized they would have to fight those who had clearly not come here by accident. At that moment, an unfamiliar thug peered through the window and asked what they were doing in the old woman's apartment. The thug had already realized it was a trap, and he no longer felt like smoking. He needed to get out of there fast. He tried to use the darkness to make his way to the exit, hoping to slip away unnoticed. But in the end, he came face to face with Bae Yoseon. The killer asked where they had hidden the grandmother. Sung Ho wasn't in the mood for a long conversation and replied that everyone was about to get what they deserved. The killer lunged at Sung Ho, but his blow was blocked, even though it was powerful. The thug admitted that Sung Ho was holding his own pretty well for a worthless fighter who relied solely on brute strength. He shouted at his companions to teach these yesterday schoolboys a lesson in respect for the strong. Screams and the sounds of a fight could be heard from the street for a long time, and the locals decided to call the police. This was no longer just a simple brawl. Fists, legs, and arms flashed in the darkness, and blows rang out. One group was dealt with, and the fighters could move on. The mercenary kept fighting, but he already realized that things weren't so simple. The students were acting as if they'd been expecting them. He decided he needed to question these kids. Perhaps that would clarify the situation. Bayo Song-ho kept taking the blows, realizing he was likely dealing with a former professional fighter. He hadn't managed to land a single hit. The assassin was furious. He had expended a lot of energy trying to take down this Hulk, but the boy kept resisting. Seong-ho held on with his last ounce of strength, knowing he had to stand his ground. That thought kept him from falling, and even the killer admitted he was too tough. At that moment, a hooded man appeared in the alley, Kim Hyun-seong, who had decided to intervene in the fight. He knew that the Golden Circle was hunting him and his family, and now he had come to stop them. The assassin was pleased to see that the target had come to them on his own, which meant the job was almost done. The guy lunged forward, but his blow missed its mark. Hyun-seong called him too impatient. He grabbed the killer by the arm and immediately landed a powerful blow to his face. A fight broke out. The killer had no intention of losing to a schoolboy, but his blows missed their mark time and again. Soon, teeth were knocked out and a dangerous blow to the liver followed, one that would be hard to survive. Hyun-seong struck the killer in the face again, realizing that the man had been aware of the risks when he took on this job. So now he had no right to complain if it all ended in his death. At one point, Hyun-seong felt a hand on his shoulder. Si-woo said this wasn't their job. Hyun-seong stopped beating him and began searching the killer's clothes for a phone. Yoon Hyun-min answered the call immediately, not expecting that it was all over. But Hyun-seong's voice came through the receiver. He said he wanted to see Yoon Hyun-min fall. Yoon Hyun-min realized he had lost, but wanted to know how his opponent had figured it all out. Hyun-min had believed until the very end that he could control the Golden Circle, but now he had no one to count on. Soon, Yoon Hyun-min would need help, but there would be no one to help him. Everything comes at a price, and his future was already decided. Hyun-sung asked the director what he was going to do now and suggested they meet again. Yoon Hyun-min flew into a rage and began smashing everything in his apartment, unable to believe that it had all ended this way. He shouted that he couldn't lose and wasn't going to give up. When his rage and anger subsided, Hyun-min began to think that he had to find a way out because he couldn't lose. Late at night, Hyun-min knelt in his father's mansion and begged for one more chance. The man said that there was nothing more difficult than raising a child, and in that sense, Hyun-min had always been his greatest pride. But now Yoon Byung-ho realized that he had apparently been wrong. Without his support, his son was nothing. Hyun-min began crawling on his knees before his father and reminding him that he was his only son, whom he couldn't just abandon. Yoon Byung-ho replied that he truly loved his son, but what was the point of choosing him over San Corporation if his son wasn't on the same level as the company? At that moment, several people entered the room, and Hyun-min began shouting that none of this was right. The man begged his father to think it over and not go through with what was happening, because he was his pride and hope. The guards grabbed the young man and twisted his arms. One of them was holding a syringe. Hyun-min screamed in despair, unable to believe that his father was abandoning him. It seemed the man had not a shred of pity left. He reminded his father that he had dedicated his life to their company, and now he was receiving such a reward. Hyun-min kept screaming that he would never lose, but at that moment, a sharp needle pierced his neck. A few moments later, as Hyun-min fell asleep, his father ordered him to be taken to the agreed-upon location. The man was certain that his son would be better off there than in prison. When they met, Kim Hyun-seong demanded that Yoon Byung-ho send his son to a psychiatric clinic so that he could no longer go outside and might at least partially feel the pain of the victims. He believed it wasn't enough to simply turn a blind eye to Hyun-min's actions. Anyone who looked at him should see despair. Perhaps that would at least partially atone for the pain he had caused. When the drug's effects wore off, Hyun-min woke up in the psychiatric clinic and threw himself against the door, demanding to be let out. Hyun-sung told the chairman that he would not obstruct the investigation. The Daitaean group could deny its involvement with the Golden Circle if it wished. Yoon Hyun-min continued to thrash about in the room, screaming that he was the heir to the Daitaean group and that they were obligated to release him immediately. Yoon Byung-ho realized he had been forced to make a choice, and now he had to decide what was more important to him, his son or the Daitaean group. As he left, Hyun-sung advised the man to reflect on everything that had happened recently so he could make the right decision. A few days later, the secretary came to see Hyun-min, who demanded an explanation of what was going on and why he was locked up there. The man greeted the visitors and introduced himself as Yoon Byung-ho, chairman of the Daitaean group. Hyun-min looked at the secretary and couldn't believe his suspicions. Had his father really done such a thing? From the podium, the man stated that the situation was extremely complicated and that there were many rumors circulating about the Daitaean group. And although these were merely unsubstantiated speculations, he could not ignore them. The manager told Hyun-min that his father saw no other way out. Yoon Byung-ho stated that recognizing his responsibility for the public outcry, he had decided to dismiss director Yoon Hyun-min. From this point forward, the Daetaeon group will actively cooperate with the prosecution and offers sincere apologies for the inconvenience caused. After that, the press conference ended. Yoon Byung-ho instructed that all of this be conveyed personally to his son and that he be told to hold on for 3 years. Hyun-min couldn't believe his ears and lashed out at the manager, as he couldn't believe his father would do such a thing. But he was advised to accept it. 2 orderlies subdued him, and Hyun-min was unable to resist. The next moment, they laid the young man on the bed and strapped his arms and legs down. Hyun-min shouted that he understood everything and demanded to be untied, promising that they could talk. The manager informed him that the young man was in a psychiatric hospital. Hyun-min was horrified by what he heard. He was told he had to hold on for 3 years, and then his father would definitely take him away from there. After a while, Hyun-min calmed down. They unfastened him, and he couldn't understand how he had ended up in such a life or where he had gone wrong. He looked around the ward. It was a tiny room, smaller than a bathroom at home, and time dragged on unbearably slowly. There was always someone standing outside the door watching him, and Hyun-min felt like a caged animal. Looking at the food they brought him, he realized that even animals wouldn't eat this. It seemed they hadn't heard of human rights here. Hyun-min flung the bowl of food aside and thought that perhaps it would have been better to end up in prison. In prison, he would have servants, he would hand out rations, and the inmates would respect and fear him once they found out who he was. Yoon Hyun-min knew that his family was the guarantee of a life of luxury. He thought that eventually he might be released under an amnesty once everyone had forgotten about him. The young man didn't understand what had happened to his father. After all, his father had always said he loved his son and had granted all his requests. But now his father had abandoned him in a psychiatric clinic, and Hyun-min couldn't believe such a betrayal. The Golden Circle was his idea. His father knew this and understood that his son was merely following in his footsteps. Hyun-min was certain that his father didn't blame him for the Golden Circle. Everything that had happened was because of Kim Hyun-seong. Hyun-min understood that his father didn't blame him for the Golden Circle. Everything that had happened was because of Kim Hyun-seong. Yoon Hyun-min suddenly pieced everything together in his mind and realized that he wasn't going to die just like that in this cage. Now Hyun-min had to survive at any cost and endure all of this in order to take revenge on Hyun-sun. The young man walked over and began eating the food he had thrown on the floor. All he could think about was that in 3 years, his father would take him away from here. He had to survive and hold out for 3 years. In reality, it wasn't such a long time. One night, Hyun-min felt hordes of huge, disgusting cockroaches crawling over his body. The young man began screaming in terror, trying to shake them off his body. The doctors rushed into the ward. They realized the patient was hallucinating and had to do everything they could to calm him down. This place could drive even a normal person mad. Hyun-min was given a sedative, and he was finally able to fall asleep peacefully and rest. A few more days passed before Hyun-min was allowed a visitor, and he saw the man he hated with all his soul. Hyun-min knew he could kill Hyun-seong right then and there, but because of the injections in the straitjacket, it was impossible. Hyun-seong looked him over and remarked that he'd lost weight. Hyun-min must have gone on a diet, but he looked great. Hyun-seong said he had wanted to come here and see it with his own eyes for a very long time. But Kim Hyun-seong held back because he was counting on seeing Hyun-min go mad with despair. Hyun-seong asked the young man if he remembered the man who had spent 10 years in a coma, while Hyun-min himself had been in the clinic for only a month. But it's already clear that Hyun-min knows exactly what it's like when negative thoughts take over your mind like a virus. Ordinary people wouldn't understand that. It's that feeling when your mind is clear, but you can't do anything. Besides, Hyun-min is certain his father will save him. Hyun-seong laid a newspaper on the table and pointed to Senator Kim Pano, who is set to become president soon. Hyun-seong added that he had already struck a deal with the future president. For now, the situation is very calm and stable, but once Kim Pano becomes president, a new investigation will begin. The prosecutors, who control the government and public opinion, will tear the Daetion and Golden Circle groups to pieces. Yoon Byung-ho had his son committed to a mental hospital to save the company, but when he realizes there's nothing left to save, he might try to at least get his son out. But this is highly unlikely because Yoon Byung-ho certainly won't want to sacrifice himself, even for his beloved son, which means Hyun-min will remain in that clinic forever. To save his company, Yoon Byung-ho will erase all mention of his son, and Hyunmin won't be able to leave this clinic without Hyun-sung's personal permission. Hyun-sung slapped the young man across the face and said that Hyunmin wouldn't even be able to die without his permission now. Kim Hyun-sung honestly said that he was very happy because Hyunmin was still young and had decades of life ahead of him. As Hyun-sung was leaving the clinic, he asked for an update. He was told that no one other than the personal secretary had visited the patient. Hyun-seong demanded that surveillance continue on a rotating basis, as it had been done before. He needed to make sure nothing happened to Hyunmin. Sun-ho said there was no need to worry about that. He planned to make this his permanent place of work. Hyun-sung asked them to tell the doctor to give Hyunmin an injection that would erase his memory of today's conversation. No one could be allowed to find out Hyun-sung's true intentions. The young man was leaving the clinic and thought that a little hope never hurts, because the longer it lasts, the stronger the pain will be. Yoon Hyunmin was locked in a concrete cage, just as Kim Hyun-sung had once been. The young man walked through the streets thinking about how he had succeeded. The young man began to laugh, but soon that laughter turned into something else. The revenge he had dreamed of for many years had now been carried out, and tears of relief streamed from the young man's eyes. He couldn't even tell himself what these tears were from, joy, or the memory of the pain he had endured. Hyun-sung simply sat in the middle of the city and cried, as people, lives, and events rushed past. It was as if it were a reflection of his school life with Kim Hyun-sung. A year had passed since those events, and now the country had a new president, Kim Pan-ho. Now, as president, Kim Pan-ho said that during the Golden Circle era, everyone was furious and demanded severe punishment. But what was the outcome of that investigation? Who was behind all this evil? Who was the mastermind? There were only rumors about this, and nothing has been resolved to this day. These people were a stain on the country's history. It was corroding Korean society, which is why Kim Pan-ho wants to leave his mark on the country's history. He announced the creation of a special task force to investigate the Golden Circle case, headed by Deputy Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul. This was a resurgence of the Golden Circle case. Kim Pan-ho left the party, and the prosecutor openly defied the leadership of the prosecutor's office. Their alliance became an event supported by the entire country, and Kang Dong-chul quickly proved his resolve. He called the members of the Golden Circle one by one, accusing them of involvement and charging them with carrying out orders. Businessman Park Jong-hak was furious and believed the prosecutor was talking complete nonsense. However, in response, the prosecutor merely confirmed his information. Kang Dong-chul warned the man that he would receive a summons in a week, so he'd better prepare to explain all the allegations. The man said he believed in the fairness of the court and the law. The prosecutor was very hopeful that the businessman would feel helpless. Knowing what awaited the man, he understood that the man would be powerless to do anything, even though he had been given a week to try to wriggle out of it. When the phone call ended, the businessman was furious. He realized that Kim Hyun-seong and his supporters had been preparing for this for quite some time. The businessman clutched his head. He knew he had to find a way to get through this. No one was answering his calls, and the man couldn't believe how these scoundrels dared to treat him this way after everything he'd done for them. A metallic voice repeated that the subscriber was not answering, and the call was being forwarded to voicemail. And only at that moment did Park Jong-hak realize that he should have left the Golden Circle and Yoon Hyun-min long ago. Only a month had passed since the special task force led by Prosecutor Kang was formed, but many of the Golden Circle's leaders and members had ended up behind bars one after another. During the investigation, one key figure was uncovered. Yoon Byung-ho was ready to admit that life is an amazing and wonderful thing. He never thought something like this could become a reality. The man tried with all his might to sever all ties with the Golden Circle, but it seemed something remained. At that moment, the office door burst open, and the prosecutor personally delivered a summons. Not understanding why Yoon Byung-ho had not appeared in response to the previous summons. The man tried to say that he was innocent, but the prosecutor insisted just because Yoon Byung-ho hadn't participated personally didn't mean he wasn't guilty. After that, the prosecutor ordered his assistants to arrest the chairman. Yoon Byung-ho could not tolerate such humiliation, so he said he didn't need handcuffs and would go on his own. The man was confident that a major corporation like his would not fall quickly and easily. But the prosecutor added that they were not afraid of the consequences and would do everything to see this case through to the end. Yoon Byung-ho's arrest became a huge sensation, and the public's attention was riveted on the case. Of course, the businessman hired the best legal team, and they tried to separate the Datayan group from the Golden Circle, attempting to pin all the blame on Yoon Hyun Min's personal initiative. Meanwhile, a special task force of prosecutors and investigators led by Prosecutor Kang focused on confirming all the evidence gathered during this time based on the testimonies of Golden Circle members. After fierce legal proceedings that lasted over a year, news reports stated that the court had finally found Datayan guilty. The investigation established that the Golden Circle was created by Yoon Hyun Min, the heir to the Datayan group, and that he had committed horrific crimes. Although it was not proven that Mr. Yoon Byung-ho supported Golden Circle at the corporate level, the court found him an accomplice for receiving illegal benefits, as well as for knowing about his son's crimes but failing to act. The man was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and the Datayan group was ordered to pay massive compensation nationwide. Yoon Hyun Min had been in a psychiatric hospital the entire time. He avoided prison, but the court ruled that if he left the hospital, he would face life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The country's residents constantly discussed the unfolding events, and of course, found it hard to believe that such a large corporation could collapse in an instant. A man working as a supermarket clerk, listening to the news, believed that the higher one's position, the worse people are. He turned to a female customer and asked her what she thought about it. However, upon closer inspection, the man realized he recognized this girl. She reminded him very much of Hyuji. Hyunsung hadn't seen Hyuji once in recent years, and the girl was afraid that if she ran into him on the street again, it would be a disaster. But she couldn't go on living like this anymore. Her father had become an alcoholic. He sat at home all day drinking because he'd lost his business due to the Golden Circle. Sometimes he would blame his daughter for his misfortunes. She was the reason he had turned to the Golden Circle in the first place, and now he was living this miserable existence. When he was drunk, the man would start pounding on his daughter's door and demand that she admit her guilt. The girl's life became unbearable. And when the scandal surrounding Golden Circle broke out, Huiji went to the police and was sentenced to community service for complicity. When she was forcibly pushed back out into the world, Huiji unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. She realized that her life might finally change. Hope was beginning to take root inside her, albeit very slowly. Huiji gathered her courage and began to venture out little by little. And then, one such day, a store clerk recognized her and chased her away. The girl fled, leaving her purchases behind, and didn't stop until she reached home. Heidi couldn't understand how they had recognized her. She had been hiding her appearance, and besides, a lot of time had already passed. But after searching online, she saw that all the information had been posted, and now her life had become even worse and more terrifying. People were sharing a lot of personal information about her on forums, and now she had become a celebrity in the worst sense of the word. It was only then that Huiji realized she didn't have even a shred of a normal life left. A similar situation happened not only to her. In one of the provincial prisons, a man was regularly subjected to bullying and violence. He was beaten by one of the inmates for cleaning his cell poorly and sloppily. Yongchul apologized for his poor work, but the inmates told him that if he continued to behave that way, he would simply die in that prison. Former teacher Kim Yun-cheol wept under his blanket every night, unable to understand why this was happening to him or why he had to endure such treatment. The man thought he couldn't take it anymore, but if he wanted to survive, he had no other choice. Yunchul once got into an argument with a guard, saying that even though they were prisoners, they shouldn't be beaten, since there was a Human Rights Commission. The guard replied that if the prisoners kept quiet and didn't cause trouble, they would be able to serve out their sentences. Yunchul couldn't believe his ears and hoped that the Prisoners' Rights Commission would stand up for them. However, the guard warned that the Human Rights Commission was far away, whereas he was right there, and if the prisoners had any questions, they should come to him. The inmates realized that there was a man among them who believed in justice, and they laughed at his naivety, saying they would beat him, but only rarely. In addition, one of the prisoners said he would take care of Yunchul and that he would never be bored while he was in this prison. And when he leaves, he'll definitely find Yunchul a good friend with whom he'll have just as much fun and joy. Kim Yunchul tried to say something, but the inmates finally explained to him that even the Yakuza despise people who bully children. The former teacher thought about death a dozen times a day, but he lacked the courage to even do that. That was Kim Yunchul. He would regularly turn away and close his eyes whenever he saw the bullying, hoping each time that this stance would save him. Soon, he too was subjected to the same treatment. And of course, there was no one to stand up for a man like him. And now 2 years have passed since the government declared war on the Golden Circle. Starting with the Daetaean Corporation, many influential people have been exposed. More than 100 criminals, including those who ordered the crimes and those who carried them out, have stood trial. Everyone was afraid to face such a truth. But to prevent this from happening again, society must remember this case, especially considering that the chairman of Daetaean's guilt was fully proven. Yet he continues to drag out the process by filing appeals. Many consider this to be blatant audacity because we must face the problems that are eating away at Korean society. The prosecutor agrees with this point of view, as constant attention and constructive criticism can help set the country right. A simple truth must hold: if you have committed a crime, you must face punishment. The prosecutor has strived to build a just society where good people can live comfortably. They will build good neighborly relations and take pride in themselves. The prosecutor warned, if someone has so far escaped punishment, it is only a matter of time, and they will inevitably come face to face. Every criminal must now live in constant fear. 2 years ago, after Hyun Seong visited Yoon Hyun Min at the clinic, he still had some hope, since his father had power and influence. The young man believed that whatever Kim Hyun Seong had in mind, it wouldn't work out, because they weren't so easily broken. Of course, it would be a long war, but in the end, Hyun Min told himself he would see it through to the end, thwart Hyun Sung's revenge, and take his own revenge on him. But all efforts had their limits, and a year later, the young man had to accept that he wouldn't be released until he had spent at least 3 years in the clinic. But soon a gnawing fear began to eat away at him from within, that his father would fail and not keep his promise, or perhaps that Byung-ho had given up on and forgotten his son altogether. Hyun-min kept telling himself he had to believe in his father because there was no other way out. And the very next moment, a thought overwhelmed him. Could he really trust a father who had driven him into this prison himself? Gradually, Hyun-min's mental state began to crumble. He tried to hold on with the help of medication and imagined what he would do once he was out of the psychiatric clinic. That was his only hope of not breaking down. The doctors cared for the patient, stuffing him with medication. One day, the orderlies discussed the situation. They said that the chairman had promised to get his son out, but now his corporation was bankrupt and the man was facing a life sentence. However, the nurse said she felt no pity for them at all. These people were simply serving their punishment for their crimes. Hyun-min woke up the next day and decided it had been a terrible dream in which the doctors were discussing some nonsense. It couldn't be true. Hyun-min started pounding on the door. He wanted to hear the truth and the latest news about the group Daetaean, because it couldn't have gone bankrupt and disappeared. Hyun-min received no answer, but soon realized that this was most likely the truth. Hyun-min was overcome by hysterical laughter. It turned out that everything had gone exactly as Hyun Seong had wanted. Hyun-min now thought about it even more. With renewed determination, he said he wouldn't let that happen and wouldn't allow things to turn out the way Hyun Seong wanted. The man decided to ruin his enemy's celebration. He began biting his tongue, trying to kill himself, and choked on his own blood. At that moment, the door flew open, and orderlies rushed into the room. Hyun-min didn't understand how they had guessed what he was about to do. Hyun-min realized that his enemy had been watching him the whole time. Hyun Seong wants to turn him into a living corpse. The man was waiting to see the doctor near the intensive care unit. The doctor reported that the patient's life was no longer in danger, but that it was unlikely his tongue could be restored. To prevent such an incident, the doctors decided to transfer the patient to a specialized ward. There, Hyun-min would be completely safe. Bae Sung-ho could have gone to rest, but he had to admit that this guy had held out longer than he expected. After all, Yoon Hyun-min wasn't the creator of the Golden Circle by accident. Seong-ho deliberately encouraged the doctors to discuss the news near the patient so that he would take a step toward the abyss as soon as possible. Seong-ho was very pleased. Now he didn't have to worry. No matter what Yoon Hyun-min did, no one would ask any questions. Hyun Seong had said not to bother him with trivial matters, but simply to keep an eye on Yoon Hyun-min. For this, Seong-ho would receive monthly payments. And now a couple of years had passed. Everything had gone exactly as planned, which meant the deal was still on. Song-ho understood that Yoon Seong wanted to wipe his enemy out of his life. The guy didn't know if he should call Yoon Seong and tell him the latest news. But in the end, he decided not to bother him or cause any trouble. He just had to do what his employer wanted. Bai Sung-ho had never met anyone like Hyun Sung in his life, a man who never broke his word. He did exactly what he said he would. The streamer was live. He greeted his subscribers, and today his channel, Learn Like a Pro, was visited by the best university in Korea. They say there's a random student at this university, a straight-A student who scored the highest on the entrance exams. The streamer promised his viewers that he would personally check whether this was true or not. The young man approached one of the university students, who admitted that he had been #1 at his high school. Unfortunately, during the admissions process, the guy didn't achieve such an amazing result. He made one mistake. The streamer laughed. After all, this top student considered having just one mistake a tragedy. That's the level of Korea National University. It was time to find the next participant. The streamer noticed a young man with dark circles under his eyes. He looked promising. The young man introduced himself. It turned out he was a medical student, and that was really cool. As was customary, this guy had ranked first in his school, and on the exam, which was difficult, he made a whopping 3 mistakes. That was the year when only one person in the entire country scored a perfect score. The next student admitted that he had a good result, but it was thanks to a great tutor who pulled him through. Everyone in the audience immediately wondered who this tutor was who had helped him get into medical school. Requests started pouring in from all sides. Min Woo felt awkward. His father and tutor were so famous that he couldn't reveal their names, but he immediately agreed to go to the meeting. Min Woo got ready and packed up very quickly. The guys from the Department of Physical Education and Sports were supposed to show up for the meeting. The young man felt like a real heartthrob after all. He was a student at the medical school of Korea National University, and that was already a great bonus. However, at this meeting, the medical student's mood was completely ruined. What can you do against a great body on the most important first date? Min Woo was very upset. He didn't understand why they had to drag a guy who looked like an idol to meet the girls. This handsome guy was wearing a tracksuit. He had just come straight from a workout, and that was even more infuriating. Soon they started getting to know each other, and it turned out that this handsome guy had a very simple and beautiful name, Kim Si-woo. The girls were absolutely thrilled. What a cool name. They wanted to know what kind of girls Si-woo liked. Min Woo was getting more and more frustrated. He couldn't stand it anymore. He had to come up with something, or else he'd feel like just another extra. Suddenly, the guy raised his hand and asked the girls what they thought of prosecutor Kang Dong-chul, who was very popular right now. The girls were very surprised by the question and said that the prosecutor seemed to be focused solely on his studies, and that they'd be better off going a little crazy to liven things up. Siwoo was very angry at his friend, who was so desperate that he even dragged his own father into the dancing. Siwoo said that he has great respect for prosecutor Kang Dong-chul. He's a good person with an excellent character. When Kim Hyun-sung's revenge came to an end, his friend Kim Si-woo began to think about how he should live his life from then on. Of course, he could have continued playing sports. With his abilities, he had a real chance. But the young man had already given up sports once, and now he just wanted to live like an ordinary person. Si-woo often thought about his friend. Hyun-sung would probably have an answer for him now too. Hyun-sung knew his friend had good grades and promised to help if Si-woo decided to try studying more seriously. Si-woo wasn't sure he wanted to study. He didn't know what it would give him. Hyun-sung suggested he enroll in the physical education department and train young people. In the future, he could help talented kids like Si-woo, teach them proper training techniques and prevent injuries. In Hyun-sung's opinion, this was both exciting and a great responsibility. And so after 2 years of hard work, Kim Si-woo was admitted to Korea National University. Now he was confident in his abilities, had a clear goal, and student life allowed him to be proud of himself. At first, studying was more interesting than relationships, and Si-woo decided to try everything a student is allowed to do, going on a blind date for the first time. Si-woo unexpectedly admitted that he didn't know how to behave. He met up with a friend and showed him his text messages with the girl. They were incredibly boring and emotionless, like food without salt. His friend immediately realized that Si-woo wasn't interested in this girl. He said that otherwise the conversation would have looked like that of an inexperienced person, and there was no need to pretend to be polite. Upon digging deeper, it became clear that Si-woo didn't know how to build relationships with girls because he'd never experienced romance. It was just awful to have such a gorgeous face and yet waste it like a total klutz. After taking a few lessons, Si-woo resumed communicating with the girl, and soon his romantic life improved noticeably. When the Golden Circle saga ended and peace returned, a post appeared on one of the forums. Everyone was curious about what Kim Hyun-sung was up to now. After all, this guy was connected to the Golden Circle, but at some point, all news about him simply vanished. Many people wanted to know how he was living now. Everyone agreed that Hyun-sung was a brilliant student. With his grades, he could have easily gotten into any university. If that were the case, there would at least be some mention of him in university communities. Some thought that perhaps Hyun-sung was training to become a professional fighter, since he was smart, strong, and athletic. Many leaned toward this view because Coach Yoon Kyung often won his fights, but a few people knew what was really going on. Hyun-sung was working too. The young man brought coffee to his friends and said they should have some coffee first. The new employee couldn't figure out who this guy was. Everyone loves him, and he looks very young. The employee explained that a couple of years ago, their company had faced major difficulties, and that was when this employee appeared and resolved everything. He is the true power behind the scenes at Myungjin, Secretariat Chief Kim Hyun-seong. If anyone wants to work at Myungjin, they should remember that name well. 2 years ago, Ko Myungjin held a press conference. He stated that he had been closely monitoring the situation with the Golden Circle and fully supported the government's war on corruption. At the same time, the man felt ashamed of himself. He couldn't condemn the Golden Circle because he wasn't entirely clean himself. For this reason, Ko Myung-jin stepped down as chairman and announced that he would voluntarily disclose all acts of corruption he had committed in the past. Of course, he understood that this would result in damage to the company's reputation, as well as fines and financial losses. But he did all this to make Myungjin Construction a clean and impeccable company. After that, Myungjin did indeed make public all its internal documents, illegal schemes, and evidence of questionable practices. Of course, the scandal could have been swept under the rug because the corporation was close to the government. Some believed that old man Ko Myung-chin was simply going mad with his own self-importance and thought he was special. Others saw this as a major miscalculation. Ko Myung-jin was digging his own grave. When trust in the firm vanished, Ko Chang-bom became chairman, but his own past made him not the most suitable person to save the company. Only the owners knew the reason why Myung-chin had trapped itself. Chang-bom soon offered Hyun-seon a job, since the young man had always wanted to make money. Hyun-seon really did need to become the head of the family, send his grandmother into retirement, and send his brother to university. Besides, he wanted a stable and peaceful life. Jung Bae-am offered a salary in the tens of millions of won, company stock, in the position of personal secretary. Jung Bae-am couldn't understand why the young man was hesitating. Myungchin Construction had to fully adhere to corporate standards. All of this was possible and achievable. Kim Hyun-sung asked to arrange a meeting with the employees. He said that it wouldn't end with Golden Circle. The tangled web of corruption would be exposed, and everyone would get what they deserved. It's better to strike first. Hiding one's guilt and being caught is not at all the same as confessing and asking for forgiveness in advance. Hyun-seon assured the staff that it would be difficult at first and that this would be Myungjin's greatest crisis, but they would certainly not be completely destroyed. Whatever the circumstances, Chairman Ko Myungjin's philosophy, never to compromise on the quality of the buildings, would help them greatly in the long run. Everyone understood that Prosecutor Kang and the president were up to something, so they needed to prepare in advance. A crisis is always an opportunity, and if the plan works, the corporation will make a huge leap forward. Besides, Ko Myung-jin believed he was too old to follow trends, so it was better to change leaders. After the chairman's voluntary resignation, the corporation faced difficulties, but staying true to its principles, the company invested in quality and guaranteed repairs for all defects. These decisions paid off when a wave of defects swept through the construction industry, and people began turning to Myungchin en masse. Thanks to a steady stream of orders and rising revenue, the company grew into a major enterprise, and the new chairman was highly praised for steering the company in the right direction. Although Ko Chang-bom had cultivated a positive public image, all that was left for Hyun-seon was to deal with the fallout. Hyun-seon insisted on staying away from the government in the future. They had deliberately avoided using their connections with President Kim Pan-ho to remain independent. Hyun-seon praised his older friend for the interview, saying that he always speaks very confidently on camera. Unexpectedly, Jang-bom suggested that his young friend go on a blind date, because Song Hyun-gi wanted to introduce him to his granddaughter. Hyun-sung replied that there was no point. He came from a poor family and hadn't even finished school, but Chang-bom said that was complete nonsense. Everyone knew how smart he was and respected him. Hyun-sung said he'd go some other time, but for now he invited Jangbom over for dinner. From the doorway, Hyun-sung called out, "Grandma, I'm home, and I brought Changbom with me." The old woman greeted her grandson and his friend. On top of that, Hyunjin had come home from school. The whole family was there. It turned out that Saiwoo was there too. He asked his friend not to talk and not to act all businesslike, but to change clothes and help out. Everyone admired the muscles Hyunjin had already built up. The guy had become a real man. Hyun-sung went to his room to change and stared thoughtfully at his phone. Hyun-sung sometimes felt curious. He wondered how Yoon Hyun-min was living now, but he didn't want to find out. True revenge isn't in seeing your enemy fall, but in being happy yourself. After all, everyone deserves to be happy. Hyun-sung changed his clothes and was ready to dive back into normal human life. He smiled at his friend, who was ready to help him in the kitchen. The woman was seeing her husband off to work. Today was supposed to be the first day on the job for the new prosecutors. The man didn't yet know what they would be like, but most likely they would be smart and dedicated to their work. Lee Miso asked her husband to smile at the new recruits. There were rumors that the prosecutor was very scary and stern, but his wife knew he was kind and decent. She kissed the prosecutor goodbye, telling him to be careful. Prosecutor Kang Dong-chul welcomed the new recruits who had just been assigned to his department. Then he shook each of their hands, wished them success in their work, and expressed his hope for mutual cooperation. A pretty young woman shook her boss's hand and introduced herself. Choi Seo-na, a new prosecutor at the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. Prosecutor Kang noticed her clear, bright gaze. Looking into her eyes, he felt as if he were seeing himself in his youth.